9 Sun God King Chapter 152 to Chapter 208. Thunderstorm Bear. The 5 teams that failed all walked to the side of the martial arts practice field dejectedly, waiting for their families to come and pick them up. Dean Bai shouted, "Now, let's begin the inner force strength test." He took away 4 large power-storing pearls and protected them behind him, leaving only one in the middle of the martial arts practice field for Lu Ning to test its strength. Xianxia sneered in his heart. The reason why he did not let Dean Bai test it was because he could not do anything to it. Lu Ning stood beside the 2-meter large power-storing pearl. After releasing a barrier, he struck out with his palm. Boom! With an explosive sound, the power-storing pearl released a violent gust of wind that swept through the entire valley. Those who were near it were all blown away. Lu Ning shouted, "Team 2 is qualified. Now, let's test the 6th team." Dean Bai carefully raised a power-storing pearl and placed it in the middle of the martial arts practice field. Then, he hurriedly retreated to protect the other 3 power-storing pearls to prevent them from being affected. Just like before, Lu Ning released his protective shield and began striking out with his palm. This time, he struck out with 3 palms before the pearl exploded. Team 6 is qualified. Next is Team 7. The next 7 and 9 teams were qualified. Xianxia and company were the 10th team. Finally, it was Xianxia's 10th team's turn. Everyone perked up. Xianxia also frowned as she watched. She said coldly, "Lu Ning has a grudge with Xianxia. To actually let him take the test, it's clearly unfair." Duan Qian's face was also filled with anger. "What's going on? Look at Lu Ning, he didn't even release his protective barrier. It's obvious that he's going to do something." Master Wei laughed loudly. "Lu Ning is a good teacher. You must trust him." When the Duke of Yan saw that Lu Ning was present, he knew that Xianxia and company would not be able to pass. He said with a smile, "We can completely trust Lu Ning. After all, this is the test that the 3 black-level martial academies and the Divine Inscription Palace sent him. Why do you suspect him?" At the side of the martial arts practice field, Morong Darren and company were gnashing their teeth in anger. Hua Zhong gritted his teeth and cursed in a low voice, "This bastard, I'm going to kill him. He's clearly not letting us pass." Morong Darren also cursed, "If he really doesn't let us pass, I'll dig out his ancestral grave." Xianxia was expressionless as he looked seriously at Lu Ning's palm. Lu Ning's palm strike seemed to be very powerful. When it touched the power-storing bead, it made a crisp sound. However, the power-storing bead did not explode. "I hit it so hard, but it didn't explode. I already said that the inner strength of their strength-storing pearl is not strong enough, so I don't need to use the chi cover at all." Lu Ning smiled complacently, and then, he struck down with his palm again. It was the 2nd palm strike, but there was still no movement. Everyone began to discuss, thinking that Lu Ning was right. This method of absorbing spiritual chi quickly made the strength of the inner force very low. Both Xianxia and Xia Wufeng believed that when Lu Ning attacked with his palm, he cleverly withdrew his force. Therefore, although it looked like a powerful strike, it was actually just a light touch. Lu Ning laughed. "This is the 3rd time. I will use more strength." As expected, Lu Ning struck with great force. When his palm struck, his face was filled with a complacent smile. This time, the power-storing pearl actually shook and suddenly exploded. Boom! This loud sound was even louder than the previous 4 energy-storing pearls. The power unleashed by the power-storing pearl was even more terrifying. Xianxia and the other students were beside the martial arts practice field. They were blown to the edge of the valley and crashed into the mountain wall. The huge mountains around the valley began to shake violently, causing many rocks to fall. The huge stone bricks on the ground in the middle of the martial arts practice field were all blasted apart. With such an explosion, the entire valley was in a mess. The houses that the students lived in were all torn to pieces by the violent inner force waves. Even the wooden houses that had just been built halfway up the mountain had no choice but to run out because of the blast. "Lu Ning!" Guiqing flew down from the mountainside and searched for Lu Ning. He saw a badly mutilated person sticking to a mountain wall and slowly sliding down. Dean Bai was in the martial Dao realm, so he was fine. He flew over to Lu Ning's side and checked. With a frown, he said, "Dead." Lu Ning was dead. Everyone let out a burst of exclamations. This was a teacher of the Xianxia martial school, yet he died just like that. Morong Darren, Hua Zhong and Xia Wufeng were all filled with admiration for Qin Yun. Although they did not know how Qin Yun had done it, they were certain that it was Qin Yun who had done it. Guoqing looked angrily at Qin Yun and company. He wanted to say something but did not say a word. That was because Lu Ning had brought this upon himself. When he struck the power-storing pearl, he thought that it would not explode, so he did not release a protective barrier. However, it exploded in the end and its power was extremely terrifying. Lu Ning was caught off guard and was killed by the shockwave. Dean Bai announced loudly, "The first round of the examination is over. Team 2, Team 6, Team 7, Team 9 and Team 10 have passed the first round of the examination. Rest for 2 hours and begin the second round." Xianxia sneered and looked at the ashen-faced Master Wei. She said coldly, "You've lost. Hurry up and hand over the 25,000 purple coins." The Duke of Yan's face was also pale from losing. His entire body was trembling slightly as he muttered, "Impossible, impossible, this is impossible. How could the 4 of them fill up such a large power-storing pearl?" Duan Qian smiled and said, "Quickly take out 25,000 purple coins and give it to me. If you owe me a debt, I'll use your mansion to pay it off. And your old life." With Yang Shiyu and Duan Qian here, the Duke of Yan and Master Wei could not escape. Therefore, they could only hand over the purple coins with a pained heart. Xia Wufeng smiled and patted Qin Yun on the shoulder. He said, "Lu Ning is courting death. Don't take it to heart." Qin Yun smiled faintly. He had poured a large amount of vibration inner force and mental force into the power-storing pearl. Therefore, under the control of his mind, he could cause the vibrating inner force inside to fluctuate and explode with intense energy. Then, he could detonate the power-storing pearl that was filled with inner force. This kind of power was even greater than directly exploding it. Guoqing carried Lu Ning's corpse and flew up angrily. He naturally knew that this matter was not that simple, but he could not say it out loud. This was because Lu Ning was the one who had done it first. Dean Bai announced loudly, "The second round of the exam is to attack Blue Spirit Star Palace's Class 8 demonic beast, the Colossal Thunderstorm Bear. You can use weapons but you can't fly or climb the rock walls. You need to strike the Colossal Thunderstorm Bear 10 times and then you have to hold on for an hour. Furthermore, no team member can die within an hour or it will be considered a failure." He could use weapons. When Qin Yun heard this, he revealed a look of joy and said with a smile, "It's good that you can use weapons." Hua Zhong took out his big rod and said with a grin, "I can finally use my rod. This round of the exam shouldn't be too difficult." Xia Wufeng nodded, "As long as it's fair. With our strength, it's not a big problem to hit a Class 8 demonic beast 10 times. Hiding from the Colossal Thunderstorm Bear in the valley for an hour without any team member dying is not a problem." The members of the other teams also thought so. Just as they thought that this round of assessment would be easy, a few bear roars suddenly sounded out. 2 3-meter-tall white colossal thunderstorm bears slowly walked in from the entrance of the valley. Evil beast transformation. If it was just one colossal thunderstorm bear, it might not be too difficult to deal with. After all, the valley was so big that it was easy to hide a bear. However, it would be very difficult to hide 2 bears. The colossal thunderstorm bear was a rank 8 demonic beast, equivalent to a martial artist at the 8th level of the martial body realm. Qin Yun said, "Boss Xia, this shouldn't have much of an impact on us, right? We have fewer people, so it's easier for us to get separated. If the other teams have more people, it's easier for them to die. As long as they hit it 10 times and held on for an hour, they would be able to pass the test. No one could die within an hour." It was not easy, but it was not difficult either. Xia Wufeng was thinking about a plan when he said, "When the time comes, we'll split into 2 groups. Second brother Murong and I, you, and third brother Hua, will each deal with a bear." Mu Rongjun said with a smile, "We have the advantage of having fewer people. They have so many people, so the 2 giant bears might be able to kill 1 or 2 of them if they charge around randomly." Qin Yun and company nodded in agreement with Xia Wufeng's tactics. After the break, a team went on stage. The teams that did not go on stage stayed at the entrance of a large cave with Dean Bai. It was also very safe to watch the battle from here. There were 15 people in the team that went on stage. They all took out various types of weapons. They were all relatively long, such as whips and long rods. If they didn't get too close to the giant bear, it would be easier to achieve their goal. Huazhong said with a smile, I also have a stick. When the time comes, it'll be much easier to fight. The two colossal thunderstorm bears had a large talisman stuck on their bodies. When Mu Rongjun saw it, he asked, what is that? Qin Yan said, that's a beast-taming talisman array. When it's placed on the back of a fierce beast, it can make the fierce beast docile. Refining such a talisman array requires a very strong mental strength. Even the current me is unable to refine it. Brother Yun, your mental strength is very strong now, but you're still unable to refine it. It seems like the person who refined this talisman array is very strong. Huazhong said in surprise. After the talisman arrays on the two colossal thunderstorm bears were removed, they immediately became extremely berserk. The elders on the bears' backs also floated into the air. At this moment, the second round of the exam had begun. The colossal thunder bear was extremely savage, and its killing intent was very heavy. It did not seem like a docile demon beast. If this continued, sooner or later, it would become an evil beast. Roar, after a thunderstorm bear roared, it opened its mouth and spat out a beam of lightning. It carried a very strong flame as it swept across the group of students. Since he couldn't fly or climb the rock walls, it was extremely difficult for him to dodge the lightning fire. From the very beginning, the students were already in a very dangerous situation. This valley is a coliseum. A student in the cave sighed. Let alone two colossal thunderstorm bears, even one is not easy to deal with. Fortunately, we were not the first to go up, otherwise, we would have been caught off guard. Team 2 won't be able to hold on for long. Dean Bai shouted to the students who were running around in the valley, if you can't hold on, you can choose to give up, but don't lose your life because of this. Qin Yan and company all had solemn expressions. This was because the thunderstorm bear was stronger than they had imagined. It could constantly spew out lightning fire and its movements were also very agile. Follow the tactics we discussed just now, Xia Wufeng said in a deep voice. In the valley, the dozen or so students gradually familiarized themselves with the colossal thunderstorm bear's attacks after running around for less than an hour. Then, they began to work together. Some of them were in charge of attracting the bear's attention, while others were in charge of attacking. Xia Wufeng and the others were also paying close attention to their tactics, which could provide them with a certain amount of experience. The tactics of Team 2 had a pretty good effect. After a portion of them successfully attracted the attention of the colossal thunderstorm bear, the others quickly rushed over and attacked the colossal thunderstorm bear. When Dean Bai saw this, he hurriedly shouted, Team 2, finish attacking the colossal thunderstorm bear 10 times. There's still half of the time left. The hourglass was at his feet and half of the sand had yet to leak out. The previous round of fierce attacks had allowed Team 2 to complete their attacks in an instant. Now, as long as they could hold on for less than an hour, they would be considered to have passed. This round of assessment was equivalent to them completing half of it. Xia Wufeng, don't even think about using this tactic. That's because they have a lot of people and you only have 4. A captain smiled and said, it's actually quite helpful to us. What the captain said is correct, but Xia Wufeng and Qin Yan feel that there are areas that they can learn from. The colossal thunderstorm bear in the valley became even more ferocious. It let out waves of wild roars that were extremely frightening. What was even more terrifying was that the thunderstorm bear's leather armor was originally white, but now it was gradually changing color and turning gray. Not good, the thunderstorm bear is turning into an evil beast. Dean Bai frowned. An old man from Blue Spirit Star Palace flew over and said, the assessment will continue. The giant bear in the form of an evil beast will not affect the assessment. The students cursed in their hearts. A demon beast that had transformed into an evil beast was the most terrifying. At this moment, the colossal thunderstorm bear was incomparably ferocious. It kept charging around randomly, causing the mountains to shake. The students of Team 2 were also scared out of their wits and ran around in all directions. Gasped when they saw this. They firmly believed that this student was dead for sure, Sure enough, the colossal thunderstorm bear rushed over and smashed the student who was covered in flames into pieces with a single palm strike. Team 2 has failed. Dean Bai and a few elders hurriedly flew out and threw out ropes to pick up the students in the valley. The death of one person meant failure and all their previous efforts would be wasted, Xianxia sighed slightly. This assessment was indeed very difficult. Without sufficient strength, there was no way to pass it. Team 6, it's your turn. After Dean Bai returned, he looked at the students of Team 6. If you have decided to participate in this round of assessment, then walk out of the cave. The people of Team 6 suddenly hesitated. It was obvious that they had been suppressed by the thunderstorm bear. We forfeit. The captain of Team 6 made his decision and said. Alright, Team 7. What about you? Dean Bai looked at the people of Team 7. Team 7 decisively walked out of the cave and charged at the two colossal thunderstorm bears. They had also discussed their tactics. From the very beginning, they would stall for time until the last moment before attacking. This was because even if they completed 10 attacks in the beginning, they might not be able to pass the assessment. If they were to be killed like Team 2, it would mean that they had failed and all their previous efforts would have been in vain. Therefore, from the very beginning, they had to protect their own lives. They also had very good teamwork. For example, when they saw their teammates being chased by the colossal thunderstorm bear, the nearby team members would go over to attract the colossal thunderstorm bear's attention or throw stones to lure it away. Making things difficult everywhere, Xianxia looked at the 7th team in the valley and nodded to himself. This 13-man team had performed very well. Their overall quality was very high. Even when facing a Class 8 thunderstorm bear, they could still calmly deal with it. If this goes on, they should be able to pass this round of assessment. Mu Rongjun said, the strength of the 7th team has always been pretty good. I remember that they are going to enter the Ling Xianwu Academy. Huazhong took out his rod and wiped it. He said, if it's our turn, it might be easier. Xianxia's team was the last to go on stage. At that time, the thunderstorm bear would definitely consume a lot of its strength and might even be injured. The thunderstorm bear they were facing would definitely not be in a good state. This was indeed a good thing for them. After all, there were only 4 of them. Facing the extremely poor condition of the thunderstorm bear, it could be considered fair. This made the other teams very unhappy. They felt as if they had made a wedding dress for someone else. An hour passed quickly and there was still a bit of time left. At this time, the captain of the 7th team began to coordinate and carry out the final attack. Their method of attack was the same as the previous 6 teams. A portion of them would attract the thunderstorm bear and the other would attack fiercely. The few of them could only fiercely attack 10 times in one go. Team 7, complete 10 attacks. Dean Bai shouted, time's up. Team 7 has passed the examination. It had to be said that the performance of the 7th team was praised by the students. Their coordination was not bad and their timing was just right. After the students of the 7th team were brought back, their faces were filled with arrogance. Especially when they looked at the 2nd and 6th teams, their eyes were filled with contempt. Team 2 was a little better. At least they went up, but Team 6 didn't even dare to go up. Because of the success of the 7th team, they also learned from the 7th team's tactics. Although they were ruthlessly despised by the 7th team, as long as they could safely pass the examination, they didn't care too much. Team 9 has 16 people. If they can't even succeed after learning from our tactics, it can only mean that they are too useless. A student from Team 7 said. The captain of Team 7's thin face was filled with arrogance as he said, the thunderstorm bear has also been exhausted by us. It must have been injured when we attacked it. He looked at Xia Wufeng and the others and sneered, there are only 4 of you, so you don't have any tactics to learn from. So, you should just give up like Team 6. No one will laugh at you. Xia Wufeng just smiled faintly and said, don't worry, we'll go through the 3rd round of assessment with you all. Huazhong took out a few 3-meter-long rods and distributed them to Xianxia and company. He said with a smile, this way, we don't need to get too close to attack the thunderstorm bear. If you know how to use a whip, that would be even better. Dean Bai, if my hammer flies out and hits, does that count? Xianxia asked. No, the weapon must be held in the hands. Dean. Bai shook his head. He was also secretly worried about the team of 4. It didn't matter if they couldn't pass the test. What they were most afraid of was people dying. Soon, an hour passed, and the 9th team used the 7th team strategy to successfully pass the test. It's our turn, let's go. Just as Xia Wufeng was about to leave, a blue-robed elder from Blue Spirit Star Palace suddenly flew over and shouted, "The last team is not allowed to use weapons." Why? Xia Wufeng asked angrily. The blue-robed elder said coldly, because the 2 colossal thunderstorm bears are weak and they were injured before, so they are not in a good state. In order to ensure absolute fairness, you are forbidden from using weapons. This way, the difficulty of your assessment will be the same as the other teams. The captain of the 7th team laughed loudly. That's right, I agree. The captain of the 9th team also nodded in support. Xianxia and company, on the other hand, had faces full of anger. Dean Bai. Xianxia expressed his dissatisfaction with the sudden change in the rules. The blue-robed elder said sternly, "If you don't agree, then we'll disqualify you. Our request is reasonable. Let's go." Xia Wufeng said expressionlessly. Xianxia and company had no choice but to walk out and face the colossal thunderstorm bear. These fellows from Blue Spirit Star Palace are clearly deliberately making things difficult for Xianxia and company. Duan Qian, who was watching from halfway up the mountain, said angrily. Nothing can be used. This is very difficult. Xianxia's face was filled with worry as she sighed softly. I hope they are all fine. Nothing? It's already not bad that they didn't die. These 2 colossal thunderstorm bears are very good beast pets of Blue Spirit Star Palace. Master Wei sneered and said, because they entered a berserk state, they became evil beasts. In the future, they will gradually change back. Don't look at how they are injured now. Even a martial artist at the 8th level martial body might not be able to kill them. When Xianxia walked into the valley, he saw many people watching from the surrounding mountains. His eyesight was very good. In an instant, Xianxia, who was dressed in a blue dress, stood tall and elegant. She stood on a huge rock with a cold expression. When Xianxia saw Xianxia coming over, she smiled and nodded at him. Roar! When the colossal thunderstorm bear saw someone appear, it suddenly roared and charged over. Xianxia, use the falling rocks from the surrounding mountains. As long as you control them well, killing the giant bear won't be a problem. Xia Wufeng suddenly said in a deep voice. Mu Rongjun waved his sleeve and struck the eyes of the colossal thunderstorm bear, luring it away. Xia Wufeng and Mu Rongjun teamed up to deal with the giant bear. Huazhong picked up a large rock and threw it with great force. It ruthlessly smashed into the head of the colossal thunderstorm bear and also lured away a giant bear. It was just the beginning, but the valley was already extremely intense. Especially Xia Wufeng and Mu Rongjun, they were able to unleash extremely terrifying energy attacks from afar. In just a few moves, the eyes of the colossal thunderstorm bear had been blinded. This made the people from Blue Spirit Star Palace furious. As for Xianxia, he also used his Qi explosion technique to launch a long-range attack. He ran and stopped, specifically striking the head of the colossal thunderstorm bear, causing it to roar again and again. It became even more furious and constantly spat out lightning fire. Old Hua, I'll find a chance to attack the mountain wall later and try my best to knock down the boulders. When the time comes, you can use the boulder as a weapon to smash the giant bear. Since Blue Spirit Star Palace is deliberately making things difficult for us, then these 2 colossal thunderstorm bears can forget about living. Xianxia said to Huazhong with a deep voice. When Huazhong heard that, he immediately became excited and said happily, all right, I'll listen to you. We're going to kill those 2 giant bears. On Xia Wufeng's side, he was also pondering how to kill the bear with Mu Rongjun. Although they could attack the colossal thunderstorm bear from afar, they didn't attack it from close range, so it didn't count. When everyone saw the situation on the field, they knew that the 4 of them wouldn't die or be injured. This was because they were all extremely powerful and their overall qualities were outstanding. Now, it was time to see how they would attack the giant bear 10 times. Fighting Dragon Claw Huazhong sent out a wave of inner strength through the air, striking the colossal thunderstorm bear's leg. The giant bear roared in pain as it spat out waves of thunder and fire. Then, it charged at Huazhong with a furious roar. The captain of the 7th team gritted his teeth and said, "Dean Bai, isn't attacking the colossal thunderstorm bear from afar a violation of the rules?" Dean Bai replied, "It doesn't count. However, this move is not suitable for a large number of people because if the colossal thunderstorm bear is angry, it will randomly attack and there are too many of you. If you scatter, it will be easy to be hit. Furthermore, the colossal thunderstorm bear was blinded and it was not easy to control. The eyes of the 2 colossal thunderstorm bears on the field were injured. They flew around like flies, as if they had gone mad. When Master Wei saw Qin Yin come to the side of the mountain wall, he hurriedly shouted, "What is Qin Yin doing?" Everyone immediately looked at Qin Yin. They saw him condense 2 powerful forces in his palms and push them towards the mountain wall. Xianxia exclaimed in a low voice, "It's the 10,000 horse palm. And the mountain shaking style." Indeed, Qin Yin combined the 10,000 horse palm and used the mountain shaking style on the mountain wall. He infused a very ferocious force into the mountain wall and an unending stream of vibration power. He even secretly used the sea howling technique and then used his vibrating inner force to create 3 shockwaves that struck the mountain wall. Shuchuan said in surprise, the mountain shaking style, such a difficult martial art, was actually learned by him to the small success stage and used the power of shaking mountains. Ho Xingfeng narrowed his eyes and said in surprise, he seems to be using the tsunami technique. He can actually gather multiple martial arts and use them together. With Qin Yan's attack, the earth shook and the mountains shook. The huge stone mountain trembled violently as the mountain wall cracked and collapsed, causing huge rocks to fall down. He was also submerged by the falling boulders. When everyone saw this, they could not help but mock Qin Yin for smashing himself. Just when everyone thought that Qin Yin had been injured by the boulder suddenly moved. Then, with a loud boom sound, a boulder was blown apart. Qin Yin flew out from inside. "Old Hua, come and choose a stone," Qin Yin shouted anxiously. Then, he charged at the colossal thunderstorm bear and struck the bear's leg. After the colossal thunderstorm bear's leg was hit, a piece of black armor was sent flying and fell. The bear's leg was injured and its speed became even slower. Qin Yin continued to deal with the colossal thunderstorm bear to buy time for Huazhong. After Huazhong arrived at the pile of rocks, he immediately lifted a boulder that was more than 20 meters long and more than 10 meters wide. His brute force moved everyone present. Now, everyone could tell that Huazhong wanted to use a boulder to smash the thunderstorm bear. Qin Yin led the thunderstorm bear to Huazhong and shouted, "Throw it over. Throw it accurately." "All right." Huazhong roared and threw the boulder over. Seeing the stone hurl over, everyone could not help but be alarmed. Someone shouted, "Aren't they afraid of smashing Qin Yin to death?" Just as this person finished speaking, he saw Qin Yin suddenly flash, and in an instant, he ran dozens of meters. The stone also landed on the colossal thunderstorm bear. Boom, the huge boulder smashed down and instantly shattered, causing the valley to shake violently. At the same time, there was a huge commotion on Xia Wufeng and Murong Daren's side. A huge rock fell from the mountain wall and landed on the body of the thunderstorm bear that was close to the mountain wall. The 2 thunderstorm bears had been smashed by the boulders. The valley was silent. Qin Yan's team of 4 had cleverly used the venue to heavily injure the thunderstorm bear. Roar. The bear's roar suddenly shook. The boulder that was suppressing the colossal thunderstorm bear was actually shattered. The colossal thunderstorm bear rushed out, its body covered in violent lightning. Although it was covered in wounds, its might did not seem to have diminished. Roar. The colossal thunderstorm bear on Xia Wufeng's side also broke through the pile of boulders and ran out. It was filled with anger as it spewed out lightning and charged at Murong Daren. An old man from Blue Spirit Star Palace sneered from the mountainside, "This is a Class 8 demonic beast, how can it be suppressed by a few rocks? You are too naive. Now that the giant bear is completely enraged, if you approach it, you will definitely be severely injured." Huazhong immediately lifted a 10-meter-long boulder and smashed it at the charging colossal thunderstorm bear. The colossal thunderstorm bear spat out a bolt of lightning at the incoming boulder, shattering it into many small rocks. The furious colossal thunderstorm bear was not as clumsy as before. It seemed to have suddenly gained intelligence. "Look up, it's the 2 old men with the beasts from before. What are they doing up there?" Murong Daren shouted. After Qin Yin dodged the colossal thunderstorm bear's lightning attack, he looked up into the sky. Indeed, he saw two old men from Blue Spirit Star Palace floating cross-legged in the sky above the valley. They were the ones who brought the colossal thunderstorm bear. They should be communicating with the colossal thunderstorm bear and using this method to control it. Xia Wufeng's face was also filled with anger. This is too much. The colossal thunderstorm bear is not in a good condition, that's why it was beaten up by you in the beginning. The reason why we are doing this now is to make up for the advantage you took earlier. An old man from Blue Spirit Star Palace sneered. Humph, your mouths are on your butts. You can fart however you want. Mu Rongjun said angrily, you bunch of old things, remember this. Xia Wufeng said to Qin Yun, no matter what, we have to kill a colossal thunderstorm bear. Qin Yun looked at Hua Zhong and asked coldly, Old Hua, do you have any way to make the colossal thunderstorm bear unable to move for a short period of time? Yes. Leave it to me. After Hua Zhong finished speaking, he charged at the giant bear like an ox. A faint golden mist suddenly seeped out from the surface of his body, as though it was an air barrier. The colossal thunderstorm bear roared and spat out a bolt of lightning at Hua Zhong. Boom! After the lightning fire struck Hua Zhong, it was bounced off by the golden barrier on the surface of his body. Everyone was secretly surprised. They did not know what kind of martial skill he was using. Colossus art. Shuochuan's pupils slightly contracted as he exclaimed in surprise. Is it the kind of cultivation technique that can create a very large illusory image? Ho Xingfeng was also very surprised. I thought this cultivation technique was extinct. Hua Zhong rushed over and collided with the colossal thunderstorm bear. The golden barrier around his body suddenly grew in size, turning into a pale golden illusory image that was a few meters tall. This illusory image was formed from a very strong Vajra inner force. Under Hua Zhong's control, the illusory image made a hugging motion and tightly hugged the colossal thunderstorm bear. The colossal thunderstorm bear was roaring crazily and struggling non-stop. However, it was unable to break free from the embrace of the golden inner force image. Brother Yun, hurry! Hua Zhong hurriedly shouted. Qin Yin rushed over and leaped up. One of his arms had turned into a gigantic lion claw. The tip of the claw was more than a meter long. What kind of cultivation technique is that? It must be a beast martial art. Duan Qian was shocked as he looked at Yang Shiyu. Yang Shiyu shook her head and said, I've never seen him use this martial skill before. Bear Slaughter the Wind Slasher art was rather famous, so many people could recognize it. However, this was the first time they had seen the six-style Wind Slasher art used a beast claw. They were all extremely surprised. Qin Yun was infuriated. Blue Spirit Star Palace had repeatedly made things difficult for them and increased the difficulty of their assessment. This was clearly bullying them. Go to hell. He was infuriated as he executed the six-style Wind Slasher. An old man in the sky sensed that something was amiss and hurriedly shouted, Stop. However, the six-style Wind Slasher had already been unleashed, for extremely sharp claw blades slashed down on the colossal thunderstorm bear's body. Walala, the tough outer armor of the colossal thunderstorm bear was easily sliced through. Black blood flowed out of the wound like a wave. Everyone was immediately shocked. In just a few moments, a large number of deep wounds appeared on the body of the colossal thunderstorm bear. Stop. Qin Yin ignored the voice and once again executed the six-style Wind Slasher. He slashed at the colossal thunderstorm bear, which was covered in wounds, causing blood to spurt out. By the time the old man landed on the ground, the colossal thunderstorm bear had already been torn into many pieces by the heavenly lion's fighting dragon claw. Looking at the fragments on the ground, everyone could not help but shiver. Although he could not use weapons, Qin Yun's lion claws were as terrifying as weapons. They were like four sharp blades. On the other side, the colossal thunderstorm bear was bound by Murong Daren's golden inner force threads, making it difficult for it to move. Xia Wufeng nimbly leaped over as a white light appeared in his palm. A cold sword chi overflowed as he slammed his palm towards the colossal thunderstorm bear's head. When his palm landed on the colossal thunderstorm bear's head, the white sword chi also pierced into the bear's head. The struggling and roaring colossal thunderstorm bear suddenly quietened down and fell to the ground. Murong Daren rushed over and punched the colossal thunderstorm bear 10 times. When Dean Bai saw the two giant bears fall, he was also alarmed. He shouted, 10th team, complete 10 attacks. There was still less than half of the hourglass at his feet, but the two thunderstorm bears in the valley were dead. Qin Yun's face was covered in blood. His expression was cold as he looked at the furious elder. He said with a sneer, "I'm sorry, your thunderstorm bear is too weak. I accidentally killed it. I'm truly sorry." These two 8th-tier demonic beasts were not weak at all, but they were still killed. One of them was even chopped into pieces. Dean Bai hurriedly flew over to prevent the people from Blue Spirit Star Palace from attacking. You all better remember this." The old beast tamer was furious as he put away the thunderstorm bear's corpse. "You're the ones who should remember this. How dare you make things so difficult for us during the assessment? I will remember this debt. One day, I, Xia Wufeng, will make you pay back tenfold." Xia Wufeng said coldly. He released a majestic sword aura that carried a strong killing intent. It filled the air above the valley, causing many people in the martial Dao realm to feel fear. "You." The old man was speechless. He was a martial artist at the 9th level martial body realm, yet he was frightened by Xia Wufeng. Scram! Xia Wufeng roared angrily as a cold glint flashed in his eyes. The oppressive sword aura caused the stones on the ground to tremble. Qin Yun was secretly alarmed. Xia Wufeng had actually hidden such a terrifying power. It must have been because he was so angry that he couldn't suppress it. The old man from Blue Spirit Star Palace was so frightened that he hurriedly left. The churning wind and clouds above the valley gradually calmed down. Shuochuan took a few deep breaths and exclaimed, "Xia Wufeng is indeed terrifying. How did he cultivate such a sword force? It seems like he is a sword fanatic." Ho Xingfeng frowned and said, "I really misjudged him back then. With his strength, I can definitely make an exception and accept him. It's as shocking as Qin Yun." Xianxia Yu also heaved a sigh of relief. The lion claw that Qin Yun had just released still surprised her to this day. She understood martial arts very well and could tell that the lion claw was not an ordinary martial art. Dean Bai said loudly, "Team 7, Team 9 and Team 10 have passed this round of examination. They will proceed to the third round of examination. In the third round of the examination, the Tian Xian Martial School, the Star Xian Wu Academy and the Ling Xian Wu Academy will each send 2 martial artists at the 7th level of the martial body realm to compete with the other teams. Each team will be able to pass the examination after defeating the 2 martial artists assigned to them. The time limit is 2 hours. When Qin Yun heard this, he knew that the assessment was very disadvantageous to them. You will rest for 2 hours before you begin the third round of the examination. Dean Bai said. During the break, someone came to the middle of the valley to build a battling platform. They used huge stones to cut them into huge bricks and laid them in the middle, forming a huge square platform that was 100 meters wide. Dean Bai also took the opportunity to explain the rules to the students. After hearing the rules, Qin Yun was extremely vexed. The 4 of them were at the 6th level of the martial body realm. If they had to deal with 2 7th level martial body realm cultivators, it could be said that they had no advantage over the other teams. There are 2 ways. The first is for your entire team to go up on stage and compete with 2 martial artists at the 7th level of the martial body realm. Defeat this 7th level martial artist within 2 hours. The second method is for all of you to take turns to go up and compete with each other. If you can't beat them, then come down. Then, someone else will go up and fight. Through this method of taking turns to exhaust each other's internal energy. Only by winning can we pass the examination, so even if it's a draw, it's useless. After Xia Wufeng heard this, he said, "Let's choose the second method. We'll use the method of taking turns to fight against the 7th stage martial artists. Brother Yun, just like before, let's split up. I'll deal with second brother Murong and you deal with third brother Hua." All right. Qin Yun nodded. There were only 4 of them. If they were to fight 4 against 2 on the battling platform, their chances of winning would not be too high. The other teams were also discussing tactics at this time. 2 hours quickly passed. The people of the 7th team decided to engage in a team battle. More than 10 people stood on the battling platform. The 2 7th level martial artists who were fighting against them were middle-aged men from the Star Xian Wu Academy. Begin. Dean Bai shouted. From the very beginning, the battling platform was extremely chaotic. More than a dozen students at the 6th level besieged two middle-aged men at the 7th level. They could not use weapons, so everyone could only unleash waves of inner strength from afar. All sorts of colorful inner strength smashed towards the two middle-aged men at the 7th level martial body realm, exploding with waves of air waves. Xia Wufeng said, "The strength of the martial artists of the Star Xianwu Academy is not bad. To be able to remain so calm after being besieged like this, they haven't even attacked yet." Hua Zhong shouted, "It's time to attack." The two martial artists at the 7th level of the martial body realm had agreed to attack together. The palm techniques they used were also the same. Many huge palm shadows suddenly appeared, like rolling black clouds. They surged over and forced the students of the 7th team to retreat. A few of them were also sent flying off the battling platform. As long as more than half of the people were on the battling platform, it would not be considered a loss. Not long after, the other students on the stage were also sent flying by waves of palm shadows. Yukai Team 7 has failed. Team 9, come on stage. Dean Bai shouted. When it was time for the 9th team to go on stage, they chose to use the method of attrition. The two martial artists who were competing with the 9th team came from the Lin Xianwu Academy. They were also middle-aged men as they lightly jumped onto the battling platform. There were 16 people in the 9th team. After discussing, they sent one of their team members up to compete with the 7th level martial artist. This team member's strength was not bad. After enduring a few dozen moves, he ran off the battling platform and replaced someone else. The person who went up fought for another few dozen moves before coming down. After repeating this process for an hour, the 7th level martial artist on the stage was finally defeated. However, Team 9 could not be happy because there was still a 7th level martial artist waiting for them to exhaust. Team 7 from before felt endless regret in their hearts. They believed that if they used this method to compete, it was extremely likely that they would pass the examination. An hour later, the people of the 9th team actually knocked the 7th level martial artist off the battling platform at the last critical moment and passed the 3rd round of examination. The people of the 9th team cheered crazily. They had successfully passed the 3 rounds of examination and could finally enter the Tianxian Martial School. Only the 10th team was waiting to go on stage. Qin Yan's 4-man team was facing a 7th level martial artist from the Tianxian Martial School. Xia Wufeng said, "Second brother Morong and I will get rid of one first. The remaining one will depend on you and third brother Hua. Morong, you go." Morong Darren had already walked onto the battling platform. The 7th level martial artist from the Tianxian Martial School was a middle-aged man in black. In this kind of competition, death and injury were allowed, so one had to be very careful. Morong Darren's movement technique was extremely good and he was also very good at using inner strength to attack from afar. Right now, he did not approach the other party. He was always running around the edge of the battling platform. From time to time, he would release a stream of Vajra inner strength to attack the middle-aged man. He was mainly responsible for exhausting the middle-aged man's inner force. When it was about time, he would let Xia Wufeng go on stage. This would allow Xia Wufeng to clearly see the middle-aged man's path. "Brat, don't let me catch you or I'll kill you." The black-clothed middle-aged man shouted angrily. His speed was not as fast as Morong Darren's, so he could not catch up. "Hee, we'll talk about that after you catch me." Morong Darren laughed mockingly as he released a few more balls of inner strength. Just like that, he stayed on the stage for about half an hour before jumping off the stage. Xia Wufeng stepped onto the stage and used his single arm as a sword. In just a few moves, the middle-aged man was covered in sword scars. Not long after, he knocked the middle-aged man off the stage and obtained victory. When the people of the 7th group saw Xia Wufeng win so easily, they were even more jealous. It was because they chose the wrong method, otherwise they would definitely be able to pass this round of examination. A martial artist at the 7th level martial body of the Tianxian Martial School had lost so quickly. This was very surprising. At that moment, everyone was able to tell that Xia Wufeng's strength was very strong. It seemed like he had yet to unleash his full strength. Next, Qin Yun and Hua Zhong only needed to defeat another 7th level martial body cultivator to pass the assessment. Suddenly, many people floated down from the waist of the mountain and stood around the battle stage. No one knew why they suddenly came down. Among them, a man landed on the stage. He looked extremely young, around 18 years old. He was handsome and wore luxurious blue clothes. He had a golden crown on his head, and his eyebrows were sharp like swords. His eyes were filled with ice-cold arrogance. When he looked at Qin Yun, the corner of his mouth curled into a disdainful sneer. When Hu Zhong saw the man, his face was immediately filled with anger. He said in a deep voice, "He is Yu Kai from the Tianqian martial school." Qin Yun knew that Hu Zhong was an honest and forthright big guy. However, he never knew anything about him, nor did he ask about him. Duan Qian came to Qin Yun's side and said in a low voice, "Yu Kai entered the Tianqian martial school at the age of 14. He is now at the peak of the 7th level martial body and possesses the explosion martial spirit. It is a very special legendary martial spirit that can easily detonate energy. It is extremely terrifying. Ah Kai, you have to let those people understand what a powerful martial artist is." A blue-robed man said with a faint smile. The color of this blue-robed man's blue robe was actually the same as the few elders of the Star Palace. It could be seen that his status was very high. This man was standing beside Xianxia, so Qin Yun carefully sized him up. He was very certain that this blue-robed man was the crown prince of the Tianshao Empire, Xiao Long. Xiao Long was 30 years old, but he looked to be in his 20s. The blue robe he wore was very luxurious, and he wore a blue crystal crown on his head. He had 2 whiskers, thick eyebrows, and a high nose. He looked very handsome. Xiao Long also looked at Qin Yun. His eyes were filled with contempt, and there was also a hint of viciousness, as if he was issuing a warning. When Qin Yun came into contact with Xiao Long's hostile gaze, he turned his head and looked at Yu Kai, who was on the battling platform. Yu Kai had a legendary martial spirit and was so young. He was a very strong 7th level martial body cultivator. Now, he had been arranged to fight with Qin Yun's 4-man team. It was obvious that the Tianqian martial school was determined to stop Qin Yun and company from entering the Star Xianwu Academy. With so many people flying down, they must have come to watch Yu Kai's match. After all, he was an outstanding young elite. "Old Hua, do you have enmity with Yu Kai?" Xia Wufeng asked coldly. "Yes, we cannot live under the same sky." Hu Zhong gritted his teeth and said, "We must win." Xia Wufeng said coldly, "Because the situation is special, we need to change our tactics. Second brother Morong and I will go up first, then you guys." Morong Darren and Xia Wufeng still had a certain amount of inner force, so they wanted to go up and exhaust Yu Kai. "Hurry up, time waits for no one," Dean Bai said in a low voice. Morong Darren jumped up and, just like before, he used his movement technique and ran back and forth on the battling platform. However, before Morong Darren could run far, Yu Kai caught up. Yu Kai's movement technique was even more terrifying. In the blink of an eye, he had arrived beside Morong Darren. With a light wave of his sleeve, he condensed a 1-meter wide ball of air and threw it at Morong Darren. Morong Darren had no time to dodge and was struck by the ball of air. Then, he was sent flying and crashed into a distant mountain wall. He was severely injured and his entire body was covered in blood. Guiqing sneered, "In the Tianqian martial school below the 9th level martial body realm, Yu Kai's movement technique is one of the best. Only Xiao Yuan can compare to him. He actually wants to compete with Yu Kai in movement technique, he's courting death." Xiao Long smiled slightly. In the last Xian Level Martial Arts Academy's 7th level martial arts competition, a Kai took first place. He can even fight against an 8th level martial artist. Qin Yun came to Morong Darren's side and helped him put on the light inscription equipment. The other students were secretly surprised by Yu Kai's strength. Not only did he have a handsome appearance, his talent was also extremely high. At the age of 18, he was already at the peak of the 7th level martial body realm. This meant that it was extremely possible for him to step into the 8th or even the 9th level under the age of 20. "Young master, don't worry. I will definitely take care of Qin Yun. He actually dared to tarnish Mei." Yu Kai sneered. I'll wait and see," Xiao Long said indifferently. Yu Kai, a young expert with a limitless future, actually called him young master. The young students all looked at Xiao Long with faces full of worship. Blood feud Mu Rongjun's injuries were very serious. Fortunately, he had a set of light pattern equipment and could be healed in time, so he quickly stabilized. Boss Xia, you have to be careful. Qin Yan patted Xia Wufeng on the shoulder. Ever since Huazhong saw Yu Kai appear, his eyes had turned red and his face was filled with anger. It was as if he was restraining his anger. The moment Xia Wufeng stepped onto the stage, he did the same as Mu Rongjun and used his movement technique to run around the battling platform. When Yu Kai saw this move again, he sneered and hurriedly chased after him. He sent out a ball of inner qi and just as he was about to hit it, Xia Wufeng suddenly increased his speed. Boss Xia is so fast. Mu Rongjun, who was sitting on the ground, widened his eyes and said in surprise, I've never seen his true strength. When Yu Kai saw that Xia Wufeng had purposely slowed down, causing his attack to miss, he felt that he had been teased. He could not help but feel infuriated. His cold and arrogant face turned incomparably cold and his eyes were filled with killing intent. Everyone says that Akai's movement technique is extremely brilliant, yet he still recklessly wants to compete with him in movement technique. How laughable. Xiao Yanlong smiled disdainfully. Sure enough, Yu Kai's speed suddenly increased. In an instant, he had traveled over 100 meters and charged towards Xia Wufeng. He struck out with his palm, producing a rumbling explosion. Waves of inner qi shot out and continuously exploded, producing waves of shockwaves that enveloped Xia Wufeng. Yu Kai's explosive inner force has finally appeared. When he releases his inner force and explodes it with his explosive martial spirit, it can produce a very strong shockwave. Guiqing smiled happily and said, with Yu Kai here, the four of them won't be able to pass the assessment. Xia Wufeng was pushed back by the shockwaves and almost fell off the battling platform. His counterattack wasn't weak either. He didn't know how, but he managed to shake off all the shockwaves and even rebound them back. Yu Kai's hair was blown into a mess by the rebounding shockwave. He appeared to be in a sorry state and was even forced back a few steps. This made him even more furious. He was the strongest 7th level martial body in the Black level Martial Academy. He was actually beaten into such a sorry state by a 6th level martial body. He felt that his dignity had been provoked. His body couldn't help but tremble as a wave of inner strength burst out from his body. The inner strength surged out like a gale and continued to explode. Shockwave after shockwave struck Xia Wufeng's body. Xia Wufeng's brows furrowed tightly as he used his remaining arm to punch forward to block the explosive wave of energy. Although he was able to block it, the sleeves on his arms were torn to shreds. Veins popped out on his slender arm as Vajra inner force gushed out to resist the shockwave. Everyone was secretly alarmed. The inner strength that Xia Wufeng had released was actually on par with Yu Kai, who was at the 7th level martial body realm. This continued for a period of time, and Yu Kai also consumed a lot of inner force. His eyes revealed an ominous glint as he suddenly shouted and released the Vajra inner strength. The Vajra inner strength of the 7th level martial body was definitely stronger than the 6th level martial body. After it was released, it would even cause an explosion, bang, bang, bang. For some reason, Xia Wufeng's arm suddenly exploded with a lot of internal strength. His arm also started to bleed, looking extremely terrifying. Boss Xia, quickly come down. Qin Yan hurriedly shouted. Xia Wufeng had fought a battle before, so he had already consumed a lot of his inner force. For him to be able to hold on for such a long time was already very good. Boom! Yu Kai released a large ball of inner strength, producing a huge explosion that caused Xia Wufeng to vomit blood and fly out of the battling platform. After Xia Wufeng came down, he took a few deep breaths and circulated his inner force to heal his injuries. He did not wear light inscription equipment like Morong Darren because he still planned to go up. After being knocked down, as long as he didn't eat pills or use external forces to heal his injuries, he would still be able to go up. For example, Morong Darren, after using light inscription equipment to heal his injuries, he was disqualified from the stage. I'll go. Huazhong gave a deep shout and walked onto the battling platform. Stupid cow, long time no see. When Yu Kai saw Huazhong come up, he laughed out loud. Yu Kai, you bastard. Huazhong roared angrily. Yu Kai continued to laugh loudly before taking out a jade pendant. He said with a smile, this is the ancestral treasure of your Hua family, the primordial spirit jade. Do you still remember? Back then, you gave it to your wife but after your Hua family was annihilated by our Yu family, it fell into my hands. Haha, stupid cow, are you still thinking about revenge? Don't be silly, have you forgotten that before your wife died, she advised you not to take revenge? Because you are not my match at all. 5 years ago, I could have annihilated your entire family, let alone now. Oh right, your wife was really beautiful before she died. Beast, I will kill you. Huazhong's face was incomparably red as his veins bulged. Everyone could feel his anger. With boundless grief and anger, he charged at Yu Kai, as if he wanted to destroy Yu Kai at all costs. Yu Kai had annihilated an entire family and yet he said it so calmly. This kind of murderous demon caused many people to secretly frown. Qin Yan stood below the battling platform and looked at the sorrowful and angry Huazhong. His heart was filled with incomparable rage as well. His expression gradually turned cold and gloomy. Old Hua. He clenched his fists tightly. Huazhong's strength was terrifying but his speed was slightly slow. He was no match for Yu Kai. On the battling platform, Yu Kai laughed loudly as he dodged to and fro, dodging the rampaging Huazhong. Old Hua's Hua family is an aristocratic family in a small country. Later on, the small country was in chaos and many aristocratic families fought. The weak Hua family did not want to be involved and remained neutral. However, because they had the primordial spirit jade, they were targeted by the Yu clan. Thus, Sai Mu Rongjun side, later on, this small country was taken in by the Tian Shao Empire. That's why Yu Kai followed Xiao Yanglong laughed, Ah Kai, the reason you borrowed this primordial spirit jade from me was to anger this person. How interesting. If you're done playing with him, then kill him. You have to cut the weeds and eliminate the roots. When Qin Yan heard this, he wished he could tear Xiao Yanglong's mouth apart. At that moment, he could already tell what kind of person Xiao Yanglong was. Yu Kai struck Huazhong's back with his palm, causing him to fall to the ground. He said with a mocking smile, "Stupid cow, you can announce that you're giving up on this assessment. This way, your team will lose. Otherwise, I'll kill you." Huazhong was lying on the ground with Yu Kai stepping on his back. He was unable to leave the battling platform. Old Hua, come down quickly. When Xia Wufeng heard this, his expression changed drastically. Whether or not he could enter the Star Xianwu Academy was no longer important. What was important was that Huazhong could survive. From the looks of the current situation, Huazhong was unable to step down from the stage. If he continued to stay there, he would only die. Huazhong was filled with knowledge as he said angrily, "I won't admit defeat even if I die." Old Hua, quickly give up. We won't enter the Star Xianwu Academy. Qin Yan also shouted, "As long as you live." He and Xia Wufeng were about to charge forward when they were stopped by Guo Qing and a few elders from the Tianxian Martial School. Explosive power. Huazhong's waist was ruthlessly stepped on and his waist bone was broken. The pain caused him to let out a thunderous roar. "Qin Yan, don't go up. This will break the rules," Guo Qing said with a smile. He was extremely happy. "Ding Bai, we forfeit." Xia Wufeng said coldly, "Announce our defeat." "No, only those on the battling platform can forfeit." Xiao Yanglong said with a smile, "My Akai is having such a good time, how can you disturb him?" Qin Yan clenched his fist and said angrily, "Guo Qing, Xiao Yanglong, you will definitely die in my hands. Just you wait." His words were like knives and his voice was bone-chilling and filled with incomparable resentment. "Haha, I'll be waiting." Xiao Yanglong laughed as if he had heard the funniest joke. Guo Qing also laughed out loud, "You want to kill us? What big words. This is too laughable." Qin Yan closed his eyes and concentrated. He released all of the star energy in his mind and used the Imperial Spirit technique to envelop Huazhong's body. "Stupid cow, I will trample you to death." Yu Kai laughed happily and raised his leg again. However, his foot missed. Because Huazhong was heavily injured, he suddenly slid quickly on the ground. In just a few blinks of an eye, he landed on the battling platform. Everyone was shocked when they saw this scene. Yang Shiyu looked at Qin Yan and saw that he was sweating profusely. His face was somewhat pale. Almost everyone looked at Qin Yan. When they saw his appearance, they knew that he had used an extremely terrifying mental force to lift Hu Zhong's body up slightly. Then, he quickly moved him off the battling platform. Such a powerful mental force was truly terrifying. Qin Yun. You. Just as Guoqing was about to flare up, Ho Xingfeng walked over and said, Qin Yun, even if you don't pass the examination, I can still let you and Xia Wufeng enter the Star Xianwu Academy. However, Morong Darren and Hu Zhong cannot. Shuchuan also came over and said, Qin Yun, you don't need to go up now to enter the Star Xianwu Academy. If you were to compete with Yu Kai and suffer serious injuries and are unable to pass the examination, the Star Xianwu Academy will not accept you. Ho Xingfeng nodded. Quickly make your decision. Xianxia Yu walked over and advised softly, Qin Yun, Yu Kai's methods are extremely brutal. You have to make a decision carefully. Hu Zhong was extremely weak. He looked at Qin Yun and said in a low voice, Brother Yun, it's fine as long as you and Boss Xia can enter the Star Xianwu Academy. You don't have to care about me and second Brother Morong. This bastard Yu Kai is really strong. Mu Rongjun smiled and said, don't delay your future because of us two trash. Give up. Qin Yun, give up and go up. You're not Yu Kai's match. Duan Qian also advised, if your inner Yuan explodes, you'll really be finished. Kid, just listen to my advice. Principal Zhang also said. Qin Yun looked at Xia Wufeng. Xia Wufeng smiled faintly. If you want to go up, you must win. Everyone is slightly stunned. Everyone is advising Qin Yun not to go up, but this Boss Xia is actually encouraging him to go up. Qin Yun nodded, then with a vigorous leap, he jumped onto the stage. He actually went up. Everyone was moved. So many experts were advising him, yet he didn't listen and still wanted to go up. This would ruin his future. Xianxia Yu frowned slightly and sighed faintly. She could only watch from below. Brother Yun. Hu Zhong clenched his fists tightly. He knew that Qin Yun had gone up to help him take revenge. Ever since Qin Yun's spirit vein had been crippled, he had often been ridiculed as a trash with a spirit vein. Later on, because he became enemies with the Empress, no one was willing to be friends with him and they all avoided him. However, when he came to the Three Mysterious Academy, he met Xia Wufeng, Hu Zhong and Morong Darren. The three of them were very good to him. From the beginning, he had never despised his spirit vein. This was a true friend that was worthy of him befriending. Therefore, no matter what, he had to use all his strength to fight Yu Kai. I just wanted you to come up and you really came up. You've been with that stupid cow for too long and you've become stupid, haven't you? Yu Kai laughed loudly as he charged forward. He struck out with a transparent dark force that struck at Qin Yun's abdomen. The moment Qin Yun came up, he was on guard. Using the flame cloud steps, he instantly ran dozens of meters away, avoiding the ball of dark energy. That ball of dark energy was the mysterious explosive power that could detonate inner Yuan. He actually dodged it. Yu Kai was slightly alarmed as he attacked again. This time, Qin Yun used the Qi explosion technique from afar. Coupled with the tsunami technique, he sent out 3 shockwaves towards the rapidly approaching Yu Kai. The inner strength shockwave suddenly exploded, bang. Bang, Yu Kai was forced to retreat. The gorgeous blue clothes on his body also cracked from the impact. This kind of inner strength that would explode when unleashed was what Yu Kai was best at. Qin Yun was actually able to use it as well. It's the Qi explosion technique and the tsunami technique, 2 Xian-level martial arts. Shuchuan exclaimed, his martial arts talent is truly terrifying. He's actually able to use 2 Xian-level martial arts together. Isn't he afraid of going berserk and suffering a backlash from his inner force? When everyone heard this, they were all shocked, not to mention 2 Xian-level martial arts. Even if it was a high-level martial arts, it would still be very dangerous to use them together. However, Qin Yun seemed to be able to casually execute it. Xia Wufeng looked at the hourglass. There wasn't much time left, only close combat could defeat Yu Kai, but once he got close, it would be extremely dangerous. Qin Yun looked at the hourglass and gritted his teeth. A burst of flames burst out from his feet and he instantly arrived in front of Yu Kai. This speed was close to Yu Kai's. Xianxia Yu's beautiful eyes flickered. She never expected Qin Yun to improve so much after she left the Hualingwu Academy. When Yu Kai saw Qin Yun charging at him, he sneered in his heart and hurriedly circulated his explosive power, roar. When Qin Yun went over, he suddenly roared. He used the Heavenly Lion's heavenly roar. A breathtaking lion's roar reverberated throughout the entire valley, causing Yu Kai to be stunned. "Ah Kai, be careful!" Xiao Long shouted anxiously. While Yu Kai was distracted, Qin Yin released the Heavenly Lion Fighting Dragon Claw. Then, he used the 6-style Wind Slayer and swung his huge pale golden lion claws. Yu Kai came back to his senses and hastily dodged the frightening 6-style Wind Slayer. He was very clear in his heart that if he was hit by the lion's claw, he would definitely be seriously injured. Even though he dodged, he was still struck on his upper body, leaving behind 3 deep bloody marks. Seeing this scene, everyone was dumbfounded. Yu Kai was thought to not be injured, but his upper body was almost cut into 3 pieces. One could see that under his deep incision, there were many faint golden threads. They were the Vajra meridians. If not for the fact that these meridians were connected and the bleeding stopped, a large amount of blood would have gushed out. Sword Cultivator. When Qin Yun saw the explosive force coming at him, he hurriedly moved the dual elemental energies in his dantian and poured them into his left arm. His left arm was the arm of the Heavenly Lion. It was incomparably powerful and could accommodate 2 inner yuan. After completing the transfer of his elemental energy, he also felt a sharp pain in his abdomen, and a mist of blood actually burst out. At this moment, he also used his left arm to hack at Yu Kai with the 6-style Wind Slayer's river style. Yu Kai was shocked and quickly dodged. However, his left arm and left shoulder were still hit. His shoulder and entire arm were cut into several pieces. The moment Qin Yun's abdomen burst into a bloody mist, everyone was stunned. Xianxia bit her lower lip, her face full of pain. Ho Xingfeng, Shuchuan, Ding Zhang, Ding Bai and the rest all had faces full of regret as they shook their heads and sighed. The thing they didn't want to see the most had finally happened. Although Master Wei and the others wanted to cheer, they saw that Yu Kai was also severely injured. Due to Xiao Long's expression, they did not say anything and only rejoiced in their hearts. Qin Yin is lying on his back on the battle platform. His injuries are indeed severe. His abdomen has exploded and his internal organs are severely damaged. One of Yu Kai's arms and shoulder had been chopped off, and there were several deep wounds on his upper body that had not yet healed. "Brother Yun, quickly come down," Xia Wufeng anxiously shouted. Qin Yun is unable to move, but his mental power is very strong. He released his mental power with all his might and supported his body to slide down the stage. Xia Wufeng hurriedly helped him put on the light pattern equipment. Yang Shiyu also came over and infused her internal energy into Qin Yun's body, combing through his messy internal organs. She sighed and said, "Why are you doing this? Both my elemental energy and martial spirit are gone." Sigh. Shuchuan came over to take a look inside. The dantian has been detonated, and everything inside is gone. Ho Xingfeng's expression was grave as he sighed regretfully. "Dean Ho, although Qin Yun is in such a situation, if we pass the examination, he can still enter the Star Xianwu Academy, right?" Xia Wufeng asked. "That's right. However, there are regular examinations in the Star Xianwu Academy. After he enters, if he is unable to pass, he will be invited to lead the Star Xianwu Academy." Ho Xingfeng nodded. Xia Wufeng looked at Qin Yun and said, "I'll go up now and end this test. Don't worry, no matter what happens, you will always be our good brother." "Brother Yun, don't worry. Boss Xia will definitely win." Morong Darren smiled and held Qin Yun's hand tightly. "Brother Yun, even if I, Huazhong, die, I will never let you be bullied." When Qin Yun heard these words, he could not help but tear up as he nodded at them. This time, everyone thought that he had been crippled, but it wasn't like last time, when his 4 spiritual veins were crippled and he was alienated by everyone. Xia Wufeng walked up the stage and looked at the one-armed Yu Kai. He said coldly, "Do you still want to continue?" Xiao Long's expression was incomparably cold as he shouted, "Ah Kai, explode his inner yuan. Although you lost an arm, your internal energy is very strong. Like you, he only has one arm. Furthermore, he was previously injured and exhausted. He's definitely not a match for you." Yu Kai had already taken his broken arm off the stage, because it could still be reattached. "Xia Wufeng, right? I won't kill you, but I will make you a cripple just like Qin Yun." Yu Kai laughed sinisterly. He was in a sorry state and was filled with anger. Xianxia channeled her inner force into Qin Yun and said softly, I'm very happy for you to have such a good friend. Can you, Boss Xia, really win? Qin Yun said with a smile, I will definitely win. He knew that Xia Wufeng definitely had a backup plan. Therefore, when he went up on stage, he did not think of defeating Yu Kai. He only wanted to exhaust Yu Kai's stamina, because this was a team battle, they needed to trust each other. Qin Yun looked at Xia Wufeng on the battling platform. Although he had lost an arm, the aura he exuded was extremely terrifying. Everyone's attention was on the stage. Even in the eyes of martial Dao realm experts, this martial arts competition shocked them. Go be a cripple. Yu Kai laughed sinisterly as he charged forward. Xia Wufeng's expression was calm as a white light suddenly appeared on his palm. Following that, a sharp sword energy surged out, boom. The white robes on Xia Wufeng's body suddenly shook as an extremely violent wave of air burst out from his body, blowing in all directions. This was actually an incomparably terrifying sword force. The people below the battling platform were all blown away by the sudden burst of sword force, causing their hair and clothes to dance wildly. The monstrous sword force caused the wind and clouds in the sky to surge, lightning flashed and thunder rumbled. After Yu Kai rushed over, he was also frightened by the sword force. Just as he was about to attack, he saw the white light in Xia Wufeng's hand turn into a white sword. The white sword was as exquisite as if it was carved out of white jade. Xia Wufeng waved his sword and the sword shadows covered the sky, enveloping Yu Kai. Swish, countless sword shadows swept past and Yu Kai immediately turned into many small pieces. Then, he turned into white gas and rose into the air. Yu Kai died just like that. Even a martial Dao realm expert was dumbstruck by this, and the sword in Xia Wufeng's hand shocked them the most. You actually used a weapon to kill Ah Kai, I will kill you. Xiao Long flew into a rage. Just as he flew forward, he was blasted away by Ho Xingfeng's shockwave. Ho Xingfeng had already arrived at the battling platform. He supported Xia Wufeng, whose face was as pale as paper. He sneered at Xiao Long and said, Look clearly, that's not a weapon. Not a weapon? What is that? Xiao Long said angrily. His face was incomparably gloomy and his eyes were filled with killing intent. Origin sword. Shuchuan also walked up, he is a sword cultivator. That is the origin sword that he cultivated. Sword cultivator? Many people had never heard of it and were discussing it. Qin Yun asked, Teacher, what is a sword cultivator? Yan Shiyu's face was also filled with shock as she said in a low voice, It is an extremely terrifying existence. It is said that even in the martial desolate land, it is difficult to find such a terrifying sword cultivator. Because sword cultivators were too powerful, they were punished by the heavens and died a long time ago. I never expected that there would be a sword cultivator in this borderland. After Dean Bai recovered from his shock, he announced loudly, Team 10 has passed the examination. The corner of Xiao Long's eyes twitched as he looked angrily at Xia Wufeng. His fists were clenched so tightly that they creaked. He never expected that a sword cultivator would appear. Otherwise, he would have definitely made Yu Kai come down. He naturally knew about sword cultivators. He knew that Xia Wufeng was not using a weapon but a sword condensed from inner yuan. Yang Shiyu said in surprise, It is said that the origin sword of a sword cultivator is at least a royal-grade spirit artifact. Some are even stronger and can reach the level of a Xian artifact. Although sword cultivators are so terrifying that they can be punished by the heavens, all sword cultivators have this as their goal. However, it is extremely difficult to become a true sword cultivator. Qin Yan looked at Xia Wufeng and was very happy. He actually had such a powerful friend. Star Xianwu Academy Yang Shiyu looked at Qin Yan and sighed faintly. With such a powerful friend, you won't be bullied in the future. They will definitely take good care of you. And I also have my own matters to attend to, so I can't always accompany you. Teacher, don't worry. I will definitely rise again. Qin Yan smiled indifferently. Everyone saw that he was not sad because his inner yuan had exploded. It was very strange to be so optimistic. Because no matter who it was, they would definitely not be able to laugh when encountering such a thing. Shuchuan walked down and said, Qin Yan, if you are chased out of the Star Xianwu Academy in the future, come to my divine inscription palace. With the knowledge you have, you can become a master of our divine inscription palace. You can pass on the knowledge of divine inscription and nurture inscription masters. Qin Yan nodded with a smile. His injuries were much better and the gaping hole in his abdomen was gradually recovering. Because of the Xianhuang meridians, the speed of self-recovery was very fast. Everyone recalled that Qin Yan had mastered many high-grade spirit inscriptions. Just this alone would allow him to do well in the future. After Xiaoyang Long calmed down, his expression was incomparably cold. He hated Xia Wufeng and Qin Yan to the core because his outstanding subordinate had been killed. He walked to Qin Yan's side and took out a storage bracelet. He threw it at Qin Yan and said coldly, "Trash like you, don't even think about Yumei anymore. You are not worthy of her. I'll return this lousy bracelet to you." Qin Yan had given Xiao Yumei a storage bracelet. It could be said to be extremely precious, but it was now in Xiaoyang Long's hands. "What right do you have to take this bracelet from her?" Qin Yan took the storage bracelet and asked coldly. "Just because I'm her brother. With her talent, she should have married well, but now she has been ruined by you. Do you know how heavy the losses of our Tianshao Empire are?" Xiaoyang Long said angrily. Then, he looked at Yang Shiyu and said coldly, "You stay away from him as well. You are my fiancé." Yang Shiyu's face darkened. She stood up and turned to fly away. Qin Yan was even more furious. Everyone could tell that Yang Shiyu did not like Xiaoyang Long at all. Earlier, when she was with Qin Yan, her expression was very gentle. However, when she was with Xiaoyang Long, her expression was always cold. "Humph." Xiaoyang Long snorted and also flew away. Guoqing walked over and said with a sneer, "Qin Yan, don't even think about fighting against Xiaoyang Long. Not only is he the honorary principal of our Tianqian martial school, he is also the crown prince of the Tianshao Empire. He is also the chief disciple of the Star Palace's Western Palace and the future palace master of the Western Palace. And you? You only have a few high-grade spirit marks, your inner yuan and martial spirit are all gone, ha ha ha." Duke Yan walked over and said with a smile, "Qin Yan, in about 3 to 4 months, the engagement ceremony between the Crown Prince and Xiao Yuelan will begin. Previously, you must have wanted to go there with your head held high, but now, you have returned to the past. You are still that abject prince whose spiritual vein was extracted by me." Qin Yan looked on indifferently. After these people finished mocking him, he said, "No matter what, I'm still alive and I've mastered high-grade spirit inscriptions. But what about your grandson, Yan Qingyu? Has he woken up yet? Oh right, what about your precious granddaughter Yan Yun? She was dead. None of your descendants are talented. What are you so smug about?" The Duke of Yan's sore spot was immediately filled with anger as he left angrily. Qin Yun, who had put on the light inscription equipment, recovered very quickly. His face was still pale but he could already stand up. This caused many people to be secretly surprised. The person who had just exploded his elemental energy was actually able to walk as if nothing had happened. Furthermore, there was not a trace of sadness on his face. This kind of optimism was truly admirable. Xia Wufeng had expended a lot of energy to release his origin sword. Now, his legs were weak as he walked. If not for Ho Xingfeng injecting his inner force into him, he would have already fainted. Ho Xingfeng said, "All of you have passed the examination. Welcome to our Star Shanwu Academy students. As for the tuition fee, 1 million crystal coins a year. I can let you owe me for a year." Morong Darren shouted, "So expensive, is it worth it?" Ho Xingfeng said with a smile, "It's definitely worth it. You'll know when you go in. For example, there are spirit pills every month and you can enter the Qi gathering formation. You can also buy many things that you can't buy outside. Also, there is the guidance of a famous teacher that can help you advance by leaps and bounds." Luo Ku of the Lin Xianwu Academy said with a sneer, "Old Ho, are you very disappointed that such a situation has occurred to Qin Yan? You are truly magnanimous. If it were me, I would definitely not accept a fellow like him. It would only affect the reputation of our academy and leave a stain on me." Qin Yan said with a sneer, "Yan Qingyu is from your Ling Xianwu Academy, right? You guys actually accepted a fellow like him who was crippled by me. It seems like your Ling Xianwu Academy has a lot of stains?" "Oh right, what famous geniuses are there in the Ling Xianwu Academy?" None, right? Luoku was so angry that his nose trembled. He coldly shouted, "You crippled Yanqingyu and destroyed one of our outstanding geniuses. I will remember this debt." You are so angry for trash like Yanqingyu. You are quite magnanimous. Aren't you afraid of affecting your reputation? Qin Yun chuckled. You. Luoku was so angry that he was at a loss for words. Then, he turned around and left. The people in the valley gradually dispersed. Today's final examination of the Three Mysterious Academy would also spread in all directions. The valley was filled with devastation. Dean Bai sighed with emotion. After all, he had stayed here for many years. The sky was very red. The 9 suns were setting in the west, blooming with a poignant and beautiful sunset glow. It was as if they were feeling sad for the end of the Three Mysterious Academy. Let's go, I'll take you to the Star Xianwu Academy. Ho Xingfeng took out a large carriage. After Qin Yun and company boarded, the carriage floated up and shuttled through the red sky towards the Star Xianwu Academy. The Star Xianwu Academy was not located in any country, but it was also close to the Cloud Dragon Mountain Range. It was located in the Myriad Star Lake near the Cloud Dragon Mountain Range. The Myriad Star Lake was extremely huge. The surface of the lake was like a mirror. In the starry night, the mirror-like lake would also be dotted with starlight, which was why it got its name. In the middle of the Myriad Star Lake, there was a large island. It was said that it wouldn't be a problem to build a few cities on it. The Star Xianwu Academy was built on this island. The Star Xianwu Academy was surrounded by thick high walls. The scenery inside was beautiful, the buildings were classical and elegant, there were many gardens and pavilions, and the environment was pleasant. There were also huge buildings that could accommodate many people. For example, a circular arena that could accommodate tens of thousands of people. The spectator stands inside were like terraced fields, and the martial arts arena below was also a few hundred meters wide, allowing one to use all their hands and feet to fight. Qin Yun and company were applying for their identity tokens at the entrance. Looking at the interior of the Star Xianwu Academy, they could not help but feel excited. Star Sun Treasure Tremorong Darren rubbed his hands together as his eyes lit up. He said with a smile, "Beauties of the Star Xianwu Academy, your handsome big brother Morong is here." Qin Yun said with a smile, "The demoness is here. You have to be careful." Sure enough, the moment Meng Fei Ling was mentioned, Morong Darren's expression changed. Ho Xingfeng led them to a 3-story pavilion on the west side. This was the building closest to the entrance of the Star Xianwu Academy. On the first floor, there was a small reception hall. "Wait for me in this hall. I'll arrange for a teacher for you," Ho Xingfeng instructed before leaving the small hall. Qin Yan and company sat in the hall as they looked around. Xia Wufeng said, "It looks like we won't be in the same class. The Star Xianwu Academy will definitely arrange for a suitable teacher for us." Huizhong was a little worried as he said, "Brother Yun, with your current situation, I wonder if the teachers here will despise you. If they don't want you, I'll mess with them." Qin Yun said with a smile, "Don't worry about me. My situation is not as bad as you think. My mental strength is still very strong, that's right." He took out a cyan circular jade pendant. This was the primordial spirit jade that Yu Kai had taken out to show off. When he cut off Yu Kai's arm, he had grabbed it. "Second brother Hua, this is your family heirloom. Here." Qin Yan threw the primordial spirit jade to Huizhong. Huizhong took it and held it in his hand excitedly. Then, he sighed and said, "Although it's our family heirloom, but even our Hua family can't unleash the power of this precious jade. We don't even know how to use it. Brother Yun, you can cultivate a primordial spirit. Now that you're in a bad situation, I'll give this jade to you." He threw the primordial spirit jade back to Qin Yun and said, "As long as it doesn't fall into the hands of a villain, I believe that you will be able to use this jade well. You must accept it, don't be courteous with me." Xia Wufeng and Morong Darren also persuaded Qin Yun to accept it. Qin Yun could only accept it. After thanking Huizhong, he asked, "What specific uses does the primordial spirit jade have?" Xiao Yanglong seemed to be very concerned, but he thought that this piece of jade was destroyed by Boss Xia. Huazhong rubbed his bald head, thought for a moment, then said, "My grandfather said that I can only use the primordial spirit after I cultivate it. I don't know the specific uses of the primordial spirit jade. In short, it's helpful for the cultivation of inner yuan and the primordial spirit." Qin Yan also planned on finding time to study it. Ho Xingfeng brought two elders in. Qin Yan recognized one of them. It was Du Gui. "Xia Wufeng, you will be my student from now on. I will guide you," Ho Xingfeng said. He was the vice principal and he was also at the martial Dao realm. He also studied the way of the sword and was very suitable to guide Xia Wufeng. Xia Wufeng nodded and said, "Hello, Teacher Ho." Ho Xingfeng smiled in satisfaction. Xia Wufeng was a sword cultivator. He was arrogant but not arrogant. He was not as arrogant as many geniuses. He looked at an old man with a full beard, and said, "This is Kong Hu, Teacher Kong, he specializes in beast martial spirits. Huazhong, you have the golden ox martial spirit, follow him. There's also Morong Darin." When Ho Xingfeng shouted this name, he felt that it was strange. He, a vice principal, actually had to call a young man lord. He could not help but secretly despise this deceitful name. He continued, "You should follow Teacher Kong as well. Although I don't know what your martial spirit is, I can feel a trace of the aura of a beast martial spirit. Your martial spirit should also be a beast martial spirit, right?" Morong Darin laughed and nodded. Huazhong slapped Morong Darin's shoulder and said with a smile, "Second brother Morong, I've been with you for so long but I didn't know that you also have a beast martial spirit. What exactly is your martial spirit? Hurry up and say it, we will definitely keep it a secret for you." Morong Darin's expression was solemn as he said, "My martial spirit is no small matter, so I must keep it a secret. I temporarily have no comment, please forgive me." "Whatever." Kong Hu stroked the beard on his face and said with a laugh, "As long as it's a beast martial spirit, it won't be wrong to follow me." Ho Xingfeng looked at Qin Yan and said, "You should know this Teacher Du Gui, right? Your martial spirit and elemental energy. Although it's gone, your mental strength is extremely strong, so let him be your teacher. How about it?" "All right." Qin Yan was secretly delighted. Du Gui was a master of mental strength. After stepping into the martial Dao realm, he began to cultivate his soul and mental strength. If he could lay a good foundation in terms of mental strength in the martial body realm, he would be able to advance by leaps and bounds after breaking through to the martial Dao realm. Then it's settled. Because each teacher's teaching methods are different and they often need to bring you out to gain experience, you can live with the teacher," Ho Xingfeng said. Although Ho Xingfeng was the vice principal, he was also in charge of imparting sword arts. "Don't worry, you will be able to see each other often in the future. The problem now is that you have to earn crystal coins as soon as possible. Don't forget the 1,000,000 crystal coins you owe for your tuition," Ho Xingfeng said. This was not a problem for Qin Yun. He could quickly earn money by selling talismans and spirit artifacts. However, Morong Darin and company had a headache. Mu Rongjun forced a smile and said, "It's fine. With my face, there will be many beauties giving me crystal coins very soon. Let's go." Du Gui said to Qin Yun with a smile, "Follow me." After Qin Yun followed Du Gui out of the pavilion, Du Gui used some unknown power to float him in the air, bringing him to the east side of the Star Xianwu Academy. In the air, he could see that the Star Xianwu Academy was extremely vast. It was like a small city. Inside, there were a few steep mountain peaks that towered into the clouds. A few of the mountains even had waterfalls pouring down, producing a hua-hua-hua sound. Du Gui's residence was a small garden. It was located at the easternmost part of the Star Xianwu Academy and was very far from the center. In the garden, there were many large trees with straight trunks that were more than 100 meters tall. In the middle of the small garden, there was a very large tree. This giant tree was more than 1,000 meters tall and there were many small tree holes on it. Upon closer inspection, they were all windows. The canopy at the top of the giant tree was also very large. It opened up like a large umbrella and the leaves were pale white. It was very strange. "I'm the only one who lives in this tree. Now there's another one." Du Gui laughed. Although he was short and hunchbacked, he was very kind and easy to talk to. Teacher Du, will this tree affect the absorption of spiritual energy if it blocks the sun? Xianxia asked. Hee, this tree of mine is better than any chi gathering array. Du Gui laughed proudly. This big tree is called the Star Sun Treasure Tree. It has grown for thousands of years to be this big. The Star Sun Treasure Tree can absorb the 9 suns' spiritual energy by itself. We can sense it from inside the tree. Primordial spirit Jade Xianxia followed Du Gui into a tree hole. He immediately realized that the 9 suns' spiritual energy inside was much denser than outside. It was indeed a miraculous tree. Du Gui said, you can open a tree hole or choose any one here to use as your residence. When Xianxia was outside, he saw that there were some tree holes from the bottom of the tree to the top of the tree, which was 200 to 300 meters high. The tree hole that Du Gui was in was a few dozen meters high. There are so many empty tree holes on the giant tree. There's no need to open another one. I'll choose one myself. Xianxia flew out and chose a tree hole that was 300 meters high. After choosing, he hung the nameplate that Du Gui had given him at the entrance of the tree hole, proving that someone lived there. Following that, he began to tidy up. The cave he chose had 2 halls, one large and one small, and several spacious rooms. Because it was carved out from the inside of the tree, the walls were polished wooden walls with beautiful wood grain. The cave was very empty, so he needed to place his own furniture and other things. Du Gui came to Xianxia's cave and saw that it was empty. He said with a smile, you need some furniture to set up. You can make it yourself. This treasure forest is my territory. There are a lot of dried wood here, which is very suitable for making furniture. Alright, I'll clean it up first. Xianxia nodded and said with a smile. Du Gui said, stay here by yourself for now. Don't run around. I'm going to a meeting to discuss the matter of ghost beasts with the teachers of the other Xian-level martial academies. Xianxia was well aware of the seriousness of ghost beasts. The ghost king he had encountered before was extremely terrifying. Half an hour passed. Xianxia finally tidied up his cave abode and made it clean. He stood at the entrance of the cave and looked down at the large green forest. He was in an extremely good mood. Then, he looked at the calm Myriad Star Lake in the distance and felt an inexplicable sense of fear. The Myriad Star Lake was extremely calm and huge, making people feel that there was a terrifying beast hidden beneath it. The treasure forest was circular and was a few thousand meters wide. It could be considered a small forest. Not only were there many large trees here, there were also many bright and beautiful flowers planted here. There were many types of birds in the forest and they let out all sorts of crisp chirps, making this sparsely populated forest seem especially lively. Cultivating mental energy is very important to the environment. That's why Teacher Du chose this place. Xianxia also felt that the environment here is very good, it can let people relax. He stepped on the flame cloud steps and ran in the sky above the garden, looking for a withered tree. Not long after, he found more than 10 withered trees and returned to the Star Sun Treasure Tree. After returning, Xianxia busied himself with making furniture. Making wooden furniture was a piece of cake for him. In less than an hour, the originally empty cave abode was filled with many exquisite pieces of furniture. In a comfortable and quiet room, Xianxia closed his eyes to sense the 2 elemental energies in the Heavenly Lion's arm. After awakening the Heavenly Lion's bloodline in the Heavenly Lion's arms, he could feel that his 2 inner yuan could be moved to his arms. Therefore, when Yukai was about to detonate his inner yuan, he was able to quickly transfer the 2 inner yuan to his left arm, leaving only 2 balls of inner chi in his dantian to detonate. Now that he had successfully entered the Star Xianwu Academy, he naturally had to move the dual elemental energies back. After struggling for more than 2 hours, he opened his eyes in shock and muttered to himself, oh no, I can't move it back. Forget it, although the dual inner yuan is in the arm, it's no different from being in the dantian. Even so, he was still able to smoothly control the flow of his inner force throughout his body. Maybe I can't come back for the time being. I'll figure it out in the future. In any case, this isn't a bad thing for me. The Heavenly Lion's arm is the strongest part of my body. Xianxia thought for a moment and decided to let nature take its course. He put this matter aside and took out the primordial spirit jade that Huazhong had given him. He seeped his primordial spirit into it. It's a very strange feeling. The primordial spirit jade is really strange. It seems to be able to make my primordial spirit stronger and allow me to use it more ingeniously. Xianxia was secretly pleasantly surprised. He activated his powerful mental force and fused it with his primordial spirit to test out the strongest power of his primordial spirit. Just as he fused his mental force with his primordial spirit, he was surprised to discover that his primordial spirit could actually leave his body. One had to know that when one released the power of the primordial spirit, white threads would seep out from their bodies. The power of the primordial spirit had to be connected to their bodies. But now, through the primordial spirit jade, the primordial spirit could fly out of the body, just like mental force. The power of the primordial spirit and the mental force have perfectly fused together. Xianxia was overjoyed as he controlled the power of the primordial spirit to lift his body. It was very easy for him to float in the air. Previously, when he was competing with Yu Kai, it was very difficult for him to use his mental force to lift his body. He had to expend all of his mental force to do so. And now, with the primordial spirit jade, it was even easier. If my inner force were to fuse into it, wouldn't the three of them be extremely powerful? I wonder if I can succeed. When Xianxia thought of this, he was secretly excited and immediately gave it a try. After a series of attempts, he actually succeeded in fusing his Vajra inner force with the power of his primordial spirit. However, after the three fused, it placed a huge burden on his mind and consumed a lot of his inner force. He could not continue to use it for a long period of time. In just a short moment, I've consumed a large amount of my mental force and inner force. Xianxia was using his mental force to control the giant king spirit hammer, which weighed nearly 1,000 pounds, to forge bone steel. He could sit on the ground motionlessly and control the giant king spirit hammer to float up to strike bone steel. Furthermore, the power of each strike was very strong. That kind of strength was enough to injure a martial artist at the 6th level of the martial body realm. If it was any other time, I would just need to fuse my mental force and the power of my primordial spirit. This is enough for me to control the agile short blade to carry out a powerful attack. Xianxia kept the primordial spirit jade. As long as this jade was on him, he could allow his primordial spirit to leave his body and easily fuse with his inner force and mental force. After resting for a while, he began forging a spirit artifact in his room. That bastard Xiaoyanglong actually dared to steal the storage bracelet I gave to Yuma and even damaged it. As he cursed in his heart, he repaired the damaged storage bracelet. Not long after, he and Xiao Yuma would enter the bone refining formation. If he repaired it now, he would be able to return it to her when the time came. 2 days had passed and Du Gui had yet to return. However, Xianxia had already forged 2 storage bracelets. Xiaoyanglong, you destroyed the storage spirit artifact that I gave you. I will definitely make you pay for it. Just you wait. Xianxia hoped that he could quickly reach the martial Dao realm. Only then would he be able to fight against Xiaoyanglong Brother Yun. Brother Yun, Xianxia had just finished bathing and putting on his clothes when he suddenly heard a weak shout from outside. He hurriedly ran to the entrance of the tree hole and looked down. He discovered a person below. Although he was a few hundred meters above the ground, with his current eyesight, he could clearly see that the person below was a young girl. It's little Mei Lian. Xianxia was delighted as he hurriedly jumped down. After he landed on the ground, he looked at the pretty yellow-clothed girl with a smile on his face. Chi Meilan had 2 long ponytails hanging behind her waist. Her face was filled with a sweet and adorable smile. Her pair of large, watery eyes were extremely bright as she stared at Xianxia's handsome face. When she realized that Xianxia was looking at her, a faint blush suddenly suffused her cute face. Little Mei Lian, how long have you been here? Xianxia said with a smile. Not long after I arrived, teacher and I were out training. The moment I came back, I heard that Brother Yun was here, so I hurried over. Chi Meilan was originally very happy, but she suddenly felt very sad. She gently bit her lower lip and said softly, Brother Yun, I heard that your inner Yuan and martial spirit are gone. When Xianxia saw that Chi Meilan was so sad that she was about to cry, his heart immediately felt warm. He said with a smile, Little Mei Lian, didn't many people think that I was finished when 4 of my spirit veins were taken away? But didn't I still cultivate to the 6th level martial body realm and enter the Star Xianwu Academy? Don't worry, your big brother Yun is fine. Really? Chi Milan's sad face was immediately filled with joy as she said delicately, "That's great. I was worried that you would be bullied, so I convinced my teacher to allow me to accompany you here. Although I am not very strong, I will definitely protect you." Silly girl. Qin Yan could not help but laugh as he wiped away her tears. "Little Mei Lian, you must cultivate well in the Star Xianwu Academy, do you understand? Your teacher should be very good to you, right?" Chi Milan nodded and said with a mischievous smile, "Teacher treats me very well. She's an old granny with a sharp tongue and a soft heart. She's very strict with others but she's very kind to me." Qin Yan felt a lot more at ease as he said with a smile, "What about the other students? Are there any who bully you? If so, I'll take care of them." "Who dares to bully her? There's no need for you to do anything. I'll beat him up until he can't find his bearings." Suddenly, a seductive and light laughter could be heard. A light breeze blew over, bringing with it an intoxicating fragrance. It was Meng Failing. She was wearing a purple dress and flew down from the sky. Like a charming and enchanting purple butterfly, she slowly landed on the ground. "Junior brother, we meet again. Quickly call me senior sister." Meng Failing squinted her charming eyes and giggled. Her fragrant and soft jade-like hand reached over and rubbed Qin Yan's handsome face without restraint. "Damned witch." Qin Yan cursed in his heart. Chi Milan giggled as she watched from the side. Qin Yan's face was ravaged by Meng Failing for a while before he was relieved. He was truly worried that one day, he would be swallowed alive by this demoness. "Senior, thank you for taking care of little Mei Lian," he said gratefully. "It's not a big deal. After all, she entered the Star Xianwu Academy with me and she's also your little sister. Naturally, I have to take care of her. Besides, she's so cute." Meng Failing grinned before caressing Chi Milan's beautiful and cute face. Qin Yan took out 2 storage bracelets and handed them over. He said with a smile, "These are storage bracelets for you. Take them." Meng Failing had long known that Qin Yan had given Xiaoyuemei a storage bracelet. At that time, she had been secretly jealous for a few days. She smiled charmingly as she received the storage bracelet. "This is very precious. Thank you, Master Qin. It seems that this little girl can only repay you with her body." Chi Milan did not dare to accept it and refused hesitantly. Qin Yan grabbed her lily-white hand and helped her put it on. He said with a smile, "This thing is nothing to me. Keep it well and use it well." Nining Spirit Meng Failing was also very happy to receive the storage bracelet. She repeatedly thanked Qin Yan with a smile. If Chi Malian was not here, she might have acted even more affectionately towards Qin Yan. She asked, "Little brother Yun, although your inner Yuan is gone, looking at how carefree you are right now, you should be fine, right?" Qin Yan said with a smile, "Sister Failing has good eyesight. I'm fine, don't worry. Do you want to sit on top of me? I won't be going. I still have a lot of things to do. Little Mei Lian just came back, so she should be more free. She can go up with you." Meng Failing took out a card and handed it to Qin Yan. She said, "There are 200,000 crystal coins in this crystal coin card. Take it first. I'll give it to you when I earn more crystal coins in the future." Qin Yan did not accept it. He revealed a mischievous smile and said with a chuckle, "Sister Failing, didn't you say that you would repay me with your body? Now that you're giving me crystal coins, you're treating me like an outsider." Meng Failing pouted and scolded with a smile, "You little fellow. When did you become a little bad? Alright, I will repay you with my body in the future. Don't make me wait for too long." She gently licked her lips, looking extremely seductive. She touched Qin Yan's cheek and stuffed the crystal card into Qin Yan's hand. Then, she flew away with a chuckle. Chi Malian said with a chuckle, "Brother Yun, Sister Failing is really good to you. In the Star Xianwu Academy, many boys have been miserably bullied by her. Therefore, no one dares to bully me here." Qin Yan hugged Chi Malian's slender waist and said with a smile, "I'll take you up for a seat." He used his mental energy to allow himself to rise. Even with Chi Malian in his arms, he could easily float up. He did not feel that his mental energy was insufficient. If it was before, this would have been difficult to do. Unless he used a spirit artifact to fly on a sword like Xiaoyuemei. However, that would require him to cultivate the Imperial Spirit technique to the small success stage. Soon, Qin Yan brought Qi Malian to a tree hole that was more than 300 meters tall. Qi Malian did not go in either. Instead, she sat at the entrance of the tree hole and looked at the beautiful scenery of the Star Xianwu Academy. Her cute big eyes were unwilling to blink as they sparkled, enjoying the beautiful scenery before her. Qin Yan sat beside her and looked at her innocent and sweet smile. He felt very happy in his heart, as though he had returned to his carefree childhood. When I was young, Big Brother Yun also took me to climb trees. Now, the tree you brought me to climb is taller and bigger, which means that Big Brother Yun is getting stronger and stronger. Qi Mailan's face was filled with a happy smile. Qin Yan suddenly thought of something and asked, "Little Mei Lian, do you know about the immortal graveyard diagram?" After Qi Malian heard this, she quickly nodded. Then, she spread out her jade palm and closed her eyes. After her long eyelashes trembled a few times, a white light appeared on her jade palm and a small handkerchief slowly appeared. She said seriously, "This is the immortal graveyard diagram. My mother said that Big Brother Yun's mother has one. Sister Yuelan and Sister Yuemei's mothers also have one." Qin Yan held her hand and led her to the hall. Then, he took out his own immortal graveyard diagram and spread it out on the table. When Qi Mailan saw it, she said, "My immortal graveyard diagram was originally that big, but after I dripped my blood, it turned into a small handkerchief. After that, all the meridians in my body opened up. The speed at which I absorb spiritual energy is several times faster than before. Furthermore, my cultivation is also very smooth." The reason why she revealed these secrets was because she had absolute trust in Qin Yan. Qin Yan said, "Xiao Yuelan should have used the immortal graveyard diagram to allow herself to advance by leaps and bounds. Little Mei Lian, you must keep this a secret. Don't let anyone else know about this." Qi Mailan nodded. Mother said that this matter can only be told to Big Brother Yun. "Oh right, Big Brother Yun, when are you and Big Sister Yumei getting married? I heard that the Tianshao Empire is very opposed to this matter. I don't want you to be separated. It wasn't easy for you to find such a good wife." Qin Yan said with a smile, "Silly girl. Although Yumei is about the same age as you, she is a very treacherous little girl. She is only pretending to be good to me to escape so that she won't be manipulated by the Tianshao Empire." Ah. Qi Malian was very surprised. She frowned slightly as she thought about it. She seemed to be able to understand Xiao Yuemei's actions. Her face was filled with worry as she said in a low voice, "The Empress of Tianqi also wants to marry me off. A while ago, she even asked the Crown Prince to look for me. He wanted to arrange for me to meet those people and let them see me. Fortunately, Sister Failing stopped him and told Teacher, so they didn't dare to come." The Crown Prince of Tianqi was also in the Star Xianwu Academy. Qin Yan's face immediately sank as he said, "Don't worry, they won't dare to bully you here. Do you remember Xia Wufeng? His teacher is the deputy dean here, and Xia Wufeng is also my big brother." Qi Malian was slightly surprised. "Of course I remember. It was Big Brother Xia who persuaded me to come to the Star Xianwu Academy. He is very good and takes care of me." Just as she finished speaking, the handkerchief in her hand suddenly floated up. With a flash of white light, it became very big as Qin Yan's immortal graveyard diagram. After landing on Qin Yan's immortal graveyard diagram, a light voice suddenly sounded from within. "Xiaoyun? Little Mei Lian? Is that you?" The voice was light and graceful, pleasant to the ears. It was Xiaqiru's voice. "Elder Sister Grand Preceptor, it's us." Qin Yan hurriedly replied excitedly, "Elder Sister Grand Preceptor, where are you? Did you encounter any difficulties?" "Sister Kiru, your voice is still as pleasant to hear as ever," Qi Malian said after a moment of surprise. She had seen Xiaqiru before when she was young. Xiaqiru chuckled and said, "I'm relieved that the immortal graveyard diagram is in your hands. I'm very safe now and I haven't encountered any difficulties. You don't have to worry about me." Qin Yan hurriedly asked, "Elder Sister Grand Preceptor, I went to the Cloud Dragon River a while ago and encountered a large group of ghost beasts. There was even a ghost king among them. They said that I had the 9 Yang divine spirit in my hands and that I would be killed by the person with the 9 Yin divine spirit. What did this mean?" Is there a problem with the immortal graveyard? You little fool, don't be fooled. The Nining spirit is in my hands, how could I possibly kill you? Xianxia giggled and said, don't bother with those fellows. Xianxia was even more curious. The fact that the Nining spirit was in Xianxia's hands made him feel a lot more at ease. Xianxia asked, Sister Kiru, can we really find the place where the immortal bones are buried through the immortal graveyard diagram? Xianxia smiled and said, of course. But your current strength is not enough. When you become stronger, join forces and head to the immortal graveyard. You must help each other and Xiaoyun, don't bully little Malian. That's it, we'll talk about it next time. After her voice disappeared, Xianxia hurriedly asked a few questions but he did not receive an answer. Looks like I have to quickly become stronger and then go to the immortal graveyard with Brother Yun. Malian said, her eyebrows filled with determination. Her immortal graveyard diagram turned into a small handkerchief and entered her palm, perfectly fusing with her. Little Malian, if Crown Prince Tianqi comes looking for you again, you must tell me. Xianxia warned, I will definitely take care of him. Got it, Brother Yun. Malian hurriedly nodded. Xianxia carried her on his back and used the flame cloud steps. He flew high into the sky and flew out of the treasure forest to send her off. On the way back to the Star Sun treasure tree, Du Gui suddenly caught up to him. Xianxia asked, Teacher Du, you're back? What did you say after being there for 2 days? Du Gui's face darkened as he said, not good. It's all the fault of these bastards from Blue Spirit Star Palace. Because of the fall of the Star Palace, they have awakened a large number of evil spirits in the immortal graveyard. Xianxia knew that the many abnormal situations that had occurred in the Cloud Dragon Mountain range were definitely related to the Blue Spirit Star Palace. Du Gui's face was filled with anger as he scolded, what's even more infuriating is that those bastards from Blue Spirit Star Palace are doing this on purpose. They want to awaken a large number of evil spirits and then, by capturing evil spirits, guide them to the immortal graveyard. What a bunch of bastards. If the evil spirits were to flow out through the Cloud Dragon River, the consequences would be unimaginable. Xianxia sighed softly, is the immortal graveyard really that attractive to them? Du Gui said with a sneer, the Blue Spirit Star Palace was defeated in a war with other sects in the martial desolate land, so they retreated here. If they can obtain something from the immortal graveyard, it will allow their strength to increase rapidly. What will be in the immortal graveyard? Xianxia asked. Immortal ascension methods, immortal pills, immortal artifacts, and other items are very likely to appear inside. Du Gui said as he brought Xianxia to his tree hole. Xianxia only knew that the immortal graveyard was a legend that had been passed down for a long time. It had already been passed down since the time of the martial king Lan Xiao. However, this was also true because the immortal graveyard diagram truly existed. After Du Gui let Xianxia sit down, he said solemnly, Xianxia, your mental strength is very strong. If you work hard in this area, you will be able to achieve something. I'll guide you in cultivating the Imperial Spirit technique now. This is the strongest mental force cultivation technique I have mastered. Xianxia nodded and began talking about the difficulties he had encountered when learning the Imperial Spirit technique. When Du Gui heard his question, he revealed a look of surprise and said, you learned so fast. Did you learn all of this by yourself? Your perception is indeed astonishing. Xiaoyuan is much stronger than me. She has already mastered the Imperial Spirit technique to the small success stage. Xianxia said with a smile. This girl has a mental force martial spirit, it's normal for her to be so fast. That day, during the mental force test, she did not use her full mental force. What a cunning girl. Du Gui smiled and said, after I'm done guiding you in cultivating the Imperial Spirit technique, I'll call Xiaoyuan over and enter the bone refining formation with you. All right. Xianxia was looking forward to entering the bone refining formation. Du Gui patiently and seriously explained the Imperial Spirit technique. As Xianxia's perception was very high, he understood it very quickly. Therefore, he explained it to the end in one breath. After they finished speaking, the night had already passed. Then, they went back to rest. Bone refining formation Xianxia cultivated from morning to evening. He had made great progress, especially through the primordial spirit jade. He could control his mind and primordial spirit's power more freely and unleash it even better. He secretly controlled a small knife that could fly out a few hundred meters and easily cut off a branch. He could easily drill into the trunk of a large tree. However, to deal with demon beasts and evil beasts, he was still not strong enough. The Star-Sun treasure tree was illuminated by the setting sun until it was as red as fire. At the entrance of Xianxia's cave, Du Gue and a red-clothed girl were outside. Du Gue shouted, "Young man, your little lover is here." When Xianxian, who was in the room, heard this, he frowned. He did not know who the little lover Du Gue was talking about was. He hurriedly walked out and saw Xiao Yuemei with a face full of smiles. He shouted in shock, "Yuemei! Why are you here?" Du Gue said with a smile, "Enter the bone refining formation. The bone refining formation is in my hands. I just need to find a place to set it up for you. Let's set it up inside this big tree. I'll go set it up. You two wait here for me." After Du Gue left with a chuckle, Xiao Yuemei came in with a charming smile. She casually sat down on a table, casually grabbed a fruit on the table, and ate it in big bites. Xiao Yuemei is wearing a bright red dress, a long whip is tied around her waist, hanging in front of her chest. Her cute little mouth is constantly biting a very big pear. Xianxian said, "Yuemei, why is the storage bracelet I gave you in Xiao Yanglong's hands? It was even broken by this bastard. It was that turtle Xiao Yanglong who stole it." "Humph, he's just jealous that my storage bracelet is better than his. Furthermore, he's jealous that you have a good relationship with Teacher Yang. I just said that Teacher Yang took good care of you and he lost his temper, snatched my storage bracelet and even broke it." When Xiao Yuemei mentioned this matter, she became extremely angry. She also knew about Xianxian's assessment and asked softly, "Brother, are your twin martial spirits really gone?" Xianxian raised his left arm and said with a smile, "I moved them here. I'm fine." After Xiao Yuemei heard this, she was very happy and giggled, "That's great, that turtle Xiao Yanglong actually naively thought that you were crippled. His precious Akai died very miserably. He was a loyal dog that he had painstakingly raised. He died a beautiful death. Take it well, don't let it be robbed again." Xianxian took out the repaired storage bracelet and handed it over to Xiao Yuemei. "Thank you, brother." Xiao Yuemei giggled, she happily received it and promptly dripped blood on it. At this moment, Du Gue also ran over and told them that the bone refining array was set up. He brought them to a tree hole that was more than 800 meters tall. The inside of the tree hole was spacious and quiet, about the size of a hall. After Xianxian and Xiao Yuemei entered, Du Gue activated the bone refining formation and left in a hurry. The bone refining array was a combination of a flag array and a talisman stone array. The energy contained inside was also specially refined, so the overall structure was very complex. Xianxian had originally planned to try and see if he could replicate it, but after coming in to take a look, he decided to give up. Then, he obediently cultivated in the bone refining formation. Xiao Yuemei absorbed the energy released by the bone refining formation and said excitedly, "Brother, I am very confident that I can step into the 7th level martial body realm here." Xianxian also gave it a try and realized that the energy of the bone refining formation was extremely strange. It directly seeped into the bones and directly tempered them. Xiao Yuemei said again, "Brother, I heard that Qin Jingfeng is about to break through to the 8th level martial body realm. You have to catch up to this bastard quickly. Don't let him marry my sister. And I will do my best to break through to the 7th level martial body realm before they get engaged." Xianxian closed his eyes and relaxed his entire body. He absorbed the bone refining Xian energy to temper his bones. Xiao Yuemei asked, "Brother, isn't there a problem with your purple gold fire martial spirit?" "What exactly is the problem?" "My purple gold fire martial spirit is too hungry, and then it fainted from hunger. I need to fuse with a powerful martial spirit in order to feed it. I don't know where to find a suitable martial spirit." Xianxian said helplessly. Xiao Yuemei pursed her lips and rolled her eyes. After thinking for a moment, she said in a delicate voice, "Brother, after we finish cultivating in the bone refining formation, we will enter the Cloud Dragon Mountain range together and search for martial spirits. My mirror martial spirit might be able to sense a good martial spirit." "All right." Xianxian also knew that this matter could not be dragged on forever. Otherwise, it would restrict his strength. In order to possess stronger strength, he could only enter the Cloud Dragon Mountain range to search for a martial spirit. At this moment, Qin Yun and Xiao Yuemei were very serious about absorbing the bone-refining power. Xiao Yuemei was very confident in herself. If everything went smoothly, she would be able to step into the 7th-level martial body realm. This was something to be happy about because she was only 14 years old and was already a martial artist at the 7th-level martial body realm. This kind of talent was far higher than Qin Jingfeng's. The energy within the bone-refining formation was very precise. After a month, the formation stopped operating. Xiao Yuemei closed her eyes as she calmly sat cross-legged on the ground. Waves of faint golden mist seeped out from her red clothes. When Qin Yun opened his eyes, he saw a faint golden mist emanating from her body. He was pleasantly surprised. In her current state, it meant that the bones in her body had turned into Vidra. Cultivating the Vidra bone was equivalent to the 7th-level martial body realm. Yuemei is indeed powerful. When she wakes up, she will be a martial artist at the 7th-level martial body realm. Qin Yun was secretly delighted. Over the past month, he had also cultivated the bones in his body to a faint golden color. He was very close to the Vidra bone. He discovered that he had the black gold heart. When tempering the Vidra bone, he needed more bone refining power in order to turn his bones into Vidra and release a faint golden bone chi. It was not that the Black-Yellow Heart Sutra was slowing him down, but in order to refine an even stronger Vidra bone, he had to consume more energy than others. This meant that the Vidra bone he cultivated in the future would be far stronger than others. A thick golden mist suddenly surged out from Xiao Yuemei's body. She opened her eyes and a golden light flickered in them. The powerful golden bone chi caused Qin Yun to tremble. Ha ha ha, I've broken through. I'm a martial artist at the 7th-level martial body realm. Xiao Yuemei laughed happily. Brother, let's go to the Cloud Dragon Mountain range now. At this moment, Du Gui also flew up and walked into the tree hole. He was here to collect the bone refining formation. He had to take it back and use a very complicated method to store energy before he could open it again. Why are you going to the Cloud Dragon Mountain range? It's very dangerous inside. Yo, little girl, you're at the 7th-level martial body realm. Du Gui said in surprise when he sensed Xiao Yuemei's golden bone chi. I want to go to the Cloud Dragon Mountain range to practice. Teacher Du, you don't have to worry. With me protecting your student, he will be fine. Xiao Yuemei patted her chest and said confidently. She looked like a big sister who wanted to protect her little brother. Du Gui said, that's good too. Last time when you were hunting ghost beasts in the Cloud Dragon Mountain range, you had such good results. I'm not afraid that something will happen to you. Furthermore, you have already cultivated the Vidra bone. After obtaining Du Gui's consent, Qin Yun brought Xiao Yuemei back to his tree hole. He was refining the evil suppression talisman inside. This time, he wanted to refine more armor talismans to deal with powerful ghost beasts. After a few days of preparation, Qin Yun and Xiao Yuemei changed into black night clothes and left the Star Xianwu Academy with Du Gui at night. In order to prevent others from knowing, Du Gui was extremely careful along the way as he sent them out of the Star Xianwu Academy. The Cloud Dragon Mountain range was very large. Qin Yun and company entered the Cloud Dragon Mountain range from the direction of the Star Xianwu Academy. The Cloud Dragon Mountain range of the Hualing Wu Academy was located in the northeast, and the Blue Spirit Star Palace was also located in the northeast of the Cloud Dragon Mountain range. Entering from the Three Mysterious Academy would lead to the north of the Cloud Dragon Mountain range. As for the Star Xianwu Academy, it was in the northwest direction. Therefore, the Cloud Dragon Mountain range region that Qin Yun and Xiao Yuemei went to is also a very unfamiliar place. Du Gui led them flying in the air. In the middle of the night, they arrived outside the Cloud Dragon Mountain range. The mountains in the Cloud Dragon Mountain range overlapped each other. Every time Qin Yun came out, he would feel an inexplicable sense of oppression. The ghost beasts have also arrived in the northwest region of the Cloud Dragon Mountain range. You must be careful when you enter. Du Gui warned. I understand, teacher. Qin Yun nodded seriously. Du Gui patted Qin Yun on the shoulder and said, you can go in. Because your situation is special, I'll help you fight for you to be exempted from this semester's examination. Next semester, you can take the normal examination like the other students. After Qin Yan and Xiao Yuemei bade farewell to Du Guo, they flew towards the large mountain in front of them. Brother, you can't participate in the examination like a normal student. What a loss. Xiao Yuemei said with a frown as she steadily flew on her sword. Qin Yan was puzzled as he asked, how is it a loss? Isn't that good? Xiao Yuemei snorted, passing the examination, the reward is the Xian point reward, which can be exchanged for cultivation techniques, pills and entering various formations to cultivate. Under normal circumstances, only through the examination can one obtain a large amount of Xian points as a reward. When Qin Yan had just arrived at the Three Profound Academy, he had already introduced a new method of rewarding Xian points. In the Xian level martial arts academy, this method had existed for a long time. He asked, are there any other ways to obtain Xian points? For example, I know how to forge artifacts and help refine spirit artifacts. That should be possible, right? About this, I don't know. Xian points are common in the 3 Xian level martial academies. You can go to the Xian Hall to apply for a Xian point crystal card. Xiao Yuemei took out a transparent Xian point crystal card and placed it in her palm. She permeated her mind power and 100,000 appeared. She had 100,000 Xian points. 100,000 Xian points, is it too much or too little? Qin Yan asked. Little, to exchange for a top-grade spirit pill, you would need at least 1,000,000 Xian points. I have a total of 9 million Xian points and I've spent them all. Xiao Yuemei stuck out her tongue. There's a Xian point wealth list that counts the Xian points of the students of the various Xian level martial academies. The one with the highest is that turtle, Xiao Yanglong, humph. Xiao Yanglong was Xiao Yuemei's half-brother, but she did not have the slightest bit of feelings for this brother. Furthermore, she hated him very much. The last time Xiao Yanglong stole her storage bracelet, she was so angry that she almost fought him. Xian point wealth list? Interesting. Qin Yan said with a smile, then who's ranked second? Qi Yu. When Qin Yan heard that the list was filled with familiar names, he still had some doubts. In the 3 black level martial academies, there must be quite a few students at the 8th or 9th level. The wealth ranking should be at the 8th or 9th level. As for Qi Yu and Qin Jingfeng, they are only at the 7th level martial body realm, right? Xiao Yuemei replied. Qin Jingfeng and Qi Yu obtained a large number of Xian points through examinations and missions. The main reason was that they were often able to obtain the best rankings in the examinations. As for the students at the 8th or 9th stage, if they were to meet a genius like my sister or Yang Shiyu during the examination or training, they would obtain very few Xian points. Qin Yan made an O sound and nodded. It seems that those who are ranked at the top are the strongest among those of the same level. Also, there must be a force behind him helping him complete many missions. Xiao Yuemei curled her lips and said, right now, I am at the 7th level martial body realm and I have many, many competitors. Qi Yu and Qin Jingfeng are my strongest competitors. Qin Yan had long expected that the competition in the Black Level Martial Arts Academy was also very cruel. Most of the resources were occupied by the strong. They flew through the air and passed through the first layer of mountains. Then, they slowed down and prepared to land on the ground. In such a place where powerful demonic beasts often roamed, if one didn't have powerful strength and just flew in the air, it would be easier to become a target. Just as they landed on the ground, they felt a faint and cold aura coming from behind them. Xiao Yuemei is a very vigilant person. After she sensed a weak aura, she suddenly pulled Qin Yan and used an extremely fast speed to hide behind a large tree. Xiao xiao xiao, just as they dodged, a few arrows flew over, all of them burrowing into the ground with great force. If they were hit, they would definitely be heavily injured. Who ambushed us? Whispered Qin Yan. It's a killer. They must have followed us here. Xiao Yuemei said with a frown, only this kind of professional assassin could not be discovered by Teacher Du and follow us here. Qin Yan knew that he had many enemies and it was not strange for assassins to come to assassinate him. However, he still had to figure out who was trying to kill him. Qin Yan, Meng Fei Ling, stop hiding. I am a martial artist at the 8th level martial body. With your strength, you have no chance of winning. Obediently surrender. A hoarse shout came from behind. The voice was also altered so that no one could recognize him. These two assassins were both at the 8th level martial body realm. Qin Yun and Xiao Yuemei are astonished, but they are not afraid at all. Especially Xiao Yuemei, her face is filled with excitement, as if she has encountered a good prey. Xiao Yuemei's voice was like a thread as it entered Qin Yun's ears. She said, "Brother, you don't have to be afraid of this kind of assassin. They should be old men, their martial spirits and spirit veins are definitely not that good. As for you and I, we both have good martial spirits and inner strength is much stronger than many people. These two fellows think that I'm the demoness and look down on us. So, as long as I catch them off guard, they will definitely be caught unprepared. You just have to cooperate with me later." Xiao Yuemei had just cultivated the Vajra bone and had long wanted to test the power of the 7th level martial body. Qin Yun saw that she was very experienced in this kind of thing, so he let her take command. The two assassins were gradually approaching. Although their footsteps were very light, there were still some sounds of footsteps. After approaching, Xiao Yuemei suddenly jumped out from behind the tree and shouted angrily, "I am Xiao Yuemei. If you dare to kill me, the Tianshao Empire will not let you off. Tell me, who sent you here?" The two assassins wore black masks and black clothes, revealing only their eyes. With the help of the weak moonlight, they clearly saw Xiao Yuemei's appearance and their eyes were filled with astonishment. Xiao Yuemei," one of the black-clothed assassins said in astonishment. Just as he finished speaking, Xiao Yuemei used an extremely powerful spirit concentration kill, using her strongest mental power to attack her opponent. For the vast majority of people, if they were not prepared for a mental attack, it would be difficult to guard against it. Even if they were at the 8th level martial body realm, they would be caught off guard in an instant. The two assassins at the 8th level martial body realm were dizzy from the mental attack and their eyes became blurry. Xiao Yuemei took out the Moon Soul sword and used her mental power to control the sword to stab out. Qin Yun also quickly arrived behind the other black-clothed assassin and stabbed him a few times with his short sword. One sword stabbed into the heart, the other stabbed into the dantian's inner yuan and several major meridians in the body, completely cutting off the other party's circulation of inner force. Xiao Yuemei did the same. She stabbed into the assassin's vital points, not giving him a chance to retaliate. "Princess Yuemei, you can't kill us!" an assassin shouted in fear. Xiao Yuemei sneered, "You are assassins, how can you be so afraid of death?" With a glance, Qin Yun could tell that these people were extremely afraid of Xiao Yuemei. Otherwise, they would not have been stunned when they saw her. Not many people knew that Xiao Yuemei had come to the Star Xianwu Academy and entered the bone refining formation with Qin Yun. The two assassins had been following them from afar. They knew that Qin Yun and Meng Fei Ling had a good relationship, so they mistook Xiao Yuemei for Meng Fei Ling. "Who are you people? Are you here to kill me?" Qin Yun asked coldly. He had to find out who had come to kill him so that he could take revenge in the future. "Qin Yun, have you forgotten Xiao Yanglong's warning? He told you not to get close to Princess Yuemei again." When the assassin said that, he was ruthlessly slapped by Qin Yun. Then, Xiao Yuemei slapped him again and shouted, "Shut up! Xiao Yanglong, that turtle, why should he restrict others from getting close to me? Did Xiao Yanglong ask you to come?" The two assassins did not speak again. Xiao Yuemei narrowed her eyes, revealing a fierce look. She said with a sneer, "All right, I'll let you have a taste of the 10 great tortures of our Tianshao Empire." Her words were very effective, causing the two assassins to tremble. "It was Crown Prince Ji who sent us. He had told us before that as long as we had the chance to meet Qin Yun, we had to capture him alive." The Crown Prince said that Qin Yun must be punished for tarnishing Princess Yuemei. Furthermore, he must be forced to hand over the spirit inscriptions in his hands. An assassin said. Qin Yun's face was immediately filled with anger as he said in a deep voice, "That bastard Qiyu. I haven't even seen him since I entered the Star Xianwu Academy. He actually wants to attack me. Just you wait." Xiao Yuemei said, "Brother, don't be angry, maybe these two guys are lying." When the two killers heard her call Qin Yun brother, they were secretly surprised. "Is what you said true?" Xiao Yuemei laughed coldly. Her current appearance is extremely frightening, causing the two assassins to shiver. "Absolutely," an assassin said. "Humph." Xiao Yuemei groaned. She pressed her hands on their heads and poured in her mental power to tear their heads apart. Ah! The two killers screamed in pain. After she stopped, the assassins who had been kneeling fell to the ground. Tell me everything you know, Xiao Yuemei said in cold voice, then playfully stuck out her tongue at Qin Yun and sweetly smiled. Qin Yun was secretly surprised by Xiao Yuemei's rich experience in interrogation. He felt that she must have done such things often. We were just in the vicinity. We saw Qin Yun and a woman. We thought it was Meng Fei Ling, so we followed them. We never expected that the woman would be you, Princess Yuemei. We are really Qiyu's subordinates. Qiyu built a team of dozens of assassins in this area, mainly to assassinate his opponents in the Star Xianwu Academy and also to help him complete the mission of killing evil beasts, allowing him to earn Xian points. Half of the Xian points he obtained were earned by us. Because Princess Yuemei and Qin. After young Master Qin got together, Qiyu and Xiaoyang Long were extremely angry because they had already agreed on it. Qiyu said that if Princess Yuemei successfully marries him, he will let us help Xiaoyang Long earn 100 million Xian points as thanks. An assassin said while trembling with fear. Qin Yun and Xiao Yuemei looked at each other in astonishment. Not only was Xiao Yuemei surprised, she was also furious. She gritted her teeth and cursed Xiaoyang Long and Qiyu in a low voice. How strong is that team? Xiao Yuemei asked coldly. Other than us, there are 2 other assassins at the 8th level martial body realm. The rest are at the 7th level martial body realm. We were recruited by Qiyu from the Tianqi Empire. The assassin cried out in a sorrowful voice, since we answered so honestly, please spare my dog life. Xiao Yuemei said, where is your team? As long as you tell me, I can spare your lives. The 2 assassins chattered at the same time and told Xiao Yuemei and Qin Yun the exact location. It was in the cave in the mountain in front of them. Qin Yun took out his silver lion puppet and carried the 2 assassins. He asked them to point the way to that place. When the assassins saw Qin Yun's silver lion puppet, they were even more frightened. Only now did they realize that everyone had underestimated Qin Yun's strength. This was because to be able to refine a puppet beast meant that one had mastered a very profound inscription technique. They were destined to become a grandmaster inscription grandmaster. Late at night, they traveled through the pitch-black forest. More than an hour later, Qin Yun and Xiao Yuemei finally saw the cave. It was more than 1,000 meters away at the foot of the gigantic mountain. It was covered by a patch of grass, but upon closer inspection, they could still see a cave entrance. Xiao Yuemei used her mental power to detect that there were many people inside. She nodded and said, you guys are right. There are indeed many people filled with hostility inside. Princess Yuemei, you promised us that you would spare our lives. The assassin said. Don't worry, I won't kill you. Xiao Yuemei said with a smile. Her smile startled the 2 assassins. They suddenly felt a heavy pain in their heads and then they lost consciousness. I heavily injured their heads. From now on, they will be 2 idiots. Xiao Yuemei giggled and said to Qin Yun, brother, do you think I keep my word? You little girl, seriously. I'm a little afraid of you now. Qin Yun pinched her pretty face and said with a smile. Xiao Yuemei scoffed, that bastard Xiaoyang Long, he actually planned to sell me to Qiyu in exchange for 100 million Xian points. I definitely can't let them off. The reason why she did not let Qin Yun intervene and interrogate him was to vent the anger in her heart. Anyone would be angry if they were used as an item to exchange. Qin Yun looked at the cave 1,000 meters away and said in a low voice, someone is coming out. Soul-refining demon Qin Yun saw a man walk out. His slender face was filled with coldness and his appearance was passable. He was dressed the same as the 2 assassins. After he came out, he put on his mask and flew away. This tramp, he actually plans to use 100 million Xian points to buy me. How stingy, am I only worth that much? Xiaoyang Long actually plans to sell me out like this, these 2 beasts. The more Xiao Yuemei thought about it, the angrier she became as she cursed in a low voice. When Qin Yun saw Qiyu leave, he asked in a low voice, on the Xian point wealth list, how many Xian points does the person ranked first have? Xiao Yuemei snorted lightly, 1 billion. It shouldn't have been obtained by relying on his own ability. He must have a team behind him like Qiyu. Your teacher Xianxia and my sister should have earned the Xian points on their own. Qinyan said with a smile, let's go in and destroy Qiyu's team. Let's see how he can quickly obtain Xian points in the future. Xiao Yuemei nodded repeatedly before excitedly pulling Qinyan along as she ran over. Wait, let's disguise ourselves. Qinyan took off the masks of the two assassins and gave them to Xiao Yuemei. After Xiao Yuemei put it on, she giggled and said, after we go in, we will first kill the strongest 8th level martial body realm. I can kill the rest with one hand. Amongst the martial artists at the 7th level martial body realm, as long as it wasn't a martial artist with high aptitude like Qin Jingfeng and Qiyu, they would not be her match. Her inner force was already very strong to begin with. Now that she had mastered a mental force attack technique and a very good spirit essence artifact, an ordinary 7th level martial body cultivator would only be killed in an instant against her. However, Qin Yan was still worried. He handed her 10 spirit armor talismans. Very quickly, they entered the cave. The people inside were very relaxed. When they saw that the person who entered was wearing the same mask as them, they didn't ask anything. As soon as they entered the cave, a strong smell of alcohol rushed over. Shattered wine jars could be seen everywhere on the ground. This delighted Qin Yun. The assassins inside had actually drunk a lot of alcohol. However, Xiao Yuemei and Qin Yun remained vigilant. Xiao Yuemei took out her mirror martial spirit and sensed the location of all the martial spirits in the cave. This way, she could quickly find the two 8th level martial body assassins. As for Qin Yun, he allowed his primordial spirit to leave his body to investigate the aura inside the cave. He wanted to find the two 8th level martial body assassins faster than Xiao Yuemei. We must kill them as fast as possible. Xiao Yuemei sent sound transmission to Qin Yun. Walking through the passageway of the cave, one could see many drunken killers lying on the ground. Many of them were talking drunkenly, and they couldn't even withstand a single blow. Qin Yan and Xiao Yuemei arrived at the innermost room. As soon as she entered, Xiao Yuemei used spirit concentration kill and shot out a large amount of mental power to attack. It had to be said that an assassin at the 8th level martial body realm was very strong. When they saw someone enter, they immediately realized that something was amiss. As for Xiao Yuemei, she was also very fast. As soon as she entered, she used her strongest mental power to attack, causing the two assassins' heads to ache. They were unable to control the inner yuan energy in their bodies. Qin Yan rushed over and with a wave of his saber, he beheaded the assassin. His moves were also very neat. Quick! After Xiao Yuemei finished speaking, she rushed out of the stone room and controlled her sword to stab back and forth, harvesting the lives of the 7th level assassins outside. Qin Yan used his mental energy to control the saber and quickly beheaded the assassins. From time to time, he would also unleash spirit concentration kill attacks. To Qin Yan and Xiao Yuemei, dozens of drunk assassins were like chickens. They were easily killed. Xiao Yuemei let out a light sigh and said with a sneer, Qiyu came here before. He brought all the wine here. I wonder why he's so happy to be celebrating like this. Just now, in the innermost stone room, I saw a box. I wonder what was inside. Let's go in and take a look. Qin Yan said. After they entered the stone room, they headed straight for the table. The two 8th level martial body assassins who had their heads chopped off sat on both sides of the table. Qin Yan opened the box and took out a large piece of beast skin. He opened it and realized that it was a map. He used his finger to poke at a spot on the map and said, the ink hasn't dried yet. It was just drawn not long ago. What kind of map is this? There's another letter below. Let me take a look. Xiao Yuemei opened the envelope and her face was immediately filled with surprise. She then said, the map is to the forbidden area. From the contents of the letter, Qiyu has distributed the maps and invited others to the forbidden area. Forbidden area? Could it be the place where the soul-refining demon is imprisoned? Qin Yan said in shock, why did Qiyu invite so many people? As long as one was a member of the royal family of the Three Empires, they would not be unfamiliar with the matter of the soul-refining demon. The soul-refining demon was a great devil from many years ago. It was said that he cultivated a demonic art and mastered the evil art of teleporting other people's martial spirits. Furthermore, he could extract other people's martial spirits to strengthen his own. This was the only thing that Qin Yun and Xiao Yuemei knew. Xiao Yuemei said with a sneer, according to the history books of the three empires, the soul-refining demon is heinous and should be executed by torture. However, the Tianqi Empire has allowed him to live for so long. It is obvious that they want to force this demon to hand over the soul-refining art. Qin Yun frowned and said, I heard from Teacher Yang that there are some strange medicines that can cause people to hallucinate after eating them. Then, they will say whatever they want. Could it be that Qiyu has mastered this kind of pill and thinks that he can definitely make the soul-refining demon speak of the soul-refining art? Xiao Yuemei nodded and said, seeing how happy Qiyu is, he even came here to celebrate. Maybe he really got this pill, Qin Yun said, there are a few stone rooms here that are sealed. There should be something inside. Let's go take a look and plunder this place first. Following that, the two of them opened up all the sealed stone rooms. They were all extremely cold and contained a few rank 6 beasts and a few rank 7 beasts. These beasts were all dead, but their skin and bones were very expensive. Qin Yun naturally kept them all in the large storage bag. After Xiao Yuemei walked out of the cave, she said, Brother, let's go to the forbidden area as well. I never thought that they would actually build the forbidden area in the Cloud Dragon Mountain range. Qin Yun thought for a moment and said, if we go to the forbidden area, we might meet Qiyu and the people he invited. Xiao Yuemei said, we just need to be careful. Nothing will happen. We must go and take a look. If they really do obtain the soul-refining art, we will spread the news. Qin Yun nodded and took out the map. He looked at it carefully. The red dot marked on the map was in the area outside the Cloud Dragon Mountain range. The Cloud Dragon Mountain range that the Tianqi Empire relies on is in the northwest direction. It's not strange for them to build the forbidden area there. I just don't know if there are any ghost beasts there. Qin Yun had already memorized the map in his mind. Xiao Yuemei guessed, maybe there are a large number of powerful ghost beasts. That's why Qiyu invited others to go with him. Qin Yun said, we have experience in dealing with ghost beasts. There's no need to worry about that. They traveled through the night to the forbidden area. Late at night, the sky was cloudy and the stars and moon were hazy. Qin Yun and Xiao Yuemei flew at a low altitude in the direction of the Tianqi Empire. Qin Yun also flew on a spirit artifact. Although his speed was slower, it was very stable and quiet. The consumption was not too great either. He said, Yuemei, don't you need to go back to the Tianxian martial school? Xiao Yuemei's face darkened as she snorted, I don't want to go back. I'm the happiest when I'm with you. I hate the Tianxian martial school. Fortunately, I didn't agree to any of their conditions. If I want to leave, I'll leave. Because of Xiao Yuelan's example, she was now planning to leave the control of the Tianxiao Empire. She now had a cultivation at the 7th level of the martial body realm, so she could be considered to have a certain level of strength. Qin Yun said with a smile, why don't you leave the Tianxian martial school and let Teacher Du make an exception to accept you as a student? Teacher Du has a lot of prestige in the Star Xianwu Academy. Even the vice principal has to listen to him. Alright, I'll tell Teacher Du when I get back. Xiao Yuemei hurriedly nodded, I really regretted not going to the Star Xianwu Academy. I was called there by my aunt. Aunt is also my teacher now. Fortunately, she treats me well. Did your aunt ever think of selling you? Qin Yun asked. Of course not. But she's also very old-fashioned. When she found out that I was with you, she gave me a good scolding. Xiao Yuemei smiled tenderly and said, she's just jealous of me. She can casually play with other men. Aunt was also under a lot of pressure back then, so she wasn't married off. Qin Yun asked with a smile, is your aunt called Xiao Xianqin? She's been single for so many years, so her temper must be very bad. Xiao Yuemei giggled, don't say that in front of her, or else she'll beat you up. They chatted and laughed along the way. Unknowingly, it was already dawn. They also saw a winding river in the distance. It was shining brightly under the early morning sun, like a golden river. Beside the river was a large, dense forest. Just as the map indicated, the forbidden land of heavenly phenomenon was hidden in this dense forest. Let's go over from the ground. Xiao Yuemei said. Qin Yun nodded before the two of them descended into the forest and carefully ran forward. What will the forbidden area look like? Xiao Yuemei muttered in a low voice. Qin Yan said, when we looked down from above, we didn't see any hills or buildings. There was only a large forest, so I guessed that it should be an underground palace. Xiao Yuemei thought for a moment and agreed. Just as she was about to praise Qin Yan, she suddenly sensed movement around her. Her expression could not help but change. We've been discovered. Qin Yan sensed that a few people were approaching. Run. Xiao Yuemei immediately ran forward. Qin Yan followed behind her and kept paying attention to his surroundings. He realized that the people chasing them were all at the 7th level martial body realm. Their movement techniques were all extremely brilliant. Tianqi forbidden area. When Xiao Yuemei saw the person in front of her, she shouted in a low voice, "My aunt is here too." Among the dozen or so people in front of her, there was a woman wearing a blue dress. She had a noble temperament and a mature charm. Her beautiful oval face was filled with sternness. When her beautiful eyes saw Xiao Yuemei, she was surprised and angry. Xiao Xianqin floated up and flew over with a burst of cold air. Her face was frosty as she asked, "Yuemei, why are you here? Who is this man?" "He's Qin Yan." An old man shouted. He was a teacher from the Tianxian martial school. Qin Yan was also here. This caused the dozen or so people to be astonished. "Quickly take down Qin Yan." A young man wearing gorgeous red armor shouted loudly. This young man was Qi Yu. His slender and fair face was filled with viciousness because Qin Yan had ruined his and Xiao Yuemei's good fortune. When Xiao Yuemei saw this, she hurriedly stopped and stood in front of Qin Yan with her arms wide open. "What right do you have to take him down? He is a student of the Star Xianwu Academy." "Qi Yu, if I tell the Star Xianwu Academy about this, you will definitely be expelled." Xiao Xianqin said coldly, "Yuemei, why are you still with him? Wait. You have the golden bone qi on you, you have stepped into the 7th level martial body realm?" When Qi Yu and the other dozen or so people heard this, their expressions changed. The 14-year-old Xiao Yuemei was actually a martial artist at the 7th level martial body realm. "That's right, I just broke through." Xiao Yuemei snorted and said, "Aunt, you are not allowed to attack Qin Yan. Otherwise, I will no longer care about you." "I won't attack him, but it's fine if I attack you, right?" Xiao Xianqin waved her jade-like hand and shot out a ball of blue light that enveloped Xiao Yuemei. Then, she pulled her hand back and pulled her over. Xiao Xianqin was in her 30s and was a martial artist at the 9th level martial body realm. She was not weak, so it was easy for her to restrain Xiao Yuemei. When Qin Yan saw that the situation was amiss, he hurriedly threw out a few fire talismans that exploded into violent flames. Then, he took advantage of the chaos to run forward. Most of the people here were at the 9th level martial body realm. Naturally, they were not afraid of Qin Yan's fire talismans. They quickly spread out and formed a large circle that surrounded him. Qin Yan rushed to the side of the bluestone house and was surrounded. Qi Yu's voice was fierce as he shouted, "Qin Yan, instead of staying in the Star Xianwu Academy, you actually came here to die. Xiao Yanglong hates you so much, if I were to kill you, he would definitely be very happy, ha ha ha." Xiao Yuemei was furious and anxious. She immediately struggled and said with a voice filled with resentment, "Qi Yu, if you dare to make a move against my brother. Even if I, Xiao Yuemei, risk my life, I will still kill your Tianqi Empire. If you don't believe me, try it." Qi Yu looked at Xiao Yuemei, who was enveloped by the blue light, and could not help but grit his teeth and clench his fists. For Xiao Yuemei to be able to step into the 7th level martial body at the age of 14, her potential was as terrifying as Xiao Yuelan's. It was extremely likely that she would step into the martial Dao realm at the age of 20. There weren't many martial Dao realm cultivators in the Tianqi imperial family. If they were to suffer the revenge of a martial Dao realm cultivator, their country would be destroyed. "Aunt, you're actually hanging out with a dog like Qi Yu. I've misjudged you. I don't want to talk to you anymore." Xiao Yuemei was infuriated to the extreme when she saw that Qin Yan was surrounded and in a predicament. Xiao Xianqin never expected that Xiao Yuemei, who she had watched grow up, would have such sincere feelings for Qin Yan. Just as Xiao Xianqin was about to go and save Qin Yan, an old man from the Tianxian martial school suddenly attacked and struck Qin Yan with his palm. Bang! Qin Yan was struck by the palm force of a 9th level martial body. His body flew backwards and smashed open the stone door of the green brick house. After he was knocked into the stone door, it immediately closed. After the old man was done, he laughed out loud. "Old bastard, you! What did you do?" Xiao Yuemei roared. "Little girl, clean your mouth." The old man was very angry after being scolded in such a manner in front of everyone. He said coldly, old bastard, old bastard, old bastard, your entire family is inferior to pigs and dogs." The furious Xiao Yuemei cursed repeatedly, causing the surrounding people to be dumbfounded. This was because in their eyes, Xiao Yuemei was a rather cold and aloof girl. At this moment, she was actually using such vulgar words. Of course, Xiao Xianqi knew Xiao Yuemei's true personality very well. When she saw Xiao Yuemei's eyes filled with resentment, she knew that she would be hated from now on. "He's been locked up in our forbidden area. Other than my royal father, no one can release him." Chi Yu sneered, "If you want to save him, go find my royal father." "Old bastard, my brother has no enmity with you, why did you send him into the forbidden area? I know your name, just you wait. If I don't get back at you 10 times over, I, Xiao Yuemei, will definitely be struck by lightning and killed by 10,000 arrows. All of you, just you wait." Xiao Yuemei's beautiful eyes were already red and the resentment on her body was incomparably dense. Xiao Xianqin, who was behind her, could not help but sweat profusely. "Xiao Xianqin, scram! I don't want to see you ever again." Xiao Yuemei's voice became incomparably cold. Her eyes were filled with ruthlessness and hostility, just like her elder sister, Xiao Yuelan. "Yuemei! Calm down!" Xiao Xianqin shouted. "Shut up!" Xiao Yuemei shouted crazily. Her voice tore her throat and a strong mental power surged out from her body, causing everyone to feel dizzy. After Xiao Yuemei broke free from Xiao Xianqin, everyone was shocked and immediately defended. She knew that she couldn't beat the people here, so she hurriedly flew away on her sword. Xiao Xianqin glanced at the old man and said coldly, "You've caused trouble. Rashly attacking Qin Yun and sending him into the forbidden area is your business." The old man said angrily, who knew that this little girl would protect Qin Yun so much. "Isn't it something that many people want to do to completely defeat Qin Yun?" Chi Yu said, "I want to completely destroy Qin Yun but I can't do it in front of Xiao Yuemei. Otherwise, you will have to kill Xiao Yuemei so that she won't come looking for you for revenge." Just now, he wanted to make a move but when he heard Xiao Yuemei's murderous words, he immediately stopped. Xiao Xianqin sighed, "You guys saw how Yuemei treated me just now, right? She has always listened to me since she was young but this time, she has become like this. I have to quickly bring her back to the Tianshao Empire and let someone watch over her." She hurriedly soared into the air to chase after Xiao Yuemei. The old man sneered, "What's there to be afraid of? Isn't it just a girl? If she doesn't return to the Tianxian Martial School or the Tianshao Empire, where can she go? If she wants to continue to become stronger, she has to go to these 2 places. I'm also hated by her now. It's all Qin Yun's fault." Chi Yu said angrily as he looked at the green brick house, "We came here to obtain the soul refining art but now we've sent Qin Yun inside. The soul refining demon has someone to accompany him, so he won't cooperate with us." A middle-aged man said, "In short, this isn't a bad thing. Qin Yun won't be able to come out in the future. This fellow's existence is a great threat to us. Although his inner yuan has been destroyed, the spirit inscriptions in his hands can be valued by the Divine Inscription Palace. In the future, he will be able to stir up quite a bit of trouble by relying on the Divine Inscription Palace. The soul-refining demon has been locked up inside for more than 200 years and has been tormented by loneliness to such a degree that it is extremely likely that he will compromise with us and hand over the soul-refining art. Now that we've gotten someone in to relieve his boredom, our plan this time can be considered a failure. Let's go. We'll wait for Qin Yun to die inside before coming back. Qin Yun won't be able to live for long. The soul-refining demon will definitely eat him alive." Everyone left. Chi Yu, on the other hand, had a heavy heart. He could feel Xiao Yuemei's endless resentment just now. The hatred that was as deep as a sea of blood had left a deep impression on him. At the entrance of Blue Spirit Star Palace's eastern palace, Xiao Yanglong had his hands behind his back as he walked back and forth, as if he was waiting for someone. Not long after, Xiao Yuelan and Yang Shiyu, who were dressed in blue dresses, slowly walked out. Their faces were ice-cold, and when they looked at Xiao Yanglong, their eyes were filled with disgust. They hated Xiao Yanglong very much. When Xiao Yanglong saw this, he felt hatred in his heart. If it wasn't for Yang Shiyu's talent, he would have forcefully held a wedding. Right now, he could only endure it. "What is it?" Xiao Yuelan said coldly. Xiao Yanglong's face was also cold as he said, "Yu Mei has gone missing. Other than aunt, you are the only one who has the best relationship with her. She has now fallen out with her aunt. This time, the matter is very serious. It's not like before when she was just throwing a tantrum. You stole her storage spirit artifact. I will settle this debt with you," Xiao Yuelan said coldly. A formless killing intent suddenly surged out, causing Xiao Yanglong to take a few steps back. Yu Mei ignored the interests of the Tianshao Empire and was with Qin Yun. That was only a punishment for her, Xiao Yanglong said coldly as he released a terrifying aura. He was in the martial Dao realm. Then go find her yourselves. After Xiao Yuelan finished speaking, she turned around and was about to leave. Qin Yun was sent into the forbidden area by a teacher of the Tianxian martial school. Yu Mei is angry because of this. Aren't you worried that she will do something else? Xiao Yanglong's words caused Yang Shiyu's eyes to tremble. Xiao Yuelan was stunned for a moment before she said with a sneer, "That's for the best. Don't think that Yu Mei is a girl who is easy to bully. When she becomes ruthless, even I have to concede defeat." Yang Shiyu sighed faintly. Qin Yun has already fallen to such a state. Why are they persistently pestering him? She followed behind Xiao Yuelan with a heavy heart as she walked towards the entrance of the Eastern Palace. "Qin Yun, it's a good thing that you were sent into the forbidden area. Otherwise, I would have made you suffer a fate worse than death." Xiao Yanglong clenched his fists tightly as his heart bled with hatred. Xiao Yuemei had broken through to the 7th level martial body realm. Just this kind of talent was enough to make the Tianshao Empire pay attention to her. But now, she had disappeared, causing the entire Tianshao Empire to be shaken. If she were to blame him, Xiao Yanglong would also have a certain degree of responsibility. Because he had stolen Xiao Yuemei's storage bracelet, the seed of anger had long been planted in her heart. And the most anxious person was, of course, Xiao Xianqin. She was the same as Xiao Yuelan. They were both very clear on this little girl's personality. She was the kind of little witch who was born evil. When she became ruthless, she did not know the severity of the situation. Soul transfer. The news of Qin Yun being sent into the forbidden zone quickly spread. Du Gui was extremely depressed. He had thought that he had a pretty good student, but he had been sent into that damned forbidden area. Xia Wufeng, Hua Zhong and Morong Darren had all come to look for Du Gui. They wanted to save Qin Yun, and Du Gui supported their thoughts. However, they did not have that kind of strength yet, so they were told to go back and cultivate properly. Even if one had the strength of a martial Dao realm cultivator, they might not be able to save someone from the forbidden area. The forbidden area was located in a forest. The entrance was a green brick house. After Qin Yun was blasted through the door and entered the stone house, there was a very deep vertical passageway that led deep into the ground. It was more than 1,000 meters deep. He had been severely injured by the old man from the Tianxian martial school and was unable to circulate his inner force. His consciousness was also very blurry, and he could only allow his body to fall. He was certain that he would fall miserably. However, after he fell, he landed on a very soft object. However, he still received a certain amount of impact and fainted. A few days later, Qin Yun slowly opened his eyes and saw a hazy white light on the walls. He hurriedly sat up and observed his surroundings. He was in a stone room with a few dim luminous pearls hanging on the walls. I remember that I was sent into the green brick house with a single palm strike. Could it be that I am in the forbidden area? When Qin Yun recalled, he was alarmed. Kid, you are indeed in the forbidden area. The voice was soft, just like a woman's. However, the one who spoke was an old woman with a head full of white hair and a golden dragon head walking stick. The old woman's face was slightly wrinkled and she had a benevolent smile on her face. She walked to the bed and slowly sat down. Many people knew that there was a soul-refining demon locked up in the heavenly phenomenon forbidden area. Qin Yan had been very clear about this matter since he was young. However, he never expected that the legendary soul-refining demon would be an old woman. Old. Granny, why are you here? Qin Yan could not believe that the old woman in front of him was the infamous berserk demon. I made a mistake and was locked up here. What about you? The old woman smiled. Her smile made Qin Yan feel very uncomfortable. I had a conflict with someone and was sent here. Qin Yan hurriedly sensed the twin martial souls on his left arm. He couldn't help but heave a sigh of relief when he realized that they were still inside. He was also surprised to find that all the wounds on his body had healed. Previously, he had been severely injured by the 9th level martial body. Without circulating his energy to heal his injuries, it was impossible for him to recover so quickly. The old lady smiled and said, "Your injuries have been healed by me." The martial spirit in your body is very interesting, but it has also encountered a very big problem. You being able to fall here is also a blessing in disguise. Granny, are you the legendary mad demon? Qin Yan saw that the old woman is very kind and boldly asked. The old woman sighed and said, "Yes, yes, yes. I am that heinous soul refinement demon. I once helped many people in the Xianxia Empire obtain powerful martial spirits, but they were ungrateful. After my husband passed away, they forced me to hand over the soul refining technique. I refused no matter what, so they put me in here." Qin Yan knew very well what the officials of the empire were like. Therefore, he believed that the old woman's words could be trusted. "Granny, this kid's name is Qin Yan. I am a prince of the Tianqin Empire. I was originally the crown prince, but I was later harmed by a treacherous official. I was stripped of my position as crown prince and even had 4 spirit veins extracted. But they are still targeting me, determined to destroy me." Qin Yan sighed and said, "I have a lot of enemies outside. It's much safer here." When the old woman heard this, she frowned and said somewhat angrily, "These fellows are truly vicious. They actually extracted other people's spirit veins." "How old were you at that time?" 10 years old. Qin Yan laughed bitterly and said, "It's all in the past. I'm not bad now. I also have a cultivation at the 6th level martial body realm. You must remember the person who extracted your spirit vein and then kill them one by one. This kind of villain must not be allowed to live." The old woman's face was as cold as iron. It was obvious that she was very angry about this matter. Qin Yan asked in a low voice, "Granny, I heard that you extracted other people's martial spirits. Is that true?" The old woman shook her head and said, "All I use are ownerless martial spirits or beast spirits. I never extract martial spirits from living people. Of course, if I were to deal with those evil people who harmed me, I would not show mercy. Back then, I was one of the 4 great concubines of the Tianqi Empire. In the imperial harem, I was the strongest under the empress. Later on, when the emperor died, the empress was worried that I would fight for power. Not only did she kill my 2 sons, she also forced me to hand over the soul-refining art. If this bunch of idiots hadn't killed my son, I might have cooperated with them." Qin Yan lowered his head and recalled the records he had read in the books. He said in a low voice, "There is indeed such a section in the history of the Tianqi Empire. Xiao Ruiwen, one of the 4 concubines, plotted with her son for the throne, so they were all executed. No one knew that the soul-refining demon and this concubine were actually the same person. At that time, not many people knew that I knew how to refine souls. They were worried that I would use the soul-refining art to win over people's hearts, so they acted decisively and eradicated our family. Then, they molded the soul refiners into heinous crimes so that no one would dare to find me to refine their souls." Xiao Ruiwen sneered. Qin Yan said in surprise, "Grandma Xiao, you've been locked up here for more than 200 years. You're not even that old. That empress should have already died, right?" Xiao Ruiwen smiled and said, "That's right. I used the soul-refining art to keep my soul active. As long as the soul martial spirit doesn't age, it can live for a long time." Following that, Qin Yan told Xiao Ruiwen everything that had happened to him. She sympathized with him and hated the empress very much. Xiao Ruiwen said, "Xiao Yun, the situation of the martial spirit in your body is very special. You should know this yourself. Because it was too dangerous at that time, I moved my arm. now, I can't move it back. Qin was extremely vexed. I wonder if it will affect me in the future. Xiao Ruiwen hurriedly said, of course it will affect you. Your martial spirit is all concentrated in your arm. What if your arm is cut off in the future? Can you guarantee that your arm won't be injured? Qin Yan's face was filled with worry as he asked, Grandma Xiao, can you help me move my martial spirit and inner yuan back to my dantian? Xiao Ruiwen laughed, why are you moving it back to your dantian? I plan to move your vibration martial spirit and inner yuan to your heart. The sleeping flame martial spirit is in your left arm. Why didn't you move it back to the dantian? Qin Yan was extremely puzzled and secretly delighted. If the vibration martial spirit could be moved to the heart, it would indeed be very good. The heart was a vital point. With the protection of the vibration inner yuan, it would not be so easy to injure it. Xiao Ruiwen chuckled, if we don't move it back to the dantian, it will be left for the third martial spirit to reside in. This is the best place to absorb the third martial spirit. You'll know in the future. Is that really possible? Qin Yan said excitedly. Lie down and cooperate with Grandma. During this process, you need to control your martial spirit with your own consciousness. Xiao Ruiwen said. After Qin Yan lay down, Xiao Ruiwen placed her hand on his arm and released a special mental force that locked onto the vibration inner yuan and the vibration martial spirit within. Then, she slowly moved the vibration elemental energy and said in a low voice, the vibration elemental energy is originally in your fire elemental energy. If you want to rush out now, it might be a little painful. You have to endure it. No matter what, you can't let the vibration elemental energy run back. Qin Yan nodded hurriedly before frowning. Not long after, he felt the vibrating inner yuan. As Xiao Ruiwen's hand slowly moved, it quickly touched the inner wall of the fire inner yuan, about to tear it apart. Ah! Qin Yan cried out in pain. Hold on, it will be done soon. Xiao Ruiwen was also sweating at this time and shouted in a deep voice. Moments later, the pain slowly subsided. Qin Yan panted heavily as his entire body was covered in sweat. The vibrating inner yuan had finally separated from the fire inner yuan. Under Xiao Ruiwen's control, it slowly moved towards his heart. Grandma Xiao, my fire elemental energy is currently asleep. Do I need to fuse with a very strong martial spirit in order to wake it up? Qin Yan asked. Yes. Furthermore, this martial spirit must be strong. If it is not strong enough, it will destroy your fire martial spirit and your fire elemental energy. Xiao Ruiwen said solemnly, it's a good thing you met me. Otherwise, if you were to randomly search for a martial spirit, the consequences would be very serious. Very quickly, Qin Yan felt a strong surge of energy enter his heart. The vibration elemental energy perfectly entered his heart. Xiao Ruiwen wiped her sweat and said with a smile, if you did not cultivate the Black-Yellow Heart Sutra, I would not dare to help you move it like this. Only the Black-Yellow Heart Sutra can withstand the vibration elemental energy. Even an ordinary Vajra Heart Sutra would not be able to withstand it and would definitely be torn apart. The heart was the hub of energy circulation in the body. Now that it had fused with the vibration elemental energy, it meant that the vibration elemental energy could reach every part of the body in an instant to protect the body. Thank you, Grandma Xiao. Qin Yan chuckled. Why are you being so polite with me? Little fellow, you've suffered so much and it's not easy for you to achieve what you have today. It's a pity that you're trapped in this damned place. Xiao Ruiwen sighed, even if I have the strength of the martial Dao realm, I won't be able to escape. Grandma Xiao, what's the main force that's preventing you from leaving? Qin Yan had grasped quite a few spirit inscriptions. He wanted to see if he could break the seal inside. There's a very powerful formation here. It's releasing a barrier that envelopes the entire underground palace. One can only enter from the outside and not from the inside. Xiao Ruiwen said. Qin Yan touched the surrounding walls and infused his primordial spirit into them to investigate. He tried to send his primordial spirit out but to no avail. This place was much sturdier than the Heaven Punisher Tower. After investigating for a while, he walked out of the room. There was a long passageway outside and there were many forks in the passageway that led in all directions. Soul refining artist Qin Yan walked in the dark corridor. He quickly pondered and asked, Grandma Qiao, you have been able to smoothly absorb spiritual energy all these years, right? Xiao Ruiwen said, of course I can. I broke through to the martial Dao realm here. It's strange, the spiritual energy here seems to be rather special. Qin Yan had also sensed that the spiritual energy here was close to the level of inner qi. Furthermore, it was extremely pure. When he was in the Heaven Punisher Tower, he could not absorb spiritual energy from the outside world. In this forbidden area, he could absorb spiritual energy, but the power of his primordial spirit could not seep out. To maintain a strong barrier in the forbidden area, it requires a lot of energy. Therefore, there must be a large qi gathering array that is used to gather the surrounding spiritual energy. I'm guessing that this qi gathering array is connected to every big tree outside and gathers energy through the big trees. Qin Yan was not making random guesses because he could feel the essence of plants from the spiritual energy here. Xiao Ruiwen was not proficient in formations and spirit inscriptions. She asked, Xiao Yun, you seem to have a better understanding of formations? Qin Yan smiled. Grandma Qiao, I'm a beginner inscription master. Xiao Ruiwen was astonished and said excitedly, really? That's great. Maybe I can see the light of day again. This forbidden area has a very big flaw. When the qi gathering array provides energy to the barrier, it also pours a large amount of spiritual energy into the underground palace. As Qin Yan spoke, he walked quickly. Without needing Xiao Ruiwen to lead the way, he arrived at the largest octagonal stone room. He said with a smile, just as I expected, the spiritual energy here is the thinnest. This is also the weakness of the barrier. Xiao Ruiwen was confused and asked, then what are the uses of the 32 square stone rooms and the 72 circular stone rooms? Qin Yan said, those stone rooms are made of huge spirit stone bricks and spirit inscriptions are carved on the outside. Among them, the 32 square stone rooms are relatively large and they are all carved with formations to gather spiritual energy. The 72 circular stone rooms are responsible for releasing the power of the barrier and covering the entire underground palace. This largest octagonal stone room serves as a balance. It's used to balance the operation of the energy and the barrier. As long as we destroy this place, we can break the barrier. Xiao Ruiwen shook her head and said, I have attacked every stone room, but it was useless. Not only are the stone bricks very strong, but they can also absorb energy. Qin Yan took out the giant king spirit hammer and smashed it against the wall, executing the 6-style forging dragon. What was strange was that after his hammer hit the wall, it did not produce any shockwaves or sound. It was completely absorbed by the wall. That's it. After Xiao Ruiwen saw it, she sighed, no matter how much power is used, it is always absorbed. Qin Yan sat on the ground and said, the passageway I came down from should also have a barrier sealing it. This looks a bit troublesome. Xiao Ruiwen said, Xiao Yun, don't worry. There will be time in the future. Since you are an inscription master, it is best for you to learn my soul refining technique. Grandma Qiao, are you really going to teach me the soul refining art? Qin Yan stood up abruptly, his face filled with pleasant surprise. Xiao Ruiwen smiled as she stroked his head, of course. I don't have any children and you are a very good child. You are also an inscription master, so you are the best candidate. Grandma will teach you now. Qin Yan asked with a face full of curiosity, Grandma, who taught you the soul refining art? Is this really an evil technique? My soul refining art was left behind by the martial King Lanshao. I obtained it by chance, how could it be an evil technique? Xiao Ruiwen smiled. Grandma, you must not have eaten anything delicious here for a long time. I have some here. When Qin Yan thought of this matter, he immediately took out many fresh fruits and all sorts of food, as well as demon beast meat. Although Xiao Ruiwen had lived for hundreds of years, she was still very spirited. She looked to be in her 50s or 60s, but her hair and eyebrows were white, making her look very old. Furthermore, because there was nothing here, she was very lonely and looked even older. Thank you, little Yun. Xiao Ruiwen was very happy. As she ate, she chuckled. Qin Yan had also suffered because of the struggle for imperial power. He had suffered the same fate as Xiao Ruiwen. This was also the reason why they were able to recognize each other so quickly. As Xiao Ruiwen ate, she began to recite the soul refining art. When Qin Yan heard this, he was secretly alarmed. That was because the true power of the soul refining art was to refine inscriptions into the martial spirit, making it stronger. Xiao Ruiwen did not understand inscriptions, so she could only simply fuse her martial spirit together. Even so, the martial spirit she refined was still very powerful. There were no martial spirits or beast spirits here, so Qin Yin could not use them to refine his hands. He could only memorize the main points that Xiao Ruiwen had explained. There were many parts that even Xiao Ruiwen did not understand. A few days later, Qin Yin had completely memorized the soul refining art. Xiao Ruiwen had spent several days and nights repeatedly explaining it. It was difficult not to remember it. Little Yun, if we can get out, I'll take you to the soul guiding star peak. Xiao Ruiwen sat on a rocking chair. It was made by Qin Yin from the wood in his storage space. Qin Yin shook the rocking chair and suddenly stopped. He was very interested in this and asked, Soul guiding star peak? What kind of place is that? Xiao Ruiwen said, that is a mysterious place built by the martial king Lan Xiao. There is a great formation at the top of this mountain. As long as the formation is activated, the star martial spirit can be drawn in. Although the star martial spirit is the weakest of the martial spirits bestowed by the heavens, it is more likely to be obtained. Your fire martial spirit is sleeping, and only by fusing with the martial spirit bestowed by the heavens can you awaken it. Where is the soul guiding star peak? When Qin Yin heard that, his heart stirred. He wished that he could immediately leave this damned place. In the Cloud Dragon Mountain Range, in the north direction, there is a dark north star. Of course, there are many mountain peaks there. From the outside, the soul guiding star peak is no different from the other mountain peaks. There is a swamp near the soul guiding star peak. As long as you see that swamp and wait for the dark north star to appear, you will know which soul guiding star peak is. Qin Yin memorized it. Who knew when he would be able to get there? Little Yun, you seem to be in a hurry to get out. You said that you have many enemies outside, so you should hide first. Xiao Ruiwen asked. Qin Yin said, because of one thing. When I was very young, my mother set up a marriage agreement with the princess of the Tianshao Empire for me. After I was murdered, the Tianshao Empire decided to remarry the princess to the new crown prince. The engagement ceremony will be held in about 2 or 3 months. Xiao Ruiwen slowly nodded her head. So that's how it is. You should indeed go. After all, this is the marriage that your mother arranged for you. You should snatch the princess back. Qin Yin scratched his head and said with a smile, it's not that I want to snatch it back. Xiao Ruiwen frowned. Could it be that the princess despises you? Then you should snatch her over and teach her a lesson. No. Qin Yin could sense that Xiao Yuelan did not have any ill intentions towards him. However, the outside world was saying that Xiao Yuelan hated him very much. It was even said that because she had been engaged since she was young, her personality had become extremely cold and heartless. Many people felt that Qin Yin was a stain on Xiao Yuelan's life. Therefore, they believed that Xiao Yuelan wished for nothing more than to kill him. Xiao Ruiwen sighed, the problem is, we can't get out now. If you can get out, then immediately go to the soul guiding star peak and fuse with a star martial spirit. It will definitely increase your strength greatly, and you might even be able to step into the 7th level martial body realm. Sigh, is there really no way to get out? Qin Yin was very depressed as he paced back and forth in the stone chamber, thinking of a solution. Xiao Ruiwen was also very helpless as she said, it's only possible if all the energy needed for the barrier is consumed. Qin Yin was taken aback. After thinking carefully, he said ecstatically, that's right. We just need to consume the energy needed for the barrier. As long as we create an imbalance in the underground palace, we will be able to find a chance to leave. He hurriedly headed for the largest octagonal stone room. This stone room was dozens of meters wide and was extremely spacious. The moment Qin Yin arrived, he took out many stone slabs and laid them out on the ground. These stone slabs were the 9 Yang Spirit Convergence Array. He wanted to use the 9 Yang Spirit Convergence Array to snatch away the energy of the barrier. Xiao Ruiwen asked doubtfully, Xiao Yun, the spiritual energy here is the thinnest. Will it be effective? Qin Yin said with a smile, this is the hub, the place where the energy is controlled in an orderly manner. As long as we cause chaos here, we will have a chance to leave. When Xiao Ruiwen saw that he was full of confidence, she was secretly excited. She had been locked up here for so many years and was on the verge of despair. But now, hope had been rekindled. After Qin Yan finished setting up the 9-yang spirit convergence array, he controlled the array to activate it. Then, he stood on the array and released his mental energy. This allowed him to sense the 9-sun spiritual energy more clearly. The large amount of spiritual energy absorbed by the 9-yang spirit convergence array was all poured into the array to replenish the energy inside. He also absorbed a large portion of it to temper his body. After a few hours, it gradually took effect. The barrier inside had become weaker. When Xiao Ruiwen struck the wall, it caused the wall to tremble violently. This meant that the barrier had been greatly affected and was no longer able to absorb energy like before. Great! If this goes on, I'll definitely be able to break the stone wall. Xiao Ruiwen was extremely excited. She constantly used her martial Dao realm power to crazily strike the wall. Qin Yan only needed to seriously control the 9-yang spirit convergence array to absorb a large amount of spiritual energy and destroy the seal structure, weakening the barrier's power. Boom! Boom! The sound of Xiao Ruiwen striking the stone wall became louder and louder. The huge octagonal stone room also began to shake violently, as if it would collapse at any moment. Grandma Qiao, you must be careful. If the barrier is broken, it will definitely surge out with tyrannical energy. You must pay attention to protect yourself. Qin Yan hurriedly warned. I will pay attention. After Xiao Ruiwen finished speaking, she ruthlessly struck the stone wall with her palm. Boom! The stone room trembled crazily and the sturdy stone wall finally cracked. To star peak when Qin Yan saw the stone wall crack, he hurriedly put away the stone slabs of the 9-yang spirit convergence array and came to Xiao Ruiwen's side. The last strike. Xiao Ruiwen was extremely excited. She had been imprisoned in this place for more than 200 years and was about to see the light of day again. Excited, her palm trembled slightly as she gathered a very strong force and slowly pushed it forward. When it touched the stone wall, it exploded with an incomparably loud sound. The underground palace also emitted a bang 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 sound as many stone rooms suddenly collapsed. In the largest stone room they were in, huge stone bricks kept falling one after another. Xiao Ruiwen used her inner force to form a barrier that enveloped herself and Qin Yan. Then, she struck the cracked wall with her palm again, creating a large hole that led straight to the ground. We did it! Xiao Ruiwen could not suppress her excitement as she laughed out loud. She pulled Qin Yan and charged out, instantly arriving on the ground. Grandma Qiao. There might be people from the Tianqi Empire here. We have to be careful. Qin Yan said in a low voice as he looked around warily. When Xiao Ruiwen was in the underground palace, she had heard Qin Yan mention the Blue Spirit Star Palace. She also knew that there were many powerful martial Dao realm cultivators in the Star Palace. They would definitely covet her soul refining technique. We can't let anyone know that we're out for the time being. After Xiao Ruiwen was happy, she calmed down. Qin Yan looked at the green brick house. It had already collapsed. As long as the people from the Tianqi Empire came here, they would definitely know that they had broken through the barrier. There was no way to hide it. How can we cover up this matter? Just now, the underground palace collapsed and the commotion was not small. The surroundings were shaking violently and there must be people from the Tianqi Empire patrolling nearby. They will be here soon. Qin Yan frowned as he looked around. He released his mental energy to sense the surroundings. If anyone came over, he could silence them in time. Xiao Ruiwen's expression was solemn as she said, "Looks like I can only use Patriarch Lan Zhao's ancient forbidden technique." Qin Yan asked in alarm, "Ancient forbidden technique? What is that?" "It can attract meteorites to fall. However, after I use it, I will consume a lot of energy and will need a period of time to recover." Xiao Ruiwen said, "If they knew that I came out of the forbidden area, they would definitely chase after me everywhere. Even you would be in danger." Her lips moved slightly, and she gripped the walking stick in her hand tightly. Bursts of powerful energy surged out of her body, causing the surrounding wind to blow violently and the clouds to surge. Suddenly, an oppressive aura appeared, and the surrounding trees were instantly broken. Qin Yan looked up and saw a huge meteorite appear. Arg! Xiao Ruiwen cried out miserably, and the energy flowing out of her body became even more violent. Then, as if her entire body had been sucked dry, she fell limply to the ground. She said weakly, "Quickly. Quickly leave this place." Qin Yan carried her on his back and used the flaming cloud steps to fly through the air at his fastest speed. When he was in the air, he also felt a scorching wave of air pressing down. The broken trees below were instantly ignited, turning into a sea of fire. Boom! When the meteor landed, it stirred up a fiery shock wave. It was like a boulder crashing into a calm lake. Ferocious waves of flames engulfed the forest within 500 kilometers. Qin Yan walked in the air as he was enveloped by a scorching heat wave. Beneath him was a sea of lava and fire. The surrounding 1,000-meter-tall mountains had all been flattened. This forbidden technique is really terrifying. It's simply a natural disaster. Qin Yan carried the unconscious Xiao Ruiwen on his back as he felt incomparably shocked. He walked in the air and ran towards the north. An hour after Qin Yan left, a large group of people appeared in the sky above the forbidden area that was covered in lava. Du Gui frowned as he looked at the explosions that were constantly surging up. Then, he looked at the people from the Xianxia martial school and said with a sneer, "Are you satisfied now? Qin Yan is completely dead." Shuchuan let out a long sigh and said, "An outstanding young inscription master is finished just like that." Ho Xingfeng said, "I have to hurry up and appease Xiao Wufeng and the others." When they heard that Qin Yan had been sent to the forbidden area, they almost caused trouble. "This matter has nothing to do with us. Don't look at us," Huiqing said indifferently, but he was extremely happy in his heart. "It was the teacher of your Tianxian martial school who personally sent Qin Yan into the forbidden area. Xiao Yuemei thinks that this is all the fault of your Tianxian martial school. This girl has been missing for so long, she should be making a move soon." Du Gui sneered. "Teacher Du, let's go back." Ho Xingfeng sighed and turned to fly away. Du Gui's mental strength was very strong. He was very familiar with Qin Yan's mental strength, so he could sense a trace of familiar mental strength that extended in a certain direction. He was the first to arrive here. After sensing Qin Yan's mental strength, he immediately erased it. Therefore, no one else could sense it. He did not tell Ho Xingfeng about this because he was not sure if Qin Yan was still alive. He would wait until he was sure. Qin Yan had stayed with the soul-refining demon for such a long time in the forbidden area. If he was still alive, he would definitely be thought to have mastered the art of soul refining. Ever since the appearance of Blue Spirit Star Palace, meteorites had fallen from time to time. However, they were not as big as this time, so no one thought too much about it. They all thought that it was a coincidence. Especially those who hated Qin Yan. They believed that it was the work of the heavens to eradicate Qin Yan and the soul-refining demon. As for those who were watching the show, they secretly sympathized with Qin Yan. Just as he was about to counterattack, his elemental energy was crippled and he was sent into the forbidden area. Finally, he was smashed to death by a meteorite that suddenly fell. No matter how he looked at it, it seemed like he had offended some deity. Otherwise, who would torment him like this? Qin Yan carried Xiao Ruiwen on his back. After running in the air for a day, he felt somewhat tired and landed on a large tree to rest. He looked at the extremely weak Xiao Ruiwen and shouted worriedly, "Grandma, how are you?" Xiao Ruiwen opened her eyes slightly and said with a smile, "Grandma is fine. I'm very happy to be able to see the 9 suns again. I'll be fine after resting for a while. Xiao Yun, go to the soul-guiding star peak yourself. It's very inconvenient for you to bring me along. I won't be able to recover that quickly." "No, I can't leave you behind." Qin Yan firmly opposed. When Xiao Ruiwen saw how concerned Qin Yan was about him, her heart warmed. She said with a benevolent smile, "Find a high mountain and make a very deep cave. Put me in the cave. After you leave, seal the cave so that I can rest safely inside. Be good, listen to Grandma. It's not easy for you to bring me to the soul-guiding star peak. You must obtain the star martial spirit in these 2 to 3 months and then snatch your princess back. Grandma, what about you?" Qin Yan was extremely reluctant to part with this kind old granny. Xiao Ruiwen said, "If I recover, I will go to the martial desolate land. Back then, my enemies in Tianqi were all dead, so I have nothing to miss here. I also believe that you will be able to rely on your own strength to overcome all the difficulties. Qin Yan could only carry Qiao Ruiwen on his back and fly to a relatively high mountain peak. Then, he carved out a very deep cave. He placed the 9 Yang spirit convergence array inside. This would allow Qiao Ruiwen to absorb spiritual energy faster. Then, he gave her a storage spirit artifact filled with all sorts of delicious food. Qiao Ruiwen said, "Good child, if anyone suspects that you have mastered the soul refining technique and you really can't hide it any longer, tell them that the soul refining technique was created by the martial king Lan Shao and its original name is the soul controlling secret art. The people from Blue Spirit Star Palace must be very familiar with it. When the time comes, there will be people from Blue Spirit Star Palace to help you. According to your description of the Blue Spirit Star Palace, the Eastern Palace inside should have inherited the spirit of the martial king Lan Shao. You must do your best to become a disciple of the Blue Spirit Star Palace's Eastern Palace and learn the martial arts of the martial king Lan Shao." Qin Yan hurriedly nodded. He had comprehended the extremely powerful Star Yang Heart Sutra himself, allowing his mind to transform into a star and possess a powerful mental force. Therefore, he was very respectful to the martial king Lan Shao. In the end, Qiao Ruiwen told him a lot about the soul-guiding star peak, allowing him to understand the process of drawing souls. Qin Yan reluctantly bid farewell to Qiao Ruiwen before sealing the cave. He came to the ground and ran north. He traveled from the west side of the Cloud Dragon mountain range to the north. The journey was long and dangerous. He didn't know if he would be able to make it in time for the wedding. At night, Qin Yan floated high in the sky and looked at a star in the north. It was the Dark North Star. The Dark North Star looked a little blue and was also the brightest star in the northern part of the sky. It was easy to see. I hope that the soul-guiding star peak will really allow me to obtain a martial spirit bestowed by the heavens. Qin Yan landed on the ground and traversed the forest at night. Now that he was in the Cloud Dragon mountain range, he had to be extremely careful to avoid the attacks of all kinds of ferocious beasts. If he encountered a fast class 8 or 9 beast, it would be a disaster. I wonder how Yueme is doing. I was sent to the forbidden area, so she must be very worried about me. She will also be very angry because of this matter. Qin Yan was secretly worried that Xiao Yueme would do something out of line. In front of him, Xiao Yueme often laughed and mischievously, but she was a straightforward person. Furthermore, when she became ruthless, it was terrifying. Woof, woof, woof. In the silent forest at night, a crisp barking of a dog suddenly sounded out. Qin Yan immediately stopped in his tracks and released his mental energy to investigate. At the same time, he used his cultivation technique to eliminate all the auras around him. Then, he hid in the dense leaves of a large tree. Not far away, a pair of dark green eyes appeared. It was a large black dog that was as big as a cow. On its back was a large man who was slowly walking over. Not long after, 2 more large dogs with green eyes walked over with people on their backs. They kept sniffing the ground. "Was that your dog barking just now? Did you find anything?" a big man asked. "Your dogs are also nearby. Didn't you notice?" The man said, "Maybe my dog is too sensitive. It's always good to be careful. We're guarding a top-grade spirit iron ore and we've mined so much. It's a critical moment. The Western Palace is really something. Hundreds of slaves have already died, why haven't they sent any slaves over? After mining so many spirit iron ores, they didn't send anyone over to retrieve them. Not only did they keep piling them up there, they even had to be very careful to guard them. Top-grade spirit iron ores only needed to undergo a simple refinement to obtain spirit iron. To a power, a spirit iron mine was extremely important, not to mention a top-grade spirit iron mine. The price of top-grade spirit iron is over 10,000 crystal coins per gene. I wonder how much top-grade spirit iron they can extract from the spirit iron mine. Qin Yan pondered. From the conversation just now, he learned that the spirit iron mine was controlled by the Blue Spirit West Palace and they even used a large number of slaves to mine it. They treat their slaves very cruelly. They don't care about their lives. Damn it. Since I've met them, I'll just save them. The patrolling people were all at the 5th level of the martial body realm. Qin Yan felt that with his strength, he should be able to succeed. After the patrolling people were far away, he carefully snuck up on the tree. After a while, he heard all kinds of noises. There were the sounds of whips cracking, slaves shouting, supervisors scolding, and children crying. These beasts from the Blue Spirit West Palace actually brought the children of their slaves here. Is it just to force the slaves to work hard? Xianxia was infuriated as he could not help but speed up. After a while, he stood on a tree that was more than 100 meters tall and looked at the huge pit in front of him that was a few hundred meters wide. The pit was more than 10 meters deep and there were extremely hard stones at the bottom. The four walls were filled with large braziers that illuminated the pit red. At the bottom of the pit, there were many strong men with shackles on their hands and feet. There were both young and middle-aged men. Their bodies were riddled with wounds, all of them were purplish-black whip marks. The most shocking thing was that many of the burly men had children between the ages of a few to 10 years old tied up beside them. This bunch of scum from the Blue Spirit West Palace. Xianxia's eyes turned red as he watched. The slaves had no choice but to work hard to dig out the stiff stones. Otherwise, not only would they be beaten, their children would also be beaten. Xianxia carefully observed the entire mine and discovered that there were 3 sentry towers. There were more than 10 supervisors above the crater and they were all at the 5th level of the martial body realm. There are only 3 6th level martial body cultivators. They are all old men and they have 3 very comfortable huts. Alright, let's start with them. After making up his plan of attack, he changed into a set of black clothes and used beast skin to quickly craft talismans. The body-securing pattern can be used to make body-securing talismans, which are relatively easy to make. It's enough to deal with the supervisor. To deal with the few people sweeping the tower, we will use sleep patterns to make hypnotic talismans. If one's spiritual power is not strong enough, they will fall asleep instantly after being hit by the hypnotic talisman. From the 36 spirit marks, Xianxia had learned many strange high-grade spirit marks. The difficulty of creating the hypnotic talisman was relatively high, and it required a lot of mental strength. The beast skin used to carve the talisman also required mental strength to create it. A few hours later, Xianxia looked at the sky and thought to himself, it will be daybreak in about 2 hours. I have to finish them before daybreak. After he finished making the talisman, he immediately took action. First, he quietly came to the side of a small house and carefully opened the window with his mental power. After opening the window, he saw the 6th level martial body martial artist inside. He immediately used spirit concentration kill to knock him out and quickly entered the small house to kill the old man. There are still 2 old men. Xianxia changed into the old man's blue robe. This could prevent him from pretending to be someone from Blue Spirit Star Palace when he was discovered. These old men were all cultivating, as if they were in a deep sleep. They did not have any vigilance, so he was able to easily succeed. After killing the 3 elders at the 6th level martial body realm, Xianxia used his mental power to send the hypnotic talisman to the sentry tower and hypnotize the people on it. When the people on the 3 sentry towers were asleep, he released the silver lion and took out his spirit essence saber. He first used the body-securing talisman to stop the supervisor beside the large mine. Then, he controlled the puppet Silver Lion to search for the few patrolmen who had gone out. After the supervisor was immobilized, Xianxia used the Imperial Spirit Art to control the Spirit Essence Saber to slash at him. With just a few swoosh 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 swoosh, the ferocious and brutal supervisors were all killed by him. After he was done, Xianxia heaved a long sigh of relief. He was very satisfied with the stealth assassination. The sound of dogs barking could also be heard from afar. The patrolmen riding large dogs had no power to resist the Silver Lion. When the slaves below saw the supervisor being killed, they could not help but be alarmed. Xianxia wore a mask and threw down a bunch of keys. He said, "Unlock it yourselves and quickly leave this place." He discovered that many of these slaves were at the 3rd or 4th level of the martial body realm. There were even a few elders at the 5th level of the martial body realm. "How were you all captured?" Xianxia asked. The Blue Spirit West Palace said that they were recruiting martial artists and that they could bring their children into the West Palace. Who knew that they would trick us into coming here? An old man said angrily. Hero, you have to be careful when you go against the Blue Spirit West Palace. They are very vicious. While many people were grateful to Xianxia, they also warned him to be careful of the Blue Spirit West Palace. Qin Yan had also seen the pile of top-grade spirit iron ore. After refining, he would be able to obtain a lot of top-grade spirit iron. He was not sure how many there were. After the slaves who were mining here were rescued, they also told him that the top-grade spirit iron ore here had been mined out. This was a very small mine. Everyone, you must be careful on the road. It's best if you tell this matter to the Divine Inscription Palace. Qin Yan said. Here, only the Divine Inscription Palace could contend against the Blue Spirit West Palace. In the end, the group of people thanked Qin Yan again before leaving in a hurry with their children. Qin Yan carefully inspected the mine and realized that there were not many remaining spirit iron ores. Even if he wanted to mine them, he wouldn't be able to mine much. As for him, he had obtained most of the spirit iron ore. At dawn, Qin Yan threw the corpses of the people from the West Palace into the mine and burned them with a few fire talismans. Then, he continued on his way to the Soul Guiding Star Peak. The news of the Forbidden Area being destroyed by a huge meteorite had already spread throughout the countries. Just as everyone was discussing this matter, another shocking news came out. In the Xianxia Martial School, there were 7 students at the 7th level martial body realm. When they went out to train, they were all crippled. The person who did this was actually Xiao Yuemei. Back then, it was a teacher from the Xianxia Martial School who had sent Qin Yan into the Forbidden Area. Xiao Yuemei and Qin Yan had a very good relationship. After she disappeared, she began to avenge Qin Yan. This was something that everyone had expected. The students that had been crippled by Xiao Yuemei were also the students of that teacher. When Xiao Yuemei was at the 6th level martial body realm, she was already very strong. She was comparable to many martial artists at the 7th level martial body realm. Now that she had stepped into the 7th level martial body realm, her strength was even more terrifying. Following that, the disappearance of another Blue Spirit West Palace disciple who had been crippled came. It was done by Xiao Yuemei again. Ever since the Forbidden Area was destroyed by the meteor, Xiao Yuemei had crazily taken revenge. Not only did she take revenge on the teacher of the Tianxian Martial School, she also took revenge on her brother, Xiao Yanlong. In the Tianxiao Empire, the old officials who had a good relationship with Xiao Yanlong had all had powerful martial artists assassinated in their mansions, causing the nobles of the Tianxiao Empire to be on tenterhooks all day long. They were also extremely helpless because the person who had attacked them was the princess of the Tianxiao Empire. Xiao Yuemei's storage bracelet had been stolen by Xiao Yanlong, so this was also the reason for her revenge. On the east side of Blue Spirit Star Palace, in front of the Eastern Palace, Xiao Yanlong had come to find Xiao Yulan again, and this time, he had brought Xiao Xianqin with him. Yulan, this is a secret order for you. When Xiao Yanlong saw Xiao Yulan come out, he hurriedly handed over a letter. After Xiao Yulan received it, her jade-like hand suddenly became steaming hot. A ball of flame appeared and burned the letter to ashes. Yulan, you. Xiao Xianqin frowned and said anxiously, Royal Father wants you to cooperate with the search for Yuemei. This matter is extremely urgent and concerns the future of our Tianxiao Empire. I'm about to get engaged and marry into another country. What does the future of the Tianxiao Empire have to do with me? Xiao Yulan said coldly. Originally, she had hoped that Qin Yan would go to the engagement ceremony and cause a ruckus before taking advantage of the chaos to escape. But now that Qin Yan was dead, she felt despair. Everyone could tell that Xiao Yulan was extremely dissatisfied with her marriage. If not for the 2 old women of the martial Dao realm watching her, she would have run away long ago. Xiao Yanlong clenched his fists tightly and said angrily, Yuemei has already crippled more than 10 of the old officials' descendants. Are you going to let her continue doing evil? Xiao Yulan sneered, why is it that only you can do evil and she can't? If I were to find her, she would have the same fate as me. She would have to sacrifice herself for your benefit and be sold like a commodity. I don't want her to be like me. She is the person closest to me. She can be free and unfettered. As her elder sister, I am very happy. Xiao Xianqin gritted her teeth and said, I guarantee that as long as Yuemei is willing to stop, she will definitely not be married off. She felt extremely guilty because if she had not stopped Xiao Yuemei back then, Qin Yan might not have been sent to the Forbidden Area and so many things would not have happened. Aunt, you should go back. Unless Qin Yan can be revived, Yuemei will not wave her hand. Xiao Yuelan said. Just as Xiao Yanglong was about to say something, a young man suddenly rushed over and said in panic, "Senior brother Xiao, it's bad. One of our top-grade spirit iron mines has been destroyed. All the disciples guarding the mine have been killed and the scene has been burned by flames." Xiao Yanglong was the chief disciple of the Western Palace and was in charge of many things. After learning of this matter, he immediately thought of Xiao Yuemei. Xiao Xianqin frowned. Was it really done by Yumei? Xiao Yuelan was expressionless as she turned around and floated into the Eastern Palace's main entrance. Xiao Yanglong gritted his teeth and said, "Other than this damned girl, who else could it be? I must catch her." Xiao Xianqin was also extremely helpless and could only continue searching for Xiao Yuemei. Blue Spirit Star Palace was like the sun in the sky, but now, a mine had been wiped out. It was rumored that Xiao Yuemei was taking revenge on Xiao Yanglong and had begun to attack the Blue Spirit West Palace. Just as the Blue Spirit West Palace was in an uproar, Shuochuan of the Divine Inscription Palace arrived at the entrance of the Blue Spirit Star Palace. Star Soul guiding peak. At this moment, the reputation of the entire Blue Spirit West Palace had plummeted. Xiao Yanglong, who was in charge of mining the mine, was pushed out to deal with this matter, causing him to hate Xiao Yuemei even more. This matter was done by Qin Yun. He was still in the Cloud Dragon Mountain range, running towards the Star Soul guiding peak in the north. For the next few days, Qin Yun continued to venture deeper into the northern mountain range. Finally, he arrived at a swamp. There were dozens of steep peaks that rose from the ground, all of them reaching a height of thousands of meters. On the way, he encountered a few rank 8 demon beasts. Fortunately, he was able to avoid them. Later on, he encountered a group of ghost beasts and killed them with the evil suppression talisman. Xia Ruiwen had said that at night, if he stood in the south and waited for the dark North Star to appear, he would be able to recognize the Star Soul guiding peak. It was evening, so Qin Yun could only wait patiently in the swamp. The 9 suns gradually disappeared into the horizon. Night fell and the stars quietly appeared in the night sky. Qin Yun stood in the south and looked up at the northern sky. He realized that the dark North Star had appeared on top of a mountain. This is the mountain. He was secretly delighted as he hurriedly used the flame cloud steps and flew through the air towards the Star Soul guiding peak. The Star Soul guiding peak was not considered the highest here. It was only 3,000 to 4,000 meters tall and its shape did not look special. Usually, no one would run up to it. Qin Yun quickly arrived at the top of the mountain and saw many half-meter tall pillars. He counted a total of 99 of these short and thick pillars. They were covered in all kinds of weeds and dust. These pillars should be the pillars of the formation. There must be a very spacious formation here. However, because no one has cleaned it for many years, it is covered in dust and all kinds of weeds. Qin Yun pulled the vines with all his might and began to clean the mountain. He had to use a lot of strength to tear off the weeds. It could be seen that the grass that grew here was extremely tough. After a few hours of cleaning, a circular plaza with a width of 100 meters appeared at the top of the mountain. The short and thick pillars were placed in an orderly manner on the plaza. Qin Yun carefully looked at the ground and realized that there were many lines on it. They were all extremely complicated runes. I wonder what kind of rune this is. It's a pity that there are only parts of it. Qin Yun floated in the air and looked down at the circular plaza. He could see many tiny runes converging to form a very large diagram. It was a spiral pattern, just like a spiral galaxy. The short and thick stone pillars were also arranged in an orderly manner along the spiral arms. Just how long did Martial King Lan Shao take to set up such a great formation? Qin Yun was extremely shocked because there were tens of thousands of spirit runes below. They were all carved with great care. He landed in the middle of the formation, sat cross-legged on the ground, and permeated his spiritual power into the formation. Soon, he sensed that the formation was slowly operating. The grand formation is absorbing the power of the stars at a crazy rate. Qin Yun was alarmed as he looked at his surroundings. He discovered that the 99 columns were gradually accumulating a blob of light. The great array seemed to have been lit up, like a galaxy filled with stars. Truly inconceivable. Qin Yun sighed repeatedly. The grand array was successfully activated, madly absorbing the power of the stars to operate the grand array. Qin sat in the middle of the array and closed his eyes. He silently cultivated the Star Yang Heart Sutra to circulate the star refining spirit. Unknowingly, he felt as if he was in a vast sea of stars, slowly approaching a blue fireball. When he got closer, he was suddenly alarmed because it was not a blue fireball, but a blue sun that was releasing a very strong heat. What was frightening was that this blue sun was incomparably huge. In front of this blue sun, he was as small as a grain of sand. His consciousness continued to move forward and entered the blue sun. He discovered that there was actually an incomparably huge wolf sleeping inside. He wanted to use his consciousness to wake the wolf up, but to no avail. After failing, his consciousness immediately withdrew from the blue sun and then quickly wandered through the sea of stars. What made him afraid was that there were many such huge suns in the universe, all of them of different colors. The vast majority of the suns were empty and lifeless. The souls they contained had either left or died. There are many sun-like existences in the night sky. However, because they are too far away from us, we can only see small dots of light. I wonder what's inside the 9 suns of our world. As Qin wandered in the vast river of stars, he discovered that many of the suns had at least 2, 3 or 4, 5 or 6, and they all revolved around each other. As for the 9 suns that he was familiar with, they were extremely rare. Furthermore, they rose and fell at the same time and did not circle around each other. Looks like the formation of the star soul guiding peak can allow people to enter the galaxy to find a suitable martial spirit. As Qin wandered in the endless river of stars, his heart was filled with emotion. This made him yearn for great power even more. Only by grasping that kind of powerful experience could he explore the mysteries of this sea of stars. He didn't know how long his consciousness had been floating in the sea of stars. He only knew that he had entered many huge stars. Although there were things inside some of the stars, he couldn't awaken the soul inside. Could it be that they don't approve of me? Qin sighed in his heart. He could only continue floating towards the center of the spiral galaxy because the light there was the brightest. It meant that there were more of these suns. He didn't know why his consciousness could float so fast. In a blink of an eye, he arrived at the center of the spiral. There were indeed many incomparably huge suns here. They were even more scorching and terrifying, many times larger than the ones he had encountered before. What made Qin most alarmed was that in the middle of the spiral galaxy, there was a black sphere. This black sphere was terrifyingly black, making it difficult to see. The reason why he could see it was because those huge suns were revolving around this black sphere. Many of these suns would emit intense light, but none of them could illuminate the pitch-black sphere. When the light touched the edge of the sphere, it was distorted and devoured. At that moment, Qin's entire body was trembling as his consciousness gradually became unstable. An unprecedented sense of fear filled his entire body and soul, as if he was about to be completely devoured. My heart is firm, my heart must not be shaken by fear. The more I fear something, the more I want to conquer it. At this moment, he recalled the moment he was deprived of his spirit vein when he was young. He recalled Xianxia's helpless expression towards fate. A resolute will surged, causing him to gradually calm down. His consciousness stabilized as he looked at the huge and dark sphere and quickly rushed over. The entire gigantic spiral galaxy was revolving around the black sphere. It could be seen how terrifying the power of the black sphere was. Although the black sphere was extremely huge, it was incomparably small compared to the entire spiral galaxy. It was only a small dot in the middle of the spiral, but it was able to cause the galaxy to revolve. It could be seen how powerful it was. Qin's consciousness entered the black sphere, but he didn't see anything. He only felt that his consciousness was being rapidly devoured. Not good. If my consciousness is devoured, it means that I will lose consciousness forever. He was secretly alarmed as he quickly circulated the Star Yang Heart Sutra to stabilize his consciousness. In addition, he controlled his primordial spirit to fuse with his mind to strengthen his consciousness. I definitely can't lose. No matter what you are, I will conquer you. Qin shouted in his heart as his mind became incomparably firm. Gradually, his consciousness, which was being devoured, was breaking away from the powerful pulling force bit by bit. Boom! After Qin's consciousness left the black sphere, his mind suddenly exploded with incomparable pain. The headache didn't last long before it gradually dissipated. When he opened his eyes, he saw that the sky had already brightened. The surrounding pillars had all shattered and many cracks had appeared on the circular plaza. The spirit inscriptions had all exploded. What happened? Xianxia looked at the formation and felt incomparably alarmed. Then, he hurriedly took out a crystal ball. There were more than 30 dots of light flickering inside. This was a device to calculate the number of days. As long as one shook it vigorously, it would begin to calculate the number of days. After a day, a dot of light would light up. When Xianxia entered the formation, he had already started counting. Now that there were more than 30 dots of light, it meant that a month had passed. I actually sat in the formation for a month, but I feel like only 2 hours have passed. He was extremely alarmed as he recalled his consciousness wandering in the galaxy. It was like a dream. Especially when he thought of that terrifying black sphere, he couldn't help but shiver. Right, did I get the star martial spirit? He immediately looked inside his body and saw a small black ball in his dantian. He couldn't help but be stunned. Previously, his vibrating inner yuan was also a black ball, but its surface was reflective, not as black as this one. What is this? Xianxia himself did not understand what was going on. He hurriedly looked at his left arm. The sleeping fire martial spirit was still in his arm. Could this be my third martial spirit? He didn't know if it was a good thing or a bad thing. He closed his eyes and tried to use the power of this new elemental energy. A very strange power that can only be activated with mental force. If I were to use mental force alone or the power of my primordial spirit alone, I would not be able to activate the power of this elemental energy. After Xianxia released the power of his elemental energy, he quickly discovered the uniqueness of this power. It could make things lighter and heavier. For example, a stone that weighed 100 kilograms could become 1,000 kilograms or even a kilogram after being augmented by this power. The change in the weight of the power would increase as one's cultivation increased. In addition, this power did not only make items lighter and heavier, it also had other attributes. If it was used to circulate on the surface of the body, as long as the power was within the range of the body, it would be devoured like a stone sinking into the ocean. A new king's hammer. What will happen if I let this inner yuan breath? The moment Xianxia thought of it, he immediately did it. He also wanted to see if this new inner yuan could breath. He circulated the black yang art and allowed the black martial spirit to breathe. It rotated at high speed, sometimes big and sometimes small. Very quickly, he felt that the mysterious black inner yuan in his dantian was very smoothly going through the spiritual breath. Looks like this mysterious elemental energy is already under my control. Xianxia thought to himself. Just as he was about to let the inner yuan release its maximum energy, he suddenly felt the sleeping fire martial spirit in his left arm move. He was greatly alarmed. This was because the mysterious black martial spirit was releasing an attractive force, sucking the mysterious black inner yuan into his dantian. The sleeping martial spirit on his left arm was forcefully moved, causing him to feel pain. This pain was the same as when Xiao Ruiwen had helped him move his inner yuan. He immediately relaxed his entire body and did not resist the movement of his inner yuan. Otherwise, he would feel even more pain. A moment later, Xianxia panted heavily. He looked into his dantian and discovered that the surface of the black inner yuan was spitting out violent flames. It was emitting rays of black light that were like the sun, emitting countless rays of light. However, these rays of light were all black. Could it be that my purple gold fire martial spirit has successfully awakened? Xianxia was astonished as he continued to observe the situation in his dantian. He was certain that the mysterious black martial spirit had fused with the sleeping martial spirit. The two inner yuan had also fused into one, greatly increasing the strength of his inner force. A black martial spirit. And it's like the sun. Could it be the black sun martial spirit? Xianxia suddenly made a guess. If that was the case, then this was a martial spirit bestowed by the heavens. Furthermore, it was the highest grade black sun martial spirit. Could the black sphere that I saw in my consciousness be a black sun? How mysterious. He opened his palm and released a flame. The incomparably black flame seemed to be able to devour everything and the heat was extremely terrifying. It looks like it really is the black sun martial spirit. In the spiral galaxy, the black sphere I saw only had a very strong suction force. Even light could not escape from it. Now, after fusing with my sleeping fire martial spirit, black flames have also appeared. Qin Yan relied on his own experience to speculate. He tried circulating the black sun inner force on the surface of his body. At this moment, there was no need for him to deliberately absorb the spiritual energy. The spiritual energy would pour in on its own. Combined with the 9 yang divine spirit, it could absorb the 9 yang spiritual energy like crazy. The speed of absorbing spiritual energy is half as fast as inside the 9 yang spirit convergence array. Although it's only half, it's already very powerful because I can absorb the 9 sun spiritual energy at this speed at any time. It's more convenient than setting up a formation. The black sun martial spirit had brought him a great surprise. Let's see how it goes. Qin Yan took out the furnace and placed the top-grade spirit iron ore he had previously obtained into the furnace. Then, he used the black flames to burn it. The speed of the incineration was very fast, which made him ecstatic. If he were to use his previous flame, it would take at least a few days to burn all the top-grade spirit iron ores. But now, in just half a day, he had refined 15,000 kilograms of top-grade spirit iron ore into 150 kilograms of top-grade spirit iron. I want to use top-grade spirit iron to forge a new giant king spirit hammer. Qin Yan felt that he already had the conditions to forge a mid-grade spirit artifact. His mental strength was strong enough, his flames were strong enough, the only thing that was lacking was the strength of his inner force. I need to break through. Qin Yan took a deep breath and sat cross-legged on the ground. He looked at the sky and saw that the 9 suns were shining overhead. It was noon. Let's see if I can use the black flames to strengthen my bones. He planned to temper the Vajra bone here. Now that Qin Yan was at the peak of the mountain, he could quickly absorb the 9 suns spiritual energy into his body. He could continuously provide energy to the black sun's elemental energy and release waves of black sun fire. Through the bone meridian, he poured it into his bones to temper them. Previously, when he was in the bone refining formation, he had almost finished tempering his bones. He was very close to the Vajra bone. The sun and moon flew by like a shuttle. In the blink of an eye, a month had passed. After Qin Yan opened his eyes, his body emitted a faint golden mist. This was the aura of golden bones. I've finally stepped into the 7th level martial body realm. My 16th birthday has just passed. He was filled with emotion. Almost a year ago, he had almost been assigned to join the army. At that time, he was only at the 2nd level martial body realm. Now, in less than a year, he was a martial artist at the 7th level martial body realm. In about 2 months, their engagement ceremony will begin. Qin Yan clenched his fists. He felt that he had enough strength to participate in Xiao Yuelan and Qin Jingfeng's engagement ceremony. He took out the 300 kilograms of top-grade spirit iron that he had forged and then took out the 300 kilograms of the evil flood dragon's bones. He placed them into the furnace to burn. It's just that top-grade spirit iron is not enough. It's best if it's top-grade bone steel. He had successfully stepped into the 7th level martial body realm. He was also ambitious and full of confidence in his own strength. Although the 7th level martial body was only at the initial stage of the golden bone formation, after the golden bone absorbed the Vajra inner force, the strength of the body was more than twice as strong as before. If the Vajra inner force or inner strength flowed through the muscles and meridians, the power would be even more terrifying. As for Qin Yan's inner force, it was refined from the highest grade black martial spirit. It was much stronger than an ordinary person's. Coupled with the absorption of the 9 suns spiritual energy, it would increase by quite a bit. The evil flood dragon's bones and top-grade spirit iron were quickly burned red by the black sun flames. Qin Yan opened the furnace and used the flaming light fist to grab the items inside. The spirit iron and beast bones were burning very hot. However, Qin Yan easily grabbed them out of the furnace with his bare hands. Then, he used both hands to knead them together before placing them on the forging platform. He habitually used his left hand to hold the hammer. For some reason, he suddenly felt that the heavenly lion's arm was somewhat empty. It no longer had the strength it had before. My heavenly lion arm needs a powerful martial spirit. Qin Yan had mastered the art of soul refining. It was not difficult for him to infuse his martial spirit into his arm. The difficult part was to find a good martial spirit. Bang! The giant king spirit hammer struck down. creating a large amount of sparks. After 10 sets of the 6-style forging dragon, he had forged 100 kilograms of spirit iron and 100 kilograms of evil flood dragon's bones into top-grade bone steel. Then, he continued to forge the remaining spirit iron and beast bones. In just an hour, he had produced enough top-grade bone steel, 300 kilograms of top-grade spirit iron and 300 kilograms of evil flood dragon's bones. After he forged them, they were still 300 kilograms. However, their strength had increased greatly. Furthermore, he had fused heavy spirit jade into them during the forging process. With my current flame, I can make the heavy spirit jade even heavier. Xianxia looked at the black top-grade bone steel and smiled in satisfaction. In the next 10 days, he had forged the top-grade bone steel into the exquisite shape of the giant king spirit hammer. Now, he was only one step away. A mid-grade spirit artifact requires 3 or 4 types of spirit inscriptions. Xianxia took out his carving knife and became serious as he began inscribing. Although 3 types of spirit inscriptions were considered a mid-grade spirit artifact, he felt that he needed at least 4 types of spirit inscriptions to make the top-grade bone steel hammer even more powerful. Inscribing 4 types of spirit inscriptions was even more complicated. Moreover, some of these 4 types of spirit inscriptions required 2 or 3 sets of inscriptions. For example, the solid inscription required 2 sets of inscriptions on the hammer's body and 1 set on the handle. Each of the 2 hammer faces required a set of alchemy inscriptions. Next was the giant spirit inscription. This was the essence of the giant king spirit hammer, and it was also the most important existence on the blueprint. Previously, Xianxia's strength was limited, so he did not carve such spirit inscriptions. This was because the giant spirit inscription needed to be carved inside the hammer. He needed to use a very strong mental energy, the draw inner force and blood energy to condense the power of the blood soul. Right now, he was using the primordial spirit jade to release his mental energy. It was much stronger than his mental energy, so it wasn't that difficult to carve the giant spirit inscription. The spirit inscriptions he carved were all high-grade spirit inscriptions. They were extremely complicated, so it took a lot of time. It took him about 20 days to carve 3 sets of solid inscriptions, 2 sets of alchemy inscriptions and 1 giant spirit inscription. This new giant king spirit hammer could be considered a mid-grade spirit artifact. However, he still planned to carve a berserk inscription on the inside of the hammer. The berserk inscription could make one's strength berserk, instantly increasing it by many times. However, it consumed a lot of internal energy and was only suitable for occasional use. When inscribing the berserk inscription, it had to be carved into the inside of the hammer just like the giant spirit inscription. Because there were already giant spirit inscriptions inside the hammer, it was even more difficult to inscribe the second type of spirit inscription. Fortunately, he had the blueprint. It explained in detail how to avoid interfering with the giant spirit inscription. He followed the blueprint and carefully carved it. After more than 10 days, he finally completed the inscription. Very smooth. Xianxia looked at the hammer that he had spent more than a month to complete and sighed with emotion. In fact, what he did not know was that this giant king spirit hammer was already considered a high-grade spirit artifact. This was because his spirit inscriptions were extremely complicated. Coupled with the top-grade bone steel, this giant king spirit hammer was not any weaker than a high-grade spirit artifact. He had spent a month. It looked like a long time, but ordinary inscriptionists would take at least 2 to 3 months to a year and a half to forge a mid-grade spirit artifact. If he only carved low-grade spirit inscriptions, he would be able to forge a spirit artifact faster. After Xianxia successfully forged a mid-grade giant king spirit hammer, he hurriedly left the Soul Guiding Star Peak. He wanted to leave as soon as possible and understand the situation outside. Furthermore, he was very worried about Xiaoyuemei. As he ran through the Cloud Dragon Mountain range, he discovered another wondrous use of the Black Sun martial spirit while avoiding all sorts of beasts. It was that at night, the black inner chi that was released allowed him to merge into the darkness and not leak out any aura. It was just like the huge black ball he saw in the spiral galaxy. If it wasn't for the fact that the black ball was devouring a large amount of energy, he wouldn't have known where there was a black ball. The inner strength of the 7th level martial body was even stronger. When he used the fire cloud steps, his speed would also be faster. He could merge into the darkness at night, so when night came, he would run in the air, greatly reducing the time it took to return. Qin Yan made a trip to the cave where Qiao Ruiwen was recuperating. When he arrived, he saw that the sealed cave had been blasted open and there were still strong fluctuations of inner force. Returned to the imperial city after a few days of travel, Qin Yan headed straight for the Tianqin imperial city. The Tianqin Empire was the empire closest to the Blue Spirit Star Palace. The relationship between the Tianqin Imperial Palace and the Blue Spirit Star Palace's Nangong Palace was very good. Furthermore, the Crown Prince, Qin Jingfeng, was also taken care of by the Western Palace's Xiao Yanglong. Therefore, during Qin Jingfeng and Xiao Yuelan's engagement ceremony, the 4 palaces of the Blue Spirit Star Palace would all come. The Eastern Palace, which rarely had any activities, would also attend, mainly because Xiao Yuelan was a disciple of the Eastern Palace. At the main entrance of the Tianqin Imperial City, 2 large iron gates that were dozens of meters tall opened. In the past, they would only open a small city gate that was more than 10 meters tall. Furthermore, they would need to be interrogated by guards to enter and exit the city. Sometimes, they would even charge a fee to enter the city. Now, there was no need for that. Qin Yan was still a few hundred meters away from the imperial city. His bright and deep eyes looked at the people entering and exiting the imperial city. Many people passed by him and only casually glanced at him. The current Qin Yan was even taller and stronger than before. After being exposed to the sun for many days on the Soul Guiding Star Peak, his skin was tanned and he looked handsome and strong. After experiencing many life and death battles, his handsome face had some edges and corners, making him look more mature and steady. He looked at the city gate of the imperial city, his thoughts running wild and his heart filled with emotion. At this moment, he was already 16 years old. He could be considered an adult and a martial artist at the 7th level martial body realm. He had finally reversed his fate and returned to the Tianqin Empire even stronger. Empress Xi, I will definitely attend your son's engagement ceremony. Qin Yan clenched his fists and quickly walked towards the city gate. He wore a gray robe and a bamboo hat. He was also slovenly. His resolute eyes and mature calmness made it impossible to tell that he was a 16-year-old youth. Only those who were very familiar with him would be able to recognize him at a glance. Qin Yan entered the city gate and felt that it was still very familiar. However, the atmosphere was somewhat different. Although it was more lively than before, it seemed somewhat nervous. He asked around on the streets and found out about the major events that had happened in the past few months, especially Xiao Yuemei, who he was most concerned about, had actually turned into a murderous demoness. Nearly 100 disciples of the Blue Spirit West Palace and the aristocratic families of the Tianxiao Empire had been killed by her. There were even a few small aristocratic families that were exterminated. These families were all those who had a good relationship with Xiao Yanglong. Furthermore, Xiao Yuemei had successfully killed more than 10 old officials at the 8th level martial body realm. To the Tianxiao Empire, this was an extremely painful loss. The Tianxian Martial School was not spared either. Every few days, students would be injured. In the past few months, the people of the Tianxian Martial School, the Tianxiao Empire and the Blue Spirit West Palace had been shrouded in fear of Xiao Yuemei. However, just a few days ago, there was a shocking piece of news. Xiao Yuemei has been captured by the Tianxiao Empire and will be suppressed in the Tianqin Empire's imperial city. No one knows how to deal with her. Yuemei has actually been captured. She's in the Tianqin imperial city. When Qin Yan heard the news, he frowned and his face was filled with seriousness. Xiao Yuemei was captured and brought to the Tianqin imperial city. It was obvious that they had other plans. It was very likely that he was pressuring Xiao Yuelan to obediently cooperate with the engagement. Xiao Yuelan looks cold and heartless, but she is very good to her little sister. Now that his sister had killed so many people and was arrested, it was very likely that she would be sentenced to death. If she cooperated with the Tianxiao Empire and obediently married, then her sister might be able to live. I want to save Yuemei. Qin Yan immediately made a decision. He had to save Xiao Yuemei at any cost. The people Xiao Yuemei killed were either the evil old officials of the Tianxiao Empire or the evil disciples and students of the Blue Spirit Star Palace and the Tianxian Martial School. After she killed those people, many people cheered her on. Furthermore, she had killed them to avenge Qin Yan. Qin Yan also heard that Xiao Yuelan and Qin Jingfeng's engagement ceremony would be held in about 20 days. In the following period of time, the nobles and teachers of the various martial academies would arrive at the Tianqin Imperial Palace one after another. In addition, there was an even more shocking piece of news. Xiao Yuelan's martial spirit had been made public. It was a purple gold fire dragon martial spirit, a legendary martial spirit. When Qin Yan heard this news, he was much more shocked than most people. This was because he knew that other than the purple gold fire dragon martial spirit, Xiao Yuelan also had a mental force martial spirit. However, her sister, Xiao Yuemei, had said that she was unable to use her own mirror martial spirit to replicate her sister's powerful martial spirit. The purple gold fire dragon martial spirit was at the purple gold level. Xiao Yuemei's mirror could completely replicate it. She definitely had it stored in her mirror martial spirit. Then, she even replicated Xiao Yuelan's mental force martial spirit. In other words, Xiao Yuelan still had a third martial spirit, and it was so powerful that even her sister's mirror martial spirit could not replicate it. The dragon martial spirit belongs to the category of beast spirits. Dragons are heavenly beasts, so this should also be considered a martial spirit bestowed by the heavens. Xiao Yuelan possesses a purple gold level martial spirit, a mental force martial spirit, and a mysterious black martial spirit. Could it be that she obtained such a fortuitous encounter because of the immortal graveyard diagram? Qin Yan thought of himself. His 9-yang divine spirit was from the immortal graveyard diagram, and it had also allowed him to obtain a very terrifying martial spirit. Little Mei Lian's martial spirit is definitely not simple either. I hope she can hide it well. He walked out of the tea house and saw 2 burly men walk in. One of them said, "That one-armed swordsman is really terrifying. He actually defeated a Class 8 evil beast. He is a sword cultivator at the 7th level martial body realm. His destiny divine sword is very powerful. Such a vicious beast was sold by him. It's better to keep it for myself." When Qin Yan heard their conversation, he hurriedly asked, "Big brothers, is the one-armed swordsman you mentioned in this imperial city?" "Yes, he's selling that Class 8 evil beast in the Divine Inscription Palace." When Qin Yan heard this, he hurriedly thanked him and quickly headed to the west side of the imperial city, rushing to the Divine Inscription Villa. He was not surprised that Xia Wufeng could step into the 7th level martial body realm. When he was at the 3 Profound Academy, Xia Wufeng's cultivation was at the peak of the 6th level martial body realm. After entering the Star Xian Wu Academy and receiving Ho Xingfeng's vigorous nurturing, he could quickly break through. Qin Yan was extremely familiar with the Divine Inscription Palace in the Imperial City. On the way here, he had seen many people talking about Xia Wufeng killing a Class 8 evil beast. On the west side of the Imperial City, the relatively remote Divine Inscription Villa had become much more lively during this period of time. Normally, the Divine Inscription Palace would not hold any meetings and the entire villa would be quiet. When Qin Yan arrived at the Divine Inscription Palace, he saw Duan Qian, who was about to leave. He immediately sent a voice transmission and shouted, "Grandpa Duan." Duan Qian was alarmed as he suddenly looked towards the door. He saw a tall youth wearing a bamboo hat and a grey robe. He had a smile on his face. It was Qin Yan. Duan Qian was instantly stunned. Although Qin Yan had undergone a huge change, the determination between his brows had not changed at all. When the forbidden area was destroyed, everyone thought that Qin Yan was completely dead. Duan Qian also thought so. He had been sad for a period of time. While Duan Qian was still in shock, Qin Yan had already walked in front of him. Duan Qian grabbed Qin Yan's hand. After feeling the warm blood aura, he confirmed that it was a living person. He said in a low voice, "Let's talk inside." He pulled Qin Yan into a secret chamber. "Grandpa Duan, I'm still alive." Qin Yan took off his bamboo hat and playfully stuck out his tongue as he chuckled. When he entered the city, he had also heard someone mention him with great regret. "Kid, your life is really tough." Duan Qian pinched Qin Yan's arm and said with a hearty laugh, "It's taller and sturdier than before." Back then, he was the one who sent Qin Yan to the 3 Mysterious Academy. He never expected that so many things would happen after that. "Grandpa Duan, did Boss Xia come to look for you?" Qin Yan asked. Duan Qian stopped smiling and said solemnly, "N. Xia Wufeng, Morong and Huazhong have all come. They sold the corpses of evil beasts to me in exchange for crystal coins to rescue that girl, Xiaoyue. They are really your good friends. Qin Yan hurriedly said, Grandpa Duan, you must be watched very closely. You have to help me and help me get her out. I will definitely repay you in the future. Duan Qian laughed, you've already called me Grandpa Duan, how can I not help you? Don't talk about repaying me or not, I'm already very happy that you're still alive. I've made an appointment with Xia Wufeng and the others to meet here tonight. If nothing unexpected happens, the people I sent out to investigate will be back by nightfall. At that time, we will know the details of Xiao Yuemei's imprisonment. Qin Yan had originally thought that he would have to act alone. Now that he knew that Xia Wufeng and company were helping him, he felt much more at ease. He did not feel that much pressure. Duan Qian said, Qin Yan, among the people guarding Xiao Yuelan, there will definitely be people in the martial Dao realm. With your current strength, you will definitely not be able to contend against them. At that time, due to my identity, I will not be able to make a move. But I will provide you with clues and help you formulate a comprehensive plan. And, I know. Right now, all sorts of powers are gathered in the Imperial City. If there is a huge commotion, it will definitely attract a large number of experts. We can only use sneak-in. Qin Yun nodded. He knew that it would be very difficult. Duan Qian said with a smile, with your innate talent and inscriptions, it will be much easier to use spirit talismans or inscriptions. Furthermore, you can also break the formation, so you don't have to worry too much. The power of the inscriptions of the various powers is not as terrifying as you imagine. Right, how did you survive? Qin Yan had entered the heavenly phenomenon forbidden area and survived. If Duan Qian had not seen Qin Yan alive and well with his own eyes, he would never have believed it. That was because surviving under such circumstances was impossible. Qin Yan said in a low voice, it's all luck. Grandpa Duan, please keep the fact that I'm still alive a secret. I will keep this a secret. However, you have to be prepared to face the difficulties of the various powers. They will definitely associate you with the matter of the soul-refining demon. Duan Qian also had some understanding of the history of the soul-refining demon. There were relevant records hidden in the Divine Inscription Palace. Qin Yan nodded and said, I will take care of it. Duan Qian told Qin Yan to rest first. When Xia Wufeng and company arrived, they would inform him. It was very safe to live in the Divine Inscription Palace and there was no need to fear that news would leak out. Qin Yan stayed in his familiar suite and sat on a chair in the living room. He could not help but recall the time when Xianxia had guided him in the 6th-style forging dragon. As he thought about it, he closed his eyes and took a nap. It was dark when someone suddenly knocked on the door. Soul shake powder. After Qin Yan walked out, he hurriedly headed for the secret chamber. The secret room was underground and it was a relatively spacious hall. When he arrived at the secret living room, he did not see Duan Qian. Boss Xia and the others should be here soon. I'll give them a surprise. Qin Yan hurriedly hid behind a black wooden screen. Not long after, the door to the secret room opened and someone entered. Qin Yan, who was hidden, saw the person who entered through the gap in the screen. It was a woman wearing a light purple dress. The woman was graceful and beautiful. Every move she made was filled with charm. It was Meng Feiling. Meng Feiling sat gracefully on a chair and waited patiently. What is Sister Feiling doing here? Does she know that I'm still alive? Qin Yan thought to himself. Following that, 2 more people entered. One of them was the tall and sturdy Huazhong. He wore rough gray clothes and had a simple and honest smile on his face. His bald head was shiny and very eye-catching. Mu Rongjun was dressed in a gorgeous blue brocade robe. He held a golden folding fan in his hand and a jade pendant hung from his waist. His belt shone with a silver light and was inlaid with luxurious gems. From head to toe, he was dressed extravagantly. Demoness Meng. When Mu Rongjun saw that charming and beautiful face, he screamed as if he had seen a ghost. Little Morong, you're still as fond of showing off as ever. The most valuable thing on your body should be the belt that little brother Yun gave you. Meng Feiling said with some sadness. At the mention of Qin Yun, Mu Rongjun let out a long sigh. The smile on Huazhong's face disappeared as he sat on a chair with a heavy heart. Senior, Did you come here to save Xiao Yuemei as well? Hua Zhong asked. Meng Feiling nodded and said, Xiao Yuemei and little brother Yun's relationship is very good. Furthermore, in order to avenge little brother Yun, she did something that I wanted to do but did not dare to do. Therefore, no matter what, I have to do my part. At this moment, a handsome man dressed in white walked in. His expression was cold and he only had one arm. This person was Xiao Wufeng. As soon as he entered, Qin Yan sensed a sharp sword aura. When Xiao Wufeng saw Meng Feiling, he nodded at her. He knew why she had come. Meng Feiling said, originally, little Mei Lian was going to come as well but she's not good at this kind of battle, so I didn't let her come. After Xiao Wufeng sat down, he said, Mei Lian is naturally kind and pure. Try not to let her participate in this kind of thing. Senior Meng, you have also broken through to the 7th level martial body. With you joining us, it will be much easier for us. Morong Darren and Hua Zhong looked over in surprise because they could not tell that Meng Feiling had stepped into the 7th level martial body realm. Qin Yan could tell that Meng Feiling had a good foundation. With a little more effort, it wouldn't be surprising for her to become a 7th level martial artist. Isn't Manager Duan here yet? I'll go change into my night clothes. Maybe we'll start tonight. Mu Rongjun walked towards the black wooden screen. When Qin Yan saw Morong Darren arrive, he hurriedly messed up his hair and painted his face black before rolling his eyes. Just as Morong Darren walked behind the screen, he saw the sloppy Qin Yan. He immediately recognized the face as Qin Yan's. It was precisely because he recognized it that he screamed in fright. Ghost! He was so frightened that he fled into the hall like a mouse. Meng Feiling, Xiao Wufeng and company hurriedly stood up. Qin Yan also ran out from behind the screen and chased after Morong Darren. Brother Yun, although I, Morong Darren, like to take advantage of others, I have never thought of taking advantage of you. Please let me go. Morong Darren was frightened as he wailed loudly. Seeing how frightened Morong Darren was, Qin Yan could not help but laugh out loud, ha ha ha. When Xiao Wufeng, Hua Zhong and Meng Feiling saw Qin Yan, they were all frightened. They thought that Qin Yan had turned into a ghost. Damn brat. When Meng Feiling saw that it was a living Qin Yan, she stomped her feet in anger. She walked over and twisted his ear. She said coquettishly, you're not dead and you're still pretending to be a ghost to scare people. Do you know how worried we were for you? Brother Yun, you're still alive. Hua Zhong shouted in shock. Xiao Wufeng walked over and patted Qin Yan's arm. He said with a pleasantly surprised smile, Brother Yun, it's really you. Meng Feiling released her hand and rolled her eyes at Qin Yan. She had indeed been frightened just now. When she heard the news of Qin Yan's death, she had secretly cried for a while. However, he was still alive and well. He was even pretending to be a ghost to scare people. It was very infuriating. Qin Yan tidied up his messy hair and wiped his face clean. He said with a chuckle, I am indeed still alive. Second brother Morong, you usually brag so much about yourself, why are you scared like a dog? This? I was just cooperating with you to scare them. If I don't do anything shameful, I won't be afraid of ghosts knocking on my door in the middle of the night. Morong Darren gave a carefree smile. Do I look like I'm scared? Meng Feiling snorted, you're forcefully excusing your own cowardice. Xiao Wufeng said with a smile, Brother Yun, it's great that you're still alive. Otherwise, as your big brother, I would feel very guilty. I am very grateful to you for coming to save Yuemei. As expected of my good brothers. Qin Yan said with a smile. Hua Zhong asked, Brother Yun, wasn't the heavenly phenomenon forbidden area destroyed by the meteorite? How did you escape? Speaking of this matter, Xiao Wufeng's expression turned solemn. He realized the seriousness of Qin Yan's interaction with the soul-refining demon for a few days. He said in a deep voice, Brother Yun. Don't spread the news that you're alive for now. If you want to attend the engagement banquet, it's not a problem. Teacher Du and Dean Ho will also be there. With them protecting you, you'll be safer. Meng Feiling said, right. There's also Zhuchuan, the great elder of the Divine Inscription Palace. When he found out that you died, he was also very sad. Morong Darren said with a smile, I've checked. They will all be here at the engagement banquet. Xiao Wufeng frowned as he looked at Qin Yan. He asked in surprise, Brother Yun, you've cultivated a golden bone and stepped into the 7th level martial body realm? Qin Yan could not help but admire Xiao Wufeng. Even Meng Feiling could not see through his cultivation, but Xiao Wufeng could. He nodded and said, yes, I was lucky enough to break through. This caused Meng Feiling and the others to be extremely astonished. This was because they thought that Qin Yun would not be able to recover his normal cultivation so quickly without his martial spirit. But now, Qin Yun was at the 7th level martial body realm. How did you manage to break through by luck? Can you teach me? Morong Darren asked in shock. Qin Yun shook his head with a smile. Xiao Wufeng said, this is great. We have 3 7th level martial body cultivators on our side. Rescuing Xiao Yuemei will definitely be smoother. After Duan Qian walked in, Qin Yun and company stood up. Duan Qian hurriedly gestured for them to sit down and said, I'll make it short. Xiao Yuemei is locked up in Xiaoyu Villa's Xiaoyu Tower. This villa is located in the northwest of Tianjin Imperial City, about 10,000 meters away from here. This location is very advantageous to us. Xiao Wufeng was somewhat surprised as he said, it's actually in Xiaoyu Villa? I thought Xiao Yuemei was locked up in the Tianxiao Tower. The Tianxiao Tower is the largest hotel villa in the Tianxiao Empire. It's extremely huge, far surpassing Xiaoyu Villa. Duan Qian said, there are few people in Xiaoyu Villa, so it's easy to look after it. Furthermore, there are too many people going in and out of the Tianxiao Tower, so it's not easy to guard it. Especially during this period of time, the members of the Tianxiao imperial family are all inside the Tianxiao Tower, welcoming the visits of other famous sections. That's true. How many people are guarding Xiaoyu Villa? How strong are they? Xiao Wufeng asked. Duan Qian spread out a map on the table. It was a map of Xiaoyu Villa. From the map, Xiaoyu Tower was located near the east side. There weren't many houses and buildings inside, but there were quite a few gardens and fake mountains. Duan Qian said, the places marked red are all sentry towers. Although Xiaoyu Villa is the residence of the Tianxiao imperial family's disciples when they come here to play, it is actually a reconnaissance branch set up by the Tianxiao Empire in the Tianjin Imperial City. It's mainly used to spy on all kinds of information. Furthermore, it's also a warehouse that stores all kinds of things that are traded in secret. As far as I know, there is at least one martial Dao realm cultivator guarding it. There are also several at the 9th level martial body realm. There were more than a dozen sentry towers, especially near Xiaoyu Tower. There were as many as 7. I should be able to fly in easily. Meng Feiling said. Xiao Wufeng looked at Qin Yun and said, Brother Yun, how's your infiltration ability? Do you have confidence? Qin Yun used the Black Sun martial spirit to merge into the darkness at night. Therefore, he was very confident. He nodded and said, I'm confident that I won't be discovered if I sneak in. Xiao Wufeng said, all right. When the time comes, I'll go in with Senior Meng first and be in charge of luring away the 9th level martial body realm and the other small fries. Morong and Old Hua are in charge of throwing fire talismans in the vicinity of Xiaoyu Villa and burning a few important warehouses. They can lure away a portion of the people to extinguish the fire. How should we deal with that martial Dao realm cultivator? Qin Yan asked with a frown. Xiao Wufeng looked at Duan Qian and said in a deep voice, use soul shake powder. I've heard that there is a hidden black market in the forest shadow tower of the Tianjin Empire. There will be an auction there to auction the soul shake powder. Qin Yan took a deep breath and said, is this true? There's actually someone selling the soul shake powder. The soul shake powder was a spirit grade royal grade pill. It was a type of powder. As long as it was sprinkled, a martial Dao realm cultivator would lose their soul and be at the mercy of others. It was a forbidden medicine, Duan Qian nodded and said, it's true. That underground black market is opened by our divine inscription palace. When the time comes, we will need a lot of crystal coins. I will do my best to help you. How many crystal coins do I need to buy the soul shake powder? Qin Yan asked. I'm not sure either. When the time comes, I'll use the resources of the Divine Inscription Palace to buy it. Duan Qian could not make a move himself, so he could only use this method to help Qin Yun and company. There weren't many martial Dao realm cultivators in the Imperial City. Everyone understood each other. If he were to make a move, he would be recognized. The plan had been confirmed. As long as he obtained the soul shake powder, he could begin his operation. The auction would begin in 5 days. Xianxia immediately returned to his room to craft talismans, hypnosis talismans, and body-securing talismans. He could now craft mid-grade beast skin talismans, so he could ensure that the talismans were effective on stronger martial artists. Xia Wufeng and company were in the Divine Inscription Palace, waiting for the auction to begin. As long as the soul shake powder was used, they would immediately take action. Xiaoyu Village Xianxia and company were waiting for good news in the secret chamber. When they saw Duan Qian enter with an ugly expression, they knew that the matter of the soul shake powder was over. Xianxia asked, "Grandpa Duan, is it because it's too expensive that you can't buy it?" Duan Qian shook his head and sighed. The person who sold the soul shake powder suddenly stopped selling it. Maybe he was worried that he would be found out. After all, the soul shake powder is a forbidden medicine. Morong Darren said, "Can we find the person who sold the soul shake powder? Let's talk to him in private." "I can't find him. This kind of seller can hide his identity very well." Duan Qian sat down and frowned as he thought of other countermeasures. Without the soul shake powder, it would be difficult to deal with the martial Dao realm cultivators in Xiaoyu Tower. Suddenly, someone knocked on the door of the secret chamber. Duan Qian opened it and saw that it was Meng Feiling. After Meng Feiling came in and closed the door, she asked in a deep voice, "Manager Duan, did you buy the soul shake powder?" Duan Qian shook his head. "No, why?" Meng Feiling said, "It's a good thing you didn't buy it. Otherwise, there would be a lot of trouble. This is a trap. Someone wants to use the black market of the Divine Inscription Palace to sell soul shake powder and then use it to deal with the Divine Inscription Palace." When Xia Wufeng and the others heard this, they were all astonished. Xianxia asked, "Sister Feiling, how did you know?" "The refiner of the soul shake powder has some connections with our Meng family. My father and grandfather are currently in the Imperial City. I happened to hear them mention it." Meng Feiling said, "They seem to have just found out about this conspiracy." Duan Qian frowned and said, "The person who sold the soul shake powder withdrew from the auction, so we didn't buy it." "Why is that? How could this be?" "It seems like there must be a very complicated reason behind it," Meng Feiling exclaimed. "I'll go check it out. There's actually someone who wants to scheme against our Divine Inscription Palace. This is most likely the rotten idea of Lan Ling's 3 palaces." Duan Gan cursed in a low voice before leaving the secret chamber. After Duan Qian left, Meng Feiling said in a low voice, "I roughly know who has the soul shake powder. I'm afraid that Manager Duan won't let us take the risk, so I can't say it in front of him." Xianxia asked anxiously, "Who has it?" "We must get it." Meng Feiling said, "My grandfather told me that the soul shake powder is in the hands of a young woman. With the strength of a 9th-level martial body, she has a very high position in the Tianshao Tower. The only one who fits this condition is Xiao Xianqin. It is said that Xiao Xianqin gathered all the materials needed to refine the soul shake powder and asked that person to help her refine it. Xiao Xianqin is Xiao Yume's aunt. Why was the soul shake powder in her hands?" Xianxia suddenly recalled that Xiao Xianqin and a few others were in the Forbidden Zone back then. Maybe they wanted to use the soul shake powder on Xiao Ruiwen and ask her about the soul refining technique. "It's impossible for us to obtain the soul shake powder from Xiao Xianqin." Xia Wufeng said, "Let's take action tonight. Brother Yun, although it's a bit risky, if we don't try, we won't know if we can succeed." Xianxia's brows furrowed as his eyes darted back and forth. He knew very well that he was unable to obtain the soul shake powder from Xiao Xianqin. "We will take action tonight." Xianxia took out a large pile of beast skin talismans and distributed them to Xia Wufeng and others. There were hypnosis talismans, body-securing talismans, smoke talismans, and fire talismans. The smoke talisman can emit a large amount of thick smoke. In this smoke, the aura will be extremely tyrannical, preventing the enemy from sensing the aura for the time being. Xianxia explained the uses of the various talismans and told them some things to take note of. "Senior Meng, it shouldn't be a problem for you to take care of those sentry towers, right? I want to enter Xiaoyu Pagoda with Brother Yun," Xia Wufeng said. "With so many talismans in hand, there's no problem." Meng Feiling nodded. Morong and Old Hua, you two are in charge of burning the warehouse. The things stored in the warehouse are very important to the people in Xiaoyu Villa. They will definitely go and extinguish the fire first. Xia Wufeng was the oldest and most experienced, so he was in charge of commanding. After they discussed the detailed plan of action, they left the Divine Inscription Palace together so that they wouldn't be stopped by Duan Qian at night. If Duan Qian knew that they were going to take action, he would definitely stop them. That was because there were martial Dao realm experts inside and they were no match for them with their strength. At night, the sky above Tianqin Imperial City was very dark. Thick clouds floated in the air, completely blocking the stars and moon. Although the downtown area was brightly lit, the remote areas of the Imperial City were pitch black. Qin Yan and company were dressed in black and wore black headgear as they arrived outside the high walls of Xiaoyu Villa. Hua Zhong and Morong Darren headed towards the high walls of a few large warehouses. Meng Feiling flew high into the sky and entered Xiaoyu Villa. Qin Yan and Xia Wufeng were able to fly carefully in the air. They only flew in after Meng Feiling entered. The interior of Xiaoyu Villa was extremely cold and dark. There were only faint lights. The many gardens inside were filled with all sorts of trees. Qin Yan and Xia Wufeng sneaked through the garden and carefully approached Xiaoyu Tower. Xiaoyu Tower was a small tower with 5 floors tall. There were no lights and it was difficult to see it in the dark night. When Qin Yan and company walked out of the garden, they saw a sentry tower. The few people on it had been hypnotized by Meng Feiling. Meng Feiling's movements were very fast. The people on the sentry towers near Xiaoyu Tower were all silently taken care of by her. After Qin Yan and Xia Wufeng walked out of the garden, they were able to smoothly arrive at the bottom of Xiaoyu Tower. When he arrived at the bottom of the tower, Qin Yan immediately used his mental energy to investigate the interior. There was no one on the first floor, nor were there any mechanisms. After confirming it, he carefully pushed open the door and entered. If he made a sound, he could use his mental energy to block it out. There's nothing on the first floor. Qin Yan was alarmed. He had originally thought that Xiaoyu Tower was also a warehouse and that there would be many valuable items stored inside. However, after entering, it was pitch black and empty. There wasn't even a single person. They walked up to the 2nd, 3rd, and 4th floors but they didn't find anything. Every floor was empty. They were only missing the 5th floor. They arrived at the 5th floor. It was as dark as the floor below but there was a powerful aura. It was the aura of a 9th level martial body. Who is it? An old man shouted. Qin Yan hurriedly threw out a large number of beast skin talismans and beast armor talismans. They were all hypnosis talismans and body-securing talismans. When Xia Wufeng saw Qin Yan throw out a large number of talismans, he did not immediately rush over. Instead, he summoned his origin sword and placed it in front of him. At the same time, he released his mental power to the limit. Because it was very dark here, he needed to use his mental power to sense the surroundings. The martial artist at the 9th level martial body realm originally wanted to come over but he was confused by a large pile of mid-grade spirit talismans. His body was also entangled by a very strong force. Although he could move, he was much slower. In the darkness, Qin Yan can sense that Xia Wufeng is silently flying over. Xia Wufeng had succeeded. Qin Yan used his mental energy to sense it and realized that Xia Wufeng had actually stabbed out several times, killing the 9th level martial body cultivator. He took out a night light pearl, which illuminated the 5th level. He saw the old man lying on the ground. Even though he was wearing thick armor, he was unable to block Xia Wufeng's terrifying origin sword. He was secretly alarmed by Xia Wufeng's strength. He was able to stab a martial artist at the 9th level martial body realm to death in an instant. The talisman you threw out is very useful. Otherwise, I wouldn't have been able to succeed. Xia Wufeng was also extremely nervous just now. He looked around and said with a frown, Xiao Yuemei is not here. Could it be that Grandpa Duan's information was wrong? Qin Yan closed his eyes and took a few deep breaths. He said, there's the remnant fragrance of Yume's body here. She stayed here before. Xia Wufeng walked to the table in the middle and said, she was moved. It should have been not long ago. He exclaimed as he looked at the item on the table. Qin Yan quickly walked over and realized that the round table was engraved with many complicated spirit inscriptions. In the middle of the round table was a pitch-black key. Xia Wufeng extended his hand to grab the key. Qin Yan hurriedly pulled him back. Be careful. Qin Yan said, this is a very terrifying formation. He took out the giant king spirit hammer and smashed it against the table. After the table was shattered, a large wave of cold air surged out, causing them to shiver. Following that, Xiaoyu Tower also began to tremble slightly. It's going to collapse. Xia Wufeng picked up the black key and hurriedly rushed to the wall. He used his sword to cut open a large hole before flying out with Qin Yan. A large group of people came from all directions. There were people at the 7th or 8th level martial body realm. They also discovered that someone was flying in the air and were about to attack when they heard someone shout, fire, fire. The warehouse is on fire. In the pitch-black Xiaoyu Villa, to the south, flames soared into the sky. Flames surged and thick smoke billowed. Morong Darren and Huazhong successfully ignited a few large warehouses. The main responsibility of those people was to guard the warehouse. Because the things inside were very important, they all went to extinguish the fire. Only 2 or 3 8th level martial body cultivators chased after Qin Yan and Xia Wufeng. Qin Yan threw a few fire talismans behind him, causing the 3 8th level martial body cultivators to slow down. Soon, they flew out of Xiaoyu Villa and those people did not chase after them. Duan Qian, who was in the upper echelons of the Divine Inscription Palace, could see the flames soaring into the sky 10,000 meters away. He could immediately guess that Qin Yan and company had made their move. This bunch of brats actually hid it from me and made a move. He hurriedly walked downstairs and saw Huazhong and Morong Darren rushing in from the back of the hall. Just as Duan Qian was about to reprimand them, he saw Meng Feiling, Qin Yan and Xia Wufeng walk in as well. They were all dressed in night clothes. You guys. You're really messing around. What if something happens? Seeing that everyone could return, Duan Qian felt a lot more at ease. Qin Yan said, aren't we fine? That's right, Grandpa Duan, Yume isn't in Xiaoyu Tower. She just moved and I don't know where she went. Can you help us check? Xiao Xianqin. In order to be absolutely safe, the martial artist guarding Xiao Yume would definitely be at the martial Dao realm. Therefore, when Qin Yan and Xia Wufeng went to Xiaoyu Pagoda, they did not meet anyone at the martial Dao realm. I'll help you guys check. Don't act recklessly. Next, it will be even more difficult to save Xiao Yume. You guys have already alerted the enemy, maybe I won't even be able to find out where she was moved to. Duan Qian sternly warned them before hurriedly leaving the Divine Inscription Palace. Qin Yan brought Xia Wufeng and company to his spacious suite. Their faces were filled with disappointment as they sat in the hall in silence. Xia Wufeng broke the silence and took out the key he had obtained from Xiaoyu Pagoda. He said, this key is placed in Xiaoyu Pagoda and there's even someone guarding it. It's definitely not simple. Qin Yan took the key and used his mental energy to probe it. He nodded and said, this key is still placed on a table filled with spirit inscriptions. It seems to be condensing energy for the key. My grandfather said that Xiaoyu Villa is a shady place. It's extremely cold all year round and is very suitable for storing demon beast meat. Meng Feiling suddenly said. Mu Rongjun said, the key should be very important to the Tianshao Empire. Why would it be placed in such a place to gather in qi? Xia Wufeng stood up and paced back and forth in deep thought. He did not say a word. After a while, he said, a key that needs to gather in qi should be used to open the mausoleum. Could this be the key to open the door to the Tianshao Imperial Tomb? Upon hearing Xia Wufeng's conjecture, Qin Yan and company were visibly moved. They looked at each other in astonishment. Tianshao Imperial Tomb. That was the place where the heroes of the Tianshao Empire were buried. Those who could be buried in the tomb were either members of the royal family or people who had made great contributions to the Tianshao Empire. Mu Rongjun's eyes lit up as he said, Xiao Yanlong of the Tianshao Empire is so despicable. How about we dig up his ancestral grave? Meng Feiling chuckled and said, since I know about this interesting matter, I must participate. Hua Zhong nodded as well. Xia Wufeng said, we have to plan this matter carefully. First, we have to determine if this key can open the Tianshao Imperial Tomb. Then, we have to possess the strength of at least the 8th level martial body realm. If the Tianshao Empire loses such a key, they will definitely send more powerful warriors to guard the Imperial Tomb. Qin Yan also agreed and said, let's plan this matter later. Mu Rongjun said with a smile, you must not tell Chief Duan about this. Meng Feiling said, if the Tianshao Empire loses such a precious key, they will definitely not make it public. This is a very embarrassing matter. Chief Duan will not know that Xiao Yuta has lost the key. If Duan Qian knew that this group of brats were going to dig up the ancestral graves of the Tianshao Empire, his beard would definitely be crooked from anger. After daybreak, Duan Qian came to Qin Yan's suite. Qin Yan and company didn't rest either. They waited in the hall for news from Duan Qian. Duan Qian said, you have caused a huge commotion. The Tianshao Empire is furious because of this. Right now, the streets are filled with the guards of the Tianqin Empire. Furthermore, they have offered a bounty of 100 million crystal coins to capture the person who attacked Xiaoyu Villa. The huge reaction of the Tianshao Empire confirmed the importance of the key. As Meng Feiling had expected, the Tianshao Empire did not tell the public that they had lost the key. They only wanted to find the culprit. Duan Qian continued, I heard some news. Yesterday at noon, a few carriages left Xiaoyu Villa and headed for the Tianshao Pavilion. It is said that most of the experts who were originally guarding Xiaoyu Villa left at that time. This was also the reason why Xiaoyu Villa was so easily breached. They had actually transferred away most of the experts, allowing Qin Yun and company to take advantage of them. From the point of view of the Tianshao Empire, someone was plotting for the key to their imperial tomb. That was why they had taken it when they were careless. Xia Wufeng said, in that case, Xiao Yuemei should be inside the Tianshao Pavilion. The Tianshao Pavilion is located in a large villa. The villa is also open to the public, so it's relatively easy to sneak in. When night falls, I'll go in and investigate. I must find out where Xiao Yuemei is hiding before I can make a move. Qin Yan said. He could blend into the darkness at night, making it easier for him to sneak in. Furthermore, he was proficient in formations and could see through traps. Duan Qian warned, you must be careful. There are many experts in the Tianshao Pavilion. Most of the experts in the entire Tianshao Empire are inside. And, I'll go disguise myself now. I'll take action tonight. Qin Yun nodded. I'll help you disguise yourself. Meng Feiling smiled and followed him into the room. After meticulous makeup, Qin Yun had turned into a middle-aged man. There were some wrinkles at the corners of his eyes. In order to prevent others from recognizing him from his eyes, Meng Feiling had even turned his eyes red, as if they were the remnants of an injury. His eyes had also been made much smaller and he had a goatee. When Morong Darren saw Qin Yun come out, he said with a smile, it's really hard to recognize you. You can go to the Tianshao Pavilion without worry. Xia Wufeng nodded and said, I can't sense your aura either. It should be about time. Furthermore, they all think that you're dead. Even if someone discovers you sneaking around, they won't think that it's you. Duan Qian felt that there was no problem and nodded. In the evening, Qin Yun left the Divine Inscription Palace and headed for the Tianshao Pavilion alone. The Tianshao Pavilion was built in a villa in the center of the imperial city, very close to the imperial palace. Normally, anyone could enter and exit the Tianshao Villa, enter the Tianshao Pavilion to drink, eat or stay. However, during this period of time, there were certain restrictions on entering and exiting the Tianshao Villa. For example, one needed to have 1 million crystal coins to enter. This was because the houses in the Tianshao Pavilion and the villa had skyrocketed during this period of time, so they could also earn a sum of money. After Qin Yun changed his appearance, he changed his name to Yuan Bin. He took out purple coins from his storage spirit artifact to prove that he was a rich and powerful person. This was because not everyone could have a storage spirit artifact. He easily entered the Tianshao Villa and headed for the Tianshao Pavilion. It's so easy to get in. Is Yume really here? Qin Yun was not confident. He could only take one step at a time. He planned to look for Xianxia. Xiao Yuemei had told him that Xianxia treated her very well and felt like a family member. One had to know that in the imperial family, this kind of feeling of family was very precious. Therefore, he planned to take a gamble and bet on Xianxia. He did not want to see Xiao Yuemei and Xiao Yuelan being treated as items to be traded. Qinyan felt that he had a high chance of winning the bet because Xianxia had almost been sold. Therefore, she hated the behavior of the imperial family. Qinyan had a storage spirit artifact. Therefore, during the many gatherings in the Tianxiao pavilion, many people with distinguished statuses came over to toast him and chat with him. It was not until late at night that the few noble banquets in the Tianxiao pavilion ended. Qinyan also ate and drank a lot of things. His biggest gain was to find out where Xianxia lived. Xianxia did not live in the Tianxiao pavilion. Instead, she lived in a small building in the Xianxiao villa. It was relatively quiet and the environment was also comfortable. Xianxia's small building is in a rose garden. It should be easy to find. Qinyan used the unique power of the Black Sun martial spirit to cover his body and fused with the darkness. At this moment, a group of patrolling people suddenly passed by. Qinyan hurriedly hid in the sparse grass and was not discovered. Not long after, he found the beautiful garden filled with roses. In the middle of the garden, there was a 3-story building. The second floor was lit up. Qinyan carefully approached and used his mental energy to lift his body into the air. He entered through an open window on the second floor. The room was not lit and there was no one there. He hid in this room and went to investigate the movements on this floor to see who was there. After investigating, he discovered that there was a secret room next door. Although the aura was very weak, he could sense that there was someone inside. Could it be that Xianxia is cultivating inside? Qinyan thought to himself. He did not plan on going over. Usually, training rooms were very tight and it was not easy to enter. He patiently waited in the room. Not long after, someone suddenly appeared outside the room. Qinyan was alarmed and hurriedly jumped onto the roof beam, hiding there to conceal his aura. After the door opened, the night light pearl was illuminated by his mental energy. The person who came in was a woman. It was Xianxia. She was wearing a loose and simple white dress. Her face was extremely beautiful and dignified. Her every movement was elegant and noble. Her mature and beautiful oval face had a slightly tired expression. She was taking off her dress, only now did Qinyan realize that this was a bathroom with a small pool. This is very immoral, I can't watch anymore. Qinyan closed his eyes. His heart was in a mess as all sorts of thoughts raced through his mind. His eyelids were itchy and he really wanted to lift them up. It was because of his uneasiness that he accidentally leaked out a little bit of his aura. Xianxia suddenly sensed a bit of aura coming from the roof beam. She looked over but did not see anything. Qinyan also knew that his aura had leaked out a little. His heart was beating wildly as he hurriedly opened his eyes. He saw Xianxia taking off her outer robe and still wearing her underwear. After all, Xianxia was at the 9th level martial body realm. She was very sure of her feelings. After frowning and thinking for a moment, she gently waved her jade-like hand at the beam and released an extremely strong whirlwind inner force. This is bad. Qinyan was secretly alarmed. Then, with a splash, he was pulled into the water by his inner force. Xianxia was also frightened to the point that her beautiful face turned pale. She hurriedly wrapped herself with a coat and was about to release a wave of inner force when she saw that the person who stood up from the pool looked very familiar. She raised her jade-like palm and suspended it in midair. Her face was filled with surprise as she exclaimed softly, "Qinyan. Are you a human or a ghost?" Just now, she could not see anyone on the beam but Qinyan was there. Furthermore, she believed that Qinyan was already dead, so she felt that way. Furthermore, she felt extremely guilty about Qinyan's death. She believed that Qinyan had turned into a malicious spirit to look for her. Especially when she thought of the hatred in Xiao Yuemei's eyes at that time, she felt even more sad. Extracting martial spirit Qinyan, who had stood up from the water, was panicking. However, when he saw the fear and guilt on Xianxia's face, he had an idea and decided to fool her by pretending to be a ghost. The disguise paint on his face had also been melted by the water, making him look even more frightening. If Xianxia knew that her body had almost been seen, she would definitely fly into a rage. She might even start a massacre. I'm neither a human nor a ghost right now. Qin let out a long sigh with a sorrowful expression. Xianxia had also seen ghost beasts before and felt that there must be ghost people. Right now, she was also half believing and half doubting that someone could suddenly appear without her noticing. This was indeed very strange. Then why are you looking for me? Xianxia did not think about anything else. She only felt that Qin had suddenly appeared. Qin said, I have too many things that I can't let go of. If I don't end it, I will be in this state in the future and will never be able to reincarnate. I came here because I felt that something had happened to Yume. I felt that she was here and I wanted to save her. He looked at the mature and beautiful Xianxia with a face full of sincerity and worry. He asked, Auntie Xiao, just tell me where Yume is. Is she here? I'll go save her now. Xianxia's face revealed a worried expression. She faintly sighed and said softly, a few hours ago, she was still here. Now, she has been sent to the Tianqin Imperial Palace. No one can save her. Even if she is here, there are people of the martial Dao realm watching. It is impossible to get close to her. Suddenly, Qin sensed a few powerful auras near the small building. Then, they rushed over and actually flew up from the ground. Someone's coming. Qin did not know what was going on and hurriedly dove into the water. He felt that they were looking for Xianxia. Sure enough, 3 people broke through the window and appeared in the bathroom. It's you. What are you doing? Xianxia looked at the 3 people and asked coldly. The people who came were a middle-aged man, an old man and an old woman. They were all wearing blue robes. This was the uniform of the Blue Spirit Star Palace. Qin hid his aura under the pool and was not discovered. He could sense who the person was through the aura outside. He was extremely astonished. He could tell that one of them had Master Wei's aura. As for the other old man, he was the old man from the Tianxian Martial School who had sent him into the forbidden area. The other old woman was someone he did not know, but her aura was the strongest. Was a martial Dao realm cultivator. Xianxia, the soul shake powder is still in your hands, you can hand it over now. Master Wei laughed sinisterly. Xianxia snorted and sneered, I was the one who obtained the soul shake powder, why should I hand it over to you? Even if you want to give it to me, you have to buy it at a suitable price. Meng Feiling had said that it was extremely likely that the soul shake powder was in Xianxia's hands. Xiaoxian spirit, Xianyun, said, Xianqi is, Xiao, B, Xiao, Qi, was, spirit Xiao, Xiao, Meng Ling, said, was Xiao to say. Xiaoxian's ice-cold voice was filled with anger as she said, I used a lot of resources and time to obtain that. I can't just hand over such a precious thing for nothing. The old woman sneered, Xiaoxian, I'll tell you the truth. The crown prince and the other ministers were worried that you would save Xiao Yume, so they asked me to take back the soul shake powder. If you don't give it to me, we will make this matter public. That is a forbidden medicine, you should know the consequences. Master Wei chuckled, at that time, you will be like Qinyan's grand preceptor, a demoness who will be cursed by everyone. Now, as long as you hand over the soul shake powder, we can let you die peacefully. Xianxia laughed loudly in anger and said, the crown prince actually wants to scheme against me like this. This is normal. For the sake of benefits, he would even sell his own sister, let alone me, his aunt. Qin sighed in his heart. He was no longer surprised by such things. However, he never expected Xiao Yanglong to be even more ruthless than he had imagined. He actually wanted to kill his aunt. Since you aren't willing to hand it over, don't blame me. The old woman shouted coldly. Don't cripple or kill her first. Let me enjoy her first. Don't waste such a beauty. Master Wei laughed sinisterly. Not to mention Xiaoxian, even Qin was infuriated when he heard this. Xiaoxian's expression turned extremely ugly. She waved her hand and scattered a large amount of white powder. The powder quickly drifted into the room, enveloping Master Wei and company. It's the soul shake powder. the old woman shouted in shock. She threw a palm at Xianxia, causing her to crash into the wall. Just now, Master Wei had also thrown out a few poisonous needles into Xianxia's body. Xianxia was not hit by the soul shake powder because she did not float to her side. Instead, she was struck by the old woman's palm and was struck by a poisonous needle. Her entire body fell limply to the ground. Even a person of the martial Dao realm was lying limply on the ground, finding it difficult to stand up. Master Wei sat on a chair and could not move his body. However, he could barely speak. Don't worry. Although the soul shake powder is a forbidden medicine, it won't kill you. On the other hand, that slut will definitely die after being hit by my poison needle. Qin extended a hand out of the water and threw out a wind talisman, blowing away the powder of the soul shake powder. What's going on? The old man from the Tianxian martial school was alarmed as he hurriedly shouted. Qin hurriedly jumped out of the water and walked to Xianxia's side. Her skin had already turned black and she was weak. She was deeply poisoned. With a single glance, he knew that it was the poison that Ding Tianchun and his son were suffering from. The antidote required the colorless fruit. When he killed Wei Xuanquan back then, he had obtained quite a few colorless fruits. He hurriedly took out 2 colorless fruits and stuffed them into Xianxia's mouth. Then, he circulated his inner force to comb through the energy of the colorless fruit and circulated it throughout her body. Colorless fruit. Who are you? Why do you have so many colorless fruits? Master Wei asked in shock when he saw it. When Qin was in the water, his makeup was gone. He tidied up his hair and revealed his face. He said with a smile, "Who am I? I am your grandpa Qin. You don't recognize me so soon? You. Aren't you dead?" Master Wei was incomparably shocked. When the old man from the Tianxian martial school and the old woman heard Qin's name, their expressions changed. They were filled with fear. Qin slapped Master Wei to the ground and stepped on his face. He said with a smile, "Even villains like you are still alive and well. How could I die?" "Oh right, you just asked me why there are so many colorless fruits, right? I'll be merciful and tell you, it was obtained from your son's hands." "That's right, I was the one who killed your son, Wei Xuanquan." Master Wei, who was trampled on the ground, was furious to the extreme. However, his entire body was powerless as he screamed, "You were the one who killed Akuan." Qin said with a sneer, "Your son wanted to use a demonic technique on Yuan Yining to nourish her body." At that time, Yan Yun was also by his side. "Just as your son was about to begin, I rushed in and killed him. And that slut, Yan Yun, was killed by Yan Ying. Do you also want to cultivate that kind of demonic art on Xianxia? All of you, all day long you say that I'm a devil who cultivates demonic arts, but all of you are really cultivating demonic arts. This is truly a thief calling out to catch a thief." After Xianxia ate the colorless fruit, her face was no longer as black as before. When she learned that Master Wei wanted to use her body to cultivate demonic arts, she was even more furious. Qin placed his hand on Master Wei's abdomen and smiled. "Master Wei, cooperate with me. Relax your entire body and don't resist me." "What are you doing?" Master Wei cried out in alarm. Just as he finished speaking, he screamed in pain. He felt that his platinum fire martial spirit was being extracted. Qin was extracting his martial spirit. When the old man from the Tianxian martial school and the old woman from the martial Dao realm saw this, their faces immediately turned pale. They could tell that Qin was extracting Master Wei's martial spirit. Master Wei's entire body was in excruciating pain as he watched Qin pull out his platinum fire martial spirit. It was a small ball of glittering platinum light. Qin took out a pearl with many spirit inscriptions carved on it and placed the small ball of light inside. "This is the soul refining art. You've learned the soul refining art," the old man from the Tianxian martial school exclaimed. "That's right, I have to thank you. You were the one who sent me into the forbidden area, allowing me to learn such a divine art." Qin walked over with a smile and placed his palm on the old man's abdomen. "In order to thank you, I will make good use of your martial spirit." After Master Wei's martial spirit was extracted, he became half dead. He also suffered a great deal of pain and it was terrifying to look at. When the old man saw Master Wei's miserable state, he was scared out of his wits. He cried and begged, Qin Yun, I was just impulsive back then. Ah. Before he could finish speaking, Qin Yun had already begun extracting his martial spirit. Master Wei and the old man were both at the 9th level martial body realm. They had both joined the Blue Spirit Star Palace and were very likely to step into the martial Dao realm. But now, their martial spirits had been extracted. It could be said that they had been completely destroyed. The old woman at the martial Dao realm was so scared that her old face turned ashen. Her entire body trembled slightly. She was at the martial Dao realm and had just touched upon the great Dao of martial arts. Now, she was going to be destroyed by a little kid. Xianxia lay on the ground and watched happily. That was because if Master Wei and the other two did not attack her, they would not have ended up like this. She looked at Qin Yun and recalled how this little fellow had tricked her by pretending to be a ghost. He had even planned to peek at her bathing. She was secretly ashamed and angry. When she saw that she had been saved, she forgave Qin Yun from the bottom of her heart. How did you survive? Even those in the martial Dao realm would not be able to survive in such an environment so easily. The old woman's voice was filled with fear as she asked. Qin Yun pulled out the old man's martial spirit. It was also a platinum-ranked fire martial spirit. He came in front of the old woman and said with a smile, I was the one who released the soul-refining demon. After she came out, she attracted a large meteorite to smash down and destroy the forbidden area. This way, you idiots will think that we are dead. The soul-refining demon was actually still alive and could even summon a large meteorite. This caused the old woman to be extremely alarmed. Ah! The old woman cried out in pain, I'm an elder of the Tianshao Empire, you can't take away my martial spirit. Xianxia, quickly dissuade him. Qin Yun said with a smile, I'm sorry, I can't stop from the beginning. Your martial spirit should be pretty good. You Mei's whereabouts. Xianxia leaned against the wall. The black poisonous gas on her face had gradually faded, but now it appeared again. She shouted softly in fear, Qin Yun. I still have another type of poison in my body. Master Wei opened his eyes slightly and said with a weak smile, this is another poison of mine. Xianxia, you're dead for sure. Accompany me in death, ha ha ha. As he was laughing, his mind was destroyed by Qin Yun's palm strike. Qin Yun, you have mastered the art of soul refining. Everyone has the right to kill you. You will not have a good ending. The old woman laughed bitterly, you will definitely die miserably. Qin Yun went over and dealt with the old woman and the old man. He threw them into the furnace and burned them. Then, he hurriedly picked up Xianxia, walked to the room and placed her on the bed. Not only was there a black gas flowing under Xianxia's skin, there was also a black mist surging under her skin. It was a very strange poison. This is a poisonous inner force. It has infected my entire body. I'm hopeless. Quickly kill me. Xianxia's eyes were filled with despair as she looked at Qin Yun. If you see Yu Mei and Yu Lan, apologize to them on my behalf. Qin Yun channeled a wave of inner force into her body and said, don't say such foolish words. You will definitely recover. Don't send your inner force in, it will infect your entire body. Xianxia was extremely weak as she said anxiously in a soft voice. Qin Yun tried, but he did not know how to force the poison out. He was not infected. He realized that the poison was trying to enter through his inner force but was repelled by his black sun inner force. My black sun inner force has a very strong suction force. It might be able to suck out this poison and I won't be poisoned. With a thought, he hurriedly circulated his black sun inner chi and covered his palms. Then, he placed it on Xianxia's arms and slowly moved his palms. He discovered that the black gas would fall asleep and move his palms. Seeing that it was effective, he hurriedly made a small hole in Xianxia's palm and drew out the black poisonous gas from that small hole. After drawing out a ball of black gas, her arms returned to being snow-white like a jade lotus. However, not long after, another wave of black gas entered her arms. The poison needle is still on you, no wonder. Qin Yun gritted his teeth and said, Auntie Xiao, if I offended you, please forgive me. I'm doing this to save you. Even if Xianxia was unwilling, she had no choice but she could only close her eyes. Qin Yun used his mental energy to cast the Imperial Spirit Art and remove the poison needle from her chest. Then, he used the Imperial Spirit Art and the special suction force of the Black Sun Inner Force to draw out the poison gas in Xianxia's body. The poison gas covered Xianxia's entire body, so Qin Yin needed to guide the poison gas out from various parts of her body. From time to time, it would touch her skin and touch her entire body. To a woman, this was extremely disrespectful. An hour later, Qin Yin heaved a sigh of relief when he saw that Xianxia's face was as white as jade and still had traces of blood. Then, he covered her with a blanket. God, Xian. Red, he said. Son, Qin. Yunyan said, I am from, he said. Yun Xiaoxian s Tian. He did not dare to look at the haggard beauty on the bed. Although he said that, he did not offend Xianxian. From beginning to end, he was very careful and did not touch Xianxian. Humph, you were just planning to watch me bathe. Xianxian snorted. No, Qin Yin could not explain. Xianxian recovered some of her strength. She had almost died just now, so she was very grateful to Qin Yin for saving her life. Moreover, when Qin Yin touched her body, it was through her clothes. However, when she thought back to it, she felt extremely embarrassed, especially when Qin Yin touched her private parts a few times. I'm leaving, you'll get better soon. I'm worried that you'll hit me after you get better. Qin Yin said worriedly. After all, Xianxian was in her 30s and had yet to marry. She was definitely a very chaste woman. Just as Qin Yin was about to leave, Xianxian shouted softly, Wait. I'm not waiting anymore. If I wait any longer, I'll be beaten to death by you. Qin Yin said with a bitter smile. Why would I hit you? You've saved me twice. Besides, you didn't do anything to me just now. Of course, don't mention this to anyone else. Xianxian's tone was gentle as she said softly. Qin Yin walked to the bedside and sat down. He asked, Auntie Xiao, you should rest. We'll talk about it after you get better. Just now, he was very serious about detoxifying the poison. Now that he saw Xianxian's beautiful face up close, he could not help but praise her in his heart. Xianxian said in a low voice, I'm almost done. You turn around first, I'll change my clothes. Qin Yin hurriedly turned around. As Xianxian changed her clothes, she could not help but recall everything that had happened to Qin Yin. First, he said that his martial spirit had died and he was thought to be done for. Then, his inner yuan was destroyed by Yukai and he was also considered to be done for. In the end, he was sent to the Forbidden Area and the Forbidden Area was destroyed by a large meteorite. He was thought to be dead. But now, Qin Yin had appeared here alive and kicking. He had even saved her twice and killed a martial Dao Realm cultivator and 2 9th-level martial body cultivators. The most terrifying thing was that he had mastered the art of soul refining. Xianxian put on a purple dress and said with a clear voice, You can turn around now. Qin Yin turned around and saw Xianxian's beautiful and noble attire. He could not help but say, Auntie Xiao, your attire is really beautiful. Xianxian chuckled and said, You and Yume are really compatible. You two little fellows always do things that even we adults don't dare to do. Qin Yin coughed dryly and said, Actually, there's nothing between me and Yume. We're just good friends. The reason why it was said that she and I were doing that. The main reason was because she purposely stuck close to me and wanted to use me to escape. Seeing that she's a good person, I didn't expose her. Xianxian nodded slightly. She also knew that Xiao Yume was still a virgin. She was somewhat angry and sternly reprimanded, If you're still alive, why didn't you jump out earlier? Look at what Yume has done. Otherwise, she wouldn't have ended up like this. Qin Yin curled his lips and said, What does this have to do with me? The reason why Yume killed those guys everywhere, wasn't it because she had a deep grudge? Sooner or later, she won't be able to hold it in. It's all because you elders didn't guide her well. Also, those old bastards from the Tian Shao Empire and that beast, Xiao Yanglong, have been thinking about how to sell her for a good price all day long. This kind of resentment has been accumulated in her heart for a long time. She can't help her sister. She can only watch helplessly as her most beloved sister is sold off. That's why she's killing those guys to vent her anger. When Xianxian heard this, she remained silent. Qin Yin continued, you saw it just now. The Xianxia Empire doesn't take you women seriously at all. They even wanted to give you to that beast, Master Wei. Maybe they've been scheming to sell you off all this time. Xiao Xianqin took a deep breath and scolded with a smile, did you come very early and prepare to watch me bathe? You even pretended to be a ghost to deceive me? You little fellow, you're really dishonest. Qin Yin scratched his head and laughed, these are all accidents. I originally wanted to secretly discuss something with you, but who knew that so many things would suddenly happen? He said with a smile, Aunt Xiao, Master Wei, and the others are dead. Everyone will definitely think that you killed them. I'm really sorry. Damn brat, you can still laugh. Xiao Xianqin stomped her feet in anger and snorted. Qin Yin hurriedly retracted his smile and sat on a stool. He lowered his head and did not dare to look at her again. Xiao Xianqin suddenly recalled that Qin Yin had grasped the secret of the soul-refining art. This was no small matter, she sighed softly and asked, you should have hated me and could have killed me. Why didn't you do it and even saved me? Qin Yin said, I was born in the imperial palace. I know very well that kinship is very precious to the descendants of the imperial family. Yume has deep feelings for you. If she knew that I didn't save you, she would definitely hate me for the rest of her life. When Xiao Xianqin heard this, the way she looked at Qin Yin became much gentler. There was even a hint of guilt in her eyes. She had been hated by Xiao Yuemei because she did not save Qin Yin. After that, she felt extremely sad. She also knew that the kinship between her and Xiao Yuemei was very rare and she did not want to lose it. Qin Yin returned to the main topic and said, Aunt Xiao, I came to find you to inquire about Yumei's whereabouts. No matter what, I must save her. Xiao Xianqin stared at him and asked in a serious tone, answer me honestly. Was Xiao Yuta's matter done by you guys? Qin Yin nodded. Yes. The key is in your hands? Xiao Xianqin asked again. Qin Yin also asked, it's in my hands. What kind of key is that? Xiao Xianqin heaved a sigh of relief. With a trace of surprise on her face, she said, that's the key to the Tianxiao Imperial Tomb. If you want to enter the Tianxiao Imperial Tomb, you must use this key to open the door, and this is also a dowry for Yulan. In other words, whoever marries Yulan will be able to obtain this key. Qin Yin never expected that the Tianxiao Empire would actually use such a thing as a dowry. When she saw Qin Yin's astonished expression, she continued, Yulan has the immortal graveyard diagram on her, and the immortal graveyard diagram is very closely related to Yulan's mother. Now, the immortal graveyard diagram has fused with Yulan, and if you want to take down the immortal graveyard diagram, you need the blood of Yulan's mother. Yulan and Yumei's mother is buried in the Tianxiao Imperial Tomb. When Qin Yin heard this, he was so infuriated that his entire body trembled. He clenched his fists and asked coldly, does Yumei know about this? Xiao Xianqin shook her head. I'm not sure if they know or not. Their mother was kind to me. If it wasn't for their mother, I would have been sold a long time ago. Yumei is in your Tianqin Imperial Palace. Are you confident that you can save her? Right now, it's not easy to even enter the palace. Especially after what happened to Xiaoyu Villa, the Tianqin Imperial Palace will definitely increase their vigilance. Qin Yin felt that he could fly in, but it would definitely not be that easy. Now that the engagement ceremony was about to begin, the Tianqin Imperial Palace was filled with experts. Xiao Xianqin took out a small box and handed it to Qin Yin. She said, this is the soul shake powder. I have a total of 2 portions. I used one just now and I'll give the remaining one to you. Qin Yin had seen how powerful the soul shake powder was. Once it was scattered, it could paralyze a martial Dao realm cultivator. After he took it, he asked, how do I use it? First, soul refining Qin Yin opened the box and took out a black antidote pill to eat. He asked, Aunt Xiao, why did you suddenly withdraw from the auction? Xiao Xianqin sighed, some people know that I have the soul shake powder in my hands. It was all leaked out by Qiyu. Even the Blue Spirit West Palace knew about it. Then, they came to find me and told me to auction the soul shake powder in the black market of the Divine Inscription Palace. The reason is to frame the Divine Inscription Palace and take the opportunity to discredit the Divine Inscription Palace. Later on, I found out that they wanted to marry off the key to the Emperor's tomb with Yulan. In a fit of anger, I decided to use the soul shake powder to save Yue Mei and Yuelan. Xiao Yanlong also seemed to be on guard, so he hurriedly moved Yue Mei away. Qin Yan also understood how complicated the matter was. He asked, what benefits did Tianqin give Xiao Yanlong to make him work so hard to marry off Xiao Yuelan? Rumor has it that Emperor Tianzhao's health is not good and many matters are controlled by Xiao Yanlong. Xiao Xianqin shook her head and said, I'm not sure about the specifics. If you really save Yue Mei, don't go on the day of the engagement. If Yuelan finds out that Yue Mei has been saved, she will be satisfied. Qin Yan curled his lips and said, my marriage with Xiao Yuelan was facilitated by my mother. No matter what, I have to put an end to it. The engagement contract is in my hands. With the blood of the emperor of your Tianzhao empire on it, I want to see what will happen if he goes back on his word. When Xiao Xianqin saw that Qin Yan was determined to go and did not listen to her advice, she became somewhat angry. If you go, you won't be able to return. Because you have been with the soul refining demon for a period of time, they will definitely think that you have obtained the soul refining art. Even if you say that you don't, they will still insist on it and then use this reason to kill you. Qin Yan asked, Aunt Xiao, did you go to find the soul refining demon to obtain the soul refining art? Xiao Xianqin sat on a chair and rested her head on her hand. Her eyes were filled with helplessness as she faintly sighed, there's a problem with my martial spirit and the soul refining demon has a lot of martial spirit knowledge. Only this demon knows. The problem with my martial spirit. Qin Yan sat opposite her and stared at the charming beauty. He asked, what's wrong with your martial spirit? Tell me about it. My martial soul has also had problems before, so I have some experience in this area. Really? Xiao Xianqin was in disbelief. Let me check your martial soul first, okay? Seeing Xiao Xianqin nod, he walked over, squatted down, placed his hand on her abdomen and gently rubbed it. Xiao Xianqin pursed her lips and looked at Qin Yan. In her entire life, this was the first time she had such intimate contact with a man. Qin Yan seriously probed her martial spirit. He used his mental energy to permeate the interior of her dantian and quickly discovered that the platinum martial spirit was listless. It seemed to be sleeping but it wasn't. It was in a sickly state. He retracted his hand but continued to squat on the ground. He raised his head to look at Xiao Xianqin and asked, Aunt Xiao, when did this happen to your martial spirit? Xiao Xianqin faintly said, it's been a few years. At that time, the attribute of my martial spirit suddenly began to weaken. Until now, you can only see that this is a platinum martial spirit and the form of the martial spirit is gone. It has declined. Qin Yan recalled the situation with his purple gold fire martial spirit. It was similar to this. He frowned and thought for a moment before asking, then what was your martial spirit originally like? Qin. My martial spirit is a zither. Xiao Xianqin sighed softly, if my zither martial spirit was normal, I would be able to play a song for you right now. But now, I don't have any feelings for the zither and I can't play that kind of charm, so forget it. This was the first time Qin Yan had heard of a zither martial spirit. He said, what a strange martial spirit. Perhaps it's similar to my situation. Xiao Xianqin hurriedly asked, what's your situation? Qin Yan took out a pearl. Inside it was a pulsating platinum fire martial spirit. It was extracted from Master Wei. He said, the martial spirit is hungry and without nutrition, it will become like this. According to a friend of mine, even if the martial spirit is in a state of transformation and evolution, because it is unable to provide the energy needed for transformation and evolution in time, it will become dispirited and even fall into a deep sleep. The fastest way to replenish the martial spirit is to devour and absorb a martial spirit. Now, I plan to use the martial spirit that I just extracted to fuse with your inner yuan and guide your martial spirit to absorb it. Xiao Xianqin was stunned when she heard this. She looked at Qin Yan in disbelief. She frowned slightly and looked very surprised. She looked very flirtatious. Do you want to give it a try? Although this is my first time doing this kind of thing, I think I should be able to succeed. Qin Yan said with a smile. Xiao Xianqin snorted and said, you brat, you actually want to use me as an experiment. Auntie Xiao, that's not it. I'm helping you. Qin Yan said softly, if you don't believe me, then forget it. To be honest, I can't guarantee success. There might even be risks. I'm just trying to save a dead horse. Come on, what do you want to do? Xianxia heaved a sigh of relief. Right now, she could only trust Qin Yun. If her martial spirit did not recover, she would not be able to step into the martial Dao realm. Qin Yun said softly, expose your stomach. Xianxia did not mind. She quickly lifted her clothes, revealing her slender waist. Qin Yun did as Qiao Ruiwen had taught him. He rubbed Xianxia's navel back and forth and released waves of mental energy. Auntie Xiao, you might think that I'm taking advantage of you, but I don't have such thoughts. At this moment, I'm using my mental energy to build a soul gate and then establish a soul road that leads to my inner yuan to connect to the martial spirit inside. Xianxia laughed and said, I didn't say that you took advantage of me. What are you feeling guilty about? Qin Yun laughed a few times. I'm just worried that you'll misunderstand me. I'm a gentleman. Xianxia chuckled a few times and said, a gentleman would hide on a roof beam and almost watch me take a bath? Qin Yun's face could not help but turn red and he did not dare to say another word. When Xianxia saw his blushing face, she let out a series of bell-like laughter. She could also tell that Qin Yun was a good person. Otherwise, he would not have saved her, much less thought of taking the risk to save Xiaoyuemei. She asked softly, how much longer do you want to rub? It's almost done. Qin Yun's forehead was covered in sweat. It could be seen that he was working very hard. Xianxia frowned slightly as she looked at Qin Yun, who was sweating profusely. Her voice was filled with concern as she said gently, are you all right? What's the situation now? Just as she finished speaking, she felt a sudden warmth in her abdomen. A strange warm current flowed into her dantian, making her feel extremely comfortable. I'm going to start sending my martial spirit in. Don't resist the incoming martial spirit. Qin Yun hurriedly warned. N. Xianxia replied softly. Qin Yun drew out the platinum fire martial spirit from the soul sealing pearl and used his mental energy to control it. It floated towards Xianxia's abdomen and smoothly entered her jade-like skin. The martial spirit passed through the soul gate and quickly entered the dantian. Qin Yun hurriedly followed the secret technique of the soul refining art to control his mental energy to change, forming a regular vortex that wrapped around the platinum fire martial spirit and Xianxia's martial spirit. Xianxia could also clearly sense the strange situation in her dantian. She secretly admired Qin Yun. Not only was he an inscription master, he was also a soul refiner. His potential was incomparably great. Following that, Qin Yun placed his other hand on Xianxia's lower back and channeled a strong amount of mental energy into her to control the fusion of the martial spirit. Xianxia's abdomen and lower back were being massaged by Qin Yun's large hand. She could not help but have a strange feeling in her heart. More than 2 hours later, the martial spirit fusion was a success. Xianxia's martial spirit had regained its color, but it still had not completely recovered. Qin Yun sat paralyzed on the ground. He looked exhausted and it was obvious that he was very tired. Xianxia felt that her martial spirit had greatly improved. She was very happy and felt that there was hope. When she saw that Qin Yun was very tired, she hurriedly helped him wipe his sweat. Her jade-like hands gently wiped his sweat and her beautiful face was filled with tenderness. Qin Yun suddenly felt that Xianxia was not as strict as Xiaoyuemei had said. Instead, she was as gentle as water. Even though the fusion was successful, your martial spirit still hasn't gotten better. It's only getting better. Qin Yun said with a frown after resting for a while. Xianxia hurriedly asked, then what should we do? Qin Yun took out another pearl. Inside it was the platinum fire martial spirit that he had just extracted. He said, you can only continue fusing until the martial spirit in your inner yuan awakens. Only then will it be considered a success. After a short rest, Qin Yun recovered to his peak state. Then, he continued to help Xianxia fuse with her martial spirit. Xianxia watched as Qin Yun guided another platinum martial spirit into her dantian. She could not help but feel waves in her heart. This was because Qin Yun had already completely grasped this soul refining technique. In the future, if he could obtain more martial spirits, he would definitely be able to refine even stronger martial spirits. One had to know that if one didn't know the art of soul refining, they wouldn't even know how to extract and preserve a martial spirit. From this, it could be seen how precious the art of soul refining was. Xianxia's heart was filled with surprise as she said, "If my martial spirit gets better, I'll be able to quickly step into the martial Dao realm. No matter how fast it is, it will still take some time. Right now, I'm in a hurry to save you, Mei. I won't be able to make it in time." Qin Yan shook his head. Xianxia wanted to do many things, but her strength was limited. She only had the heart but was powerless. She admired Qin Yun. There were clearly many things that he was unable to do with his strength, but he was always able to do them. Another 2 hours passed, and it was a crucial moment. Xianxia's dantian was spinning rapidly as the martial spirit inside also breathed in and out. Inner Yuan spirit breath. "I've done it." Xianxia could not help but shout out softly, her face filled with pleasant surprise. Qin Yan had long since been able to achieve Inner Yuan spirit breath. Now, under his guidance, Xianxia's Inner Yuan could also enter the state of Inner Yuan spirit breath. When he saw Xianxia's reaction, he said indifferently, "What a fuss." Xianxia had long heard that when Qin Yan cultivated his Inner Yuan, he was able to release his primordial spirit. That was because he had cultivated his inner force cultivation method to the acme of perfection. As for Inner Yuan spirit breath, one only needed to cultivate one's inner force to the great perfection stage. Xianxia had always been unable to achieve Inner Yuan spirit breath. This was also one of the bottlenecks for her to step into the martial Dao realm. But now, she had finally done it, and it was with Qin Yan's help. "You are quite capable and you treat others so well. No wonder Yu Mei is so attached to you. Thank you for giving me such a precious platinum martial spirit." She now completely understood why the arrogant Xiao Yuemei was so good to Qin Yan. Qin Yan said with a smile, "I feel that I owe you. That's why I used 2 platinum martial spirits on you." Forbidden Palace. Qin Yan said with an awkward smile, "What I mean is, you gave me such a precious soul shake powder, so I feel that I owe you. There's no other meaning, you." Xianxia looked at Qin Yan with hidden bitterness, speechless. Qin Yan's expression suddenly turned solemn as he said, "It's almost the critical moment. Auntie Xiao, focus your mind and control your Inner Yuan to stabilize and fuse with the martial spirit inside." Xianxia hurriedly closed her eyes. She could also feel that Qin Yan's hand on her stomach had become warm. He was pouring a strange power into her dantian to guide her Inner Yuan energy. Qin Yan had used the combination of mental energy and Black Sun inner force, so he was able to trigger Xianxia's Inner Yuan spirit aura. He had not expected it to succeed, but this way, it would be even more convenient for him to fuse his martial spirit. This was the first time he had helped someone with a simple soul refinement. It was a good thing that he could increase his proficiency in the art of soul refinement. Qin Yan could also see the situation in Xianxia's dantian. There was a platinum-colored cloud inside that was rapidly spinning. As it spun, it suddenly turned purple and even overflowed with purplish-gold flames. Soon after, the purple-gold flames gradually weakened and a small zither appeared. This was Xianxia's zither martial spirit. Success! Qin Yan wiped his sweat, his face full of joy. Xianxia was also extremely excited. This was a problem that had troubled her for many years, and now it had finally been solved. Qin Yan said with a smile, "Aunt Xiao, you can try to cultivate this zither into your origin weapon in the future. It will be even more powerful. Right now, you have the purple gold fire zither martial spirit, and the zither can release sound waves to carry out spiritual attacks. This combination is considered very rare." Xianxia nodded. She never expected Qin Yan to have such a profound understanding of such matters. She had never thought of these things before. She said very sincerely, "Thank you. You saved my life before, and now you are helping me solve the problem of my martial soul." Qin Yan said with smile, "You are welcome. Your soul shake powder can also be of great help to me. How about I go with you to the palace to save you, Mei?" Xianxia was suddenly concerned about Qin Yan's safety. She said, "Right now, the Tianqin Imperial Palace is extremely strict. Even in the sky, there are 9th-level martial body cultivators patrolling. I'll go in with you and help you block the 9th-level martial body cultivators." Qin Yan said with a smile, I'm more familiar with the palace, so I should be able to infiltrate it smoothly. If I meet someone in the martial Dao realm, I'll use the soul shake powder to deal with them. You're not in a good situation either. It's best for you to leave this place as soon as possible. Xiao Xianqin was at the 9th level martial body realm and she had the chance to step into the martial Dao realm. This kind of strength was enough for her to be independent and not rely on the Tian Shao Empire. Otherwise, if she continued to wait, she would be betrayed by the Tian Shao Empire one day. Can you really save Yume by yourself? Xiao Xianqin was still worried. I can help you. Qin Yan said, if I can't do it, it is useless for you to help me. Just hide in peace and go into seclusion. Even if I fail this time, you will still have a chance when you step into the martial Dao realm. The people who came to capture Xiao Xianqin were 2 at the 9th level martial body realm and 1 at the martial Dao realm. This could be considered a very powerful force. Now that they were all dead, the Tian Shao Empire and the Blue Spirit Star Palace would definitely do their best to capture Xiao Xianqin. Therefore, Xiao Xianqin had to hide. Qin Yan felt that she was reliable. If she could really step into the martial Dao realm, she would be a force behind him in the future. Xiao Xianqin could only listen to Qin Yan and the 2 of them left the Tian Shao villa together. I will temporarily hide in the north of the Cloud Dragon Mountain range. You can follow this map to find me. Be careful. Xiao Xianqin handed Qin Yan a piece of beast skin and gently warned him. Then, she put on her veil and quickly left the Tianqin Imperial City. After Xiao Xianqin left, Qin Yan returned to the Divine Inscription Palace. In a room in the Divine Inscription Palace, Qin Yan opened the map and knew that Xiao Xianqin had already prepared a hiding place for him. She must have met this day a long time ago. Someone knocked on the door and he hurriedly put away the map. It was midnight. Duan Qian, Xia Wufeng and Hua Zhong rushed over when they heard that Qin Yan had returned. Any gains? Meng Feiling asked. Qin Yan nodded and said, Yume has been moved to the palace. When Duan Qian heard this, he sighed, this is going to be troublesome. The palace is heavily guarded and it's not that easy to fly in. It is said that many experts from Blue Spirit Star Palace have been specially invited to guard the palace in order to ensure that nothing goes wrong. Xiao Xianqin had said the same thing before, so she was very worried about Qin Yan heading to the Tianqin Imperial Palace alone. I'm more familiar with the palace, so I'll think of a way. In short, I have to save Yume before the wedding to prevent any accidents from happening. Qin Yan had a bad premonition because the Tian Shao Empire had already made a move on Xiao Xianqin. Xia Wufeng and company had no other choice. After all, their strength was limited. They could only go around asking for information, hoping to find some useful information. In the next few days, Morone Darren and company heard all sorts of shocking news. First of all, Xiao Xianqin was wanted because she possessed the soul shake powder and used it to kill a martial Dao realm elder of the Tian Shao Empire. Then, Master Wei and a teacher from the Tianxian martial school were also believed to have been killed by Xiao Xianqin. This matter had shaken the 3 empires. This caused those martial Dao cultivators to be extremely terrified. In addition, the Tian Shao Empire suspected that the one who had attacked Xiaoyu Villa was also Xiao Xianqin. Because of this matter, there were even more people patrolling Tianqin Imperial City. This was also within Qin Yan's expectations. The Tian Shao Empire looked down on women so much, but now, they had suffered such heavy losses because of a woman. The death of a martial Dao realm elder could be said to be a complete loss of face. Over the past few days, Qin Yan had been in the secret chamber. From time to time, he would drip blood into the immortal graveyard diagram or use his mental energy to contact Xiakiru. More than 10 days had passed. There were only 3 days left until the day of the engagement banquet. Because of the matter of Xiao Xianqin using the soul shake powder, the entire imperial city seemed to be enveloped in an oppressive atmosphere. Qin Yan had been in seclusion in the secret chamber all day. Xia Wufeng and company did not know what he was doing inside, so they did not ask. Finally, Qin Yan's efforts over the past 10 days had not been in vain. He had permeated a large amount of mental energy, and after entering the immortal graveyard diagram, there was finally a reaction. Little Yun, are you looking for me? Xiakiru's pleasant voice came from the immortal graveyard diagram. Big Sister Grand Preceptor, I have an urgent matter, a very urgent matter. You must help me. Only you can help me. Xianxia hurriedly crouched beside the immortal graveyard diagram and begged for help like a child in trouble. Quickly tell me, I'll do my best to help you. Xiaqiru said gently. Xianxia roughly told Xiaqiru what had happened. The emperor of the Tianshao Empire is truly a bastard. Back then, he let down my good sister and now he actually treats her two daughters like this. See how I teach him a lesson in the future, humph. Xiaqiru said angrily, he actually didn't take good care of Yumei and Yulan. Xianxia was extremely vexed. He gently caressed the blank immortal graveyard diagram and said, Big Sister Grand Preceptor, what should I do now? I might not be able to help Xiao Yulan, but no matter what, I have to save that little girl, Yumei. Xiaqiru said softly, don't worry. You have the soul shake powder in your hands, it's enough to deal with people of the martial Dao realm. Furthermore, it's very easy to enter the palace. There's a secret passage in the palace that only the previous emperors knew about. However, your royal father loves your mother very much, so he told your mother about the secret passage. Later on, your mother also told me about the secret passage. In that case, Big Sister Grand Preceptor, you escaped from the secret passage back then? Xianxia said in pleasant surprise. Xiaqiru chuckled and said, I've also given you the map of the secret passage. It's on the engagement contract. If you look carefully, you'll realize that the engagement contract is double-layered. As long as you soak it in water, it will separate into two. I was in a hurry and forgot to tell you. Xianxia hurriedly took out the engagement contract from his storage space. After soaking it in the water, it separated into two contracts. On the north side of one of the contracts, there was a map of the secret passage that would only appear in the water. Alright, I believe that you will definitely be able to save that little girl Yumei. I'm going to sleep. As Xiaqiru spoke, her voice became softer and softer. Sleep? Xianxia was puzzled. He guessed that Xiaqiru might be asleep and in some sort of state. After memorizing the map, Xianxia hurriedly left the room. After leaving, he saw Xia Wufeng and company in the living room. I can handle this myself. Thank you for your help these past few days. Xianxia was filled with confidence in himself. When Xia Wufeng saw the confidence in Xianxia's eyes, he smiled. That's good. Then you have to be careful. Morong Darren said, Brother Yun, that bastard Qin Jingfeng actually broke through to the 8th level martial body realm. Meng Failing gritted her teeth and said, that bastard Qiyu is also too. The power behind these crown princes is too terrifying. It allowed them to advance by leaps and bounds at this critical juncture. We will all be attending the engagement. Do you have a way to get in? Duan Qian asked. As long as I say my name, they will definitely let me enter the palace to participate in the engagement. You don't have to worry about that. Xianxia smiled. Then, we'll meet in the palace in 3 days. It was night now. Xianxia hurriedly left the Divine Inscription Palace and headed for the entrance to the secret passageway. The entrance to the secret passageway was located deep within the Qin Spirit River in the Imperial City. Xianxia arrived at the Qin Spirit River and followed the map of the secret passageway. He found a crevice that was covered by a large amount of aquatic plants. Deep within the crevice, there was a formation that prevented the river water from entering the secret passageway. Xianxia easily entered the secret passageway. The secret passageway was 2 meters wide and tall. It was square and pitch black inside. After Xianxia used the night illumination pearl to illuminate the surroundings, he saw that the walls were made of stiff stone bricks. The secret passageway could lead to several places. There was the Emperor's bedroom, a garden, a study, and the Forbidden Palace. The Forbidden Palace is located northwest of the Imperial Palace. It's a place where the female guards of the imperial concubines who have committed serious crimes are imprisoned. It's said that some princes and princesses are also locked up inside. Yumei might also be locked up inside. Xianxia chose the path to the Forbidden Palace at a few forks in the road. Then, he sprinted. A moment later, he came out of the secret passageway. The exit was under a room where miscellaneous items were stored. He could come out by lifting a thick stone brick. Giant Spirit Martial Spirit. It was night and the storeroom was pitch black. Xianxia used the unique inner force of the Black Sun Martial Spirit to hide himself in the darkness. He called this power Shadow Inner Force. As long as the light was weak, he would be able to hide and not be discovered. At this moment, he was walking through the corridors of the Forbidden Palace in search of Xiao Yuemei. The Forbidden Palace was very large and there were several courtyards inside. Qin Yin wandered around the dark Forbidden Palace for less than an hour. He did not sense the aura of a martial Dao realm cultivator, so he had no way of knowing where Xiao Yuemei was imprisoned. He was in a pitch-black passageway. Puzzled, he thought to himself, could it be that she's not in the Forbidden Palace? Suddenly, two burly men walked over with lanterns in their hands. Qin Yin hurriedly soared into the air and floated at the top of the passageway. Xiao Yuemei is locked up in the heaven courtyard. Isn't she just a little girl? A burly man said disdainfully. This Xiao Yuemei is someone who has killed someone at the 8th level martial body realm. We are only at the 6th level martial body realm. In front of her, we will probably be killed in less than 3 moves. Another burly man said. Powerful is powerful, but it's enough to send 2 9th level martial body cultivators to watch over her. To actually send a martial Dao realm cultivator, this is too exaggerated. As the two patrolling men chatted, they left the passageway. Qin Yin was secretly alarmed. He was also very surprised that Xiao Yuemei would be locked up in the heaven courtyard. The heaven courtyard was the most mysterious place in the Forbidden Palace. It was also the only courtyard that was protected by many formations. It was usually used to imprison powerful people. For someone like Xiao Yuemei, there was no need for her to be locked up with a martial Dao realm cultivator. When Qin Yin thought about it, he understood that because Xiao Yuemei was Xiao Yuelan's younger sister, she was also her only weakness. Otherwise, she would not have obediently cooperated with the engagement. He thought to himself, in order to marry Xiao Yuelan off, the Xianxia Empire has really put in a lot of effort. What benefits did you get? Although he had never been to the heaven courtyard, he had seen a map of the Forbidden Palace in the books of the Imperial Palace. He had some impression of it. In the night sky, a large, thick cloud floated past, blocking the full moon and causing the earth to darken. Qin Yin arrived at the entrance of the heaven courtyard. It was pitch black and there was no light at all. The gate of the heaven courtyard was made of stone. There were runes engraved on the 2 gate pillars, forming a formation. As long as someone passed through, the formation would be triggered and cause a commotion. If they landed in the courtyard from the sky, they would also trigger the formation. Qin Yin used a shadow inner force to merge with the darkness. Then, he used his knowledge of inscriptions to enter the courtyard without triggering the array formation. After entering, he immediately sensed the aura of the martial Dao realm. So it was hidden by an array formation. No wonder I couldn't sense it before. The moment Qin Yin sensed the powerful aura, he took out the soul shake powder. He had already taken the antidote, so even if he came into contact with the soul shake powder, he would not be poisoned. Coming here, he was a little nervous, because this was his only chance. If he fails, he doesn't know if he can save Xiao Yuemei in the future. In the courtyard, Qin Yin saw a room with its window open. The aura came from inside and there seems to be a trace of Xiao Yuemei's aura. Pa, a crisp sound rang out. It was the sound of a slap on the face. Little slut, how dare you insult me? I'll smash your mouth to pieces. I've wanted to teach you a lesson for a long time. You actually killed so many of Longer's right-hand men and destroyed so many geniuses of my Xianxia Empire. I will ruthlessly torture you to death, you little slut. The person who spoke was a woman. Her voice was filled with venom and coldness. Qin Yin was alarmed because this woman was most likely the empress of the Xianxia Empire. Not only was the empress of the Xianxia Empire powerful, she was also extremely powerful. Qin Yin never expected that the Xianxia Empress was actually at the martial Dao realm. At this point, he finally understood why the Xianxia Empire wanted to humiliate the two sisters, Xiao Yuemei and Xiao Yuelan. This was because their talent was extremely high and their looks were peerless. If they did not marry out, it was very likely that they would threaten Xiao Yanglong's position in the future. Furthermore, the mother of the two sisters was the sworn enemy of the Xianxia Empress when she was alive. Therefore, the Xianxia Empress had secretly instigated Xiao Yanglong to sell Xiao Yuelan for the highest price at all costs. This way, the Xianxia Empress would be able to vent her anger because she had successfully sold off her enemy's daughter. The benefits she obtained were her sons. How ruthless, she's the same as Empress Yi. Qin Yan did his best to suppress his anger so that his aura wouldn't leak out. Xiao Yuemei was constantly beaten up, but she could only let out a muffled groan. She knew very well that the more painful she screamed, the happier the Xianxia Empress would be. Therefore, she had to endure it. Qin Yan carefully came to the window and hurriedly scattered the bag of soul-shake powder in his hand. Then, he hid outside the window. Who? This is soul-shake powder, Xiao Xianqin, you damned bitch. The Xianxia Empress immediately screamed. She thought that Xiao Xianqin had arrived because only Xiao Xianqin had soul-shake powder. Qin Yan did not immediately enter. After all, his opponent was at the martial Dao realm. He needed to wait for a period of time. And, is that you? That evil woman fell to the ground and can't move anymore. Xiao Yuemei weakly shouted, but one could hear the excitement in her voice. Xiao Xianqin, you slut, you have to know the consequences of doing this. You are now wanted by 3 empires and Blue Spirit Star Palace. If you attack me again, you will die miserably. The Xianxia Empress said anxiously, her voice was filled with fear. The room was pitch black. After Qin Yan entered, he took out the night illumination pearl to illuminate the room. He hurriedly stuffed an antidote pill into Xiao Yuemei's bleeding mouth. Brother, it's you. You're still alive. The weak Xiao Yuemei immediately widened her eyes. Her face was filled with disbelief as she looked at the handsome and slightly mature face in front of her. Yuemei, I didn't come earlier. I've made you suffer. Qin Yan caressed the wounds on her face with a pained expression before taking out a set of light inscription equipment for her to wear. As long as you're alive, I'm willing to suffer no matter how much. Xiao Yuemei was already crying. She had not cried even after being abused by the Xianxia Empress for so long. When she saw that Qin Yan was still alive, she could not hold back her tears. Don't cry, heal your wounds properly. Qin Yan smiled and wiped the tears off her face. The Xianxia Empress was lying on the ground. She was a fat middle-aged woman with an unsightly appearance. No wonder she did not dare to turn on the lights. She was definitely afraid of seeing Xiao Yuemei's beautiful face and being provoked. She looked at Qin Yan with a face full of fear. The person who came was not Xiao Xianqin but Qin Yan, who everyone thought was dead. Qin Yan squatted down and said with a smile, You are Xiao Yanlong's mother? Like mother, like son. Come to think of it, Xiao Yanlong looks like a proper person, but you look like this. Is he your biological son? Maybe you brought him here. Qin Yan, you demon, why aren't you dead yet? When the Xianxia Empress asked this question, Qin Yan's hand was already on her abdomen. Because only when a demon like me is alive can I take care of more demons like you. That's why the King of Hell let me live. Qin Yan said with a smile before using the soul refining art's soul extraction art. What are you doing? You're extracting my martial spirit. The Xianxia Empress was terrified to the extreme. Xiao Yuemei, who was at the side, widened her eyes in shock. Her shock was filled with excitement because Qin Yan had mastered the soul refining art. After the martial spirit was extracted, it was actually a white gold ball of air that could suddenly grow larger. Yuemei, what martial spirit is this? Qin Yan did not know much about the Xianxia Empress and asked hurriedly. It's the platinum giant martial spirit. Xiao Yuemei was already much better. She hurriedly took out her mirror martial spirit and looked at it. She copied the giant spirit martial spirit into her mirror. Great, I can refine it into my giant king spirit hammer. Qin Yan said in pleasant surprise as he stored the martial spirit into the soul sealing pearl. Brother, you've learned the soul refining art. You're really amazing. Xiao. Yuemei lay on Qin Yan's back and giggled happily. She seemed to have forgotten the pain of being tortured by the Xianxia Empress. When the Xianxia Empress martial spirit was extracted, the pain was worse than death. Furthermore, she was a martial Dao realm cultivator. Without her martial spirit, her inner yuan would gradually dissipate and she would be like a cripple. You evil demon, you will suffer retribution. The Xianxia Empress' face was twisted in pain. Right now, she could only curse Qin Yan. Xiao Yuemei walked over, raised her foot and stepped on the ferocious face of the Xianxia Empress. She said with a sneer, You're so vicious, the one who should suffer retribution is you. Look, aren't you suffering retribution now? Suddenly, an aura was felt. When Qin Yan sensed the powerful aura, he immediately killed the Xianxia Empress and threw her corpse into his storage space. She hurriedly carried Xiao Yuemei on her back and used her shadow inner force to jump out of the window. She avoided the layers of formations and mechanisms and hurriedly left the heaven court. A martial Dao realm cultivator is coming. Qin Yan was alarmed. In the Tianqin Imperial Palace, there was actually a martial Dao realm cultivator. Furthermore, this aura was somewhat familiar to him. It's the national father-in-law. He suddenly remembered that this person was Empress Ye's father, the patriarch of the Yi family, Yi Changchao. Empress Ye's Yi family was extremely powerful. His elder brother, Yi Qingfeng, was at the peak of the 9th level martial body realm. He was only a step away from the martial Dao realm. If he had not been killed by Qin Yan, he might have already stepped into the martial Dao realm. As for Empress Ye's father, he had long since stepped into the martial Dao realm and had always coveted the power of the emperor. Now, he had finally succeeded. When Yi Changchao arrived at the heaven court, he saw a mess and the remnants of the soulshake powder. He closed his eyes and sensed something. Then, he chased after Qin Yan. He was a very cautious person, so he scattered some special powder he had refined in the courtyard. After Qin Yan entered, he encountered the powder but he did not notice it. After leaving the courtyard, it remained all the way, allowing Yi Changchao to track it down. Dragon King Spear carrying Xiao Yuemei on his back, Qin Yan gracefully and quickly ran through the pitch-black passage of the Forbidden Palace. Xiao Yuemei finds it very strange that Qin Yan did not run out of the Forbidden Palace. Instead, he is running around inside the Forbidden Palace. Just as she was about to ask, Qin Yan entered a storage room. After Qin Yan carried Xiao Yuemei into the storeroom, he used his mental power to open the thick stone floor, jumped down and arrived at the secret passage. Secret passage? Xiao Yuemei said in pleasant surprise. Qin Yan used his mental power to move the stone slabs above and cover the entrance of the secret passage. Then, he quickly ran through the secret passage. He had only run for a short while when he sensed Yi Changchao's terrifying aura coming from behind him. An expert of the martial Dao realm was emitting anger and killing intent. It formed an aura that was extremely terrifying. Qin Yan sped up and cursed, "Damn it, how did he discover us? Is there any more soulshake powder?" Xiao Yuemei was also very anxious. If the martial Dao realm cultivator caught up to them, neither of them would be able to escape. Qin Yan sighed and said, "No more." All along, he had felt that the flame cloud steps was enough, but now, he realized that his speed was still too slow. He could only move 70 to 80 meters per second, while the person chasing after him could move 200 to 300 meters per second. Suddenly, a strong surge of inner strength surged out of the secret passage. At the same time, he moved Xiao Yuemei under him and used his body to protect Xiao Yuemei. Whoosh, that ball of inner force was like a storm, whistling through the narrow secret passageway. It was like countless sharp blades, slicing through Qin Yan's body. Furthermore, the inner force contained a violent lightning attribute that entered his body, wreaking havoc on his meridians and flesh. Qin Yan's back was riddled with wounds and he was in excruciating pain. He gritted his teeth, his heart is filled with unwillingness. Because if he was given a bit more time, he would be able to leave the secret passage and save Xiao Yuemei. Qin Yan, who was sprawled on the ground, turned his head to look behind him and saw a thin golden-robed elder. The old man's eyes were like lightning, and his face was full of anger. He clenched his fists tightly, and electricity flickered, illuminating the pitch-black passage. This old man was the head of the Yi family, Empress Ye's father, Yi Changchao. When Yi Changchao saw Qin Yan's face, he immediately recognized him. He shouted in alarm and anger, "Qin Yan, you are actually still alive. Where is Empress Tianzhao's body?" He seemed to know that Empress Tianzhao had been killed. "Aren't you curious that I came out of the Forbidden Land alive?" Qin Yan calmed down and said indifferently. Yi Changchao's eyes flickered as he asked, "Did the soul-refining demon protect you? Where was he? Have you mastered the soul-refining technique?" Qin Yan endured the pain and stood up. He calmly said, "I have mastered the soul-refining art. As long as you promise me to let Yuemei leave this place safely, I will give you the soul-refining art." Yi Changchao laughed sinisterly, "You are now in my hands, and you still want to talk terms with me? You even killed Empress Tianzhao. Do you know who she is to me?" She's my sister. Qin Yan and Xiao Yuemei are alarmed, especially Xiao Yuemei because the Tianshao Empress surname is Lu. She is a member of the Tianshao Empire's Lu family. In other words, someone from the Ye family had an affair with someone from the Lu family's wife, which was why this had happened. Qin Yan cursed in his heart. The noble circle is really King messy. Xiao Yuemei must be in our hands. Only when she is in our hands will her sister obediently marry over and completely obtain the immortal graveyard diagram on her. Yi Changchao raised his hand and said with a sneer, Qin Yan, back then when I extracted your spirit vein, I never expected you to grow to such an extent. You actually used the soul shake powder to kill my martial Dao realm sister. Now, I will personally cripple you and then torture you bit by bit to make you reveal the soul refining art and the high-grade spirit marks you have mastered. Yi Changchao laughed sinisterly as a terrifying force condensed at his fingertip. His entire body flickered with lightning. Just as he was about to attack, Xiao Yuemei hurriedly stood in front of Qin Yan. Qin Yan never expected Xiao Yuemei's sudden action. It was already too late to stop her. At that moment, Yi Changchao's chest was suddenly pierced by a small golden dragon head. The lightning on his body immediately disappeared and the smile on his face froze. Behind Yi Changchao, a golden light suddenly shone as a tall and sturdy man with a handsome and valiant appearance appeared. The burly man held a golden spear in his hand and pierced through Yi Changchao's chest. The burly man's eyes under his thick eyebrows were deep and sharp, flashing with a bright light. On the right side of his face, there was a dragon-shaped scar that was very impressive. The golden spear in his hand was also very eye-catching. The spearhead was an exquisitely carved dragon head and the spear shaft was covered in dragon scales. It looked very unique and exquisite. Xiao Yuemei, who was standing in front of Qin Yan, seemed to be stunned by the burly man's mighty aura. She was speechless. Qin Yan recognized this burly man and he was very familiar with him. After a moment of shock, he cried out involuntarily, "Father!" His voice was filled with all sorts of emotions. Joy, excitement, longing. There was also a trace of reproach. This burly man was Qin Yan's father, the emperor of the Tianqin Empire, Qin Long. Xiao Yun, I knew you weren't dead, ha ha ha. Qin Long's loud laughter was powerful and filled with heroism. He did not call himself Shen like the other emperors. As he laughed, he kicked Yi Changchao's skinny body away from the spear. Qin Long, you broke through? Dragon King Spear. You found the Dragon King Spear? Yi Changchao was stabbed once and his heart was destroyed. Furthermore, Qin Long had poured berserk internal energy into his body, causing severe damage to his meridians. Qin Long held the spear in his hand and fiercely stabbed Yi Changchao again, lifting him up. He said with a sneer, Yi Changchao, you guys want my throne, I'll give it to you. Why must you harm my son? Father, let me extract his martial spirit first. Qin Yan hurriedly walked over and pressed his hand on Yi Changchao's abdomen. Qin Long, quickly tell your son to stop. Yi Changchao screamed with all his might, the veins on his forehead bulging out of fear. Seeing his terrified expression, Qin Long could not help but laugh heartily. Qin Yan said coldly, Yi Changchao, back then you also took away my spirit vein. Now it's time for you to repay your debt. Quickly stop, I can agree to all your conditions, I can let Xiao Yuelan marry you, ah. Yi Changchao screamed in pain. His heart has been pierced by the Dragon King Spear. His heart and 3 great meridians have long been destroyed, he is unable to resist. Xiao Yuemei and Qin Long watched from the side with wide eyes. After a while, they saw Qin Yan suck out a large amount of purple gold energy mist from Yi Changchao's abdomen. Yi Changchao's martial spirit is purple gold, flickering with electric threads. It is purple gold thunder martial spirit. Xiao Yuemei hastily took out her mirror martial spirit and looked at the newly extracted purple gold thunder martial spirit. Then, she nodded her head in satisfaction. Io, this is a rare purple gold thunder martial spirit, but so what? In the end, didn't it still fall into my son's hands? Qin Long laughed proudly. After Yi Changchao's martial spirit was extracted, it was as if he had lost half his life. His face became deathly pale, filled with death aura, filled with despair and anger. Qin Yan stored the purple gold thunder martial spirit into the soul sealing pearl and looked at Yi Changchao's despairing and resentful expression. He said with a sneer, old thing, when you extracted my spirit vein, you never thought that this day would come, right? If you hadn't treated me like that back then, you wouldn't be here today. The Blue Spirit Star Palace will not let an evil demon like you off. You came out of the forbidden area alive. Everyone will suspect that you obtained the soul refining technique from the soul refining demon. Don't be happy too early, ha ha ha. Yi Changchao cried and laughed in despair. Go to hell, old thing. Qin Long cursed angrily. He waved his palm and ruthlessly struck Yi Changchao's head, killing him. Xiao Yuemei snorted lightly, he died so easily, it's too easy for him. Qin Long laughed, if I had known earlier, I would have let you, little girl, come. Xiao Yuemei stuck out her tongue and said with a charming smile, Uncle Long, you really appeared at the right time. You've been missing for so long, have you been hiding in this secret passage? Qin Long nodded and sighed, a few years ago, I failed to break through and went berserk. I was seriously injured, so I couldn't take care of many things and caused Xiao Yun to suffer greatly. Fortunately, he's fine, otherwise I would feel guilty for the rest of my life. Among the emperors of Tianqin, Tianqi, and Tianshao, Qin Long was the youngest and also the weakest. The emperors of Tianqi and Tianshao were both in the martial Dao realm and were in their 50s. As for Qin Long, he was only 38 years old. He was not much older than the crown prince of the Tianshao Empire, Xiao Yanlong. Because he was young and weak, the overall strength of the Tianqin Empire was weak. In order to turn the situation around, Qin Long had been in seclusion and had left everything to the ministers to handle. The treacherous ministers had also joined forces to control the power of Tianqin. Therefore, after Qin Long's cultivation went berserk and his cultivation regressed, he lost quite a bit of his power. Qin Yan had also suffered at that time. Qin Long pulled out his spear and wiped the blood off it. Xiao Yuemei looked at the golden dragon engraved spear and asked, Uncle Long, didn't your Tianqin's Dragon King spear lose? When did you find it? It is said that this is the strongest weapon in the three empires. Qin Long said with a smile, it was originally in my grandfather's hands. I didn't expect him to still be alive. After I found him, he gave me this spear. This old fellow is always in seclusion. Otherwise, with his help, Xiao Yun and I wouldn't be in such a miserable state. Qin Long's grandfather was Qin Yun's great-grandfather, the principal of the Hualing Wu Academy, Qin Yonghe. When Qin Yonghe had entered the Cloud Dragon Mountain range to investigate, he had brought the Dragon King spear with him. Therefore, after he disappeared, the Dragon King spear was also considered lost. This was a huge blow to the Tianqin Empire at that time. Xiao Yuemei said, in 2 or 3 days, that engagement ceremony will begin. Brother, are you going? Before Qin Yan could reply, Qin Long rushed to say, of course I'm going. Back then, I also went to discuss the marriage between Yuelan and Xiao Yun. Why did it change so suddenly? Qin Long placed his hand on Qin Yan's head and said with a smile, Xiao Yun, when the time comes, you can go to the palace to participate in that engagement ceremony. I'll go as well. In short, you can rest assured. Heavenly Qin Palace. If Xiao Yuemei did not appear with Qin Yun, everyone would only think that she had been saved by Xiao Xianqin using the soul shake powder. Therefore, she knew that she would only cause trouble if she went. Qin Long urged, you guys leave the secret passageway first. I want to continue staying here. Qin Yun had many things he wanted to tell his father, but now was not the time. He could only leave the secret passageway with Xiao Yuemei. Late at night, the Divine Inscription Palace was extremely quiet. Xia Wufeng and company were not in the Divine Inscription Palace. They had all returned and followed their elders or teachers to the palace to stay in preparation for the engagement. Only Duan Qian was in the Divine Inscription Palace. When he saw Qin Yun bring Xiao Yuemei back, he was also extremely surprised. Duan Qian hurriedly arranged for Xiao Yuemei to stay in the most secret level of the Divine Inscription Palace. This allowed Qin Yun to feel at ease. Duan Qian was rather curious as to how Qin Yun had saved Xiao Yuemei, but he did not ask. Xiao Yuemei had been abused frequently during this period of time. Now that she had been saved, she had a good rest and fell asleep. Qin Yun and Duan Qian were in a secret hall. Grandpa Duan, what kind of people will be attending the engagement? Qin Yun was more concerned because Qin Long would also be there. If the person who came was very strong, he was worried that Qin Long would not be able to stop him. Duan Qian said, amongst the people who came, the Blue Spirit Star Palace should be the strongest. There will be a few martial Dao Realm fellows coming. It is said that they will also discuss the matters inside the Cloud Dragon Mountain range. Emperor Tianqi and the sick Emperor of Tianshao are both in the Tianqin Palace. Most of the great families of the three empires are still in the Imperial City and will enter the palace in the next 2 days. When Duan Qian saw Qin Yan's worried expression, he smiled faintly. Don't worry, Great Elder Xuechuan is also inside. Last time, when he found out that you died in the forbidden area, he was depressed for a long time. Therefore, he will definitely help you this time. His expression suddenly turned cold as he said, the last time we sold the soul shake powder at the auction, our divine inscription palace was almost tricked. This must be the doing of the Blue Spirit West Palace. We will settle this debt with them. You rest first. When you are ready, go to the palace to attend the engagement. With our help, we will definitely not let you be persecuted. Qin Yan nodded and returned to his suite. After returning, he soaked in the bath and recalled what had happened in the palace. He couldn't help but feel excited. Royal father is back. Qin Yan closed his eyes, feeling very relieved. The Tianqin Emperor, who was thought to be seriously ill, had finally appeared. Furthermore, he had stepped into the martial Dao realm. After Qin Yan closed his eyes, he hurriedly opened them again because he recalled the dragon-shaped scar on Qin Long's right face. What's with the scar on father's face? Could it be? He suddenly thought of something and looked at the heavenly lion totem tattoo on his left arm. The scar on father's face, could it be a dragon totem? Qin Yan sat in the bath, his eyes wide open, his face full of shock. After his surprise, he was secretly happy. If this was true, then his father's strength would definitely be very strong. The next morning, Qin Yan woke up in the bathtub. His injuries had mostly recovered. In the secret passage, Yi Chengqiao's terrifying internal energy had shaved off a layer of skin on his back. Fortunately, it wasn't too serious and he recovered in a night. Empress Tianzhao's giant spirit martial spirit can allow me to refine it into the giant king spirit hammer. Yi Chengqiao's purple gold thunder martial spirit. I don't know how to use it for the time being. If only Grandma Qiao was here, she would be able to help me refine the purple gold thunder martial spirit into the heavenly lion's arm. It was not easy to obtain a good martial spirit because those who possessed a good martial spirit all had noble statuses and were powerful. They would not die so easily. In the past few days, most of the martial spirits that Qin Yan had obtained were high-grade martial spirits. Of course, if his actions were to be known by everyone, he would definitely be viewed as a demon. Inside the secret chamber, Qin Yan carefully guided the platinum giant spirit martial spirit into the mid-grade giant king spirit hammer. In the soul refining technique, there was a method to fuse a martial spirit into a weapon. As long as one mastered it, it would be very easy to do. Fortunately, this giant king spirit hammer is made of top-grade spirit iron. Otherwise, it would be difficult to withstand the platinum giant spirit martial spirit. He was extremely happy as he gripped the giant king spirit hammer tightly and activated the giant spirit martial spirit inside. The hammer suddenly grew larger. Originally, including the handle, the entire hammer was less than half a meter long. After it grew larger, the handle was more than a meter long and the head of the hammer was also very large. The hammer weighed more than 5,000 pounds. This is the real giant king spirit hammer. Qin Yan hurriedly controlled the hammer to return to its original form. His heart was filled with joy. He happily walked out of the secret room, left his suite and arrived at the floor where Duan Qian was. Duan Qian opened the door and said when he saw Qin Yan, I was just about to look for you. This matter might be a huge blow to you, I hope you are mentally prepared. What is it? Qin Yan said with a frown as he walked into a hall. After Duan Qian closed the door, he sighed and said, there is news from the palace that Qin Long has suffered internal injuries for many years due to his cultivation going berserk. He has long since passed away. The reason why I announced it today is so that after the wedding, Crown Prince Qin Jingfeng can ascend the throne. Qin Yan's face was filled with deep thought. He was certain that Empress Yi and the others must have known that Xiao Yuemei had been rescued. The whereabouts of the two martial Dao realm cultivators, Empress Tian Shao and Yi Chengqiao, were unknown. that was why they had made such a decision at the last minute. When Duan Qian saw Qin Yun pondering in silence, he said in a low voice, Qin Jingfeng has the support of the Blue Spirit Nangong Palace and he is preparing to marry Xiao Yuelan. Therefore, the various powers in the Tianqin Empire all acknowledge him as the young emperor. No matter what, I will be there when the time comes. Qin Yun's tone was calm. This surprised Duan Qian. Qin Yun knew very well that his father was not dead. Furthermore, he was well hidden in the secret passageway of the Tianqin Imperial Palace. In the Tianqin Imperial City, all the hotels and teahouses were bustling with activity. They were all waiting for the latest news. This was a rare event. The Imperial Palace was filled with experts. If something big were to happen inside, they would immediately know. For example, today, the news that the Tianqin Emperor had died a long time ago shook the entire Tianqin Imperial City. The onlookers in the Imperial City felt that it was a pity that Qin Yun had died in the Forbidden Area and could not attend the engagement ceremony. Otherwise, there would definitely be a big show to watch. Although he couldn't witness it in the Imperial Palace, it was still pretty good to get the fastest news here. 2 days had passed and Xiao Yuelan and Qin Jingfeng's engagement banquet was finally about to begin. Early in the morning, everyone was drinking and eating in the teahouses and inns, waiting for the news from the Imperial Palace. Many people guessed that something else might happen at the engagement banquet. First of all, Xiao Yuelan did not want to marry. For this reason, the Tianxiao Empire had captured Xiao Yuemei to threaten her. In addition, Xiao Yuelan possessed the secret of the immortal graveyard diagram. Furthermore, she had a purple gold dragon martial spirit and a cultivation at the 8th level martial body realm. She far surpassed Qin Jingfeng in all aspects. Therefore, everyone guessed that there would be other people who would want to marry Xiao Yuemei and offer generous conditions to the Tianxiao Empire. Tianqin Avenue was 100 meters wide. From the city gate to the entrance of the Tianqin Imperial Palace, there were all sorts of high-end shops on both sides. Because there were too many martial artists from various countries watching the show, these shops had no choice but to place their seats on the street, leaving only a 10-meter-wide passageway. Under the cover of the morning light, the entire Tianqin Avenue seemed to be covered in a layer of faint golden light. The streets were extremely lively. Martial artists from various countries were in groups of 3 to 5. Some of them were on the way, while others were friends and relatives. They were all gathered at a table, chatting and drinking, chatting about everything under the sun, causing the street to appear to be filled with joy. Suddenly, a lion shining with silver light appeared at the city gate, alarming many people. Upon closer inspection, one could tell that the lion was not real. It was made of metal. Everyone immediately thought that this was a puppet beast. On the puppet silver lion sat a handsome young man. He was dressed in white and had a handsome face. His facial features were firm and his skin was dark. However, his eyes were sharp and bright, black and white were distinct. They were bright and full of spirit, like the cold stars in the night, dazzling. Qin Yun looked at the entrance of the Imperial Palace with a confident gaze. The puppet silver lion beneath him roared and charged towards the entrance of the Imperial Palace. On both sides of Tianqin Avenue, there were many martial artists sitting. Many of them recognized Qin Yun's handsome face. He was much more mature than the last time they saw him. The last time they saw Qin Yun was at the Hidden Dragon martial arts competition. Tianqin Avenue immediately exploded into a commotion, because Qin Yun had appeared. It's Qin Yun. He's actually not dead. Is it really Qin Yun? Are you sure? I'm sure. Although his face has changed a little, I remember it clearly. Especially that pair of eyes that are filled with fighting spirit. I will never forget it. He's 16 years old now, so it's normal for him to look like this. But he died in the Forbidden Area. He's actually riding a puppet beast? Did he refine it himself? I remember that he's only a beginner inscription master. The Forbidden Area has a soul-refining demon locked up. Qin Yun was locked up in the Forbidden Area for a few days before the meteorite fell. Maybe he obtained the soul-refining demon's soul-refining technique. If that's really the case, then that's too terrifying. Tianqin Avenue became even more lively, everyone was talking at once. In front of the entrance of the imperial palace, Qin Yan was stopped by the guards riding the silver lion puppet. "I am the fifth prince, Qin Yan. Can't I even return to my own home?" Qin Yan said coldly as he looked at the guards at the sixth-level martial body realm with a cold and sharp gaze. Of course, the guards had seen Qin Yan before, so they were extremely surprised. They did not know if they should let him pass or not. Just as they were sending someone to report, Qin Yan controlled the silver lion puppet and charged straight in, heading for the great hall in the middle. Waves of noise came from the great hall. Many people with distinguished statuses and powerful martial artists were in the great hall. Qin Yan had learned from Duan Qian that there were 3,000 to 2,000 people attending the engagement banquet. The Tianqin Palace was very large. It was more than 100 meters long and wide. It was more than enough to accommodate these people. In the noisy hall, someone suddenly ran in and shouted, "Qin Yan is here. He's still alive." Blood-sealed grand doors of the hall opened wide and a silver lion puppet appeared. Qin Yan sat on the lion's back as he looked at Empress Yi and Qin Jingfeng. The Empress and Qin Jingfeng were both dressed in gorgeous clothes as they sat at the top of the hall. They were the first to see Qin Yan appear at the door and could not help but stand up in surprise. Qin Yan looked at the people in the hall. Many of them were familiar to him. Xianxia was dressed in a blue dress and had an extremely beautiful appearance. When she saw Qin Yan, she suddenly stood up. Her beautiful eyes were originally filled with coldness, but now, they were filled with incomparable surprise. The people sitting at the same table as her were also dressed in blue robes. There were men and women, young and old. They were all people from the Blue Spirit Star Palace's Eastern Palace. Meng Feiling, Xia Wufeng, Hua Zhong and Murong Darren already knew that Qin Yan was still alive, so they were not too surprised. Du Gui, Ho Xingfeng and company did not know that Qin Yan was still alive. At that moment, they were filled with joy. After Qin Yan dismounted from the lion's back, Empress Yi and Qin Jingfeng flew over from the front. "Qin Yan, what are you doing here?" The Empress's eyes were filled with coldness as she shouted coldly. Qin Yan said with a smile, "A year ago, you asked me to come. Have you forgotten? This engagement banquet will be too boring if I'm not there. Let's not talk about the fact that Xiao Yuan was once engaged to me. Just the fact that I'm the fifth prince of Tianqin makes me qualified to come." Qin Jingfeng was dressed in a golden dragon robe and his face was cold. When he saw that Qin Yan was still alive, he could not help but feel infuriated. That was because the current situation was very complicated. Qin Yan's sudden appearance would most likely make this place even more chaotic. "Qin Yan, you're here to attend the engagement ceremony. Don't cause trouble." Qin Jingfeng's tone was filled with threat, as though he could pinch Qin Yan to death at any time. "Judging from your clothes, you're the emperor?" Qin Yan said with a smile. "Soon." Qin Jingfeng said coldly. The empress glared at Qin Yan with a cold gaze and said coldly, "Quickly take a seat." After all, if they did not let Qin Yan in front of so many people, it would make them seem too petty. Qin Yan kept the dazzling silver lion beside him and smiled calmly. He slowly walked towards Du Gui's table and sat with Xia Wufeng and company. Shuchuan was also at this table. The Duke of Yan, who was sitting in front, said in a clear voice, "Qin Yan was sent into the Forbidden Zone and the Forbidden Zone was destroyed by a meteorite. I wonder how he survived. Furthermore, he and the soul refining fiend have spent some time in there, so it's very likely that they've learned the soul refining technique." Shuchuan said with a smile, "Duke Yan, it won't be too late for us to talk about this after the engagement is over. This is today's proper business." Everyone looked at Qin Yan and were alarmed. Most of them felt that Qin Yan had mastered the art of soul refining. To them, this was an extremely terrifying evil art. Qiyu gritted his teeth as he looked at Qin Yan. Only the core members of the Tianqi Empire knew the truth about the soul refining demon. They also know that Xiao Ruiwen is an old woman who treats people very well. Therefore, they are very sure that Qin Yan obtained the soul refining art from Xiao Ruiwen. Qin Yan looked at the table at the very front. The people of the Tianxiao Empire were all seated there. Xiao Yanlong and the Tianxiao Emperor were both present. When he looked over, Xiao Yuan also looked over. Xiao Yuan had a ponytail and was dressed in a blue outfit. Her outfit was refreshing and simple, giving her a valiant feeling. Her expression was ice-cold and her ice-cold eyes revealed traces of stubbornness, giving her a heroic aura. When Xiaoyanglong, who was beside her, noticed her looking at Qin Yun, he gave her a look, causing her to lower her head slightly. Qin Yun stopped looking at Xiao Yuan and went to look at Xianxia at another table. He even stuck out his tongue at her, causing her to reveal a faint and beautiful smile. One had to know that ever since Xianxia went to Blue Spirit Star Palace, she rarely smiled. However, when she saw Qin Yun, she smiled. When Xiaoyanglong saw Qin Yun and Xianxia flirting with each other, he could not help but feel angry. He gripped the tablecloth tightly and glared at Xianxia. Xianxia pretended not to see Xiaoyanglong and kept looking at Qin Yun. This made Xiaoyanglong even more furious. If it wasn't for this occasion, he would have definitely flared up. This was because Qin Yun, a kid in his teens, was seducing his fiancée in public. Now that so many people were paying attention to Qin Yun, they had also seen him flirting with Xianxia. They all secretly admired him for being able to make a peerless ice beauty like Xianxia laugh. Furthermore, it was in front of Xiaoyanglong. Du Gui coughed dryly and said, "Brat, today's engagement isn't as simple as you think." Qin Yun restrained himself and gave Xianxia a look. Then, he looked at Du Gui and asked, "What do you mean?" Morong Darren replied, "Because Qiyu also plans to marry Xiao Yuan. Other than Qiyu, there is also the grandson of the Blue Spirit Nangong Palace's Palace Master, the grandson of the Northern Palace's Palace Master, the youngest son of the Eastern Palace's Palace Master and the grandson of the Western Palace's Great Elder. Qiyu and the powerful disciples of the Blue Spirit Palace also wanted to marry Xiao Yuan. At that time, they would definitely offer generous conditions." Qin Yun finally understood why Qin Jingfeng and the Empress had such ugly expressions when they first entered. They did not expect such a thing to happen. Strange, why didn't Empress Tianxiao appear? Is it because she's too ugly, so she's not allowed to come? Morong Darren chuckled. Shuchuan said with a frown, Yi Chongqiao did not appear either. She is Empress Ye's father, the patriarch of the Yi family. She is the most powerful and strongest person in the Tianqin Imperial Palace. These two fellows had been killed by Qin Yun, so they would not come. The Empress and Qin Jingfeng's hearts were heavy because Yi Chongqiao had not appeared and Xiao Yuemei had disappeared. Ho Xingfeng chuckled and said, "Things are getting more and more interesting. Brother Yun, do you have any plans?" Xiao Wufeng asked. Qin Yun picked up his chopsticks and picked up a piece of meat with a lot of meat. He said, "Not yet. Let's wait and see first." This was also his previous plan. In short, he wanted to do his best to help Xiao Yuan out of her predicament. The main reason was to repay her for giving him the profound heart grass. The Duke of Yen walked to a high place in front of him and said in a clear voice, "As everyone knows, because of Qin Yun's disreputable reputation, his position as crown prince has been abolished, which has a bad effect on the Tianqin Empire. And when he was young, Princess Yulan, who was engaged to him, had her reputation tarnished and was ridiculed by others. The dignity of the Tianxiao Empire has also been affected. Today, after a discussion between the Tianxiao Empire and our Tianqin Empire, we have decided to remarry Princess Yulan to the Tianqin Crown Prince, who is also the emperor who is about to ascend the throne. This is something that everyone knows. Now, we invite all distinguished guests to witness the engagement of Princess Yulan and the Tianqin Crown Prince. Princess Yulan, please come up and complete the engagement ceremony." After Xiao Yuan stood up, she saw that Qin Jingfeng was about to speak and said coldly, "Qin Yun and I were engaged first. Furthermore, we have an engagement contract with the blood of our two emperors on it. I'm sure everyone knows what this means." The hall immediately burst into an uproar. Everyone thought that the engagement back then was just a matter of words. They never expected that they would actually sign a blood contract, blood seal, that was the most sacred kind of contract. If someone did not fulfill their promise, it meant that this person did not have any integrity to speak of. Furthermore, it would be recorded in the annals of history and be infamous for 10,000 years. Furthermore, this was the seal of a country's ruler. If it was recorded in the annals of history, even the reputation of the entire empire would be affected. Everyone looked at the Tianxiao Emperor, Xiao Rongchen. Xiao Rongchen was in his 50s and wore luxurious clothes made of platinum and gold. He was tall and thin, with wrinkles at the corners of his eyes and a mustache. His eyebrows were slender and long like swords. He looked somewhat refined and did not have the mighty aura of an emperor. His eyes were unfocused and his spirit was not too good. He nodded and said, "It is true. Back then, I used my own blood to brand the blood seal and sign the contract." This Xiao Rongchen was the same as Qin Long. He did not call himself Shen. When everyone heard his words, they let out a burst of surprise. "Royal father. This is a very important matter, why didn't you say so at that time?" Xiao Yanglong's face was filled with anxiety and his voice was filled with reproach. "I forgot." Xiao Rongchen's words made everyone at a loss whether to laugh or cry. Now, everyone was sure that the rumor that Emperor Tian Shao was in a bad state of mind was true. The Duke of Yan hurriedly said, "I've long heard that because Emperor Tian Shao made a mistake in his cultivation, he injured his mind and soul, causing his memories to be in a mess. Maybe there's no such thing as an engagement contract. We have to see that engagement contract to be sure that it's true. This is at least 10 years ago. This matter was done by the former emperor and the former empress. The contract must be in their hands, but they didn't mention it to us nor did they hand it over to us ministers. I don't think there's such a thing. Princess Yulan, did you remember wrongly? This should be what your imperial mother said, you yourself should not be sure if it's true." Xiao Yanglong hurriedly said, "That should be the case. Yulan, I know you are dissatisfied with Yumei's matter, but don't mess around with such a big matter." Qin Yin glanced at Du Gui, who nodded at him. In other words, the Tian Shao emperor was being manipulated by someone else. Otherwise, the person speaking in the Tian Shao empire would not be Xiao Yanglong. Xiao Yulan looked at Qin Yin and shouted, "Qin Yin, is the engagement contract in your hands?" Qin Yin was eating and as he ate, he replied, "Yes." When everyone saw his current appearance, they frowned and shook their heads. They felt that it was a very wise decision for the Tian Shao Empire to remarry Xiao Yulan to Qin Jingfeng. "Hurry up and take it out." Xiao Yulan shouted anxiously. She also frowned as she watched. At this critical juncture, Qin Yin was still eating and drinking. Qin Yin wiped the oil from his mouth and took out a piece of yellow paper. There were indeed 2 large seals on it, both of them emitting a golden-red glow. It is indeed the imperial blood seal of the Tian Shao Empire and the Tian Qin Empire. It is the same as the one signed by my divine inscription palace. Shuchuan said, "Among them, the heavenly roar blood seal's glow is the brightest. This means that the Tian Shao Emperor is nearby." Shuchuan was the great elder of the divine inscription palace. He had a divine inscription palace in each country, so he had to sign a series of blood seals with the emperors of each country. When Xiao Yanglong, the Duke of Yan, the Empress and Qin Jingfeng saw this contract, they could not help but grit their teeth. The other people who wanted to marry Xiao Yulan and the powers behind them also felt that it was extremely troublesome. This was because this sacred contract could not be broken. If they forced others to break the contract, they would be cursed. Xiao Yulan also heaved a sigh of relief. At least she didn't have to marry Qin Jingfeng. Qin Jingfeng clenched his fists in anger. Auction Xiao Yanglong also hurriedly said, "If Elder Luo can buy the contract, our Tian Shao Empire can discuss the matter of remarriage with you. Yulan marrying your grandson is also a very good choice." Qin Jingfeng and the Empress immediately looked at Xiao Yanglong with cold eyes. They never expected that in the blink of an eye, Xiao Yanglong would decide to marry Xiao Yulan to the grandson of the Western Palace Great Elder. "If it really succeeds, we will definitely give you a betrothal gift." Elder Luo stroked his long white beard that hung down to his chest and said with a bright smile. The so-called betrothal gift was to buy Xiao Yulan's belongings. Elder Luo looked at Qin Yun and continued, "Qin Yun, even if you marry Xiao Yulan, she won't be happy. Furthermore, you don't have the strength to control her." Xiao Yulan's expression suddenly turned incomparably cold as she glared at Elder Luo's table. The killing intent that burst out caused everyone present to tremble. Everyone in the hall was secretly amazed. Xiao Yulan was a young woman, yet she had such a terrifying killing intent. The nobles who came to participate knew that today's matter would not be that simple. Furthermore, Qin Yun was here. They felt that it would definitely be very lively. "Qin Yun, are you willing to sell the contract?" Although Elder Luo could sense Xiao Yulan's killing intent, he was not affected at all. Qin Yun said loudly, "Not selling." Elder Luo smiled faintly, 50 million crystal coins. Qin Yun's reply was still the same, not selling. Elder Luo said again, 70 million crystal coins. Everyone was secretly amazed. The Blue Spirit West Palace was indeed rich and overbearing. When they spoke of 70 million crystal coins, they didn't even blink. When Xiao Yuelan saw that Qin Yun did not agree, her expression eased up a lot. Xia Wufeng and company knew that Qin Yun and Xiao Yuemei had an extremely good relationship, so they believed that he would not sell it. Morong Darren stopped being crazy and suddenly said, Qin Yun and Xiao Yuemei are together. If he were to marry Big Sister, this pair of proud sisters would fall into his arms. This is priceless. If it were me, I wouldn't sell it no matter how much it is. Xiao Yuelan immediately glared at Morong Darren. She really wanted to give him 2 slaps. Her expression was also as gloomy as water. When everyone heard this, they could not help but let their imaginations run wild. They thought of Xiao Yuemei and Xiao Yuelan, the 2 peerless genius sisters, being together with Qin Yun. This kind of enjoyment was indeed something that no amount of crystal coins could exchange for. Xiao Yanlong looked at Morong Darren with a murderous gaze, but Morong Darren only chuckled and continued, so what if your inner yuan is crippled and your spirit veins are bad? Both of Qin Yun's wives are extremely talented and their martial arts are matchless. Shut up! Xiao Yanlong shouted angrily. Meng Feiling laughed tenderly, I'm afraid that little brother Yun's body won't be able to hold on. Speaking of which, he gave me a storage bracelet. It's very valuable, he shouldn't be lacking in crystal coins. Giving out a storage bracelet casually was indeed not lacking in crystal coins. Many of the women here looked at Meng Feiling enviously. Qin Yun was an inscription master who could forge a storage spirit artifact. Everyone suddenly remembered, Elder Luo was no longer as calm as before. He frowned and said, 100 million crystal coins, are you selling it? Qin Yun shook his head and said, not selling. 150 million. Elder Luo said again. Qin Yun fell silent. Everyone quietened down as they waited for his response. 150 million was not a small amount. It was enough to buy many pills. Elder Luo said loudly, Qin Yun, if your strength does not increase, you will not be able to live for long before you age. If you have enough crystal coins, you can buy a large amount of pills. In addition to your inscription talent, you might be able to live for 200 to 300 years. You have a large amount of crystal coins, what kind of beauty do you not have? You can have as many as you want. Qin Yun nodded. You're right. I've decided, I'll give up on marrying Xiao Yuelan. Morong Darren immediately looked at Qin Yun with his mouth agape. Xia Wufeng and company were also extremely astonished. Everyone was also discussing about it. 150 million crystal coins, to many people, was also very tempting. Elder Luo smiled and said, a wise man submits to circumstances. I guarantee that you will not regret the decision you have made now. Give me the contract and I'll immediately give you the crystal coins. With so many people here, I will definitely not renege on my debt. Xiao Yuelan was filled with boundless killing intent as she looked at Qin Yun and said angrily, Qin Yun, I was wrong about you. Elder Luo walked over with a smile. Qin Yun suddenly said, I said I would sell it but I didn't say I would sell it to you. Princess Yulan is so outstanding, there must be a lot of heroes who want to marry her. Therefore, I've decided to auction the contract in my hands. This way, I can get more crystal coins. Everyone took a deep breath. They could not help but admire Qin Yun's intelligence. He had actually thought of selling the contract at a good price. Elder Luo cursed Qin Yun with all the profanities he could muster in his heart. Qin Yun said with a smile, friends who want to buy the contract in my hands, you can bid now. 150 million is the base price. You can bid freely. Morong Darren secretly despised Qin Yun in his heart. To think that he would auction the engagement contract without any integrity. To think that he was so determined that he would not sell the contract. Qin Jingfeng and the Empress were even angrier because it seemed like they had nothing to do here. Furthermore, they could only watch as Qin Yun made a huge profit. Xiao Yuelan was also infuriated. Her heart was bleeding with hatred. She really wanted to rush over and chop the grinning Qin Yun into pieces to relieve the anger in her heart. Xiao Yanglong was also very unhappy that Qin Yun had used this opportunity to make a fortune. However, he had no choice but to help Qin Yun. He said loudly, "We will marry Yulan to whoever buys the contract." Qin Yun knew that Xiao Yulan was very angry, but he still had a backup plan. If he were to let Xiao Yulan randomly marry out, he would be beaten to death by Xiao Yuemei and Xiao Xianqin when he saw them in the future. Yang Shiyu also frowned slightly and gently shook her head at Xiao Yulan, indicating for her not to act recklessly. In this place, only Yang Shiyu understood Qin Yun the best. She knew that Qin Yun's actions were definitely not that simple. In the Eastern Palace, she had a good relationship with Xiao Yulan and often talked about Qin Yun. In the Eastern Palace, after Yang Shiyu interacted with Xiao Yulan, she was surprised to discover that she had a certain amount of feelings for Qin Yun. This was because after the news of Qin Yun's death spread, Xiao Yulan felt sad for a while and revealed a rare sorrow, 170 million. Qiyu shouted after receiving the signal from the middle-aged man beside him. Elder Luo raised his hand and shouted, 180 million, 190 million. An old man from Nangong shouted, 200 million. The middle-aged man from the northern palace shouted. An old woman from the eastern palace coldly swept her gaze across the crowd and shouted, 230 million. Empress Yi, who was above, gritted her teeth and shouted coldly, 250 million. The bidding was extremely intense and even Empress Yi joined in. Qin Yun sat down and ate the sumptuous dishes on the table with a smile. He did not care about Xiao Yulan's murderous gaze that was like 10,000 arrows stabbing at him. In just a moment, it had risen to more than 400 million crystal coins. 450 million. Blue Spirit West Palace's Elder Luo shouted in a low voice. This time, no one followed because if they continued, the price would not be something they could afford. Empress Yi was sweating profusely. Even they were unable to take out so many crystal coins in an instant. It would take them some time to gather them. I'll count to 10 and no one will raise the price. It's Elder Luo's. Qin Yun wiped his mouth and began counting, 1, 2, 3. Everyone in the hall listened quietly as he counted. They were also looking around to see if there was anyone else who wanted to increase the price. 10. After Qin Yun counted to 10, Elder Luo finally heaved a sigh of relief. Qin Yun chuckled and said, "Congratulations, Elder Luo. You have successfully bought this contract. Give me the crystal coins first." Elder Luo walked over and took out a crystal card. He said, "I have 450 million crystal coins here. I'll give it to the great elder of the Divine Inscription Palace first. When you give me the contract, he will give you the crystal card." Shuchuan nodded and took the crystal card. Qin Yun was very confident in Shuchuan and handed the contract to Elder Luo. "It's a real contract." Elder Luo's old face was filled with smiles. Qin Yun had also obtained the crystal card. He was now extremely rich and the smile on his face was much more brilliant than Elder Luo's. Elder Luo released a fire and burned the contract. He looked at Xiao Yanglong and asked, "Can we talk about the marriage now?" Xiao Yanglong smiled and said, "Sure." Qin Jingfeng and the Empress were the most furious because today, Qin Jingfeng and Xiao Yulan were originally engaged but now, it had become someone else's engagement with Xiao Yulan. They looked angrily at Qin Yun. It was all because of Qin Yun's sudden appearance that their good fortune had been ruined. Xiao Yulan quickly walked to Qin Yun's side and said coldly, "You sold me and earned so much. Isn't that great?" When Yang Shiyu saw this, she also hurried over, worried that Xiao Yulan would do something. Du Gui, Duan Qian and Ho Xingfeng, who were at the martial Dao realm, stood up one after another. They were afraid that Xiao Yulan would kill Qin Yun in a fit of rage. Xiao Yulan's face was filled with killing intent as her entire body emitted a cold aura, causing the entire hall to be filled with killing intent. Everyone looked at Qin Yun and secretly shook their heads. They felt that he had gone overboard by selling Xiao Yulan. Qin Yun suddenly chuckled and took a bite of the chicken leg. He said with a smile, "I only sold the engagement contract. I didn't sell you." "What do you mean?" Xiao Yulan asked coldly. Qin Yun chewed on the meat and said, "Everyone knows that there are 2 bloodstained contracts. Only by burning both of them can the contract be considered to be terminated. Not to mention the bloodstained contract, even if you sign an ordinary contract, there will be 2 or even 3 copies. As long as there is 1 copy left, the contract will still exist. When everyone heard this, it was as if they could hear the crisp sound of Elder Luo's heart shattering. There were indeed many copies of the contract. The contract that the Blue Spirit West Palace had spent a lot of money to buy was actually useless. Xiaoyanglong was also dumbfounded. Qin Yun had actually used a piece of scrap paper to swindle 450 million crystal coins. No wonder he was smiling so happily. After Elder Luo calmed down, he slowly said, "Where is the other contract? If you can't take it out, you won't be able to prove that the contract still exists." Unexpected, Xiaoyanglong saw that Xiao Yuelan was deep in thought and felt secretly pleased. He asked coldly, "Yuelan, answer me truthfully. Have you seen the other contract book?" When Elder Luo saw that Xiao Yuelan did not answer, he smiled and said, "Princess Yuelan, my grandson is very outstanding. If you marry him, you will definitely be very happy. You don't have to worry about anything else." Xiaoyanglong smiled and said, "Elder Luo, we will be in-laws from now on." Elder Luo nodded and said, "Don't worry, in terms of betrothal gifts, I will definitely satisfy you. Although we used more than 400 million crystal coins to buy the contract, we have a strong foundation. The betrothal gifts will definitely not disappoint you." "Wait, the other contract book is with Xiao Yuemei. She told me about it before," Qin Yun suddenly said. His words caused a commotion because Xiao Yuemei had already been captured by the Tianshao Empire. However, no one knew where she was being held. Xiao Yuelan looked at Xiaoyanglong and said with an incomparably cold voice, "Call Yuemei out and have her take out the other contract book for me." She also felt that it was strange because Xiao Yuemei had never mentioned this matter to her sister. However, since Qin Yun had said so, she believed that it was true. Yuemei has committed a great crime and is imprisoned in Tianzhao's prison. Furthermore, if we want to release her, we must obtain the consent of all the ministers of Tianzhao. Xiaoyanglong said with a sneer, "Yuelan, you're really stupid. Qin Yun lied to you because he knew that Yuemei was unable to come here. That's why he said that on purpose so that you wouldn't hold a grudge against him." Qin Yun pointed at Xiaoyanglong with the chicken leg in his hand and said, "Don't talk nonsense. Although Yuemei can't come, her storage bracelet is here. When I gave her the storage bracelet, I saw that she had placed the contract book inside. Later on, this storage bracelet was violently snatched away by you, your brother. You broke it and gave it back to me. Then I gave him a new one." During the 3 Mysterious Academies examination, everyone saw Xiaoyanglong return the storage bracelet to Qin Yun. The other contract book was actually inside. "I've repaired that broken storage bracelet but I can't open it either. Xiao Yuelan is Yuemei's twin sister, if she drips her blood in, she should be able to open it." Qin Yun handed the storage bracelet to Xiao Yuelan. Xiaoyanglong wanted to snatch it but with Shuchuan, Duan Qian and a few other powerful martial Dao realm cultivators standing beside him, he did not dare to do so. Everyone could not help but be overjoyed. If Xiaoyanglong had not returned the storage bracelet to Qin Yun, the engagement between Qin Yun and Xiao Yuelan would have been dissolved. Xiao Yuelan took the storage bracelet and hurriedly dripped blood into it. Indeed, she discovered a contract book inside. She quickly took it out. Just like the previous one, there were 2 bloodstains on it. One of them was shining brightly. In fact, the 2 contract books had always been in Qin Yun's hands. However, they had been glued together and soaked in water before separating. On the back of one of the contract books, after soaking in water, a secret passageway in the Tianqin Imperial Palace would appear. After he separated the contract book, he placed it into a storage bracelet and handed it over to Xiao Yuelan just now. This was a trap he had set up earlier. When Xiaoyanglong and Elder Luo saw the contract book, they were completely dumbfounded. They knew very well that Qin Yun had deliberately baited them from the beginning. Qin Yun chuckled before sitting down and continuing to eat the chicken leg. Everyone immediately prostrated themselves in admiration of him. He had actually caused the Blue Spirit West Palace to suffer such a huge loss. Yang Shiyu also heaved a sigh of relief as she secretly admired Qin Yun. Morong Darren hurriedly toasted Qin Yun with a smile. Elder Luo stood there in a daze. The wrinkles on his old face were trembling with anger, as if he could flare up at any moment, for 50 million crystal coins were gone just like that. They had been tricked badly by Qin Yun. Xiaoyanglong was infuriated, but he gradually calmed down and said, Yuelan, take out the contract book and burn it. Xiao Yuelan was no longer as nervous as before. Her expression was filled with arrogance as she said coldly, I will decide my own marriage. I don't want to be manipulated by others. Xiaoyanglong said, don't be willful. Do you really want to marry a fellow like Qin Yun? You saw it just now, how despicable of a fellow he is. Not only did he make a move on Yu Mei, he also made a move on Qi Malian from the Tianqi Empire. He even coveted his teacher, Yangshu's beauty. You have to be clear that because you had an engagement with him, your reputation has been greatly affected. When Qin Yun heard this, he was somewhat unhappy. However, he did not say anything. He only smiled at Yangshu. Some people nodded and then began to criticize Qin Yun. Here, there are many people who are jealous of him. When Xiao Yuelan heard the discussions of the crowd, she fell into deep thought. Xiaoyanglong was very satisfied with this effect and said, Yuelan, I know you want to use Qin Yun to escape. You are only using him. Once you get through this crisis, you will definitely get rid of him, right? Xiao Yuelan did not say a word. No one knew what she was thinking. Xiaoyanglong looked at Qin Yun and said with a sneer, did you see that? She's using you. Do you really think she wants to marry a trash like you? You don't have an inner origin martial spirit, you only have one spirit vein, you have no future at all. Of course, if you have enough crystal coins, there is still a chance. That's why you are willing to do anything to swindle other people's crystal coins. Qin Yun did not say a word and continued eating his food. Yuelan, take out the contract. Xiaoyanglong said, I guarantee that once you marry into the Blue Spirit West Palace, you will definitely live a good life. Xiao Yuelan said, no. Since you want to use me as a trade and exchange for generous benefits, then you have to think of a way yourself. Xiaoyanglong's face turned ruthless as he said, I can promise you that once you marry Elder Luo's grandson, Yu Mei will be safe and sound. Everyone secretly took a deep breath. In the end, Xiaoyanglong still used this move to threaten Xiao Yuelan with Xiao Yuemei. Xiao Yuelan took a deep breath and said, before I agree to your request, I want to meet Yu Mei first. Xiaoyanglong was in a difficult situation because Xiao Yuemei, who had been secretly sent to the Tianqin Imperial Palace, had suddenly disappeared. Even his mother, Empress Xiao, was missing. Qiyu sneered, maybe she has already been saved. Xiao Xianqin has soulshake powder in her hands. He had guessed correctly. However, he had been saved by Qin Yun. If I can't see Yu Mei, I won't agree to your request. When Xiao Yuelan saw the change in Xiaoyanglong's expression, she was secretly delighted. Just now, she could tell that something was wrong with Qin Jingfeng and the queen's expressions. Just as she had guessed, Yu Mei had been escorted into the Tianqin Imperial Palace, but now she had disappeared. Xiaoyanglong frowned as he felt a burst of anger in his heart. It was obvious that he wanted to slap Xiao Yuelan, but unfortunately, he could not make a move on such an occasion. He was the crown prince of Tianshao, a martial Dao realm cultivator in his 30s. It was not that easy for him to be defeated. After Xiaoyanglong calmed himself down, he looked at Qin Yun and said, Qin Yun, Xiao Yuelan is only using you. Even the two of them are using you, so you can also use them. How about this, you write a letter of annulment and divorce Yuelan. I'll give you a large sum of crystal coins. Divorce Xiao Yuelan on the spot? The people in the Great Hall were all slightly amazed, praising Xiaoyanglong's good methods. If you write the divorce letter, I'll give you 450 million crystal coins. Xiaoyanglong said loudly, his face filled with a complacent smile, if you obtain this amount of crystal coins, it will be enough for you to raise your cultivation. All right. Qin Yun picked up a pen and began writing the contents of the divorce letter. When Xiaoyanglong saw this, he laughed out loud and said, Yuelan, did you see that? This kind of guy is so despicable. For the sake of crystal coins, he doesn't even care about face. Fortunately, you didn't marry him. Qin Yun finished writing the divorce letter. When he was about to sign it, Xiao Yuelan actually took out a long sword with a swoosh. The speed at which she drew her sword was extremely fast. No one saw how she drew it, but the tip of the sword was already at Qin Yun's throat. The speed at which Xiao Yuelan drew her sword shocked many experts, especially the people at the table beside her. Ho Xingfeng and Xia Wufeng both used swords, so they were the most surprised. When everyone saw Xiao Yuelan's killing intent, they felt that she had been infuriated by Qin Yun. With a sword in hand, Xiao Yuelan's voice was ice cold as she said, "Qin Yun, before you sign your name, I need to tell you something." Everyone felt that Xiao Yuelan would definitely say that Qin Yun was not worthy of her. She wanted him to not have any other thoughts or humiliate Qin Yun. This was something that everyone would like to see. "Hurry up and speak," Qin Yun said impatiently. "If you sign the divorce letter, it means that you look down on me, Xiao Yuelan. This is a great insult to me. Those who insult me will die." Xiao Yuelan's ice-cold words that contained endless killing intent caused everyone present to be stunned. What was going on? Could it be that Qin Yun was not allowed to divorce her? He wanted to do it himself? That must be it. "Alright, then come and divorce me. I'll let you have your fill. I have no objections." Qin Yun handed the pen over. He also believed that Xiao Yuelan wanted to break off the engagement with her. Qin Yun felt that it did not matter. As long as he signed it, Xiao Yanglong would give him crystal coins. How much was face worth? What he got was real. In any case, he was already a dead pig that was not afraid of boiling water. Xiao Yuelan did not take the pen. Instead, she looked coldly at Qin Yun and said coldly, "I, Xiao Yuelan, am a person of integrity. When I was young, I promised my mother that I would marry you as my wife. I will never go back on my word. Although I, Xiao Yuelan, am just a little girl, once I say it, I will not go back on it. I will definitely do what I promised. Unlike some people, who can sell anything for their own benefit." She glared at Qin Yun and then at Xiao Yanglong. Xiao Yuelan's words caused everyone to be in disbelief. They thought that they had heard wrongly. Xiao Yuelan was actually going to marry a piece of trash like Qin Yun. Qin Yun also suspected that he had heard wrongly as a series of swear words came out from his heart. He bit the tip of his tongue to make sure that he was not sleepwalking. Then, he asked seriously, "You want me to marry you?" "Yes." Xiao Yuelan's answer was extremely resolute. Her voice was cold and loud. Qin Yun took a deep breath and asked, "What if I don't marry you?" True feelings. Qin Yun stared at Xiao Yuelan. She was very beautiful but also very cold. Furthermore, she was very domineering and filled with killing intent. He couldn't marry such a woman. Otherwise, he wouldn't be able to happily chase after teacher Xianxia. Qin Yun raised his brush and no longer looked at Xiao Yuelan. Just as the tip of the brush touched the paper, a cold light suddenly flashed out. Accompanied by a slight sword hum, a chilling aura spread out. Qin Yun only felt his neck being pierced by a piercing coldness. Xiao Yuelan's sword was already at his throat. As long as she moved forward a little, she would be able to pierce through his throat. Du Gui and the other experts at the side did not dare to act rashly. Xiao Yuelan's swordsmanship was extremely brilliant. She could cut off Qin Yun's head in a very short period of time. Let's talk, let's talk." Qin Yun was so frightened that his entire body trembled. A thick fear of death enveloped his heart. "If you decide to sign the divorce papers, tell me. I will kill you before you sign them. Because if you sign the divorce papers, you are insulting me. I will kill you before you insult me." Xiao Yuelan's words were slow and calm, as if she was chatting idly. Her sword was still at Qin Yun's neck. "Princess Yuelan, you might as well kill me with a single strike. That way, you won't have to marry a trash like me." Qin Yun mustered up his courage and shouted. "No, I won't kill for no reason. If you insult me, I will have a reason to attack. If you want to die, just tell me. This way, after you sign your name, I can chop off your head as fast as possible. As for whether or not you will die immediately after your head is chopped off, I'm not sure. Maybe you will see your blood gush out like a fountain. Actually, I'm also very curious." Xiao Yuelan was a young girl. When she said such words, a smile actually appeared on her ice-cold jade-like face. The ice-cold her looked extremely charming but also overflowing with killing intent. Qin Yun could sense Xiao Yuelan's intense killing intent. He did not dare doubt Xiao Yuelan's words in the slightest. If he really decided to sign, a bloody hole might immediately appear in his throat and then his head would be chopped off. Everyone watched, not knowing what to say. They did not understand why Xiao Yuelan wanted to marry a trash like Qin Yun. She should divorce Qin Yun and humiliate him. That was the normal course of action. Everyone could only think that she wanted to use Qin Yun to escape. They also did not understand why Qin Yun did not want a daughter of heaven like Xiao Yuelan. She was willing to marry him. This was the dream of many geniuses. Qin Yun did not want Xiao Yuelan because he wanted to happily pursue the person he liked. If he agreed to marry Xiao Yuelan here, he would have to take responsibility. Princess Yulan, actually. I'm already with another woman. Qin Yun suddenly said with a quick wit. Everyone praised Qin Yun's wit in their hearts. If that was the case, Xiao Yuelan would definitely mind and the engagement would be successfully destroyed. I don't care. Xiao Yuelan's words made Qin Yun feel as if he had eaten a fly. For a moment, he was speechless. Qin Yun was puzzled. He thought to himself, Princess Yuelan, you have to play your cards according to the rules. Otherwise, you won't be able to continue playing your cards. Xiao Yuelan also felt that Qin Yun was not playing his cards according to reason. She had already decided to marry him, but Qin Yun refused no matter what, forcing her to be so domineering. Qin Yun said again, I'm not just with one woman. Xiao Yuelan said indifferently, it doesn't matter. Qin Yun laughed dryly and continued, actually, I'm with 5 women. I'm a playboy, but they are all willing to be with me. Therefore, I can't marry you because this means that I have to give up on them. I am a loyal and affectionate person. I will never be a heartless man. Qin Yun spoke with a strong sense of righteousness, but everyone secretly despised him. He was already stepping on 5 boats, yet he still had feelings and affectionate feelings. Who the hell are you trying to deceive? Xiao Yuelan's eyebrows twitched and she said coldly, I don't care. It didn't matter. Not only did Qin Yun find it hard to understand, everyone else was the same. Alright, to be honest, other than those 5 women, I've also fallen in love with 10 other women. When Qin Yun saw that Xiao Yuelan was determined to marry him, he threw caution to the wind. It doesn't matter. Xiao Yuelan's tone became gloomy, as if she was holding back a great deal of anger. Other than those 15 women, I still have 100 women, enough. Are you a breeding pig? How could Xiao Yuelan not see through Qin Yun's thoughts? Qin Yun said seriously, no, I'm a breeding horse. His answer made Xiao Yuelan's killing intent even stronger. Actually, the reason why he did this was because he wanted to smoothly divorce Xiao Yuelan and swindle Xiao Yanglong's crystal coins. As for what happened next, he naturally had a backup plan to prevent Xiao Yuelan from being married off. Xiao Yuelan looked at Qin Yun and said with a sneer, can you call out those 100 women? If you can, I'll admit it. When she saw that Qin Yun did not speak, she asked coldly, tell me honestly, how many women do you have outside? The sword in her hand seemed as if it could pierce through Qin Yun's throat at any moment. 10. Can you accept it? Actually, Qin Yun did not have a single one. Sure. Xiao Yuelan only wanted to resolve this matter as soon as possible. When everyone heard this, they all let out incomprehensible exclamations of surprise. Xiao Yuelan, the daughter of heaven, actually accepted that Qin Yun had 10 women. No one understood. What was so good about Qin Yun? Did he give Xiao Yuelan a bewitching soup? Among them, there are sisters, cousins, twins. If you say another word, I'll castrate you. At some point in time, Xiao Yuelan took out another sword and aimed it at Qin Yun's waist. This caused a cold wind to blow between Qin Yun's legs. Everyone urged in their hearts, quickly castrate him. Quickly castrate him. Even if I castrate you, you still have to marry me. No matter if you live or die, you have to marry me. The sword in Xiao Yuelan's hand trembled. She was enduring great anger. Calm down, calm down. Qin Yun's crotch turned cold. That was something more important than his life. He forced a smile and said, Princess Yuelan, you must consider it carefully. It's really not worth it for you to marry me. And, I've changed my mind. Xiao Yuelan suddenly said, her expression becoming much more relaxed. This made Qin Yun delighted. Xiao Yanglong and the others also revealed looks of joy. After Xiao Yanglong relaxed, he let out a long sigh. Seeing that Qin Yun had successfully made Xiao Yuelan change her mind, he suddenly felt that Qin Yun, this piece of trash, was much more pleasing to the eye. That's good. Just as Qin Yun was about to sign the divorce papers, Xiao Yuelan's sword suddenly overflowed with internal energy. The ice-cold aura caused Qin Yun to tremble violently. Big sister Xiao, didn't you change your mind? Qin Yun asked with a trembling voice. Why, Xiao Yuelan said with a sneer, yes, I've changed my mind. If you decide to divorce me, I won't kill you immediately. Instead, I'll castrate you first and then kill you. Qin Yun's heart was in turmoil. He wanted to cry but no tears came out. Xiao Yuelan slowly said, now, you have two paths to take. First, decide to divorce me. Second, decide to marry me. Qin Yun asked helplessly, is there a third path? Xiao Yuelan said, yes, kill me. I won't fight back. Qin Yun did not dare. If he killed Xiao Yuelan, he would definitely not be able to leave this place. Furthermore, he could not do it. After all, Xiao Yuelan had good intentions in marrying him. This had helped him save a lot of face. Apart from her ice-cold attitude, she was still a very beautiful girl. What about the fourth path? You commit suicide. Qin Yun sighed helplessly. I just feel that if you stay with me, it will delay your great future. I don't mind, what do you mind? Xiao Yuelan said with an indifferent expression. Do you really not mind that I'm a playboy? Qin Yun asked seriously. I already said I don't mind. How many times do you want me to say it? If you continue to spout nonsense, I'll cut off your tongue right now. Hurry up and decide. Divorce me or marry me. You only have these two choices. If you say another word, I'll cut off your tongue. Xiao Yuelan had never seen such a dilly-dallying man. Qin Yun felt that he had suffered a great loss. He said, originally, Xiao Yanglong promised me that after I divorce you, he would give me 450 million crystal coins. Can you compensate me? If you compensate me, I'll agree. Everyone cursed in their hearts. What a shameless person. He took advantage of others and wanted a foot after taking an inch. He had no integrity at all. Xiao Yuelan's jade-like face almost turned green from anger. Qin Yun was actually conflicted over this. Was she, Xiao Yuelan, not as valuable as 450 million crystal coins? I'll count to 2. After 2, if you don't make a decision, I'll immediately send you on your way. My patience is limited. Don't worry, I'll kill you and I'll also commit suicide. Xiao Yuelan's ice-cold killing intent had already been released to the extreme. 1. I've decided to take Xiao Yuelan as my wife. I won't let it go. Qin Yun hurriedly shouted before tearing apart the divorce letter. Xiao Yanglong, Elder Luo and the others didn't know whether to laugh or cry. Just as Qin Yun was about to successfully divorce Xiao Yuelan, she was forced to marry him. Xiao Yanglong hurriedly said, Qin Yun, she's only using you. She doesn't really want to marry you. You're not worthy of her and you won't be able to keep her in the future. You should know this better than me. Xiao Yuelan's face was filled with anger as she shouted, Xiao Yanglong, don't think that everyone is as shameless as you. You think of using everything. Do you remember that when I was young, I was bullied by the powerful princes of your mother's clan? At that time, my body was weak and sickly, and I was bullied by you all every 2 or 3 days. Later on, the Emperor and Empress of Tianqin brought the young Qin Yun and his Grand Preceptor as guests. At that time, Qin Yun beat back all the people who bullied me and even suffered serious injuries. Qin Yun was secretly alarmed as his face was filled with confusion. His memories of this period of time were extremely blurry. He only remembered that Xiao Yuelan was a very delicate little girl at that time. Xiao Yuelan continued, it was precisely because Qin Yun saved me when I was young that I respected him, admired him since I was young. Later on, it was also her Grand Preceptor who improved my physique, allowing me to practice martial arts normally and achieve the achievements I have today. Later on, when I found out that he was my future husband, I didn't resist at all. I even promised my mother that I would be his good wife in the future. Everyone listened to Xiao Yuelan's words seriously and were secretly shocked in their hearts. Who would have thought that she would have such feelings for Qin Yun at such a young age? When Xiao Yanglong heard this, he clenched his fists tightly and remained silent. He could no longer say that Xiao Yuelan was using Qin Yun because her feelings for Qin Yun seemed to be very deep. Qin Jingfeng was also furious. Originally, he and Xiao Yuelan had been talked about for a long time and were the most compatible couple, but now, Xiao Yuelan said that she had deep feelings for Qin Yun. This was King awkward. When Xiao Yuelan saw Xiao Yanglong's incomparable anger, she felt extremely happy in her heart. She said, also, the immortal graveyard diagram on me was obtained by my mother. It has nothing to do with the Tianshao imperial family. Don't expect to rely on the immortal graveyard diagram on me to obtain the greatest benefits. The immortal graveyard diagram was also one of the most valuable parts of Xiao Yuelan's body. That was why the Blue Spirit West Palace was willing to pay 450 million crystal coins to buy the contract book. However, they were tricked by Qin Yun. Twin martial souls the Tianshao Emperor, Xiao Rongchen, had stepped into the martial Dao realm very early on. If he were to risk his life and attack here, the consequences would be very serious. And now, Qin Yun had completely offended the Blue Spirit West Palace, Emperor Xi, and the Empire of Qi. If Xiao Rongchen were to make a move, only Duan Qian and Shuchuan would be able to resist him. If they really fought, both sides might suffer. If Qin Yun isn't worthy of me, does that mean others are worthy of me? They can't even beat me, who do they think they are? Xiao Yuelan's eyes were filled with arrogance as she looked disdainfully at Qiyu, Qin Jingfeng and company. Qin Jingfeng and Qiyu were both at the 8th level martial body realm. The 4 young elites of the Blue Spirit Palace were also at the 7th or 8th level martial body realm. This was a very rare level. After all, they were all very young. However, Xiao Yuelan's talent is much higher than theirs. She possesses an extremely terrifying purple gold dragon martial spirit. If she were to fight against those young elites one-on-one, she would definitely win. Qiyu's face was filled with dissatisfaction. He was the crown prince of Tianqi. He was at the 8th level martial body realm before the age of 20, so he naturally had his own pride. Furthermore, Xiao Yuelan had just stepped into the 8th level martial body realm not long ago. She was not much stronger than him. Therefore, he believes that he can defeat Xiao Yuelan and confidently said, Yuelan, if I can defeat you, how about you marry me? If you can defeat me, then defeat Qin Jingfeng and those fellows from the 4 palaces, I can marry you. Xiao Yuelan sneered, but can you? Qiyu smiled proudly. You said it yourself. You said yourself before that you're a man of his word. If I can really do it, don't go back on your word. I will never go back on my word. Fight me now. Xiao Yuelan's pair of jade-like fists were tightly clenched, her eyes filled with fighting spirit. The 4 young elites of the other 4 palaces also walked out. They were looked down upon by Qiyu and Xiao Yuelan and they are also very angry. Naturally, they also want to display their strength through martial arts. Everyone got up and quickly moved the tables to the sides, creating a spacious space in the middle of the hall. Shuchuan chuckled, since we're going to fight, then I'll be in charge of protecting the venue. He took out many array flags and placed them around the spacious space in the middle. Soon, the array flags formed a square. When fighting inside, the airwaves inside would not overflow, so as to avoid damaging the main hall. After the martial arts arena was set up, Shuchuan smiled and said, let me be the referee. Here, his position was considered the highest, and he could also be impartial. Qiyu smiled confidently and took off his luxurious clothes. Inside, he was wearing a light golden tight suit, which was convenient for fighting. Xiao Yuelan was already wearing a blue outfit suitable for battle. It could be seen that she was already prepared for battle. When Qin Yun saw that she was about to enter the stage, he immediately said, Yuelan, wait. Let me handle this match, you just watch from the side. Xiao Yuelan said in surprise, you're here? He is at the 8th level martial body realm. Everyone found it strange as well. This was because everyone knew that Qin Yun's cultivation was only at the 6th level martial body realm. Furthermore, his elemental energy had been damaged. Qiyu said with a sneer, Qin Yun, it's good that you compete with me. If I kill you, I can marry Xiao Yuelan. Xiao Yuelan coldly snorted and said, even if Qin Yun dies, I will still be his wife. Regardless of whether he lives or dies, I will not marry him. Even if you can defeat Qin Yun, you can't defeat me. You are still not worthy of me. Seeing how determined Xiao Yuan is to marry Qin Yun, everyone is secretly astonished. Xiao Yanlong shouted in a low voice, "Qin Yun, don't cause trouble. Let them fight. I'm not causing trouble. Yuan can also be considered my wife. Although my strength is not as good as hers, I feel that I am a little stronger than you bunch of trash. If you want to challenge her, you have to pass through me first." Qin Yun said with a smile, "In addition, I am a martial artist at the 7th level martial body realm. It shouldn't be a problem for me to defeat someone like him who has just stepped into the 8th level martial body realm." "What? You're at the 7th level martial body realm?" Xiao Yuan looked at Qin Yun in disbelief. In the Great Hall, there were waves of incredulous exclamations. This was because Qin Yun's body was overflowing with a golden bone aura. The most surprising thing was that Qin Yun was actually able to conceal the golden bone aura within his body. Even someone like Xiao Yanlong, who was in the martial Dao realm, was unable to sense it at such a close distance. When Qin Jingfeng sensed Qin Yun's pure golden bone aura, he gritted his teeth in anger. Shuchuan frowned as he sensed the aura on Qin Yun's body. He sighed and said, "This golden bone aura is extraordinary. This is the Xian golden bone aura. It seems that after you cultivate the Xian Yellow Heart Sutra, it will be very useful to you in all aspects in the future." Qiyu shouted, "Qin Yun, didn't your inner Yuan energy be shattered by Yukai? You don't even have a martial spirit? How can you still break through?" Qin Yun said with a smile, "You ignorant fellow, don't you know that Xia Wufeng doesn't have a martial spirit? But he is still a powerful sword cultivator." Xia Wufeng did not have a martial spirit and only had 2 spirit veins. However, he was still a very terrifying sword cultivator. Using his origin sword, his strength was comparable to the 8th or even 9th level martial body realm. He was mysterious and terrifying. Qin Yun had already stepped into the dueling arena. He said, "After you defeat me, you can fight with Yuan. If you are half dead after sparring with me, then don't even think about marrying Yuan. You are not worthy of her. You are not allowed to use weapons, talismans, or puppets." Qiyu shouted. "All right," Qin Yun said with a confident smile. Everyone felt that Qin Yun was somewhat arrogant because he had only just stepped into the 7th level martial body realm. Yet, he was so arrogant in front of Qiyu. The Duke of Yan was also at the side of the dueling arena. He sneered and said, "Qiyu is the crown prince of Tianqi. Among the 3 Xian-level martial academies, he is also one of the top experts in his 20s. The number of Xian points he obtained is also among the best. How can a rookie like Qin Yun defeat him? Furthermore, he does not have any inner Yuan energy right now, so he is not Qiyu's match in any aspect. Even if he has just stepped into the 8th level martial body realm, he might not be able to defeat you." A short and fat middle-aged man from Tianqi said with a confident smile. He was Emperor Tianqi, Qi Minghai. In the martial field, Qiyu looked at Qin Yun with disdain and said loudly, "Qin Yun, I really suspect that you have mastered some evil technique. Not only have you bewitched Yu Mei, you have also bewitched Qi Milan to the point that she is head over heels for you. Of course, I'm not surprised that you were able to bewitch Qi Milan. After all, she was born from a lowly servant, so she must have a lascivious nature. Although she looks innocent on the surface, hee." This caused the people in the hall to make all sorts of sounds. Most of them were mocking Qi Milan because most of the people here had status and did not like children born from servant girls. When Qiyu saw Qin Yun's gloomy expression, he laughed loudly and said, "Maybe she's just a little slut. She's even fooling around in the Star Xian Wu Academy." Qin Yun clenched his fists so tightly that they emitted a crisp sound. Waves of pale golden bone energy overflowed. Qi Melian had grown up being bullied since she was young and she was able to maintain her original heart. However, she was always hurt by people like Qiyu again and again. When he thought of Qi Milan's innocent and cute smiling face, he could not help but roar in anger. He swore that he would make Qiyu pay a heavy price for what he had just said. Qin Yun looked coldly at Qiyu. His eyes were filled with ice-cold killing intent as he said in a deep voice, "Say a few more words. You might not have the chance to say it again in the future." The corner of Qiyu's mouth curled into a complacent sneer. Suddenly, a pair of golden truncheons appeared in his hands. Qiyu's martial spirit is a golden truncheon martial spirit. I never thought that there would be 2 of them, so he can use dual truncheons. This is a dual martial spirit. That's right, truncheons are usually in pairs, so this is a dual martial spirit. This is a very rare martial spirit. Qiyu's martial spirit talent is truly terrifying. This is far stronger than Qin Yan's purple gold fire martial spirit from before. It is far more powerful than many legendary martial spirits and is close to a martial spirit bestowed by the heavens. Everyone exclaimed in admiration. Emperor Xianxia was also full of smiles as he sat on a chair and drank his wine. Qin Yan watched expressionlessly. The dual maces that Qiyu took out were not weapons, but Qiyu's martial soul. Cultivating the martial spirit to the Vajra martial spirit was equivalent to the 8th level martial body realm. After the Vajra transformation of the martial spirit, it would become even stronger, and would not be destroyed so easily. Furthermore, it could be released from the body, and if one's own Vajra inner force was strong enough, it could even condense the martial spirit. Among them, the weapon martial spirit was the easiest to form with the Vajra inner force, while the beast martial spirit was the most difficult. Even at the martial Dao realm, one might not be able to condense a true weapon like the weapon martial spirit. Therefore, everyone was very shocked by Qiyu's martial spirit, because it was equivalent to possessing a very terrifying weapon spirit. If he could obtain a Xian tier Jian in the future and use it with this weapon martial spirit, its power would be even more terrifying. Qin Yan felt that Xiao Yuemei's martial spirit was rather strange. It was a mirror, a weapon martial spirit, and she could release it long ago. Qiyu looked at Qin Yan and said proudly, "This is not a weapon, it's my martial spirit. Now, you should know if I am worthy of Xiao Yuelan or not. This is my talent. This talent is bestowed by the heavens. You can't be envious of it, so you should recognize reality." Everyone nodded. Qiyu had a pair of weapon martial spirits but Qin Yan did not. This was the difference. Xiao Yuelan's bright eyes flashed with worry as she said anxiously, "Qin Yan, come down quickly. Let me teach him how to be a person." Ho Xingfeng had studied the weapon martial spirit for many years and shouted, "Don't try to be brave. He has a weapon martial spirit, it's not something you can deal with." Yan Shiyu also signaled Qin Yan with her eyes to get him to come down. That was because it did not matter if he did not fight. There was still Xiao Yuelan to support him. When Qiyu saw that Zhuchuan had not shouted for them to begin, he was worried that Qin Yan would leave. He said with a sinister smile, "Qin Yan, this slut, Qi Milan, is with you. In order for her to return to the Tianqi Empire, I dug out her mother's rotten corpse just to let her go back." When Qiyu saw Qin Yan's body tremble slightly and his eyelids tremble, he knew that he had fallen into an incomparable rage. Furthermore, he had been blinded by anger and was instantly absent-minded. He continued to laugh sinisterly, "Qi Milan, this slut, is also afraid that she won't be able to return. After all, you saved her lowly life, so she cherishes it very much. Furthermore, she believes that you are alive and is worried that after she returns, you will disregard everything to save her. Therefore, she would rather her mother's corpse be trampled on and she can only endure it." Qin Yan gasped for air. He had experienced many things and had become a lot calmer. However, at this moment, he was still infuriated by Qiyu's words and almost lost his mind. At this moment, his mind was blank and even his vision was blurry. He had been blinded by endless anger. Gradually, Qi Milan's beautiful face appeared in his mind. That innocent face was filled with a sweet and adorable smile. However, it was precisely such an innocent girl who was enduring such great grief. She knew that her mother's corpse had been dug out but she could do nothing. Qin Yan's eyes suddenly turned red. "Godslayer," everyone heard Qiyu's words just now. Although it was very tasteless to do so, most of the people here felt that it was nothing. This was because Qi Malian's mother was just a servant girl. She was lowly even when she was alive, let alone dead. Xia Wufeng's eyes flashed with a cold light and a sword aura faintly seeped out. Clearly, he was also very angry. He had seen Qi Malian before and knew that she was a very simple girl. However, her innocent and pure heart had been ravaged by Qiyu's sinister methods. Zhuchuan saw that the situation was not right and hurriedly shouted, "The martial arts competition begins." If he didn't start, Qin Yan would be completely infuriated. He might even lose his mind and enter a cultivation deviation. Therefore, it was very risky to get angry before the competition. "Qin Yan, I will make you kneel in 3 moves." Qiyu laughed arrogantly. Holding the two golden sword breakers, he dashed forward like a fierce cheetah, swinging them down with great force. Many people stood up and looked at Qiyu, who was rushing out. Qin Yan was motionless just now. He didn't even blink his eyes. It was as if he was immersed in endless anger. After Qiyu rushed over, he raised his mace and was about to strike down. Suddenly, an extremely strong mental power fluctuation surged out. Ah! Qiyu let out a blood-curdling scream. The golden swordbreaker in his hands trembled violently and then exploded with two blinding beams of golden light. Everyone cried out in alarm. Qiyu's golden dual truncheon's martial spirit suddenly exploded. Qiyu's ferocious attack instantly disappeared. His martial spirit had inexplicably exploded and blood flowed out of his 7 orifices. This punch is for little Malian. Qin Yan roared in a low voice as he raised his fist. Waves of golden bone energy flowed out as he charged towards Qiyu's mouth. Ah! Qiyu let out another miserable scream. His mouth was beaten until it was deformed, and it was too horrible to look at. Emperor Xianxia, who was drinking calmly, stood up from his chair and hurriedly walked to the side of the arena surrounded by the flag array. This punch is for little Malian's mother. Qin Yan growled and punched again. It struck Qiyu's nose, causing his entire nose to collapse. Ah! Qiyu's scream was like the wail of a ghost. The rest is for the humiliation that little Malian has suffered in the Tianqi Empire over the years. Qin Yan shouted angrily. His fists, which were brimming with golden bone energy, madly punched back and forth on Qiyu's body. The wind from his fists howled like a furious beast's roar. Qin Yan's fists seemed to be venting his boundless anger as he continuously attacked, producing a series of explosive sounds. What's going on? Qin Yan, what sorcery did you use? Quickly tear apart this flag array. Emperor Tianqi shouted anxiously at Shuchuan. He was also unable to break through this terrifying flag array. The competition is not over. I can't remove the flag array. I have to wait for them to finish fighting. Shuchuan said indifferently. Because of Qiyu's evil actions towards Qi Malian's mother, Shuchuan did not sympathize with him at all. He even felt that Qin Yan had fought beautifully. Emperor Tianqi was so anxious that his eyes turned red. He had no idea what was going on. Qiyu, who originally had victory in his grasp, was actually beaten so violently in the blink of an eye. Not only him, even Xiao Yanglong, Qin Jingfeng, the Duke of Yan, Yang Shiyu and Xiao Yuelan, who were outside the martial arena, were dumbfounded by Qin Yan. The hall was also filled with bewildered discussions. They were all discussing what had just happened. Qin Yan did not use his inner force, but he cultivated the Xiangold bone. It already contained a terrifying power. His explosive fists mercilessly bombarded every bone in Qiyu's body, producing loud bangs. How dare you bully little Malian? Qin Yan roared in his heart as his fists rapidly struck up and down. In everyone's eyes, it was as if countless fists were constantly striking Qiyu's body. The golden bones in Qiyu's body were broken in many places, letting out cracking sounds. There was no longer a single part of his body that was unharmed. When everyone saw Qin Yan's fist that did not contain any inner force, they secretly gasped as their scalps tingled. Qin Yan did not use any inner force to beat Qiyu, who was at the 8th level martial body realm, to the point that he was unable to retaliate at all. This was simply too inconceivable and strange. Admit defeat. Qin Yan immediately retracted his hand. However, his last punch was very forceful, sending Qiyu flying towards Emperor Tianqi and smashing him to the ground. Shuchuan hurriedly withdrew from the flag array and stood beside Qin Yan. Father, my twin martial spirits are gone, my inner Yuan is gone, I'm finished. Qin Yan, what kind of evil art did you use? I'm going to kill you. Emperor Tianqi was so angry that his fat face turned red and his eyes turned sinister. Without his inner Yuan martial spirit, he would be completely crippled, Du Gui said indifferently. He used a powerful mental attack. That's the great success stage of the spirit concentration kill. Transforming the divine sense into qi, using spiritual energy to condense spiritual energy to attack the soul body. Qi released his martial spirit and defended against mental power attacks. His martial spirit has just transformed into Vajra and is still very weak. Yet, he actually exposed his weak martial spirit in front of a god-killing master. Although Qin Yan's elemental energy has been destroyed, his mental strength is extremely powerful. This is something that everyone knows. Everyone immediately recalled that Qin Yan had displayed an extremely terrifying mental perception when Du Guay tested his mental strength in the Three Mysterious Academy. Du Guay sneered and said, "The martial spirit is the foundation of inner yuan." He exposed his weak martial spirit to the outside world and was destroyed by someone's mental force. His inner yuan died because of it. Emperor Tianqi's entire body trembled as he hugged the dying Qiyu. Then, he glared angrily at Qin Yan. The killing intent on his body was like a monstrous wave that enveloped Qin Yan. Morong Darren chuckled and said, "Qiyu loves to pretend too much. He wants everyone to know that he has two martial spirits. Now he's seeing a ghost, ha ha ha. Who told him to be so arrogant and expose his martial spirit to attack the god-killing master? It's simply like hitting a rock with an egg. What AF asterisk king idiot. For him to be able to live until now, the heavens have been extremely benevolent." In the quiet hall, killing intent filled the air, but Morong Darren's loud laughter echoed. Everyone could not help but secretly admire him in their hearts. Morong Darren and Hua Zhong were well aware of how strong Qin Yan's mental strength was. Therefore, they had been watching calmly from the beginning. Emperor Tianqi was furious as he looked at Morong Darren. His killing intent was like a blade. Qin Yan knew that Morong Darren's courage was extraordinary. However, he did not expect him to still laugh and say, "Emperor Tianqi, why are you looking at me? Hurry up and carry your son to heal his injuries. Who knows, he might be able to live for a few more years. With his level of skill, he actually wants to snatch my brother Yan's woman. He really doesn't know the immensity of heaven and earth? Oh right, it's best to burn him after he dies because he has done so many evil things. In the future, he will be dug out and whipped." After saying that, he picked up a mouthful of food and chewed it with relish. Everyone felt that if there was a courageous martial spirit, then Morong Darren would definitely have this kind of martial spirit. "What's your name? I will remember you." Another one of the people Emperor Tianqi wanted to kill the most had appeared. "Listen up, my name is Morong Darren, the benevolent and righteous Darren." Morong Darren laughed recklessly. "Alright, Morong Darren, right? I'll remember it." Just as Emperor Tianqi finished speaking, he felt that something was amiss. Morong Darren chuckled. Because Emperor Tianqi had called him Lord, he had tricked another big guy. It was enough for him to brag for a long time. Everyone wanted to laugh, but they held it in. This was Emperor Tianqi, a martial Dao realm cultivator. They could not afford to offend him and they did not have the guts to do so. Emperor Tianqi ordered his men to carry Qiyu away. He continued to stay here because he wanted to see if anyone could defeat Qin Yan. When Xiao Yuelan saw Qin Yan win, her face was filled with pride. She looked at Xiao Yanglong and said with a sneer, "Crown Prince Tian Xiao, do you still think that Qin Yan is not worthy of me? If that dog, Yu Kai, was still here, facing Qin Yan would only result in death. I have to say, you are truly a snob." By saying this, she had completely fallen out with Xiao Yanglong. No one found it strange. From Xiao Yuelan's performance just now, it could be seen that she hated Xiao Yanglong very much. Xiao Yanglong was going to sell out Xiao Yuelan and her mother's corpses. It would be strange if she did not hate Xiao Yanglong. "Don't be complacent," Xiao Yanglong said in a deep voice. He looked at Qin Jingfeng and asked, "Crown Prince Tianqin, do you want to compete with Qin Yan?" Morong Darren hurriedly said, "He doesn't dare. He's worried that he will become a useless dog like Qiyu. He and his mother had done so many wicked things to become the crown prince and the empress. Furthermore, he is about to ascend the throne. If he were to be crippled here, wouldn't that be a great pity?" Even if Qin Jingfeng did not want to go up, he had no choice but to go up after being provoked by Morong Darren. Furthermore, he had wanted to compete with Qin Yan in the first place. This was because he had suffered too much at Qin Yan's hands. Furthermore, if he defeated Qin Yan, his prestige in the Tianqin Empire would also increase. Those old officials would definitely support him even more. Qin Yan was currently in the limelight and had completely overshadowed Qin Jingfeng. One had to know that he, Qin Jingfeng, was the focus of attention at today's engagement banquet. Therefore, he had to defeat Qin Yun. I want him to understand that it is the will of the heavens that I am able to become the crown prince of Tianqin. Not only must I defeat him, I must also complete my engagement with Princess Yuelan today. Qin Jingfeng slowly took off his golden robe with a cold expression. Today, he had held his engagement ceremony in the Tianqin Great Hall, but so many things had happened. It made him feel extremely humiliated. Now, he could only use his own strength to redeem his lost dignity. Qin Jingfeng entered the battle arena in the flag array and looked at Qin Yun with a proud expression. You will definitely lose to me. I will make you understand that you are not worthy of Xiao Yuelan, and even more so, you are not worthy of being the crown prince of Tianqin. Whether he is worthy of marrying me or not, it's not up to you to say it, it's up to me to say it. You are older than Qin Yun, so what if you can defeat him? But can you defeat me? Xiao Yuelan sneered, her eyes filled with disdain. Qin Jingfeng was infuriated. He could only vent his anger on Qin Yun. Thunder Sword art defeating Qin Jingfeng was extremely important to Qin Yun. Back then, it was Empress Xi and company who had attacked Qin Yun and Xiaqiru in order to support Qin Jingfeng. This had also resulted in his spirit vein being taken away. Empress Xi and her group had invested a lot in Qin Jingfeng. Only by destroying Qin Jingfeng would they know what pain was. Qin Jingfeng looked at the calm and composed Qin Yun. For some reason, he felt a little weak in his heart. He hurriedly said, Qin Yun, you are at the 7th level martial body realm and I am at the 8th level. I don't want others to say that I have an unfair advantage. Therefore, in this competition, you can use weapons. After all, weapons are your greatest reliance. His words were pleasant to hear, but he had also taken out a long sword that flickered with blue light. With a single glance, one could tell that the quality was not low. A disciple of Blue Spirit Star Palace said in a low voice, isn't this the blue wind sword that Qin Jingfeng obtained from Namgong? This is a high-grade spirit weapon. Qin Jingfeng had said that he could use weapons to compete, but his weapon was a high-grade spirit weapon. As for Qin Yun's weapon, it was a low-grade spirit weapon. It was obvious that he had the greatest advantage. Qin Yun did not mind as he took out his giant king spirit hammer. His giant king spirit hammer was refined from top-grade bone steel and fused with the platinum giant spirit martial spirit. It was engraved with 4 types of spirit inscriptions. It was only a mid-grade spirit artifact, but overall, it could be considered a high-grade spirit artifact. When Qin Jingfeng saw Qin Yun take out the giant king spirit hammer, he smiled smugly. He felt that the high-grade spirit sword in his hand was much more powerful than Qin Yun's hammer. The corner of Empress Ye's mouth suffused a sinister smile. Her eyes were filled with ice-cold killing intent, as though she was hinting to Qin Jingfeng to kill Qin Yun. Are you all ready? 1, 2, 3, begin. After Zhuchuan activated the flag array, he announced the start of the competition. Qin Jingfeng had a 6-sun spiritual pulse and his martial spirit had always been mysterious. Some people guessed that his martial spirit was most likely a legendary martial spirit. Qin Yun did not know much about Qin Jingfeng. He only knew that he had just advanced to the 8th level martial body realm. Therefore, from the beginning, he had adopted a defensive strategy and observed his opponent's specific strength. Qin Jingfeng was in a hurry to defeat Qin Yun. Using a brilliant movement technique, he floated towards Qin Yun like a fierce gust of wind. The sword in his hand also stabbed out with the wind. As the sword stabbed forward, the sword flashed with a blue beam, transforming into dozens of swords. Like a sword array, they came at him from all directions, preventing him from dodging. Qin Yun, who was about to dodge, did not expect Qin Jingfeng's sword technique to be so profound and fast. He had nowhere to dodge. Dozens of blue swords stabbed at Qin Yun from all directions. Qin Yun hurriedly brandished the giant king spirit hammer and spun on the spot. At the same time, he used the tsunami technique to produce shockwaves that could be seen with the naked eye. It also contained the power of the concentrated spirit slaughter to attack Qin Jingfeng's mind. Hua hua hua, Qin Yun executed the tsunami technique and released it through the giant king spirit hammer. The shockwave produced by the power of the golden bone was like a huge wave crashing onto the shore, producing a shocking sound. Qin Jingfeng's dozens of swords were also blasted away and floated in the air. They were not illusions but real swords. Inside that sword, there is a storage space. There are many swords hidden inside and they can be released at any time. Xia Wufeng said after seeing through the mystery. Everyone was suddenly enlightened. Mu Rongjun snorted and said, "This guy's sword is really not simple. Furthermore, his sword technique is also very brilliant. It's not easy to deal with." Qin Jingfeng once again controlled the sword formation to fly back and forth, stabbing at Qin Yun in an extremely annoying manner. He did not dare to approach. Everyone could tell that the tsunami technique was extremely terrifying. Close combat was very dangerous. Qin Yun's expression was cold. Qin Jingfeng's sword was not easy to deal with. Right now, he could not use his mental energy to attack because Qin Jingfeng would definitely be prepared. What surprised him was that Qin Jingfeng's inner force did not seem to be that strong. "Don't be complacent, I haven't even used my full strength." Qin Jingfeng sneered. He had just probed Qin Yun and found out that he did not use any inner force. He had only used the power of the golden bone. Therefore, he was certain that Qin Yun really did not have any inner yuan energy. To be able to cultivate to this stage, he had to rely on his powerful mental strength to support him. He only needed to defend his head and martial spirit and not be hit by mental force. Generally speaking, the inner force of the 8th level martial body would form a barrier that flowed under the scalp. Then, using the inner force to wrap around the martial spirit, one would be able to defend against mental force attacks. Qin Jingfeng put away all the swords and gripped the hilt of his sword tightly. With a muffled shout, the veins on the back of his hand suddenly bulged, as though a terrifying power was flowing inside. Swish, Qin Jingfeng suddenly brandished his sword and swept out a large expanse of golden lightning snakes that shot towards Qin Yun like a large net. It was sword energy. The dense sword energy had fused with the lightning. "That's the Thunder Sword martial spirit." When Xia Wufeng saw it, he shouted in shock. Qin Yun looked at the dense lightning sword energy and was alarmed. For a moment, he was at a loss for what to do as he stood there. Zzz. The lightning sword energy enveloped Qin Yun's body and emitted an intense electric current. Bolts of lightning snakes danced back and forth across his body, as though they were wreaking havoc in a frenzy. Qin Yun's face was filled with pain as the skin on his body tensed up. Lightning flowed within his body, causing his body to feel numb and scorching hot. Qin Jingfeng laughed out loud. He did not immediately go over. Instead, he stabbed out another sword beam from afar. This time, it was a single lightning sword beam. It violently struck Qin Yun's dantian, producing a loud boom. Hua! When the crowd saw Qin Yun being sent flying into the transparent wall of the flag array, they let out a series of cries. Qin Yun's skin was burning red as it emitted green smoke. It looked as though it could be burnt at any moment. It had to be said that Qin Jingfeng was extremely cautious. He still did not get close to Qin Yun. Through the sword in his hand, he shot out another bolt of lightning sword energy. This time, Qin Yun roared and brandished the giant king spirit hammer in his hand, drawing the lightning bolt into the hammer. Qin Jingfeng's expression changed drastically. He was very clear about the power he had used in his previous 2 attacks. Even a martial artist at the 8th level martial body might not be able to stand up under such an attack. However, not only did Qin Yun stand up, he did not seem to be injured. Qin Yun used his mysterious martial spirit to release that miraculous and terrifying power, completely disintegrating the lightning sword energy that had entered his body. Then, through a suction force, he drew Qin Jingfeng's sword energy into the giant king spirit hammer. Qin Jingfeng quickly slashed out a few more lightning sword beams, but all of them were sucked away by Qin Yun's giant king spirit hammer. What's going on with Qin Yun's hammer? How can it withstand such a terrifying lightning sword energy? And there's even a suction force. Does the giant king spirit hammer have such an ability? Many people looked at Guoqing. Guoqing was the vice principal of the Tianxian martial school and the giant king spirit hammer was their ultimate treasure. Guoqing frowned and said, "The giant king spirit hammer does not have such an ability. It should have been added by him." Qin Jingfeng was infuriated. He no longer attacked from afar. He rushed forward and stabbed at Qin Yun. Every time he stabbed out, an electric current would burst out from the sword. Even if Qin Yun could dodge, he would still be hit by the lightning sword energy. His body could not help but feel numb. When Qin Jingfeng saw Qin Yun's terrified expression as he faced his swift and violent sword strike, he laughed disdainfully. "Humph, you're only SOSO. With that said, the high-grade spirit sword in his hand suddenly flashed with lightning, causing the surrounding people to be unable to help but close their eyes. Qin Jingfeng's blue spirit sword was trembling and humming. The sword's body was surrounded by countless violent lightning bolts, as though it was crazily creating lightning bolts. It even set off waves of gales filled with electricity. With a loud roar, he slashed at Qin Yun's right hand with his sword. He wanted to break the giant king spirit hammer in Qin Yun's hand. Qin Yun hurriedly circulated his black sun inner force and poured it into the giant king spirit hammer, striking at the sword that was slashing down. The sword and hammer collided, emitting a bright light and a loud rumbling sound. The intense flash of light stung everyone's eyes. The Tianqin Great Hall suddenly trembled as dust fell from it. The light disappeared. The sleeve of Qin Yun's right hand had already shattered. Furthermore, his skin had ruptured and a lot of blood seeped out. Bang! Qin Yun's giant king spirit hammer was sent flying and landed far away. Everyone present revealed looks of shock. Qin Jingfeng's sword strike just now was too terrifying. Ho Xingfeng's pupils constricted as he said in surprise, "This is the Yi family's thunder sword technique, a low-grade earth-tier martial art. Qin Jingfeng has cultivated it to the initial stage." Shuochuan's face was filled with shock as he said, "How is this possible? A low-grade earth-tier martial art is not easy to execute without a 9th-level martial body, nor is it easy to grasp." Xiao Long exclaimed, "The thunder sword technique truly lives up to its name. I never thought that Crown Prince Qin would be able to master it now. Truly amazing." An earth-tier martial art was much more precious than a Xian-tier martial art. Even the books didn't have many records of it. Only those in the martial Dao realm could learn it safely. As for Qin Jingfeng, he had already mastered an earth-tier martial art to the initial stage. It was obvious that he had started learning it very early. The elders around the martial field were all amazed. There was no lack of seniors from the Blue Spirit Palace. The usually arrogant disciples of Blue Spirit Star Palace all revealed looks of admiration for Qin Jingfeng. Qin Jingfeng held his sword in his hand as he stood proudly. Lightning flickered in his eyes as he sneered. He said to Qin Yun, "You should know how weak you are now, right? I'll give you another chance. Honestly, write a divorce letter and divorce Xiao Yuan." As long as he struck again, he would be able to kill Qin Yun. This was because Qin Yun's giant king spirit hammer was no longer in his hand. There was no way he could block Qin Jingfeng's sword. "Brother Yun." Xia Wufeng shouted softly, "Quickly admit defeat." "Qin Yun, quickly admit defeat." Yang Shiyu shouted anxiously. Xiao Yuan looked at Qin Yun and did not say a word. Qin Yun wiped the blood off his arm and said with a sneer, "Qin Jingfeng, the martial arts you learn are not the strongest techniques of our Tianqin royal family. It can be seen that you two, mother and son, are not valued by my royal father at all. Humph, you don't even know that our Tianqin royal family's martial arts are extremely weak." Qin Jingfeng's expression suddenly turned cold as he shouted, "Then I'll let you see how strong the martial arts I learned from the Yi family are." The crowd did not know why, but Qin Jingfeng suddenly became extremely irritable. It was as though he was infuriated by what Qin Yun had just said. Qin Jingfeng roared angrily as he flashed in front of Qin Yun. The high-grade spirit sword in his hand flashed with lightning once again. It created a storm as it stabbed towards Qin Yun's chest. Might of the heavenly lion! Everyone present stared at the sword in Qin Jingfeng's hand that was flashing with lightning. After stabbing out with his sword, Qin Yun suddenly opened his mouth and let out a deafening roar. The sound wave produced by the roar was like a wave that dispersed the violent lightning. Sword energy condensed on Qin Jingfeng's sword. Qin Jingfeng was also forced back more than 10 meters by the roar. His ears were buzzing in pain and he could not hear the sounds outside at all. It was as if he had suddenly gone deaf, causing him to feel an inexplicable fear. The most frightening thing was that a sound wave reverberated within his body, preventing him from condensing his inner force. What Qin Yun was using was the martial art he had comprehended from the Heavenly Lion totem tattoo, the Heavenly Lion's roar. Just as everyone was shocked by the roar of the ancient beast, they saw Qin Yun's left arm overflow with flames. After his sleeve was burned, his robust arm was revealed. There was a mighty and domineering Heavenly Lion totem tattooed on his left arm. Even from afar, one could feel a threatening aura. Qin Yan's left arm trembled as a translucent phantom image of a lion's claw appeared. It looked extremely sharp. This was the second martial art he had comprehended from the Heavenly Lion Totem, the Heavenly Lion Fighting Dragon Claw. When Xiao Yanglong saw Qin Yan reveal this move, he could not help but think of Yu Kai. Back then, Qin Yan had used this move to injure Yu Kai during the Three Mysterious Academies assessment. This was a very terrifying martial art. When Yang Shiyu saw it again at such a close distance, she could not help but reveal a look of shock. This was the first time Qin Jingfeng had seen it, and he was also shocked. Qin Yan took a step forward and brandished the Heavenly Lion Fighting Dragon Claw, executing the six-style Wind Slayer. The sharp and terrifying claw sliced through the air, producing a hair-raising sound. This terrifying beast claw seemed to be able to tear apart everything. Swish, the claws scratched the ground, leaving behind a few deep scratches. Although Qin Jingfeng had dodged them, the hair on his head was cut off and scattered everywhere. The most terrifying thing was that the claw that had appeared was like a sharp blade. When it collided with the high-grade spirit weapon, it produced a crisp clanging sound. The six-style Wind Slayer was unleashed in succession, violent, swift and ruthless. Qin Jingfeng could also dodge, but his body was already covered in wounds. This terrifying martial art shocked everyone. It was as if a wild lion was fiercely attacking, erupting with the aura of an ancient giant beast, possessing boundless power. When Qin Jingfeng saw Qin Yan panting, he knew that using this move consumed a lot of energy. He revealed a cold smile and quickly walked over. However, he did not expect that a powerful mental force would suddenly envelop him. It was the spirit concentration kill. When Qin Yan saw that Qin Jingfeng's consciousness had fallen into a daze, he knew that he had succeeded. He leaped over and ruthlessly struck Qin Jingfeng's abdomen with his palm. At the same time, he circulated the soul extraction technique of the soul refining art. Qin Yan extracted Qin Jingfeng's martial spirit and temporarily stored it in his dantian. Then, he used spirit concentration kill again, causing Qin Jingfeng to fall unconscious once again. I admit defeat. Qin Jingfeng cried out in pain. His strong will to live made him shout out these two words. At that moment, Qin Yan was also exhausted. All he could do was quickly treat the wound on his right arm. Hurry up and close the flag array. I want to go in. Empress Shi shouted angrily. Shuchuan was also closing the flag array. After Empress Shi came in, she hurriedly checked the situation of Qin Jingfeng's dantian. However, just as she probed with her mental energy, her expression turned incomparably ugly. Martial spirit. The martial spirit is gone and the elemental energy is also dissipating. Empress Ye's voice trembled with incomparable grief and anger. She suddenly looked at Qin Yan, her eyes filled with killing intent. She shouted angrily, "Qin Yan, I will kill you." When Shuchuan and company heard this, they hurriedly circulated their power and prepared to stop Empress Shi. However, Empress Shi did not make a move. The one who made a move was the Duke of Yen, who had rushed over from the other side. The Duke of Yen used the flying swallow steps to its limit and instantly rushed over. Everyone's attention was on Empress Shi, so they did not guard against the Duke of Yen. In that instant, Qin Yan suddenly felt danger approaching. He suddenly raised his left arm and struck in the direction of the danger. His arm instantly swelled up and a terrifying thunder fire burst out. It condensed into a roaring lion head and flashed out with his palm. Roar. The thunder fire lion head roared mightily as it collided with the Duke of Yan's palm. Boom. A scorching wave of air blew everyone back and enveloped the entire hall. The Duke of Yan, who was at the 9th level martial body realm, was forced back a few steps as he spat out a mouthful of blood. Furthermore, Qin Yan was also forced back as blood flowed out of his mouth. Suddenly, Empress Shi made her move. She stabbed a sword into Qin Yan's back at an extremely fast speed. Qin Yan had been on guard against Empress Shi earlier. Even if he was slightly injured, he could still dodge in a hurry. When he dodged, he circulated his powerful Vajra inner strength and combined it with the golden bone chi. He quickly punched Empress Ye's abdomen. Empress Yi screamed as she was sent flying. Her elemental energy was shattered. Shuchuan and Ho Xingfeng immediately held down the Duke of Yen, preventing him from attacking again. As for Xia Wufeng and Du Guo, they had already rushed to Qin Yan's side to check on his injuries. Morong Darren picked up Qin Yan's giant king spirit hammer. When he picked it up, he felt that it was very heavy and he was extremely shocked. Qin Yun, you damned thing. You destroyed the crown prince's martial spirit and elemental energy. I will make you suffer a fate worse than death. Empress Ye's voice was hoarse as she roared and shouted. Her coquettish face was twisted and filled with anger and viciousness. Qin Jingfeng regained consciousness. At that time, he was in a daze and only knew that his martial spirit had been severely injured. He did not know that it had been extracted. Mother, my inner yuan and martial spirit are gone. Qin Jingfeng's voice was filled with despair and indignation. Although Qin Yun had been injured from blocking the Duke of Yan's attack, his injuries were not serious. The toughness of the Heavenly Lion's arm was far more terrifying than he had imagined. Empress Ye's eyes turned red with anger when she saw Qin Yun stand up. She said sternly, Qin Yun, you still dare to say that you don't cultivate demonic arts? You are a person without elemental energy, how can you be so powerful? Even someone at the 8th level martial body realm is not your match. You must have cultivated a demonic art. The Heavenly Lion totem on his arm. The palm he struck out just now, the lion head was the same as the Heavenly Lion totem in the Hualing Wu Academy. An old man wearing a blue robe said. The Heavenly Lion totem, that is the inheritance of the ancient Heavenly Lion. How did he obtain it? Another old man also revealed a shocked expression. Everyone's gazes immediately focused on Qin Yun's left arm, looking at the mighty beast totem tattoo. When many of the elders saw it clearly, they thought of the legend of the beast totem inheritance and were shocked to the extreme. In the great hall, a burst of astonished voices erupted as they talked about the beast totem. Xiao Yanglong was also stunned. His widened eyes trembled as he stared at Qin Yun's left arm in disbelief. The Heavenly Lion totem tattoo on it had perfectly fused with Qin Yun's arm. It emitted waves of might that caused him to involuntarily feel alarmed. No wonder his martial arts were so terrifying just now. So it was the martial arts inherited from the Heavenly Lion totem. Duan Qian took a deep breath. He was very familiar with Qin Yun, but he had only just learned of it. An old man from the Blue Spirit Eastern Palace said solemnly, the most terrifying part of the Heavenly Lion totem is the totem tattoo. When he came earlier, the puppet lion he rode on should have been refined from the totem tattoo. He's just a human, how could he possibly obtain a powerful ancient beast totem? That's impossible. That's ridiculous. He thinks that he has obtained the inheritance of the beast totem. This is too messy, even though it's a very terrifying thing. We must recruit Qin Yun into our northern palace. Just studying the beast totem will benefit us greatly. Many of the elders from Blue Spirit Star Palace exclaimed in admiration, their faces filled with shock. After their shock, most of them were incomparably jealous. To them, the Heavenly Lion totem was the most expensive. It was far more precious than an earth-level martial art. Many people recalled that Qin Yun had soaked in the celestial lion lake for 7 days. When they said it out loud, many people were amazed. Now, everyone understood that Qin Yun had obtained the inheritance of the Heavenly Lion totem from the Heavenly Lion Lake. Everyone in the hall was discussing the Heavenly Lion totem. Qin Jingfeng and the Empress were stunned as they looked at the noisy hall. The Qin Yun they hated the most had actually obtained the extremely impressive inheritance of the Heavenly Lion totem. As for Qin Jingfeng's inner yuan and martial spirit, they had just been destroyed. Such a huge contrast made him extremely furious. Qin Yun, your mother's corpse is in my hands. If you want it back, divorce Xiao Yuan and get her to agree to marry me. Otherwise, your mother's corpse will be fed to the dogs by my subordinates. Qin Jingfeng's weak voice was complacent and sinister. His face was filled with madness and ruthlessness. Empress Yi suddenly raised her head and laughed maniacally. She looked at Qin Yun and said, if you want your mother's corpse, you'll have to cut off your left arm and hand over the spirit inscriptions you've mastered. The noisy hall immediately quietened down. Although Qin Jingfeng and Empress Ye's methods were extremely vicious, by doing so, they would obtain the Heavenly Lion's arm and high-grade spirit inscriptions. Xiao Yuan sneered, the crown princes of the 3 empires are all the same. They only know how to use the corpse of someone else's dead mother to threaten them. Among the 3 crown princes, 2 of them did not have a good ending. Xiao Yuan looked at Qin Jingfeng and said angrily, even if I die, I won't marry someone like you. Qin Jingfeng ignored Xiao Yuan. Now that he was crippled, he only wanted to obtain the greatest benefits by threatening Qin Yun. He shouted at Qin Yun, also, give me the 450 million crystal coins you just obtained. Consider it compensation for the damage you caused me. What are you looking at? Hurry up and write the divorce letter. After you're done, I'll cut off your arm. Otherwise, even if I die, I'll arrange for your mother's corpse to be fed to the dogs. Qin Jingfeng laughed sinisterly and said, Qin Yun, you still lost to me in the end. I'm the biggest winner. Qin Yun was so angry that his entire body was trembling. Previously, Qi Meilan and Xiao Yuelan had suffered the same threat. At that time, he was not the person involved, but he was also extremely angry. Now, it was his turn. Empress Shi said with a sinister smile, Qin Yun, if you don't believe me, you can give it a try. The hall was silent. Everyone was looking at Qin Yun to see if he would do as Qin Jingfeng said. Qin Long appeared. Qin Yun's eyes were filled with determination as he looked at Xiao Yuelan and said, Princess Yuelan, don't worry. I'm only temporarily divorcing you. You are mine, so you will always be mine. Xiao Yuelan closed her eyes because she knew very well that Qin Yun would definitely do as Qin Jingfeng said. If it was her, she could only do as he said. She said faintly, I will be your wife for all eternity. Qin Yun took out a piece of paper and took a deep breath. He began writing the contents of the divorce letter. With the support of Empress Shi, Qin Jingfeng stood up. His face was filled with pride. Ha ha ha. Qin Yun, so what if you have the Heavenly Lion Totem inheritance? So what if your mental strength is strong? In the end, you are still at my mercy. Don't be complacent, you will soon become even more useless than me and I will obtain your Heavenly Lion arm, ha ha ha. Just as Qin Jingfeng was laughing, a terrifying aura suddenly surged. The faces of the martial Dao realm experts in the hall were immediately filled with shock. After the terrifying aura appeared, a golden light suddenly flew over and pierced through Qin Jingfeng's body. It sent him flying and nailed him to a pillar. Qin Jingfeng was nailed to the ground by a golden spear. He did not die but was struggling in pain. When the martial Dao realm cultivators in the hall sensed the aura and saw the golden dragon spear, their faces turned pale with fright. Dragon King Spear. Emperor Tianqi was the first to shout. Tianqin's inherited Xian artifact, Dragon King Spear. Shuchuan also shouted. Who is it? Empress Ye's trembling voice was filled with fear as she looked around. It's me. This was the voice of the Emperor of Tianqin. Qin Long hearing this powerful voice, the faces of the old Tianqin officials in the hall turned ashen. Their old bodies trembled violently. A golden-armored man wearing a red cloak walked in from the entrance of the hall. Half of his face was covered by a golden mask. Under his thick eyebrows, his eyes were sharp and deep. His entire body exuded a domineering aura as he slowly walked to Qin Yun's side. Qin Long, aren't you dead? Emperor Tianqi said in shock. The person who had come was actually Qin Long. 2 days ago, it was said that he had passed away, but now, he was alive and well. Xiao Yanglong also swallowed his saliva. He had always thought that Qin Long was very weak and had long known that Qin Long was injured. That was why he dared to bully Qin Yun. However, he never expected that Qin Long was also in the martial Dao realm. Qin Long looked at the trembling Empress Shi and said coldly, bitch. Taking advantage of my cultivation going berserk, you colluded with the treacherous officials to murder Xiao Yun and the Grand Preceptor. You even wanted to kill me. You didn't expect me to step into the martial Dao realm, did you? As he spoke, he tossed Yi Changchao's head out. Yi Changchao, that old dog, wants to usurp my Qin family's position? He doesn't even know how to write the word death. Qin Long kicked the head in front of Empress Yi. Empress Ye's body went limp and she sat on the ground. Her arm trembled as she pointed at Qin Jingfeng, who was nailed to the pillar. She screamed, Qin Long, he is your son. Do you want to kill him too? Just as Empress Yi finished speaking, Qin Long threw a palm strike at the struggling Qin Jingfeng, shattering it along with the pillar. Everyone in the main hall was dumbstruck. Qin Long had actually killed his son in front of so many people. Qin Long, you are so ruthless. Even a vicious tiger does not eat its cubs, but you killed your own flesh and blood. Empress Yi was stunned for a moment before she cried out. Her cries were filled with fear. She knew very well that she was dead for sure today. Qin Long's face was ice cold as he looked at Empress Shi, who was limp on the ground. He said, "He wants to dig out my beloved wife's corpse. This is a capital crime. In addition, he is not my son at all." What? Qin Jingfeng was not his son. Everyone immediately guessed that the empress had committed adultery with someone else. They felt that it was normal for Empress Shi to do such a thing since she was so evil. Qin Long looked at Qin Tianyi, who was in the crowd, and continued, "My sons who are still alive are only Qin Yun and Qin Tianyi. As for Qin Jingfeng and Qin Feng, they are not my sons. If I'm not wrong, they are all disciples of the Yi family. They were brought from the Yi family to pretend to be my sons. Do you think that I don't know anything just because I cultivate all year round?" Qin Jingfeng and Qin Feng were actually disciples of the Yi family. Everyone thought about it and couldn't help but sigh. If Qin Jingfeng successfully ascended the throne, the heavenly Qin Empire would belong to the Yi family. The Yi family really had a good plan. Empress Yi completely collapsed as she crazily cursed at Qin Long Demon King Jinren. "Your Meng family is responsible for capturing all the Yi family's henchmen and locking them up in the heavenly prison. I will slowly deal with them." Qin Long looked at Meng Feiling's table. The Meng family's demon king was an old man. He stood up with a few other elders from the family and captured Empress Shi and the injured Duke of Yan. There were also those old officials who were captured. King Qin was also here. Although he was Qin Long's younger brother, Qin Long knew that he was secretly colluding with the Yi family. When King Qin saw that Qin Long's gaze was not right, he hurriedly ran towards the door. However, he had only taken a few steps when he was struck by Qin Long's palm through the air, causing him to vomit blood. Then, King Qin's family was also captured by Demon King Jinren and the others. The Meng family used chains to capture demonic beasts. After capturing these people, they hurriedly sent them to prison. The arrogance on Xiaoyang Long's face had also been restrained by a lot. It was mainly because Qin Long was very strong and he had the Dragon King spear in his hand. Even the other older generation martial Dao realm cultivators were wary of him. Although a lot of things have happened today, it's not over yet. This is about Yuelan. She just said that as long as you defeat her, you can marry her. Xiaoyang Long slowly said, "Right now, there are still a few young elites from Blue Spirit Star Palace who want to challenge her." Qin Yan had just been injured by the Duke of Yan and would not be able to compete in a short period of time. Therefore, Xia Yuelan could only fight on her own. "Alright, then you guys can continue," Qin Long said with an indifferent expression. From the Blue Spirit West Palace's side, a handsome blue-clothed man walked out and arrogantly entered the martial arena. He said, "Xia Yuelan, we won't use any weapons and will fight barehanded. I'll let you see if I'm worthy of you or not." Xia Yuelan's expression was calm as she entered the martial arena, indicating for Shuchuan to activate the formation. Xiaoyang Long said with a smile, "Yuelan, this is the grandson of our Western Palace's great elder, Luo Yan. He is at the 8th level martial body realm and possesses the 6th spirit vein. He is about to step into the 9th level martial body realm. He is the strongest martial artist under the age of 25 in the Western Palace." Blue Spirit West Palace's elder Luo said with a smile, "Princess Yuelan, Luo Yan is very outstanding. He is much better than Qin Yun. Furthermore, there is a high chance that he will become an elder of the Western Palace in the future. His future is limitless. Qin Yun's elemental energy is gone. He relies on cultivating his mental power and the Heavenly Lion's arm. There are also many unknown dangers. You should consider it carefully. Don't talk such nonsense. Defeating me is better than saying anything," Xia Yuelan said coldly. Her heart did not waver in the slightest. Xianxia Yu rolled her eyes at Qin Yun and muttered, "Yuelan is so loyal to you. You rejected her just now. You have no conscience." Qin Yun stuck out his tongue and did not say a word. Instead, he looked at Xia Yuelan worriedly. "Father, you have to keep an eye on Yuelan. Don't let her get hurt." Qin Yun whispered to Qin Long behind him. "Don't worry." Qin Long smiled. After Shuchuan shouted, Luo Yan confidently attacked. His footsteps were like lightning as he instantly stepped to Xia Yuelan's side. He struck out with his palm from the side, causing a purplish gold flaming rock to fly over. Xia Yuelan waved her hand and released a ball of inner force in an attempt to block the flaming rocks. However, when her inner force touched the flaming rocks, they exploded. With a boom, a large amount of purplish-gold flames exploded from the rock, enveloping the entire martial field. If not for the protection of the flag array, the flames would have burned the entire hall down. Even with the flag array, the hall was still steaming hot. This is a low-grade Earth-tier martial art, Flame Star Explosion. Elder Luo chuckled and said, although Luo Yan has only just learned the basics, he has mastered it quite well. The other disciples of Blue Spirit Star Palace also revealed looks of shock. They had only just found out that Luo Yan had begun learning Earth-tier martial arts. Without a certain level of skill and guidance from an expert, if one were to rashly learn an Earth-tier martial art, there would be a huge risk. This was also a place that shocked many people. There were many outstanding disciples in Blue Spirit Star Palace, but none of them had the confidence to learn an Earth-tier martial art below the martial Dao realm. The flames in the martial arts arena that was surrounded by the flag array gradually weakened. The first to appear in front of everyone was Luo Yan. He had his hands behind his back and a proud smile on his face, as if he had won. Don't worry, even if she's seriously injured, I will still marry her. Luo Yan's tone was indifferent as he glanced at Qin Yun with a hint of disdain. All he wanted was the immortal graveyard diagram on Xiao Yuelan's body. If Xiao Yuelan's strength was damaged due to her serious injuries, it would be the best for him. It would allow them to better suppress Xiao Yuelan. The flames completely disappeared. Xiao Yuelan stood straight on the spot. Her waist-length smooth black hair gently fluttered in the wind. She was not burned by the purplish-gold flames. The most shocking thing was that such a violent explosion just now did not cause her to move a single step. Elder Luo, who had a complacent smile on his face, froze and was filled with bewilderment. Xiao Yuelan sneered twice. With a flick of her finger, a small ball of purplish-gold fire shot out from her fingertip. At the very least, it struck Luo Yan's shoulder in an instant. Bang! The purplish-gold fireball that struck Luo Yan's shoulder emitted a crisp sound as a small ball of purplish-gold flames burst out. Luo Yan was sent flying as he let out a miserable scream. Yan Elder Luo shouted anxiously. After Luo Yan fell to the ground, the flames were extinguished and one of his arms was gone. You want to marry me with just the likes of you? You still want to cripple me so that you can control me to obtain the secret of the immortal graveyard diagram? In your dreams. Xiao Yuelan's voice was cold and murderous. As she spoke, she arrived beside Luo Yan. Xiao Yuelan, quickly stop. Elder Luo had already arrived at the side of the martial arena. Yuelan, stop. Xiao Yanlong also hurriedly shouted. Luo Yan also knew that he could not defeat Xiao Yuelan. Just as he was about to admit defeat, Xiao Yuelan raised her foot and stomped down fiercely, producing a boom sound. Dead totem, I lost, I admit defeat. Luo Yan cried out in pain. If Xiao Yuelan were to step on him again, he would definitely die. Elder Luo's gaze could kill as he glared at Xiao Yuelan. After the flag array was withdrawn, an old man from the Eastern Palace hurriedly entered the arena and stood in front of Xiao Yuelan. This old man was the third elder of the Eastern Palace, Shui Hui. Qin Yun remembered him. Old Luo, save your grandson first. Shui Hui said as he protected Xiao Yuelan. Elder Luo snorted angrily and hurriedly went to check on Luo Yan's injuries. His expression was extremely ugly as he said coldly, his elemental energy and martial spirit have been severely damaged and almost shattered. If Xiao Yuelan were to kick him again, even if he didn't die, he would still be crippled. After all, Elder Luo was an expert of the martial Dao realm. He could stabilize Luo Yan's injuries in time. Did he plan to cripple me just now? What, am I not allowed to hit him like this? Then what's the point of this martial arts competition? Xiao Yuelan was not afraid at all as she mocked Elder Luo. This kind of guy doesn't have any ability, but he's very good at pretending. He even acts like he's number one in the world all day long. Elder Luo immediately flew into a rage and said angrily, damn girl, shut up. Xiao Yanlong was also very angry, but he did not say anything. After all, Xiao Yuelan was Qin Yun's wife and Qin Long was watching him from the side. Old Luo, Xiao Yuelan is at the 9th level martial body realm. Your grandson is indeed far inferior to her. She showed mercy just now, otherwise your grandson would have died a long time ago. Shui Hui said with a smile. Xiao Yuelan had actually stepped into the 9th level martial body realm. Everyone secretly sucked in a breath. Xiao Yuelan was only 17 or 18 years old and she was already at the 9th level martial body realm. Her talent was far more terrifying than Xianxia Yu's. Perhaps in another year or two, she would step into the martial Dao realm. A 20-year-old martial Dao realm cultivator. Just thinking about it was terrifying. Qin Yan looked at Xiao Yuelan in disbelief. He never expected her to hide her strength so deeply. He was also worried that he would be suppressed by her in the future. Xiao Yanlong also had a look of disbelief as he stared at Xiao Yuelan with wide eyes. He could not help but sweat profusely. This was because Xiao Yuelan's cultivation would soon catch up to him. At that time, she would definitely settle the score with him. Who else from your Blue Spirit Star Palace wants to challenge me? If you can defeat me, you can marry me. If you can't, you might die. Xiao Yuelan's ice-cold eyes are filled with killing intent and arrogance as she scanned the young men in blue robes. Xiao Yuelan had already gotten rid of the Tianshao Empire, so the elders of the Eastern Palace could ignore Xiao Yanlong and the others. They could protect Xiao Yuelan, so the other star palaces could not do anything now. The other forces were secretly glad that they didn't suffer any losses. As for Elder Luo from the West Palace, his losses were great. First, he had been swindled by Qin Yun for 450 million crystal coins. Then, his grandson was severely injured. This caused the people from the other 3 star palaces to secretly gloat. Tianxian martial school's Wu Qing walked out and said, since Qin Yun and Xiao Yuelan's marriage has been decided, let's talk about another matter. Although it was an accident that Qin Yun was sent to the Forbidden Zone, he has been with the soul refining demon for many days. It is very likely that he will be recognized by the soul refining demon and obtain the soul refining art. That is a very vicious demonic art. Emperor Tianqi also hurriedly said, back then, this soul refining demon almost destroyed our Tianqi Empire. It's extremely terrifying. Although we are at the edge of the martial desolate land, we are all righteous martial artists. Taking advantage of the fact that the leaders of the Blue Spirit Star Palace are here, we will settle this matter. What do you mean? Are you saying that my son cultivates evil arts? Qin Long sneered. He's just suspicious. Emperor Tianqi was also somewhat afraid of Qin Long because Qin Long had the Dragon King spear in his hand. That was a very terrifying Xian artifact. Qin Long said loudly, then we'll wait for you to confirm it and find the evidence before coming out to talk about this matter. Otherwise, don't fart here. Shui Hui said, I have long heard of the soul refining art. From the legends, this was indeed a very terrifying evil art, but it was not something that could be mastered in a short period of time. Furthermore, to cultivate this kind of evil art, one would need a powerful martial spirit. Qin Yan does not have a martial spirit or inner yuan energy right now, so there is no need for everyone to worry too much about this matter. Qin Yan looked coldly at Guo Qing. This vice principal of the Tianxian martial school had targeted him several times. Xiao Yuelan also looked at Guo Qing with killing intent in her eyes, causing Guo Qing to be infuriated. He was in the martial Dao realm and he was the vice principal of the Xian level martial arts academy. Yet, he was being threatened by 2 brats with their gazes. With Qin Long here, if he did not have conclusive evidence, he would not be able to do anything to Qin Yun. Qin Yun, are you willing to come to our Blue Spirit North Palace? I can offer you very generous conditions. An old man from the Northern Palace walked over with a smile. You just entered the Star Xianwu Academy, right? You don't have to stay inside anymore. Come directly to the Northern Palace to cultivate. Although the Blue Spirit Nangong had dealings with the Yi family before and their relationship was extremely good, they also valued Qin Yun's heavenly lion totem. An old woman walked over and said, Qin Yun, come to our Nangong. The conditions we offer will definitely be better than those of the Northern Palace. The Western Palace also wanted to snatch people away. However, their conflict with Qin Yun was too great. No matter what, Qin Yun would not join their Western Palace. Elder Luo from the Western Palace sneered and said, you guys are in such a hurry to state your conditions. Are you sure that his heavenly lion totem is alive? What if it's dead? It's too late for you to regret it. He looked at Qin Yun with eyes filled with disgust. Although he can comprehend a totem martial art from it, this does not mean that the heavenly lion totem is alive. We still have to check it out. The old woman from the Nangong palace hurriedly nodded and said, yes, yes, yes. Let's check it out first. Shui Yihui said to Qin Yun, the most important thing about the totem inheritance is the totem soul within the totem. If there is no totem soul, then the totem is dead. This is not a good thing, it will have a great impact on your future. For example, it will devour your soul power, making it difficult for your soul to improve. Elder Luo said, if it's a dead totem, you might become a soulless madman because of this dead totem. How should I check it? Qin Yan was also alarmed by Elder Luo's words as he hurriedly asked Shui Yihui. Very simple, use the soul measuring stone. Shui Yihui took out an octagonal transparent stone and placed it on the heavenly lion totem on Qin Yan's shoulder. He continued, if your heavenly lion totem has a totem soul, the stone will emit light. After the octagonal crystal was stuck on it for a long time, there was no reaction. Everyone stared at the stone. Seeing that there was no reaction, they were secretly surprised. At the same time, they could not help but feel happy. This was because the heavenly lion totem that Qin Yan possessed was not alive. No reaction. Ha ha ha, it's dead. Elder Luo said happily. The old woman from the Nangong palace also hurriedly took out an octagonal soul measuring stone and placed it on the heavenly lion totem on Qin Yan's arm. There was still no reaction. Following that, the old man from the northern palace also took out a soul measuring stone to test it. The result was the same. The heavenly lion totem is dead. Shui Yihui said with a frown. This? Qin Yun, you should cultivate in the Star Xianwu Academy first. If you want to enter our Nangong palace, you have to pass the examination. The old woman from the Nangong palace said. Her tone turned colder as she distanced herself from Qin Yun. Qin Yun, what a pity. Take care of yourself. After the old man from the northern palace finished speaking, he entered the crowd. He had been so enthusiastic just a moment ago, but in the blink of an eye, he had become so cold. This made Qin Yun feel extremely displeased. Everyone felt that this was normal. That was because a dead heavenly lion totem was not of much value. It might even make Qin Yun go crazy. That was why the elders of the Nangong and Northern Palace immediately turned hostile. Qin Yun, you can come to our Eastern Palace. However, I can't give you any good conditions. Shui Yihui said. Qin Yun asked, Elder Shui, I heard that your Eastern Palace has an inscription gate, right? Can I enter the inscription gate? Upon hearing the words inscription gate, Shui Yihui's expression changed. The other people from Blue Spirit Star Palace were also slightly surprised. Xiao Yuelan said anxiously, Qin Yun, do you want me to be a widow? You must not go to the inscription gate, it's too dangerous. Yang Shiyu also said, the Eastern Palace's inscription gate is known as the Genius Hell. Whoever goes there will die. Although there are many powerful inscription inheritances inside, no one has passed the examination for many years. Shui Yihui sighed and said, to be honest, there is no one left in the Eastern Palace's inscription gate. There is only one outer sect elder who is in charge of cleaning the gate. If you want to enter the inscription gate, it is not something I can decide. Even if you can pass the examination and enter the inscription gate, no one can guide you in your cultivation. Because if you can pass the examination, you will be the only successor of the master of the inscription gate. Elder Luo sneered, the master of the inscription gate has the same status as the masters of the four palaces. It is also because of this reason that many geniuses have gone to take the examination one after another. However, after stepping through the gates of the inscription gate, they have never come out again. Qin Yun, don't think about this anymore. Come to the Eastern Palace honestly. I guarantee that no one in the Eastern Palace will dare to bully you. Xiao Yuelan looked at Qin Yun with a stern gaze. Everyone in the hall wanted to laugh. A man like Qin Yun was actually being protected by his own wife. Qin Yun forced a smile and said, well, I plan to stay at the Star Xianwu Academy for now. My current situation is rather complicated, so I plan to learn the essence of mental force martial arts from teacher Du Gui first. Even if he was beaten to death, he would not go to the Eastern Palace to be a disciple. It was not a good thing to be watched by Xiao Yuelan. As a man, he could not let others think that he was afraid of his wife and that he needed to be protected by her. Shui Yihui said, "Qin Yun, it's best if you resolve the problem of the Heavenly Lion Totem before you step into the martial Dao realm. The martial Dao realm focuses on the soul. At that time, your Heavenly Lion Totem will have a great impact on you." Xiao Yuelan suddenly said, "Qin Yun, take me to a secret place. I'll tell you the secret of the immortal graveyard diagram." "Yuelan, you." Xiao Yanglong was very anxious, but there was nothing he could do. He did not receive any benefits from Xiao Yuelan marrying Qin Yun. If he married into the Blue Spirit Star Palace, he would be able to obtain a very generous reward. In the future, he would no longer have to worry about cultivation resources. After Xiao Yanglong stepped into the martial Dao realm, he had stagnated. The higher his cultivation, the more cultivation resources he needed. He was a person who was eager for quick success, so in order to obtain resources, he was unscrupulous. The third immortal graveyard diagram. Shui Yihui chuckled and said, "Qin Yun, Xiao Yuelan, if you find the immortal graveyard in the future and you don't have enough strength, I can go with you." Immortal graveyard. This immediately caused the people in the Great Hall to boil. The people of Nangong and Beigong were secretly regretting their actions. They felt that they should not have been so cold to Qin Yun. Qin Yun did not know why, but when he saw that the people of Nangong and Beigong were extremely jealous of Shui Yihui, he felt a sense of satisfaction in his heart. He pulled Xiao Yuelan along and after greeting Xiao Wufeng and company, he left the Great Hall. What happened in the Great Hall spread very quickly. Everyone in the palace knew about it, and the Tianqin Avenue outside the palace was also excited by the shocking news. Right now, the Demon King was leading his men to capture the remnants of the Yi family in the palace. When the people in the palace saw Qin Yun, they respectfully bowed and addressed him as His Highness the Crown Prince. In the Tianqin Palace, the most secret place was that secret passage. Qin Yun brought Xiao Yuelan to the garden of the Emperor's palace. When he saw that there was no one around, he entered a large well. There was a mechanism on the wall of the well. After pressing it, a door would be opened. Xiao Yuelan was not surprised because this kind of secret passage was a very normal thing in the imperial palace. After entering the secret passageway, Qin Yun took out the night illumination pearl and illuminated the passageway. He asked, "Yuelan, are you worried about that girl Yueme?" Xiao Yuelan nodded. "Although Xiao Yanglong did not bring his sister here, I'm still worried." Qin Yun said with a smile, "She's fine. I saved her. Otherwise, Qin Jingfeng and Xiao Yanglong would not have been defeated so thoroughly today." "Really?" A rare smile appeared on Xiao Yuelan's face. It was extremely beautiful and moving. "Of course it's true. She's inside the Divine Inscription Palace," Qin Yun said with a smile. Then, he told Xiao Yuelan about the process of him saving Xiao Yueme and Xiao Xianqin. "Aunt almost suffered a calamity as well. I really didn't expect that." Xiao Yuelan sighed softly. "Royal father is only a puppet right now. He has already lost his consciousness and is completely controlled by Xiao Yanglong and the Empress. Fortunately, you killed that ugly monster. Otherwise, there would definitely be more things happening today." Empress Tianxiao was the backer behind Xiao Yanglong. However, after being struck by the soul shake powder, she was powerless to reverse the situation and was killed by Qin Yun. Qin Yun held the night illumination pearl and sat down against the wall. He illuminated Xiao Yuelan's beautiful face and asked, "Yuelan, you said that I saved you when I was young. Is this true? Why don't I remember?" Xiao Yuelan said, "When you came to the Tianxiao Empire when you were young, you played games with me. You were very mischievous and later on, because you helped me, you fought with those people who bullied me and suffered serious injuries. It was your big sister Grand Preceptor who healed you. At that time, your head was injured, so your memories weren't that clear." Qin Yun went to the Tianqi Empire to meet Qi Malian later. "No one actually mentioned it to me." Qin Yun curled his lips. "You bastard, tell me honestly, how many women have you harmed? Does Yueme count?" Xiao Yuelan tenderly snorted, her eyes filled with hidden bitterness. "Not a single one. I don't have anything to do with Teacher Yang. At least she took care of me when I was at my lowest and helped me a lot. Furthermore, she's so beautiful, so I like her a lot, but it's not that kind of love." Qin Yan rubbed his chin and said with a grin. Humph. Xiao Yuelan rolled her eyes at him. Qin Yan sighed and said, Teacher Yang and Xiao Yanglong are engaged. Did Xiao Yanglong use any methods to threaten her? Kill Xiao Yanglong and Teacher Yang will be yours. You better work hard. Xiao Yuelan said softly, filled with jealousy. Qin Yan said with a smile, Yuelan, I'm just joking. I'm just a little brother in Teacher Yang's eyes. But I must save her. She helped me so much. Xiao Yuelan nodded and said, Big Sister Yang is such a good person, we can't let Xiao Yanglong harm her. I have to help her. Although she didn't say it, she must have been threatened. Otherwise, she could have run away. They won't get married that soon. Otherwise, they would have done it long ago. We need to increase our strength during this period of time. Her jade-like face suddenly revealed a slight look of anger as she asked sternly, Qin Yan, why did you reject me in the Great Hall just now? You even planned to divorce me. What a waste of my deep feelings for you. You even lied to me, saying that you have a lot of women outside. I was very sad at that time. Qin Yan curled his lips and said, I only planned to swindle Xiao Yanglong's hundreds of millions of crystal coins first. Because I know that my father is still alive, he definitely won't let you marry someone else. Xiao Yuelan listened and calmed down. She said, You are an inscription master after all. Can't you earn crystal coins openly? Qin Yan sighed and said, There's no other way. When I meet a slut like Xiao Yanglong, I should ruthlessly swindle him. Xiao Yuelan felt that it was very reasonable and blamed herself. She did not let Qin Yan swindle Xiao Yanglong's crystal coins. She nodded and said, That's true. I'm really sorry for ruining your plans. She also leaned against the wall and sat on the ground opposite of Qin Yan. She was dressed very simply. At this moment, she no longer had that kind of cold attitude. She appeared elegant and beautiful, giving people a feeling of elegance and refinement. The faint smile on her jade-like face gave her a sense of gentleness and gentleness. She was the same as Xiao Yuemei. Under her cold and arrogant appearance, what was hidden was her true self. She was also the most beautiful, after all, she and Xiao Yuemei had grown up in that kind of environment. Therefore, they had to make themselves look scary. Otherwise, they would only be bullied even more. Qin Yan took out the immortal graveyard diagram. After blowing away the dust on the ground, he spread it on the clean ground and said, Yuelan, this is the immortal graveyard diagram that my mother obtained. Xiao Yuelan spread out her jade-like palm and summoned a very small immortal graveyard diagram just like Qi Meilan. Following that, the immortal graveyard diagram gradually grew in size and became the same as Qin Yan's. When my mother gave me the immortal graveyard diagram, she told me that there were 3 more. One of them is indeed in your hands. Xiao Yuelan's face revealed shock as she said. The other one is in little Mei Lian's hands. She has already shown it to me. When Qin Yan mentioned Qi Meilan, he could not help but sigh. That was because Qi Meilan knew that her mother's corpse had been destroyed. She could only touch it and endure the pain. Xiao Yuelan was the same as Qin Yan. She felt sad for Qi Meilan. You've already destroyed Qi Yu. Little Mei Lian will definitely be very happy. Xiao Yuelan sat beside Qin Yan and said. Qin Yan nodded. Little Mei Lian's mother and our mother all obtained the immortal graveyard diagram and died because of it. The 3 of them were good friends from the same village. After obtaining the immortal graveyard diagram, they entered the imperial palaces of the 3 empires. Xiao Yuelan did not seem to know about this matter. She looked at Qin Yan with a face full of surprise. Is what you said true? My mother never told me about this. Of course it's true. In addition, there's another immortal graveyard diagram in the hands of Big Sister Grand Preceptor. As Qin Yan spoke, he picked up Xiao Yuelan's immortal graveyard diagram and stacked it on top of his own. The 2 immortal graveyard diagrams immediately emitted a faint golden light. Yuelan? Xiao Yun? Xiaqiru's sweet voice sounded. Big Sister Grand Preceptor, it's us. Qin Yan shouted happily. Looks like you're together. That way, I won't have to worry anymore. Xiaqiru giggled and said, Xiao Yun, don't bully Yuelan. You have to protect her like you did when she was young. Qin Yan glanced at the smug Xiao Yuelan and said with curled lips, she's much stronger than me now. If she wants to bully someone, it's her who bullies me. She even said that she wants to protect me. Good job, Yuelan. Xianxia laughed. Xiao Yuelan's complacent face was filled with joy as she asked, Big Sister Grand Preceptor, where are you? We want to see you. You'll definitely see me in the future. Don't think about the immortal graveyard for now. Focus on improving your own strength. Take care of that little fool, Qi Malian. Don't let her be bullied. Xianxia said. At the mention of Qi Malian, Qin Yun and Xiao Yuelan's faces were immediately filled with shame. They did not dare to tell Xianxia about this matter. Alright, I'm going to sleep. You guys work hard. Goodbye. After Xianxia finished speaking, Xiao Yuelan shouted a few times but there was no response. Qin Yun was also used to Xianxia being like this, so he advised Xiao Yuelan to give up. Yuelan, the key to the Tianshao Imperial Tomb is with me. Qin Yun took out the key and said with a smile, I got it with Boss Xia and the others. Xiao Yuelan took it and looked at it. She was very happy and said, this is great. I heard that Xiaoyu Tower was attacked a long time ago. I thought it was Ant who did it. She returned the key to Qin Yun and said, when we have enough strength in the future, we'll go in together and take a look. It's said that there are many good things hidden inside. Xiao Yanlong originally planned to marry me off with this key but I never expected it to fall into your hands. Qin Yun was very curious. After receiving the key, he asked, speaking of which, what conditions did Qin Jingfeng and the others offer that made Xiao Yanlong so moved that he even sold his own ancestral grave? Xiao Yuelan said, I know that they are willing to give the 2 crystal mines of the Tianqin Empire to Xiao Yanlong. This way, he will be able to obtain more crystal coins for his cultivation. 2 crystal mines were extremely valuable. If Xiao Yanlong were to obtain them, he would definitely be able to rely on the crystal mines to advance by leaps and bounds. Qin Jingfeng and the others are not only interested in the immortal graveyard diagram on me, they also want my purple gold dragon martial spirit. I heard from Big Sister Yang that Yi Chongqiao of the Yi family knows the soul vein shifting technique. Qin Yan took out a soul sealing pearl and forced out a finger-sized golden thunder sword from his body. It was the golden thunder sword martial spirit that he had extracted from Qin Jingfeng's body. He introduced the martial spirit into the soul sealing pearl and said with a smile, this guy's martial spirit is only at the gold rank. No wonder he's so weak. When Xiao Yuelan saw the golden thunder sword martial spirit, she looked at Qin Yun in astonishment. How did you do it? Could it be that you have really mastered the soul refining art? Of course. Qin Yun chuckled and said, when I was sparring with Qin Jingfeng, I used a mental attack to knock him out and then quickly extracted it. Xiao Yuelan lightly patted him and scolded, you're taking too much of a risk. What if you're discovered? When you sparred with Xiao Lang last time, you let him know that you have the vibration martial spirit. Fortunately, I made him fall into a deep sleep later on. Otherwise, this matter would definitely be exposed. The secrets on my body were all revealed by those meddlesome old men in the Eastern Palace. Otherwise, no one would know that I have the immortal graveyard diagram, much less that I have the purple gold dragon martial spirit. Qin Yin said with a smile, I hid it very well. Even Teacher Du, a martial artist with powerful mental strength, does not know that my inner Yuan energy is still here. Really? Xiao Yuelan could not believe it either. Then, she placed her hand on Qin Yan's abdomen and pressed it back and forth. She said with a frown, why don't I feel it? Qin Yan also touched her stomach and said with a smile, Yuelan, you have a mental power martial spirit, a purple gold dragon martial spirit, what is the other martial spirit? It seems very mysterious. Xiao Yuelan moved Qin Yan's hand away and said with a light snort, it's a secret. Unless you can defeat me one day, I'll tell you about my third martial spirit. Now, she was no longer that worried. This was because Qin Yan's elemental energy was still there. This meant that his twin martial spirits had not been destroyed. There would not be any problems with his cultivation. A herd of beasts crossing the river. Qin Yun pointed at his arm and said with a smile, when I was sparring with Yu Kai, I transferred my inner Yuan to the heavenly lion's arm in time, so it wasn't destroyed. When Xiao Yuelan saw Qin Yan's heavenly lion arm, she could not help but say worriedly, the heavenly lion totem on your arm is dead, is that alright? That elder Luo said it so seriously, I'm very worried. Not afraid. The heavenly lion's arm doesn't have a soul, so I'll just refine one. Didn't I master the soul refining art? This won't be difficult for me. Qin Yan was not worried at all as he said with a smile. Hearing Qin Yan's words, Xiao Yuelan felt a lot more at ease. Come, let's go out. Royal father should have already taken care of the matters outside. Qin Yan pulled Xiao Yuelan along as they walked through the secret passageway and came out from another exit. The people in the Tianqin Palace had already left the Tianqin Imperial Palace. When Qin Yan and Xiao Yuelan arrived, only the Demon King and a dozen other people, Qin Long and Shui Hui were there. Little Yun, I've decided to leave everything in the palace to the Demon King. He's my old friend. Qin Long looked at a gray-robed old man and said with a smile. The Demon King was Meng Feiling's grandfather. Qin Yan and Meng Feiling had a very good relationship. Qin Long had already secretly informed the Demon King to arrange for people to come here. That was why he was able to capture the Yi family members in one go. Qin Yan nodded before bowing to the Demon King and the other elders. Meng Feiling smiled and said, Little brother Yun, congratulations. You've finally become the crown prince again and you've even married such a good wife. Xiao Yuelan smiled at her and said, Sister Feiling, you have to help me keep an eye on him in the future. Don't let him fool around in the Star Xianwu Academy. Definitely. Meng Feiling giggled. Yuelan, let's go back to the Eastern Palace. The reason he stayed here was to return to Blue Spirit Star Palace with Xiao Yuelan. Xiao Yuelan nodded before bidding farewell to Qin Yun and Qin Long before leaving the Imperial Palace. Qin Long patted Qin Yun on the shoulder and said with a grave tone, You must be very tired today. Go rest first. Leave this to us to handle. When you have more or less recovered, you will immediately return to the Star Xianwu Academy. You must quickly become stronger. Qin Yun looked at Demon King Suppressing and company. Their expressions were somewhat heavy, as though something major was about to happen. I'll return to the Star Xianwu Academy first. The smile on Meng Feiling's face disappeared. It could be seen that she knew something. After Meng Feiling left, Qin Yun also left the palace. Although the Imperial Palace was where Qin Yun grew up, it had been occupied by the Empress all year round. He did not know where he could rest in peace, so he went to the Divine Inscription Palace. When Qin Yun arrived at the suite of the Divine Inscription Palace, he saw Duan Qian and Xiao Yuemei talking about what happened in the Tianqin Palace. Brother! Xiao Yuemei very happily shouted after seeing Qin Yun. Duan Qian chuckled and left. Qin Yun vigorously pinched her pretty face and said with smile, Yuemei, your sister is fine. You see, I've repaid her for helping me back then. Very loyal. Xiao Yuemei patted his shoulder, as if they are brothers, she said with smile. Are your injuries serious? She asked worriedly. Qin Yun had already changed into a set of white clothes. He wore light inscription equipment inside and was quickly healing his injuries. He said, It's nothing serious. I'll be fine in one night. When I'm done here, I'll bring you to find Aunt Xiao. Xiao Yuemei nodded and said with a charming smile, You will be my brother-in-law in the future but you are still my brother. You are much better than that bastard Xiao Yanglong. Qin Yun took out a soul-sealing pearl. Inside was the golden thunder sword martial spirit. Then, he told Xiao Yuemei that he had absorbed it from Qin Jingfeng. Xiao Yuemei happily took out her small mirror and copied the golden thunder sword martial spirit into it. Qin Yun said with a mischievous smile, When the sun rises tomorrow, you and I will enter the palace together. There are still many martial spirits waiting for us to pick. Xiao Yuemei also laughed sinisterly, So evil but I like it. After resting for a night, Qin Yun completely recovered. Before the sky brightened, he was woken up by Xiao Yuemei and went to the Tianqin Imperial Palace. After arriving at the Imperial Palace, the 9 brilliant suns had already risen, blooming with warm golden morning light, causing the entire Imperial Palace to appear full of vitality. In the Tianqin Great Hall, Qin Long was dressed in black. He looked at the empty Great Hall and recalled the past. When Xiao Yuemei saw Qin Long, she shouted, Uncle Long. Little girl Yuemei. Qin Long replied with a chuckle. Xiao Yuemei asked softly, Uncle Long, have you seen my royal father? Can he still be saved? The smile on Qin Long's face disappeared as he shook his head. He's just a puppet now. I wonder what kind of evil technique Xiaoyang Long and his mother used on him. Sigh, who told him to spoil Xiaoyang Long so much? He wasn't on guard at all. Xiao Yuemei sighed softly. Qin Long placed his hand on Qin Yan's shoulder and said, let's go deal with those traitors. Xiao Yuemei's watery eyes immediately flashed. Those traitors' martial spirits were definitely not bad. She smiled and urged, hurry up and go, hurry up. Qin Long brought Qin Yan and Xiao Yuemei to the forbidden palace of the Imperial Palace and entered a dungeon. The guards in the dungeon were all sent away by Qin Long. Other than Empress Yi and company, there was only Qin Yan and company. When Empress Yi and company were arrested, they were tied up with special chains that prevented them from using their inner force. Then, they were locked up in the dungeon, unable to escape. This is Empress Yi. After Xiao Yuemei entered, she said with a grin. Xiao Yuemei. Empress Yi shouted in shock. Empress Yi and company thought that Xiao Yuemei had been saved by Xiao Xianqin, but they never expected that she would be with Qin Yan. You recognize me? I don't think we've met before. Xiao Yuemei slapped her a few times and said with a smile, you are as hateful as the empress of our Tian Shao Empire. Although she is in the martial Dao realm, she died earlier than you. Qin Yan walked over and without a word, he placed his hand on Empress Yi's abdomen. Then, with a muffled groan, he began extracting her martial spirit. Following that, Empress Yi let out an extremely painful scream. The Duke of Yan, who was at the side, was stunned. His heart was filled with fear because he could tell that Qin Yan was extracting Empress Yi's martial spirit. Gold Thunder martial spirit, it's not bad. Qin Yan said with a smile before pouring the martial spirit into the soul-sealing pearl. You are extracting the martial spirit, this is evil. The Duke of Yan said in shock. Then, he looked at Qin Long, who was standing at the door, and cried out, Your Majesty, I know my mistake. I shouldn't have extracted the Crown Prince's spirit vein back then. Please imprison me for life. Qin Long stood there expressionlessly, not saying a word. Empress Yi cried out loud. Her martial soul was gone and she was completely crippled. Their Yi family was completely finished. Back then, you harmed Yun'er so much and even joined forces to plot against me. After that, you even wanted to destroy the Empress corpse. It's already merciful that I didn't execute you all. Qin Long coldly snorted. Xiao Yuemei held the mirror and looked at the Duke of Yan's martial spirit. She revealed a faint smile and said, This is the Platinum Wind martial spirit. It's very good. I've always wanted a wind martial spirit and I finally have it. Although she couldn't use it, she could copy it. She might be able to use it in the future. Then there were the martial spirits of the old officials. Most of them were silver martial spirits and they weren't very good either. Xiao Yuemei didn't like them at all, so she didn't use the mirror to look at them. After their martial spirits were extracted, they had all lost half of their lives. Now, they finally felt the pain Qin Yan felt when his spirit vein was extracted, as well as the helplessness and despair. And at that time, Qin Yan was only a 10-year-old child. Qin Yan, you soul-devouring demon. The Duke of Yan's weak voice was filled with despair and fear. Even if I'm an evil demon, I was raised by you all. In order to thank you, I'll send you all on your way. Qin Yan took out a ghost head saber. Wait, let me do it, let me do it. Xiao Yuemei giggled and took out a few poison needles. Baring her little jade teeth, she said, These poison needles were given to me by Qin Feng back then. It's said that Empress Yi gave them to him for self-defense. When Empress Yi saw the poison needles, she couldn't help but wail loudly. Then, she fainted from fright. It could be seen that she was extremely afraid of these poison needles. Xiao Yuelan used her mind to control the poison needles to fly over and stab the dozens of people inside. Then, she said, Qin Feng said that Empress Yi often uses these poison needles to torture the palace maids and her enemies. Now, I'll use them to deal with them. After being poisoned, there was no change on the surface. It was just that it was extremely painful. The Empress, who had fainted, woke up from the pain. This is what it means to have evil retribution. Qin Long sneered. If he hadn't left through the secret passage, he might have been tortured by the Empress with these poison needles. Qin Yan had obtained many martial spirits, but there weren't many good ones. The other inferior martial spirits could be used to practice. The most powerful thing about the soul-refining art was that it had to be engraved with runes to strengthen the martial spirit. After fusing, it would become even stronger. The matters of the Imperial Palace have been handed over to the Demon King and the others to handle. I can also cultivate in peace. To be honest, although I am the Emperor, I rarely manage the affairs of the Imperial Palace. When Qin Long saw that the Duke of Yan and the others had died, he took out a few fire talismans and burned them all. Royal Father, is there something big going to happen recently? Qin Yan asked. Yes. The Demon King is in the Cloud Dragon Mountain Range and has found out that a large group of evil beasts and ghost beasts will cross the Cloud Dragon River. At that time, our 3 empires and the other small countries will all be submerged. Qin Long's expression was solemn as he sighed. I have already approved the use of all the crystal coins in the treasury to protect the 10 big cities and 50 small cities of our Tianqin Empire. Once a large number of evil beasts and ghost beasts flood in, it will be extremely dangerous outside the city walls. Qin Yan and Xiao Yuemei looked at each other in surprise and asked, when will the horde of beasts arrive? Back in the Divine Inscription Palace, Qin Yan had told Xiao Yuemei that Xiao Xianqin was in the Cloud Dragon Mountain Range. If a horde of beasts appeared, Xiao Xianqin, who was hiding in the Cloud Dragon Mountain Range, would face danger. Therefore, Qin Yan and Xiao Yuemei were very anxious to know when the horde of beasts would arrive. Dragon Totem Qin Long shook his head, I'm not sure either. The Demon King said that the beasts have just crossed the river and should arrive soon. The other cities have already tightened their defenses. Qin Yan is very timid. Xiao Xianqin, who is in the Cloud Dragon Mountain Range, hurriedly said, Royal Father, I have to make a trip to the Cloud Dragon Mountain Range. Aunt Xiao is still inside. I will also go. Xiao Yuemei is also very worried about her aunt. Qin Long said, I'll go with you. This way, you'll be much safer. After making their decision, they immediately left the palace, flew out of the imperial city, and headed for the Cloud Dragon Mountain Range. Xiao Xianqin had given Qin Yan a map that marked the place where she was hiding. After Qin Long looked at the map and memorized the location, he led Qin Yan and company to fly into the sky and enter the Cloud Dragon Mountain Range. Xiao Xianqin was hiding in a cave on a mountain peak, not in the depths of the Cloud Dragon Mountain Range. When Qin Yan and company arrived at the area, they did not see any traces of the beast horde passing by. They felt relieved. Soon, they found Xiao Xianqin. When Xiao Xianqin saw Xiao Yuemei, she could not help but shed tears of excitement. She has always been worried that Qin Yan would not be able to save Xiao Yuemei. Then, she found out what happened during the engagement, especially when he found out that Xiao Yuelan had completely escaped Xiao Yanlong's control. He was overjoyed and immediately thanked Qin Yan. Because of the soul shake powder, Xiao Xianqin's reputation was not good, but Qin Yan did not think much of it. He brought Xiao Xianqin to the Tianqin Imperial City's Divine Inscription Palace and arranged for her to cultivate there. Xiao Yuemei is also with her, this way Qin Yan can often come and play with her in the future. It took him 3 days to return from the Cloud Dragon Mountain Range. Qin Yan was also preparing to return to the Star Xianwu Academy. With Xiao Xianqin taking care of Xiao Yuemei, she cultivated in the Divine Inscription Palace with peace of mind. At night, Qin Yan and Qin Long stood at the top of a tall tower in the Tianqin Imperial Palace, admiring the resplendent stars in the sky. Qin Long took off the mask that covered half of his face, looked at Qin Yan and said with a smile, Xiao Yun, you should have guessed the reason why I am wearing a mask. Qin Yan saw the rune on Qin Long's right face and promptly nodded, this is the Dragon Totem inheritance. That's right, I got it from the Dragon King Spear. Moreover, it has a totem soul. Qin Long said. That's great. Unlike my totem which is dead, said Qin Yan with a smile. Qin Long said, Xiao Yun. Your totem is very unique, it is not a common totem, so there is no such thing as dead or alive. I've had the dragon totem for a few years now, but I still can't comprehend the martial arts within it. However, you were able to comprehend the heavenly lion beast's martial arts from the heavenly lion totem. It can be seen that your heavenly lion totem is not simple. Qin Yan could also sense that he had met the descendant of the heavenly lion. If the totem was really dead, the golden fire lion would have told him as well. Qin Long continued, the world under the 9 suns is beautiful and full of mysteries. The martial arts that we humans have mastered are only a small part of this world. Father Emperor, I know. Qin Yun nodded. You don't have to worry about your martial spirit. Although Blue Spirit Star Palace is a colossus to us, they are only a small character in the martial desolate land. Otherwise, they wouldn't have fled here like stray dogs. What they say might not be right. Qin Long encouraged Qin Yun. This was to dispel his worries about the heavenly lion totem. Blue Spirit Star Palace is actually so weak in the martial desolate land. Qin Yun said in surprise. Qin Long looked at the stars in the sky and slowly said, in the vast and ancient martial desolate land, there are many sects and martial kingdoms. There are also countries over there. They are all known as martial kingdoms and their rulers are all powerful martial kings. The strength of a martial kingdom is very terrifying. In the martial desolate land, there are spirit-level sects, such as Blue Spirit Star Palace. There are no martial kings and only experts of the spirit realm. That's why they are only spirit-level sects. If there are warriors of the Xian realm, then it would be a Xian sect. Above the Xian realm is the martial king realm, and a sect can develop into a martial kingdom. And some sects do not want to become a bloated and huge martial kingdom, so they maintain the state of the sect. Even if this kind of sect is a king-level sect, it is still a very powerful existence. Even the huge martial kingdom is afraid of an ancient king-level sect. Qin Yan patiently listened to the matters of the martial desolate land. He was extremely shocked because in comparison, the so-called Blue Spirit Star Palace was nothing. Work hard. One day, we will be able to go to the martial desolate land. Qin Long smiled and said, let's go. I'll send you to the Star Xianwu Academy now. The Star Xianwu Academy was very close to the Cloud Dragon Mountain range but its defense was very strong. Even if there were a horde of beasts attacking, there was no need to worry. Qin Long brought Qin Yun to the sky above the myriad star lake in a day. It was night time. As Qin Yun flew in the air, he could see the mirror-like surface of the lake. It reflected the stars in the sky and was very beautiful. Qin Yun arrived at the entrance of the Star Xianwu Academy and waved goodbye to Qin Long. He took out his identity token and entered the academy. After entering, he hurriedly ran towards the treasure forest, flew up the tree and entered his own tree hole. Just as Qin Yun entered the tree hole, Du Gui arrived with a grin. You're finally back. What a mischievous brat. Du Gui said with a smile, when I found out that you were sent to the forbidden area, I thought of all sorts of ways to save you. Who knew that a meteorite would suddenly fall down? I thought you were dead but I was sad for a while. Qin Yun said with a smile, Teacher, I've made you worry. The one I'm most worried about is that little girl Mei Lian. She always comes looking for me and begs me to save you. Sigh. Du Gui sighed. Is she all right? Qin Yun asked. Du Gui said with a smile, when this little girl found out that you were still alive, she was extremely happy. Many sad things were also thrown to the back of her mind. She comes here every morning to see if you're back. You'll be able to see her tomorrow morning. Du Gui chatted with Qin Yun for a while before returning to rest. Qin Yun returned to his room and closed his eyes. He cultivated the Star Yang Heart Sutra and gathered the power of the stars to strengthen the star crystal in his mind. If his mental strength was strong enough, it would be much more convenient to do many things. He suspected that the reason why he was able to grasp inscriptions and martial arts so quickly was related to his own unique mental strength. The sky quickly brightened. After Qin Yun got up and washed up, he changed into a fresh set of blue clothes. When he walked out of his room, he saw Qi Meilian sitting in the hall. She was wearing a white dress and her long braid hung in front of her chest. She looked at Qin Yun with an excited expression. Little Meilian, did you climb up by yourself? Qin Yun said with a happy smile. Big brother Yun. When Qi Meilan saw the living Qin Yun, she shouted happily. Then, she threw herself into his embrace and said with a smile, I can fly now too. Qi Milan had already learned about Qin Yin from Meng Fei Ling. At this moment, the entire Star Xianwu Academy was spreading the news about him. It's all my fault. I've wronged you. Qin Yin gently caressed her cute face and said with a pained expression. I'm fine. I'm very happy that big brother Yun is still alive. Furthermore, you taught Qiyu a lesson. Qi Milan's face was filled with a sweet smile. It could be seen that she was also a very optimistic and cheerful girl. When she was young, she was often bullied and had to endure all kinds of insults. However, along the way, she did not become sinister and vicious. She was still lively and innocent. This was very rare. When Qin Yin saw Qi Milan's sweet smile that came from the bottom of her heart, he was amazed. He never expected that although Qi Milan looked delicate and gentle, she had an incomparably strong heart. Little Mei Lian, I'm very rich now. What do you want? I'll give it to you. Qin Yin said with a smile. I don't know. Let's talk about it when I think about it. Qi Milan was very satisfied to be able to see Qin Yin again. Qin Yin and her sat at the entrance of the tree hole high up in the sky, looking at the scenery of the Star Xianwu Academy. Qi Milan chuckled and said, Big brother Yun, big sister Yuan has deep feelings for you. When you were young, you helped big sister Yuan and you also helped me. In our hearts, you are a great hero. Qin Yin said with a smile, Little Mei Lian, big brother will continue to protect you in the future. I won't let you be bullied again. Big sister Grand Preceptor has also instructed me and Yuan to take good care of you and not let you be bullied by others. Qi Milan's beautiful face was brimming with a sweet and happy smile. I knew it. As long as I live on, I will become happy one day. At that moment, Du Gui suddenly flew up. When Qin Yin and Qi Milan saw Du Gui's solemn expression, they hurriedly entered the hall. After Du Gui entered, he said in a deep voice, Something big is going to happen. Qin Yin also thought of something and hurriedly said, Are the ghost beasts and evil beasts coming? Du Gui nodded, That's right. It's coming faster than we expected. I wonder if the major cities have taken precautions. Qi Milan said, I've also heard teacher mention this before. I'll go back now, I want to become stronger too. Qin Yin nodded at her and patted her head. Then, he sent her to the tree hole and watched her fly to the ground before walking out of the treasure forest. Teacher, we're so close to the Cloud Dragon Mountain range. If we were to be surrounded by a horde of beasts, would we be able to defend? Qin Yin had seen beasts at the level of the Ghost King before. They were extremely powerful. Du Gui said, The Myriad Star Lake can also play a certain role in defense. The Myriad Star Lake is very deep, so deep that the bottom can't be seen. Furthermore, the lake water is extremely cold. Although the evil beasts and ghost beasts can easily cross the Cloud Dragon River, it won't be that easy to get here. At that time, only the flying beasts will be more annoying. The scale of the beast horde that crossed the river was definitely huge. Otherwise, Du Gui would not be so worried. If that day comes, wouldn't it be extremely dangerous for us to leave? Qin Yin said. The Star Xianwu Academy was quite a distance away from the Tianqin Imperial City. Du Gui nodded and said, That's for sure. The evil beasts and ghost beasts in the Cloud Dragon Mountain range are in the hundreds of millions. They will definitely spread throughout the countries and their numbers will be greater than humans. Qin Yin shuddered when he imagined the scene of the major cities being surrounded by all sorts of evil beasts. Thunderfire Heavenly Lion Du Gui shook his head and sighed, We don't know either. This is still a mystery to us. In the Cloud Dragon Mountain range, there are many beasts that are stronger than us, and we are unable to enter the depths to investigate clearly. Qin Yin realized that his future days would not be so easy. Fortunately, he had already saved up a few 100 million crystal coins. Qin Yin, I have to tell you first that if the beast horde comes, our Star Xianwu Academy will need to send out students to deal with the evil beasts and ghost beasts. Therefore, you better prepare yourself. Du Gui warned, When the time comes, as long as you are a student, you will have a mission. Qin Yin nodded. If it's a ghost beast, I'm not too worried. The problem is that it's very likely that there are many evil beasts. I wonder what happened in the depths of the Cloud Dragon Mountain range for so many beasts to suddenly appear. Duguay sighed and said, "Our days will not be easy in the future." After Duguay left the tree hole, Qinyan immediately entered his room and took out a soul-sealing pearl. Inside it was a low-grade silver fire martial spirit. I have to quickly learn how to carve runes inside my martial spirit. I have to refine a powerful martial spirit for my heavenly lion arm. Qinyan released the martial spirit within the soul-sealing pearl. He took out a carving knife and carved the ghost suppression spirit rune on the silver fire martial spirit. In the soul refining art, there was also a detailed description of the process of inscribing runes on the martial spirit. It was similar to the process of inscribing spirit inscriptions when refining talismans. The only difference was that when inscribing spirit inscriptions, one had to fuse the martial spirit and the inscriptions together. To inscribe spirit marks on a martial spirit, the essence is to allow the spirit marks to give birth to a soul when inscribing the spirit marks. This way, it can fuse with the martial spirit. Qinyan tried for a long time but to no avail. The main reason was that he had carved it out of thin air, making it impossible for the spirit inscriptions to attach to the martial spirit. The martial soul was like air, unlike the talismans and weapons that could be directly engraved on it. Therefore, it is very difficult to carve runes on a martial spirit. Although Qinyan tried many times to no avail, he was not discouraged. He solved the problem according to the problems he discovered. My mysterious martial spirit seems to have a very strong regenerative ability. Maybe I can separate a strand of martial spirit from this martial spirit and use this strand of martial spirit as the main body. Then, together with the power of the blood soul, I can condense spirit marks. This was the only solution Qinyan could think of. I'll give it a try. He immediately took action and used the soul refining technique to extract a trace of his martial soul from his mysterious black martial soul. He thought that it would be very painful to extract a trace of his martial spirit, but he didn't feel anything just now. What surprised him the most was that the black martial spirit's regenerative ability was indeed very strong. It could immediately replenish the strand of martial spirit that was separated. After Qinyan was happy, he used this strand of martial spirit to fuse with the power of the blood soul. Then, through the carving knife, he carefully inscribed spirit marks on the silver fire martial spirit. However, from the very beginning, the blood soul power released by the carving knife had successfully attached itself to the martial soul and would not dissipate any further. It's effective. After Qinyan saw it, he was secretly delighted and continued to carve seriously. Inscribing spirit marks on a martial spirit consumed a lot of time and effort. Qinyan spent an entire day and night before successfully embedding the ghost suppression spirit marks on the silver fire martial spirit. I'm so familiar with the ghost suppressing spirit rune, but it still took me such a long time. Qinyan wiped his sweat. Although he was very tired, he was overjoyed to see his success. A martial spirit that was embedded with spirit runes could not only be integrated into a person's body, it could also be integrated into a weapon. Although Qinyan had 36 spirit marks, only a few of them were suitable for embedding into a martial spirit. I need to obtain more spirit inscriptions. Qinyan refined the fire martial spirit that was embedded in the ghost-suppressing spirit rune into his saber. The spirit essence saber was a spiritual force spirit weapon, the best weapon to deal with ghost beasts. Now that it had been refined into the ghost suppression spirit rune, the effect would definitely be better if it was used to fight ghost beasts. My brown martial spirit is very strange, I can't expose it for the time being, so I'll try my best to use my spiritual energy and heavenly lion's arm to conceal it, then I have to make the heavenly lion's arm stronger. Qinyan had already made a plan. First, he would fuse a sufficiently powerful martial spirit into the arm of the heavenly lion. Among the martial souls he had drawn, Xianxia's purple gold thunder martial soul was the best. Since it's a martial spirit for the heavenly lion's arm, then let's carve 2 types of spirit inscriptions. What kind of spirit rune should I inscribe? Qinyan pondered as he thought about the 36 spirit inscriptions that were more suitable for the heavenly lion's arm and the purple gold thunder martial spirit. The heavenly lion totem itself is of the fire attribute, so it has to be engraved with fire runes. How come the purple gold thunder martial spirit has the fire attribute and can successfully fuse with the heavenly lion's arm? My heavenly lion arm is very strong. It might be able to withstand a low-grade spirit artifact. If I were to carve the alchemy inscriptions, I might be able to use the high temperature obtained by the alchemy inscriptions to destroy other people's weapons. Xianxia thought that the flaming light fist could be used together with the alchemy inscriptions. His heavenly lion arm could be like a hammer. If he were to use the 6-style forging dragon, it would be equivalent to using a hammer. The power would definitely be terrifying. Alright, let's do it. After making his decision, Xianxia took out a soul-sealing pearl that shone with a purplish gold light. Inside the soul-sealing pearl, there were electric threads throbbing violently. With a single glance, one could tell that it was of a high grade and was much more active than ordinary martial spirits. After Xianxia rested, he released the martial spirit with a grin. Then, he extracted a few strands of soul power from the mysterious black martial spirit and began to inscribe runes on the purple gold thunder martial spirit. He had just stepped into the 7th level martial body realm, so he could not rush to raise his cultivation. At the very least, he had to wait until the golden bones in his body had completely stabilized. When I reach the 8th level martial body realm, my martial spirit will become the Vajra martial spirit. It will be even stronger and I will be able to release it at that time. I forgot to ask you, Alan, how did she cultivate so many martial spirits? Xianxia now had 2 martial spirits. It was not easy for him to cultivate them. He was also looking forward to his martial spirit leaving his body. 2 days later, he finally embedded the fire runes on the purple gold thunder martial spirit. He rested for a while before continuing to inscribe. This time, he wanted to inscribe alchemy runes. He was more familiar with alchemy runes, but when he was inscribing them on his martial spirit, he felt very unfamiliar. Fortunately, he was experienced and was able to proceed smoothly. Inscribing the 2nd spirit inscription was also very difficult because it needed to be handled properly and not interfere with the fire spirit inscription in front of it. This was the same as inscribing the 2nd and 3rd spirit inscriptions on a spirit artifact. One had to arrange the position of the 2 spirit inscriptions reasonably and not interfere with each other when inscribing. Only then would it be considered a success. When Xianxia was inscribing the 2nd spirit inscription, he needed a lot of time. He even rested a few times along the way. A few days passed in a hurry. Xianxia looked at the 2 mysterious spirit inscriptions inside the purple gold thunder martial spirit and felt a sense of accomplishment. After spending 9 days, he had finally succeeded in infiltrating the 2 spirit inscriptions into the martial spirit. Let's begin fusing the martial spirit. This should be very smooth. Xianxia controlled the purple gold thunder martial spirit and floated into his heavenly lion arm. After the purple gold thunder martial spirit entered his arm, the heavenly lion totem on it immediately lit up. Roar. With a shake of his arm, he actually let out a low roar, which astonished Xianxia. Originally, he thought that the process of fusion would be rather painful and difficult. However, after the martial spirit entered his arm, it seemed to be connected to his arm and fused together in a miraculous manner. Success! This must be a totem spirit. My arm has indeed become very strong. Xianxia clenched his fists tightly as he felt the vast power of the heavenly lion beast. What was inconceivable to him was that the heavenly lion's arm had actually absorbed a large amount of inner force from the vibrating inner yuan in his heart and the black inner yuan in his dantian. It was currently gathering its own inner yuan. Great! Xianxia was secretly excited as he laid on the bed to rest. He had been too tired these past few days. Adequate rest could allow one to relax in all aspects. While relaxing, one could also grow and strengthen rapidly. In the Star Xianwu Academy, every student was immersed in their nervous cultivation. They all knew that a large group of beasts had crossed the Cloud Dragon River and were majestically leaving the Cloud Dragon mountain range to enter the human world. Even many teachers fell into a state of unease. This was because once the beast horde entered the human world, it would cause great destruction. In the future, humans would not be able to casually move about outside. For the various empires and powers, mineral resources also needed to be protected. Furthermore, once the beast horde invaded, the strongest beasts would definitely choose to occupy the crystal mines. Everyone wanted to know why there were suddenly so many evil beasts. However, because the humans here were too weak, they were unable to enter the Cloud Dragon mountain range to investigate. Xianxia, who was resting, was suddenly woken up by a bird cry. He suddenly jumped up from the bed and hurriedly ran to the tree hole. He saw a two-headed vulture that was 20 to 30 meters long in the air. It flapped its huge wings and circled under the scorching sun. Du Guo, Ho Xingfeng, and many other martial Dao realm experts of the Star Xian Wu Academy flew into the air and attacked the two-headed vulture. In an instant, a variety of flashes of inner force exploded in the air. Multicolored waves of air surged and enveloped the two-headed vulture. It also dyed the sky above the Star Xian Wu Academy into a rainbow color. Qin Yan was shocked as he sensed the powerful auras of many martial Dao realm cultivators. The most shocking thing was that the gigantic two-headed vulture only dropped a few huge black feathers under the attacks of so many martial Dao realm experts before it flew away in panic. If there were a few more of these powerful flying beasts, the consequences would be unimaginable. The sudden appearance of such a vicious beast in the Cloud Dragon mountain range was far more terrifying than anyone had imagined. Qin Yan looked in the direction where the two-headed vulture had disappeared. The fear in his heart gradually dissipated. He suddenly felt that humans were still too weak in the face of such a colossus. The purpose of cultivating martial arts was to make weak humans stronger, to obtain great power, to fight against these powerful evil beasts, to fight against all kinds of natural disasters. Vajra spirit Maro Du Guo descended from the sky and entered Qin Yan's tree hole. He said, "Qin Yan, the roots of this tree are also very deep. I've also created a tree hole that leads to the bottom of the tree. It will be safer there. You can move there." Qin Yan nodded and asked, "Teacher, was that gigantic two-headed vulture very strong?" "Very strong. If a martial Dao realm cultivator were to be attacked by us together, I'm afraid they would have already been severely injured. As for that big bird, it doesn't seem to be injured at all." Du Guo's expression was cold as he said, "Vultures appear in groups. We are worried that more two-headed vultures will come, so we have to quickly activate the barrier to prevent flying beasts from attacking from the sky." Qin Yan also moved from the top to the tree hole at the bottom of the tree. The students of the Star Xian Wu Academy became even more nervous. Some of them were even worried that a large group of flying beasts would break through the barrier. During this period of time, the teachers did not instruct the students in their studies. They were all patrolling the sky. If there was any movement, they would be able to act in time. Qin Yan practiced his various martial techniques in the tree hole in the tree root. He had already cultivated the golden bone and his body could withstand even more violent power. With the increase of his martial skills, he was not afraid of his body being injured by the explosive power of his martial skills. I wonder how the Tianqin Imperial City is doing. The entire empire is relying on the Cloud Dragon mountain range. If the beast horde were to attack, the cities near the Cloud Dragon mountain range would be surrounded very quickly. Qin Yan recalled the powerful two-headed vulture from before and began to worry secretly. The vulture was very strong. Even when many martial Dao realm teachers joined forces, they were unable to injure it. If this vulture were to attack the major cities, without enough martial Dao realm cultivators, it would be impossible to defend. Under the huge tree in the middle of the treasure forest stood a one-armed, cold man. Beside him was a tall and sturdy man and a handsome young man in luxurious clothes. Xia Wufeng, Morong Darren, and Hua Zhong all arrived at the treasure forest. Qin Yan was cultivating in the tree hole when he suddenly heard Hua Zhong's rough voice calling out to him. He hurriedly came out. "Boss Xia, why are you here?" Qin Yan put on a gray robe and walked out of the tree hole. When he saw Hua Zhong and company, he said with a smile, "Brother Yun, we are here to say our goodbyes." When Xia Wufeng saw Qin Yan's body covered in sweat, he knew that he was working hard on his cultivation. Qin Yan was puzzled as he asked with a frown, "Farewell? Where are you going? Could it be that none of you have passed the Star Xian Wu Academy's examination?" Mu Rongjun chuckled, "Of course not. How could such a stupid test stump us? We are going to Blue Spirit Star Palace. It's mainly because our teachers were all chosen to enter Blue Spirit Star Palace, so we followed them." Morong Darren and Hua Zhong had the same teacher, and their strength was also very good. "Dean Ho is also going to Blue Spirit Star Palace?" Qin Yan asked in surprise, "Is it related to the beast horde invasion?" Xia Wufeng nodded and said, "Yes. In addition, it is also because Blue Spirit Star Palace urgently needs to increase its overall strength, so it has relaxed the conditions and recruited outstanding teachers and students from the 3 profound level martial academies." Huazhong said with a smile, I'm not entering the 4 palaces, but going to an even more powerful place. In addition to the 4 palaces of Blue Spirit Star Palace, there was also the Blue Spirit Saint Palace. This was the responsibility of the Grand Palace Master. Within the Saint Palace, there is also a Beast Martial Palace. My teacher and second brother Morong's teacher will take us to the Beast Martial Palace to cultivate. That's not bad. Although there are very arrogant forces in the Blue Spirit Star Palace, there are also some that are not bad. For example, the Eastern Palace is pretty good. You guys will definitely become stronger inside. Xianxia looked at Xia Wufeng and asked, Boss Xia, what about you? My teacher and I will enter the Blue Spirit Saint Palace and become a Blue Spirit Saint. Xia Wufeng said with a faint smile, Brother Yun, with your talent, you can also become a Blue Spirit Saint in the future. Are you interested? Mu Rongjun said, the Blue Spirit Saint has a very high status in the Blue Spirit Star Palace and is also very mysterious. It is said that only martial artists who are below the age of 20 and have stepped into the 9th level martial body realm can become a Blue Spirit Saint. Before the age of 30, they need to break through to the martial Dao realm. Although Boss Xia is only at the 7th level martial body realm, because he is a sword cultivator, he was recruited as an exception. Xia Wufeng said, Yang Shiyu and Xiao Yuelan can also become Blue Spirit Saints. In the future, we Blue Spirit Saints will have to deal with powerful hordes of beasts. Huazhong said with a smile, Brother Yun, you can enter the East Palace of Blue Spirit Star Palace right now. Do you want to come with us? This way, we will have company. The elder of the Eastern Palace, Shui Hui, invited Qin Yin to go but he did not consider it. Qin Yin shook his head and said with a smile, I don't plan to go now but we will definitely go in the future. Once I master everything I can learn in the Star Xianwu Academy, I will definitely go to the Blue Spirit Star Palace to find you. Alright, we will wait for you. Xia Wufeng patted Qin Yin on the shoulder. He smiled. After a simple farewell, Xia Wufeng and company left the treasure forest. In the distance, another beast roar could be heard. The powerful and terrifying horde of beasts was gradually approaching, as if they could engulf the area of human activity at any time. A tense and fearful atmosphere, accompanied by surging winds and clouds, enveloped the sky above the earth. A violent storm was brewing, a violent storm formed by countless evil beasts and ghost beasts. Blue Spirit Star Palace, I will go. In the Blue Spirit Star Palace, there must be a powerful martial art created by Patriarch Lan Shao. Qin Yun's cultivation of the Star Yang Heart Sutra would allow him to better grasp those martial arts. Therefore, he would definitely go to the Blue Spirit Star Palace. Furthermore, he did not enter the Blue Spirit Star Palace to become anyone's disciple. Instead, he wanted to pass the assessment of the Inscription Gate and become the sect leader of the Inscription Gate. He wanted to be on equal footing with the other 4 palace masters. At night, Du Gui returned. Just like Qin Yun, he was in the cave abode inside the tree root. Qin Yun walked out of his cave abode and looked up at the sky. He could not see the stars. The entire sky was covered by thick clouds. From time to time, lightning would flash, baring its fangs and brandishing its claws, as if it wanted to destroy the earth. He came to Du Gui's tree hole and saw Du Gui sitting in the hall with a grave expression. Teacher, what's the situation now? Qin Yun asked. The horde of beasts came faster than we expected. After they crossed the Cloud Dragon River, they flattened all the forests. They are very savage. Du Gui said. In the Cloud Dragon mountain range, there were many steep stone mountains. After the horde of beasts passed by, they were all flattened. Just thinking about it was terrifying. Teacher, I have 450 million crystal coins in my hands. I want to buy something that can help me with my cultivation. What should I buy? Qin Yun did not know much about these things, so he asked Du Gui. Du Gui thought for a moment and said, You have just entered the 7th level of the martial body realm, the Golden Bone realm. In the early stages of this stage, you will mainly cultivate the Golden Bone, and in the late stages, you will use the Vajra marrow within the Golden Bone to refine your martial spirit into a Vajra martial spirit. This is the cultivation of the 8th level of the martial body realm. Within Qin Yun's body, there were 3 great heart sutras. However, this was not the foundation of his body. The Vajra bone that he had cultivated now had a lot to do with his body. After cultivating the golden bone, he would use the golden bone as the foundation and gradually turn his flesh, blood, and marrow into vajra. Only then would he be able to reach the peak of the 7th level of the martial body realm. It was also an extremely long process. Du Guay said, in the Xianpoint store, there is a medicinal liquid called the vajra spirit marrow. This thing is formed naturally, and only after being refined by a late-stage martial Dao realm cultivator will it be completely formed. If you soak in this vajra spirit marrow, it will be of help to you. Xianpoint store? Do I need Xianpoints to exchange for it? Qin Yan did not have a single Xianpoint. Du Guay shook his head and said, not only do you need Xianpoints, you also need crystal coins. The most expensive things in the Xianpoint store often require your Xianpoints to reach a certain level before you can buy them with crystal coins. Qin Yan now understood that Xianpoints could not be directly exchanged for precious items. Only after reaching a certain number of points would he have the qualifications to purchase precious cultivation resources and spirit artifacts. There were many rare treasures in the Xianpoint store. It was not something that could be bought with crystal coins. One also needed to have enough Xianpoints. Teacher, can I ask someone to help me buy it? Qin Yan asked. Du Guay said with a smile, you can, but the vajra spirit marrow you want to buy requires you to have 200 million Xianpoints and then spend another 100 million Xianpoints and 10 million crystal coins to exchange for it. Qin Yan was dumbfounded. In the Star Xianwu Academy, there weren't many people with so many Xianpoints. Du Guay continued, right now, there aren't many students with 200 million Xianpoints. Xiao Yanglong, Qin Jingfeng and Qiyu are a few of them. Xiao Yuelan and Yanshu you should be able to reach that level as well. However, only our Star Xianwu Academy has the vajra spirit marrow. It is specially provided for the students of the Star Xianwu Academy. Teacher, on the wealth list, Xiao Yanglong has 1 billion Xianpoints. What's going on? Qin Yan recalled what Xiao Yuemei had mentioned before and asked. That's because he once had 1 billion Xianpoints. The wealth list is ranked according to this. The reason why he was able to enter the martial Dao realm at such a young age is also because he has so many Xianpoints to exchange for a large amount of resources. Du Guay said. So that's how it is. It seems like Yuelan and Teacher Yang are the same. In order to obtain Xianpoints, they must have worked very hard. Although Qin Yan had a large number of crystal coins, he did not have enough Xianpoints, so he was unable to exchange for the vajra spirit marrow. Du Guay chuckled and said, you are not weak and you also have a large number of crystal coins. It shouldn't be difficult for you to transfer enough Xianpoints. It's only a matter of time. You're only 16 years old now, what's the hurry? Qin Yan was a little anxious because he wanted to head to the East Palace of Blue Spirit Star Palace as soon as possible. He wanted to pass the examination and become the sect leader to obtain the mysterious inscription inheritance. When Du Guay saw that Qin Yan was about to make a move, he said, Qin Yan, when the beast horde arrives, our Star Xianwu Academy will definitely arrange for many things for students to do. At that time, we might be able to obtain a large number of Xianpoints by killing evil beasts and ghost beasts. Magical beast! A thunderous explosion suddenly sounded out in the sky. The loud sound of thunder shook the earth, causing Qin Yan and Du Guay's expressions to change. Walala, at night, the torrential rain was heavy and the sky was filled with lightning. It was extremely frightening. Qin Yan and Du Guay had no choice but to use the stairs in the tree hole to head to a higher place. The rain was heavy and there were many huge hailstones falling. Qin Yan looked at the treasure forest in the distance from a tree hole that was more than 10 meters tall. He could not help but be alarmed. The hailstones that suddenly fell were very large. Some of them were even like small hills. When they landed on the ground, they broke many large trees. The huge Star Sun treasure tree in the middle also had many large leaves smashed off. In the empty space around the tree, there were many huge pieces of ice that were a few meters tall. Many of the houses in the Star Xianwu Academy were destroyed by these huge pieces of ice. Du Guay frowned as he looked at the sky filled with lightning. His expression was heavy. This is bad. This phenomenon is very abnormal. It seems like there's something above the clouds. I'll use my mind to investigate. Teacher, are you still not going to open the barrier? Qin Yan asked. There were so many huge pieces of ice that could fall into the Star Xianwu Academy, but the barrier was not opened at all. Now that the beast horde was coming, if they did not open the barrier, the stronger flying beasts would be able to destroy the entire martial arts academy. While Duguay was probing above the clouds, he suddenly exclaimed in a low voice. His old face was filled with shock. As expected, there's something above the clouds. It was also at this moment that the barrier suddenly opened. The rain and hail were unable to fall into the martial arts academy. However, it was still raining heavily outside. The water of the myriad star lake had already overflowed, gradually submerging the island in the middle. Xianxia hurriedly asked, "What is it? Did they cause the heavy rain and the ice?" "It should be. I don't know what it is either. It should be a type of beast. It seems to have the aura of the ice martial spirit and the water martial spirit, as well as the lightning martial spirit. The flying beasts have already begun to attack us." Although Duguy's face was filled with shock, he did not feel any fear. Xianxia was secretly alarmed. There was actually a beast that was powerful enough to summon the wind and rain. Furthermore, it had a certain level of intelligence. It knew how to use such a method to attack a fortress built by humans. Duguay looked at the sky and suddenly shouted, "It's appeared." Xianxia was also looking at the dark clouds in the sky that were filled with lightning. After Duguay shouted, the dark clouds turned even more crazily. A huge lizard that could fly emerged from the dark clouds. The black lizard had a pair of wings, and its body was covered in black scales. Its eyes emitted a faint purple light, and its forelimbs were slightly small. Its hind limbs were two large and powerful legs with sharp claws. "What is this?" Xianxia's voice was filled with horror. "I don't know." Duguay shook his head with a solemn expression. The black lizard's wings were 20 to 30 meters long, just like the wings of a bat. It flapped vigorously, lifting the huge lizard's body and floating in the air above the Star Xianwu Academy. White streams of cold air spewed out from the air, gathering a large amount of rainwater into a huge block of ice. The ice landed on the barrier of the Star Xianwu Academy and was sent flying. "Evil creature, get the hell away from me." A fierce curse came out. A golden figure flew out from the middle of the Star Xianwu Academy. A white-haired old woman held a golden whip in her hand as she charged into the sky. Separated by a barrier, she ruthlessly lashed out at the monster with a whip. Pow! The sound of the whip was like thunder, producing a loud sound that shook the earth. At the same time, a golden light flashed, illuminating the entire Star Xianwu Academy. The flying monster in the air let out a furious roar as it was sent flying more than 1,000 meters away. Then, it flapped its wings and fled. "This old granny is really powerful." Xianxia widened his eyes as he looked at the golden figure that was slowly descending. "She is our principal. She is indeed very powerful and very strict. Even teachers like us are often reprimanded by her." Duguay chuckled. Now, he was much more at ease. The rain gradually lessened and the dark clouds dispersed. Stars once again appeared in the sky, illuminating the myriad star lake. The haze of fear that enveloped the Star Xianwu Academy also dissipated. In the middle of the Star Xianwu Academy, there was a tower that was dozens of stories tall. The top of the tower flickered with light. When Duguay saw it, he said to Xianxia, "The principal is gathering all the teachers. I'm going to the meeting. Don't go into seclusion to cultivate for now. Wait for me to return." Xianxia nodded before leaving the treasure forest and arriving at the center of the Star Xianwu Academy. In the middle area, there were many public places, such as the arena, the academy, the Xian Point shop, the crystal coin shop, and all sorts of other shops. Therefore, this was a rather lively place. Although there had been hail just now, this place was not destroyed. That was because the people in charge of the shop had powerful cultivations. Even if they flew out and shattered the huge ice block that fell. The buildings in the other areas had been destroyed. Most of them were students' houses, so they had all run to the hotels and inns here. Xianxia arrived at the central block of the Star Xianwu Academy and arrived at the entrance of the Star Xian Academy. It was a 9-story tall square stone tower that looked extremely sturdy. There were many books in the academy, and there was a special crystal near each bookshelf that could record images of the surroundings. If anyone destroyed the books or stole the books, they would be immediately discovered and severely punished. If it was serious, they would be expelled. The academy was extremely large. There were a total of 9 floors, and each floor had hundreds of long bookshelves. When Xianxia arrived here, he immediately felt a headache. The staff members who were still here were all old men. They were all familiar with the area where all kinds of books were stored. Xianxia asked around and found out where the books related to martial spirits were located. Then, he rushed up to the 3rd floor. When he arrived at that area, he found a bookshelf filled with books that recorded martial spirit knowledge. Xianxia quickly flipped through it. His mental strength was strong, so he could finish reading a page in a single glance. As he searched for what he wanted to know, he memorized all kinds of knowledge that he had read. If he wanted to master the art of soul refining, he would need to master a large amount of martial spirit knowledge. The martial spirit books here recorded all kinds of martial spirits. There were also in-depth descriptions of all kinds of martial spirits. Xianxia stayed in this area for a few days. He flipped through the books day and night, entering a state of extreme concentration. He did not notice the passage of time at all. After he finished reading the hundreds of books on martial spirits, he took a deep breath. So it turns out that my mysterious martial spirit is called the Nether Sun Martial Spirit. It can release a mysterious dark inner force that can break down energy and quickly absorb energy. The dark inner force can also allow one to hide in the darkness. Other than that, the most powerful thing is that it can release a powerful nether sun flame. According to the most powerful part of this flame, it can quickly melt everything. After Xianxia gained a better understanding of his martial spirit, he became much calmer. Furthermore, this martial spirit would be of great help to him when he was forging artifacts. The knowledge of martial spirits in the Star Xianwu Academy is really rich. I've also found the knowledge related to Yumei's mirror martial spirit. If she could make the mirror martial spirit stronger, then she would be able to possess the abilities of many martial spirits in the future. She could even extract martial spirits from the mirror. What a terrifying thing. Xianxia left the academy and thought as he walked. When he returned to the Star Sun treasure tree, he saw Du Gui waiting in his tree hole. "Brat, where did you run off to? I told you to wait for me to come back. Did you go to hook up with a female student?" When Du Gui saw Xianxia return, he scolded him jokingly. Xianxia said snappily, "Of course not. I went to the academy to supplement my knowledge." "Teacher, how was your meeting?" Du Gui said, "The beast horde has already appeared. Because we have the protection of the myriad star lake, the beasts on land are unable to come here. Those that fly in the sky take a detour and don't dare to pass through here." Xianxia was slightly alarmed. He never expected that a horde of beasts would appear while he was reading in the academy. Du Gui continued, "Our principal is very knowledgeable. She told us that the beasts that appear in the Cloud Dragon Mountain range are all called magical beasts. Among them are ghost beasts and evil beasts. If it's a normal demon beast, not all of them are savage. Some demon beasts are very understanding of human nature and they will not take the initiative to attack humans. As for magical beasts, they are all incomparably savage. They like human flesh, especially when they eat powerful humans. It can make them stronger." Xianxia did not read any books related to beasts in the academy. He nodded and said, "Some demon beasts can take human form through cultivation. There are some demon beasts that yearn to become humans. They are worried that they will be punished by the heavens if they kill people. Furthermore, in the future, during the great tribulation of human transformation, if they kill too much, the tribulation power will become even stronger." This was what Ding Tianchun had told him. Du Gui was somewhat surprised as he said, "It seems like you have quite a good understanding of demon beasts. This kind of knowledge is not described in the books because most people are extremely resistant to demon beasts. The beast tide that has appeared now are almost all magical beasts. They all came from the magical desolate. These magical beasts originally planned to enter the martial desolate from the magical desolate, but there are too many experts in the martial desolate, so they had no choice but to hide in the Cloud Dragon Mountain range. However, there are also many powerful demon beasts in the Cloud Dragon Mountain range and there is no space for them to survive. It was actually a horde of beasts that had come from the magical desolate. They had only arrived here after a long and arduous journey. Perhaps they had not eaten for many days and would be even more savage. I'm afraid it's not as simple as eating human flesh. This large group of magical beasts have a certain level of intelligence. Maybe there is something in the Cloud Dragon mountain range that attracted them. Qinyan felt that it might have something to do with the immortal graveyard. Du Guay said, I also have such a guess. In short, if we want to go out now, we have to be extra careful. He took out a crystal card and handed it to Qinyan. He said, this is your Xian Point crystal card. Just drip your blood on it. Next, there will be a beast hunting trial. Some of the old fellows in the Star Xian Wu Academy need powerful magical beasts for research. You can go find a good partner and hunt beasts in exchange for a certain amount of Xian points. Qinyan took the crystal card and dripped his blood. Passage token. When Du Guay saw Qinyan's restless expression, he chuckled and said, don't be in such a hurry to go out. Wait for us teachers to go out and investigate the situation. You youngsters should first find your own team here and familiarize yourself with the various tactics. This will be beneficial for you when you go out. Alright, I'll go find my teammates now. Qinyan suddenly felt a little regretful because Xia Wufeng and company had just left. If they were all here, they would be able to form a very powerful team. Sister Failing is also very strong. I'll go find her first. After he left the treasure forest, he hurriedly rushed to the center of the Star Xian Wu Academy. In the middle of this area, there were already many students gathered in groups of 3 to 5, forming small teams. Meng Failing had previously left a contact information for Qinyan. She said that she lived in a restaurant in the center of the Martial Arts Academy. This restaurant was called the Star Rain Restaurant. It was dozens of stories tall and was decorated luxuriously both inside and outside. Qinyan came to a room on the 30th floor and gently knocked on the door. He said, Sister Failing, it's me, Qinyan. Not long after, someone opened the door. Little brother Yun, you've finally come to find me. Meng Failing was wearing a loose purple nightgown as she said with a charming smile. Then, she hurriedly pulled Qinyan into the room. After Qinyan was pulled in, he saw that it was a relatively small room. It was only suitable for one person to live in. It was very tidy and the things were arranged appropriately. It looked very exquisite and elegant. Sister Failing, you live in such a small place. Qinyan sat on a soft bed and looked around as he said with a smile. Meng Failing sighed softly, how can I be like you in the Star Sun treasure tree? Poor students like us have to pay for our own food and lodging. Furthermore, with the arrival of the beast tide, the academy will have to spend even more crystal coins to open the barrier. Our future tuition fees will also be more expensive. As she spoke, she took off her loose purple robe, revealing her fiery white and tender figure. Her beautiful jade-like body only had a few pieces of cloth wrapped around the important parts. Does it look good? Meng Failing blushed when she saw Qinyan. She giggled. Sister Failing, you're too casual. Qinyan smiled awkwardly before turning his head away. Meng Failing walked up to him and picked up a light green armor from the bed. She slowly put it on and said with a charming smile, I'm just being casual in front of you because I know you won't dare to do anything to me. She put on her armor, tied up her hair, and changed into a pair of hard leather boots, making her look even more valiant and slightly handsome. Sister Failing, your Meng clan is also very mysterious, it seems to be hiding a very strong power. Qinyan asked curiously. Not long after Meng Failing entered the Star Xian Wu Academy, she had already broken through to the 7th level martial body realm. This was definitely supported by the Meng family. Moreover, the demon king of the Meng clan actually knew the person who refined the soul shake powder. I'm not bragging. Our Meng family is more ancient than your Qin family. It's just that we don't fight for power, so we keep a low profile. Meng Failing shook the storage bracelet on her wrist and said with a tender smile, however, you're still a little stronger. To be able to let me obtain the storage bracelet so easily. In order to repay you, I promise to devote my life to you. Qinyan said, well. Sister Failing, your Meng family should be very experienced in dealing with demonic beasts and magical beasts, right? I will continue to accumulate a large number of Xian points. Now, I need your help to form a small team with me and go out to hunt magical beasts. How about it? Meng Feiling looked in the mirror and touched her charming face. She said with a smile, I knew you came to find me for this reason. Let's go meet the other team members. They are all martial artists at the 7th level martial body realm and their strength is passable. There is a couple among them who are disciples of our Meng family. Meng Feiling opened the door and led Xianxia out of the restaurant. They walked on the street and headed west of the central area. There was a large plaza there. Outside the plaza were students. No one was allowed to enter the plaza. It was used for examinations. On the way, Meng Feiling said to Xianxia, I've already found the other 3 teammates. One of them is a husband and wife in their 30s. You can just call them Big Brother Li and sister-in-law Li. They are both about to step into the 8th level martial body realm. They are old students here and they have experienced hundreds of battles. The other teammate is a young man in his 20s. His name is Yuzhen. He is the son of Big Brother Li and sister-in-law Li's friend. I don't know what kind of person he is, nor have I seen him before. Xianxia nodded. He now had a certain understanding of his teammates. Among them, Big Brother Li and sister-in-law Li were trustworthy because they were members of the Meng family. When they arrived outside the plaza, Meng Feiling quickly found Big Brother Li and sister-in-law Li. They were all dressed in gray light armor and their appearances were very ordinary. They looked very simple and had a kind smile on their faces as they greeted Xianxia. They were all disciples of the Meng family, so in their eyes, Xianxia, the crown prince, had a noble status. Old Li, sister Li, what's the background of that Yuzhen? How strong is he? Meng Feiling asked. We don't know either. We'll know when we see him. Big Brother Li had a square face and looked very honest. He's over there. Sister-in-law Li pointed to a large tree outside the plaza. Under the tree stood a very gaudy and luxurious young man. This young man was Yuzhen. His face was thin and handsome. He held a long sword in his hand and his eyes were filled with arrogance. He was looking around and when he saw Meng Feiling in company, he did not walk over. Let's go over. He doesn't seem to like this place with so many people. Big Brother Li said before walking over. Meng Feiling snorted lightly and followed. Junior greets Big Brother Li and sister-in-law Li. This must be Miss Meng from the Demon King's mansion. Although Yuzhen looked refined and courteous, this kind of respectful greeting was very awkward. Big Brother Li and company nodded. Yuzhen looked at the youth, Xianxia, and said with a frown, why is there a child in our team? Who is he? Xianxia was wearing a white, rough beast skin robe. It looked very cheap but after the light inscriptions were carved on the inside, it was very expensive. I am Xianxia. Yuzhen was taken aback. He had never seen Xianxia before but he had heard of his name. There were not many people here who had never heard of Xianxia. There were both positive and negative rumors about Xianxia. Most of the negative rumors were rumors. If one was biased against a person and was filled with jealousy, then they would definitely believe the negative rumors about that person. Yuzhen was exactly the same. He frowned and said, can we bring him along? Although his strength is not bad, we are dealing with magical beasts. We need to be stable and he is using some unorthodox methods. I am worried that he will implicate us. What do you mean by that? My little brother Yun has defeated 2 warriors at the 8th level martial body realm. It's Qiyu and Qin Jingfeng. If he can't deal with a magical beast, then you will only be sending yourself to your death. Meng Feiling snorted coldly in displeasure. Yuzhen looked at Xianxia disdainfully and said with a low snort, it's just that Qiyu and Qin Jingfeng did not guard against his little tricks. That's why he had the opportunity to take advantage of them. It's useless against powerful magical beasts. Sister-in-law Li said, let's talk about it after we pass the examination and obtain the pass. During the examination, we need to test all aspects of strength. If he can obtain the pass, then there will definitely be no problem. Yuzhen looked at the center of the examination square and said with a smile, that's right, maybe he won't even be able to pass the examination. Wasn't the reason why he was able to become the crown prince again because his father suddenly appeared? Xianxia guessed that Yuzhen had a good relationship with Qiyu and the others in the past. That was why he was so biased against him. If it wasn't for Brother Li and sister-in-law Li, Meng Feiling would have definitely flown into a rage. She had also decided that after the examination, no matter what, she would make Yu Jin lead the team. Qin Yan did not say anything because he knew nothing about magical beasts. Furthermore, the environment outside was extremely harsh. It wasn't a bad thing to have more people outside. After familiarizing himself with the environment outside, it would be much more convenient for him to go out alone. Qin Yun, Meng Feiling, and company began to line up in preparation for the examination. The process of the examination was very short, but it was not simple at all. First, there was the speed test. One had to reach 100 meters per second. Then, there was the ability to dodge. One had to dodge 100 stones thrown out by a teacher. During the process of dodging, one's body could not touch the stones. In addition, there was the strength test. One had to use one's fist to strike a 10-meter tall bell. Among the students taking the test, there were many who were at the 7th level martial body realm. However, a portion of them were unable to pass the first round of the examination. Qin Yan relaxed himself because the examination was not easy for him. Not long ago, his speed was only 70 to 80 meters per second. Fortunately, he had practiced his movement technique repeatedly for the past few days. I should be able to pass the first round. The second and third rounds should not be a problem. It's mainly the first round. Qin Yan thought to himself. During the examination, speed was placed in the first round. It could be seen that it was to test the student's ability to escape. When escaping, speed was extremely important. In an instant, his speed reached 100 meters per second. Even if he encountered a powerful magical beast, he would still be able to run away if he couldn't beat it. Soon, it was Brother Li's turn. During the speed test, he ran 100 meters away in an instant and successfully passed the first round of the exam. In the second round of the dodging ability test, he was also able to dodge the stones that were thrown at him. As for the third round of the exam, his expression was relaxed. With a single punch, he caused the large bell to ring. He was able to pass the 3 consecutive rounds of examinations very easily. Amongst the students at the 7th level martial body realm, he was considered very outstanding. Only the students at the 8th level martial body realm could be as relaxed as him. When Qin Yan saw Brother Li's strength, he was secretly amazed. Following that was sister-in-law Li. Just like Brother Li, she looked good on the surface. She easily passed the examination and obtained a pass. Qin Yan had only seen their strength during the examination. They had not even displayed their true strength. Next was Meng Feiling. Her greatest skill was her movement technique, so there was no suspense in the first round. Demoness Meng is indeed powerful. She has just entered the 7th level martial body realm and her speed is even faster than some of the older students at the 8th level martial body realm. Her speed is fast, so it's naturally not a problem for her to dodge the test. I think the only thing that can stump her is the final test. Display of strength. Everyone only knew that Qin Yun was at the 7th level martial body realm. They did not know his true strength. After all, they had not seen Qin Yun defeat Qiyu and Qin Jingfeng with their own eyes. There were many rumors about Qin Yun's strength outside. Some said that he had the strength to defeat someone at the 8th level martial body realm, some said that he had won by luck and some said that he had relied on a demonic art that he had not exposed. There were people who believed in all 3 of these theories. Now that Qin Yun was here to take the exam, the students could personally witness the true strength of this influential figure. Ever since what happened in the Tianqin Palace, Qin Yun's fame had grown even greater. No matter what, Qiyu and Qin Jingfeng, the 2 geniuses of the 8th level martial body, had been defeated by him. Furthermore, he possessed an extremely terrifying heavenly lion arm. Qiyu was once a famous person in the Star Xianwu Academy and he had many friends here. Now that Qiyu had been crippled, his friends could no longer spend time with him. Therefore, they hated Qin Yun very much. This exam will definitely reveal Qin Yun's true colors. The reason why he is so powerful is probably because his father gave him a pill to temporarily increase his strength. He will only be able to display his strength for a short period of time in the Tianqin Palace. Crown Prince Qiyu is truly pitiful. He was tricked by such a fellow. He's only 16 years old and he doesn't have Xiao Yuemei's talent. He doesn't even have his martial spirit's elemental energy. How can he defeat Qin Jingfeng and Qiyu, who are at the 8th level martial body realm? Even if you think with your knees, you can tell that he must have used some underhanded method. Those who had a good relationship with Qi Yu were all powerful and influential people. No one dared to refute them even if they spoke loudly. Yu Zhen, who was in a team beside Qin Yun, sneered and said, "Did you hear that? It's not that I'm biased against you, it's that your strength has not been recognized by everyone." Qin Yun, on the other hand, had an indifferent expression. He could tell that the vast majority of people were jealous of him. This was because he was able to marry Xiao Yuan as his wife. Furthermore, in the Star Xianwu Academy, he had the protection of a peerless demoness like Meng Fei Lingweng. The bell rang and Meng Fei Ling struck the bell. She had passed the third round of examination and obtained the pass to freely enter and exit the Star Xianwu Academy. Just now, she had also heard many rumors about Qin Yun. She was secretly furious and only hoped that Qin Yun would have a good performance later. It was Yu Zhen's turn. The moment Yu Zhen appeared, his gaudy clothes and his beautiful scabbard sword attracted many people's attention. "Isn't that Yu Zhen of the Yu clan? The Heavens Equal Yu clan is a tiger spirit clan. It is said that every direct descendant of the Yu clan possesses a pretty good tiger martial spirit. His martial spirit is the Wind Tiger martial spirit. It seems to be a platinum rank. From the looks of it, his speed must be very good." After all, it was a rare platinum beast martial spirit. For most people, they could only be envious. In the middle of the spacious square, a few people stood in front of a line. An old man shouted, "Begin." Yu Zhen and a few other students flew out like arrows released from a bow. In just a short moment, Yu Zhen and another middle-aged man were standing on the ground 100 meters away. This meant that they had passed the test. During the dodging test, the old man, who was 50 meters away from Yu Zhen, took out a fist-sized stone from the basket beside him and threw it crazily. Sometimes he threw a stone, sometimes he threw a few or even more than a dozen. Yu Zhen's face was filled with pride as he easily dodged. When the old man finished throwing the 100 stones in the basket, he successfully passed the second round. His 2 rounds of assessment had won the cheers of the crowd, making him even more pleased with himself. During the third round, the entire plaza quietened down as they watched Yu Zhen. Yu Zhen jumped up lightly and landed in the middle of the bell. He threw a punch at the bell, but it did not produce the ringing sound of the bell. It only produced a very light sound of impact. Yu Zhen was actually unable to ring the bell. This shocked everyone to the point of speechlessness. However, in the eyes of the crowd, this was a normal thing to do. This was because among the 7th level martial body realm, 5 out of 10 were unable to ring the bell. This bell was also a spirit artifact. It could absorb a martial artist's powerful strength. If one's strength was not strong enough, they would not be able to ring it. "Teacher, can you give me another chance? I didn't use my full strength just now." Yu Zhen was so embarrassed that he was sweating profusely. This was because the surrounding students were constantly praising him, but now, he was unable to pass the assessment. The old man said coldly, "If you fight with the magical beast and you don't use your full strength, the only outcome is death. There's no chance at all. You can leave now." When Yu Zhen saw the disdainful gazes directed at him, he felt extremely embarrassed and angry. He walked out of the examination grounds with a flushed face. However, he did not leave because he wanted to see Qin Yun's assessment. After Qin Yun went up on stage, just like Yu Zhen, he attracted the attention of many people as they watched him seriously. "Begin." After the old man shouted, Qin Yun and the other students flew out. Qin Yun's speed did not seem to be as fast as Yu Zhen's, but he was still able to travel 100 meters in a second. Amongst the students, only he could do it. The other students were only a little bit off. The teacher in charge of judging had extremely good eyesight. Even if it was just a little bit off, he could still tell. "Qin Yun, pass the speed test," the teacher shouted. Qin Yun also heaved a sigh of relief. In the 3 rounds of examination, he was most worried that he would not be able to pass the speed test. This was because his speed was not too fast and he had almost failed to pass just now. Previously, there were many people who swore that Qin Yun would not be able to pass the first round of examination. But now, they were all silent. One had to know that only half of the students at the 7th level martial body realm could pass the examination. Most of them were eliminated in the speed test. Next, Qin Yun would have to undergo the second round of examination. It was to dodge a stone thrown by a teacher. This was extremely easy for him. The test of dodging ability was also equivalent to a test of perception ability and reaction ability. One needed to determine the path of the stone and then quickly coordinate with their body. His mental strength was extremely strong, so he could quickly sense the path of the stone and dodge in time. 100 stones were thrown at him in succession. Xianxia dodged left and right and easily dodged all of them. He had passed the second round of examination. These 2 rounds of examination were also a great test of one's foundation. If one did not have a certain level of strength, they would definitely be eliminated. The third round was also the round where Yuzhen had failed. Yuzhen gritted his teeth as he watched. If Xianxia were to pass this round of examination, then his face would be completely lost. He had looked down on Xianxia before and had even said that Xianxia would not be able to pass the examination. Xianxia, you have to use all your strength. There is only one chance for this kind of examination every year. If you are unable to pass this time, you will have to wait until next year. If you cannot obtain the pass, it means that you will not be able to leave the Star Xianwu Academy for a year, unless you decide to leave the academy. Meng Failing shouted from the side. This was because she was worried that Xianxia would miss the opportunity in order to hide his strength. Everyone nodded their heads inwardly. If they were unable to pass the examination this time, they would have to stay in the martial arts academy for a year. They would not be able to obtain resources and their cultivation speed would become extremely slow. The Star Xianwu Academy's actions were also for the sake of the students. There were magical beasts running amok outside. If they ran out without a certain level of strength, there would only be death. Right now, the area where humans were active had already been occupied by a large number of magical beasts. This meant that in the future, the number of humans would decrease and the number of talents would also decrease. Therefore, the various martial academies, including the Blue Spirit Star Palace, restricted their students and disciples from going out unless they had a certain level of strength and passed the examination. Xianxia took a deep breath and clenched his left fist. He wanted to use the power of the Heavenly Lion's arm. If I want to quickly obtain Xian points, I must obtain a pass that will allow me to smoothly leave. Otherwise, I will not be able to step into the 8th level martial body realm in a short period of time. When everyone saw Xianxia's serious expression, they perked up. Next, whether or not Xianxia was as weak as the rumors said would depend on this test of strength. This kind of test was the best way to test a martial artist's true strength. This was because no one knew how much force the bell could withstand before it would ring. Therefore, when striking the bell, one had to use all their strength as much as possible. Yuzhen said, he's just putting on an act. Even I can't pass the examination, so he definitely won't have a chance. Amongst the 7th level martial body realm, most of those who can pass the examination have cultivated the golden bone for a long time. For someone like me who has just broken through, my foundation is weak, so naturally, I am unable to strike the bell. Brother Yu is right. It is precisely because of this that young geniuses at the 7th level martial body realm are in the minority. Therefore, there is no need to be discouraged if we cannot pass the examination. After we cultivate the golden bone for a period of time, we will definitely be able to pass. Great minds think alike. The other 7th level martial body cultivators who were unable to pass the examination all echoed Yuzhen's words. They were also trying to find a way out for themselves. Xianxia controlled the Heavenly Lion's arm's purple gold lightning martial spirit to absorb the nether sun inner yuan and vibration inner yuan. He quickly converted it into Vajra inner strength and then quickly rushed out. He jumped up and punched the bell with all his might. When he jumped up, the Heavenly Lion's arm swelled up his sleeves, overflowing with purple electric currents. The howling wind from his fist was like the roar of a heavenly lion. This was the Heavenly Lion, like thunder. Even when Xianxia was competing with Qin Jingfeng, he was so terrifying. When his fist landed on the bell, thunder and fire exploded and lightning snakes danced wildly. It was ferocious and terrifying. Boom, wang. Xianxia's punch actually caused the large bell to explode. After the explosion, the bell's unique buzzing sound could be heard. Everyone's ears rumbled as they stared in astonishment at the crack in the bell that was overflowing with flames. The bell that many people were unable to move was actually cracked by Xianxia's punch. Even a student at the 8th level martial body realm might not be able to unleash such strength. The students here finally saw Xianxia's terrifying strength with their own eyes. They immediately felt that the Qingyun in front of them was much more terrifying than the magical beasts outside. Set out Qingyun Tong, has passed the test and obtained the pass, the old man in charge of judging said in astonishment. However, there was no joy on Qingyun's face. Teacher, I accidentally broke the spell. Do I have to pay for it? I am very poor, I can't afford it. Qingyun asked with a worried expression. Everyone didn't know whether to laugh or cry when they accidentally broke the bell used to test their strength. Of course, everyone secretly despised him. Everyone knew that he had swindled more than 400 million crystal coins in the Tianqin Great Hall. All the students in the Star Xian Wu Academy probably didn't have as many crystal coins as him. There's no need to compensate us. Because similar things have happened before, we have spare bells. The old man said, however, they were all broken by students at the 8th level martial body realm. This is the first time this kind of bell has been broken by a 7th level martial body student. Qingyun heaved a sigh of relief. Then, he went over to receive the pass token. After dripping a drop of blood on it, he completed the test. Meng Feiling smiled tenderly and said, Little brother Yun, you really did not disappoint me. Quickly let me pinch you, hee. This coquettish demoness gently flew over and extended her smooth, jade-like hands to rub Qingyun's handsome face. Everyone felt a burst of envy when they saw this. Of course, they were envious of Qingyun. To be able to be pinched by Meng Feiling's soft and tender hands, it was obvious that Meng Feiling and Qingyun had a very close relationship. An old man asked, Qingyun, you just unleashed a very strong purple gold lightning fire power. Don't you have a martial soul? And your heavenly lion arm is of the fire attribute, and the heavenly lion totem tattoo doesn't have a soul, so how can you unleash such a strong attribute inner strength? About this, my heavenly lion arm has mutated, suddenly it has thunder and lightning attribute power, I also don't know what is going on. Qingyun said with smile. Many people did not know much about the heavenly lion totem, so he could say anything. Even the old man from Blue Spirit Star Palace did not know much about totem inscriptions. Otherwise, they would not have recklessly determined that Qingyun's totem inscriptions were crippled. The students here saw Qingyun use the heavenly lion's arm to unleash a very strong power, but they are not envious. Because everyone knew that Qingyun would be burdened by the heavenly lion's arm in the future. The heavenly lion totem did not have a soul, and after becoming powerful, it would devour the host's soul, turning the host into a soulless fool. And, since Duguay is your teacher, he should be able to grasp your situation. There's no need for us to worry. When you go out, you must be careful. The old man said. His attitude towards Qingyun is also very good. Many people are secretly unhappy because this old man is ice-cold towards them and very strict. Meng Feiling held Qingyun's hand and left the square with a charming smile. She headed to the Xianpoint shop with Brother Li and his wife. Yuzhen was with a group of students who could not pass the assessment. His eyes were filled with jealousy as he looked at Qingyun's back and secretly gritted his teeth. What infuriated him the most was that Qingyun did not even look at him. It made him feel a sense of contempt. Brother Yu, let's go drink. We won't go home until we're drunk. If we can't pass, we can come back next year. It's not a big deal. Let's go, let's drink, let's drink. Just like that, Yu Zhan and his group of scoundrels comforted themselves and headed to the restaurant to get drunk. On the way, Big Brother Li asked, Brother Yun, can you forge a storage spirit artifact for us? We can help you earn Xian points as compensation. Fei Lin just said that you lack Xian points. Brother Li and Sister Li were both in their 30s, but they still did not have a storage spirit artifact. Little Yun. Did I make things difficult for you? After all, there's a problem with your elemental energy and there are rumors that you are unable to forge artifacts. Sister-in-law Li glared at Brother Li reproachfully. This is a bit of a problem, but it's not that I can't forge artifacts. It's just that it's a bit difficult to forge and I need the help of external flames. Qingyun said with a smile, since Big Brother and Sister-in-law are people that Sister Failing trusts, I'll give you my 2 storage bags first. He took out 2 very exquisite white storage bags. They were made from beast skin and the process was very simple. They could hold a total of 100 elephants. Brother Li and Sister Li never expected Qingyun to be so straightforward. He gave them the storage spirit artifact first, and he even gave it to them on the street. After they dripped their blood, they saw that there was a large space inside. They were extremely excited and repeatedly thanked Qin Yun. Qin Yun said with a smile, "Big brother and sister-in-law, how many Xian points do you plan on earning for me? Let's discuss a number that both sides are satisfied with. 200 million. But it's definitely not possible in a short period of time. We have to first take a look at the Xian Point mission issued by the Xian Point store to find out the exact time." Brother Li's cultivation was also close to the 8th level martial body realm. He often went out to hunt evil beasts and had a lot of experience. Meng Failing said, "Big brother and sister-in-law have accumulated 300 million Xian points. However, they have all earned it for others. They are mainly used to exchange for spirit artifacts or pills. There were some things that the Xian Point store did not have, so they used this method to exchange for them in private. This was also allowed. In fact, it was them helping the employer complete the mission and then letting the employer hand over the mission." Qin Yun nodded. "Let's go to the Xian Point store first. I'll take a look at the catalog." The Xian Point store was very large. There was only one floor in total. It was a huge square house made of stone bricks. It was more than 100 meters wide and long. After entering, there was a very spacious mission hall. There were many huge square pillars and 4 counters around the square pillars. There were old men sitting at the counters, responsible for handing over the missions. There was no display of goods in the Xian Point store. Instead, there was a row of bookshelves by the wall with many catalogs on them. Qin Yun picked up a book and flipped it open. He saw many things that surprised him. There's actually a Xian core for sale. It requires 1 billion Xian points and 100 million crystal coins. Qin Yun could not help but exclaim. There's also a storage spirit artifact for sale. It requires 500 million Xian points and 5 million crystal coins. Brother Li said with a bitter smile, "Whether it's crystal coins or Xian points, they're both very difficult to obtain. If they wanted to draw, the couple would need 1 billion Xian points to obtain a storage spirit artifact." Qin Yun gave them the storage bag just like that, which surprised them. Qin Yun flipped through the Xian Point catalog and realized that many precious pills required a large number of Xian points to obtain. Crystal coins were secondary. If he wanted to obtain Xian points, he would have to constantly help the Star Xian Wu Academy complete many miscellaneous matters. He would also have to constantly increase his strength so that he could receive more Xian points. In this process, only those geniuses with extremely good aptitude could obtain a large number of Xian points on their own. Otherwise, they would have to rely on the powers behind them to help. Qin Yun also realized that many rare pills were not for sale. They had to be obtained with Xian points. This allowed many students to complete many things for the Martial Arts Academy and indirectly earn a large amount of crystal coins to maintain the operation of the Martial Arts Academy. Suddenly, a white-robed old man walked into the hall. His short white hair made him look extremely energetic. His eyes shone with a cold light. He was a very strict old man. "This is our Martial Arts Academy's new vice principal, Xia Yuan." Brother Li said. He should have something important to announce. Everyone in the hall immediately quietened down as they watched Xia Yuan walk to the center of the mission hall. Xia Yuan said loudly, "According to the discussion at the meeting, our Star Xian Wu Academy has decided to purchase a large number of magic cores from magical beasts for research. Among them, a Class 7 magical beast's magic core can be exchanged for 100,000 Xian points, a Class 8 magic core can be exchanged for 1 million Xian points, a Class 9 magic core can be exchanged for 5 million Xian points, a spirit beast. That is, a spirit beast, for magical beasts of the same martial Dao realm. This kind of spirit beast's magic core can be exchanged for 50 million Xian points. In addition, any magical beast crystal egg can also be exchanged for 50 million Xian points." The students who had already gathered in the mission hall had already obtained the pass token. After hearing the announcement, they began to discuss spiritedly, causing the hall to become extremely noisy. "We only accept crystal cores, we don't accept any other parts of the magical beast's body," Xia Yuan added loudly. The hall also became quiet. He glanced at the students whose eyes were filled with excitement and said, "When you go out, you must be careful. Spirit beasts are usually the leaders of beasts and have their own territories. In their territories, there are dozens of magical beasts of the 7th, 8th, and 9th rank. Although there are many magical beasts of the 5th and 6th rank, they do not have magic cores, so they are of no value to us. What you need to pay attention to is to try your best not to enter the territory of the magical beasts. If you enter the outskirts of the territory, a large number of low-level magical beasts will come out and you will have to retreat immediately. The core of the territory was a powerful spirit beast. Even if one had a cultivation of the martial Dao realm, they might not be able to defeat it. Following that, Xia Yuan told them a lot about magical beasts. Everyone remembered them in their hearts. Because the Martial Arts Academy purchased a large number of them, there was no need to receive any missions. As long as they went out to hunt magical beasts and obtain their magic cores, it would be fine. After some discussion, Qin Yan's team of 4 decided to set off. Like many students, they rushed towards the main gate. The main door was tightly shut, leaving only a small entrance for the students to leave. After Qin Yan and company left, they looked at the pitch-black and calm surface of the lake. They felt that the beautiful lake at night had suddenly become extremely terrifying. No one knew if there were any magical beasts in the lake. Fortunately, there were a few martial Dao realm teachers who used flying spirit artifacts to carry the students away from the central island and to the shore of the lake. The magical beasts on the shore of the lake had been cleaned up by the teachers of the Star Xianwu Academy, causing the magical beasts to not dare to approach. In the Star Xianwu Academy, there were also many retired elders. Due to the appearance of the magical beasts, they all came out of seclusion and were responsible for patrolling the surroundings of the myriad Star Lake. It was only now that Qin Yan had experienced the might of the Xian-level martial arts academy. There were many martial Dao realm cultivators. He also understood why these martial academies were not afraid of any empire. The first Townming Failing said, "Big Brother Li, your father is an expert at finding evil beasts and demonic beasts, so we will listen to you." Big Brother Li smiled modestly, "I only learned a little bit from my father." When the others arrived at the shore, some headed in the direction of the Cloud Dragon mountain range while others headed in other directions. However, Big Brother Li did not immediately hurry on his way. Instead, he looked at the footprints on the shore. Big Brother Li walked around and observed the messy footprints of the magical beasts. He said, "The magical beasts that came out aren't very big. The biggest ones are only like elephants." Magical beasts like the two-headed vulture and the lizard dragon are both spirit beasts. They belong to the lords of a region, so it shouldn't be easy to encounter them. We can rest assured. Qin Yan and company followed Brother Li and followed the footprints of the magical beasts. It had to be said that Brother Li was very experienced. Even if the footprints were very messy, he could still tell which magical beast the footprints belonged to. Not long after, they left the myriad Star Lake. If I remember correctly, there should be a small town up ahead. Without the protection of the city walls, it will definitely be invaded by magical beasts. The people inside should have all retreated to the big city. Sister-in-law Li said in a low voice as she looked ahead. Although there were a lot of magical beasts, this land was also very large. Now that the magical beasts were scattered everywhere, it was not that easy to encounter them. I thought I would encounter magical beasts the moment I came out. Qin Yan looked at the barren land. It was covered with the claw marks of magical beasts. There had indeed been a large group of magical beasts passing by. Brother Li said, "Although most of the magical beasts are not very intelligent, after forming a group of magical beasts, they will know how to cooperate under the orders of the Lord. And our target is the magical beasts that are alone or out on sentry duty. We definitely cannot face a huge horde of magical beasts unless we figure out the exact situation of the magical beasts and sneak in to assassinate them one by one." Qin Yan was secretly shocked by the unity of the magical beasts. Meng Failing did not understand much about this, so she could only follow Brother Li and his wife with Qin Yun. More than 2 hours later, a small town appeared in front of him. From afar, one could see that the small town was in a mess and many houses had been destroyed. This small city was located near the Star Xianwu Academy, so it was relatively prosperous. The houses were all a few stories tall and the streets were very spacious. If the magical beasts were to hide, they would not be able to be discovered from afar. "There are magical beasts inside." Brother Li's face darkened as he said in a low voice. Are there many? Meng Feiling asked excitedly. Brother Li shook his head. I'm not sure. Feiling said, I'm Feiling, Meng Feiling. Just as she was about to fly up, sister-in-law Li pulled her back. Feiling, it's too risky for you to go like this. What if there are flying magical beasts? I'll go over. Sister-in-law Li said. Li failing 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 fei failing 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 fei failing fei failing failing fei failing failing. Li puppet, Li antiphone Li brother. Li 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 ling fong beast to Li of Yun. In. Li brother tu tu Li tian tian beast. Little brother Yun, can you refine a flying puppet eagle for me in the future? I'll agree to whatever you want. Meng. Failing held Qin Yan's hand and said in a sweet voice. If I had the eagle totem, this wouldn't be a problem. Refining a puppet requires totem inscriptions. Qin Yan also wanted to refine a puppet that could fly. However, he didn't have a beast totem in this aspect. Meng Failing smiled and said, when I find it, you must help me refine it. At that time, you can ask me to do anything. Her martial spirit was the eagle martial spirit. If she really obtained the eagle totem, her strength would definitely increase greatly. After Qin Yan released the silver lion puppet and entered the small town, he quickly saw a three-eyed tiger wolf behind a large house. The tiger wolf had a wolf's head, a tiger's mouth, and a tiger's body. Its entire body was covered in gray patterns and there was no fur on its body. Instead, it was covered in needle-like thorns. We've been discovered. Qin Yan could not help but shout before hurriedly controlling the silver lion puppet to run out. Brother Li hurriedly said, prepare for battle. The silver lion puppet's running speed was also very fast. After running out of the town, the 5 to 6 meter long three-eyed tiger wolf also rushed out and quickly caught up to the silver lion puppet. Roar! After the three-eyed tiger wolf roared, it suddenly leaped up and threw the silver lion puppet to the ground. Then, it used its mouth full of sharp teeth to bite the tiger wolf's neck. In just a few moves, the silver lion puppet's head was bitten off. Qin Yan and company were dumbfounded. These magical beasts were too ferocious. My silver lion puppet was made from very strong materials, but it was actually destroyed in a few moves. The strength of these magical beasts is very terrifying. Qin Yan gritted his teeth and controlled the silver lion puppet to self-destruct. Boom! After the silver lion puppet self-destructed, it sent the three-eyed tiger wolf flying. Go! Brother Li took out a 3-section rod and flew over like the wind. Meng Feiling also took out a long whip and flew in the air towards the three-eyed tiger wolf. Sister-in-law Li took out a bow that was only the size of a palm. Under her control, the bow suddenly grew bigger. It was a spirit artifact that could be big or small, and it was also very precious. She jumped into the air and pulled the bowstring. She used the Vajra inner strength to condense an arrow. After pulling the bow fully, the bowstring vibrated and the arrow condensed from the inner strength flew out. In an instant, it flew more than 1,000 meters and shot at the three-eyed tiger wolf's head. Following that, she quickly pulled the bowstring and shot 3 arrows in a row. Each arrow hit the three-eyed tiger wolf. However, the three-eyed tiger wolf was extremely tenacious. Although it was covered in blood, it was still extremely ferocious and let out a soul-stirring roar. Brother Li rushed forward with all his might. After more than 10 seconds, he got close to the three-eyed tiger wolf. Then, he swung his 3-section rod and struck the head of the tiger wolf that was charging at him. Bang! The 3-section rod landed on the tiger wolf's head and produced a very strong wave of inner strength. The huge three-eyed tiger wolf was sent flying dozens of meters by him and landed heavily on the ground. The moment he landed, sister-in-law Li, who was in the distance, added another arrow. Meng Feiling also landed. The long whip in her hand was filled with Vajra inner strength. With a paw-paw-paw sound, she whipped the tiger wolf's body in the air. The heavy whipping caused the tiger wolf to sink into the mud, unable to flip over. After Brother Li came over, Meng Feiling stopped whipping and rested by the side. Sister-in-law Li had already prepared her bow and arrow, preparing to attack again. When Brother Li finished beating it ruthlessly, Qin Yan rushed over and shouted, "Let me do it." Following that, he brandished the giant king spirit hammer and used the 6-style forging dragon on the three-eyed tiger wolf. With just 4 strikes, the tiger wolf's head was smashed to pieces. It's finally dead. Take out the magic core and see how heavy it is, Brotherly said. He was secretly shocked by Qin Yun's terrifying hammer technique. Meng Feiling and sister-in-law Li floated in the air, vigilant of their surroundings, guarding against any magical beasts that might exist in the town. Brotherly took out a knife and cut open the magical beast. He found a bead and held it in his hand. It was heavy and weighed it. It weighed 8 jin. He handed the magic core to Qin Yun. 8 jin of magic core. This is a class 8 magical beast. It can be exchanged for 1,000,000 Xian points. The couple had promised Qin Yun that they would help him get 200 million Xian points. They had to kill a total of 200 class 8 magical beasts. Fortunately, it was not difficult to kill them. With the cooperation of the few of them, they could settle it in a few moves. The beast bones and skin are pretty good, but because of the overflow of magical beast corpses, they aren't of much value anymore, Brotherly said. This was of great value to Qin Yun. After his tempering, it was a pretty good material for refining artifacts. He took away the magical beast's skin and bones. Vice Principal Xia Yuan said that the beast cores of magical beasts are all the same size, but their weights are different. A Class 9 magical beast's beast core weighs 9 jin while a spirit beast's weighs 100 jin. This shows how strong a spirit beast is. Sister-in-law Li slowly landed on the ground and said. Qin Yun looked at the fragments of the silver lion puppet and felt his heart ache. He could only refine a better one in the future. There shouldn't be any other magical beasts in the town. Otherwise, they would have run out long ago, Brotherly said. After that, the 4 of them went in together. There were many traces of magical beasts staying inside. The houses were severely damaged, but there were no other magical beasts. Could it be that because this place is far from the Star Xianwu Academy, the magical beasts don't dare to stay? Meng Feiling said. Brotherly looked in a direction and said, it should be. It looks like we can only go to that place. The first town? Sister-in-law Li said. Brotherly nodded. The first town was a very large town. Because it was originally a small town, it gradually developed into a very large town. This first town did not have any city walls, and its location was not under the control of the 3 empires or other small countries. It was far away from many large cities and was not near a powerful martial arts academy. There was a high chance that there would be a large number of magical beasts there. Alright, let's go to the first town to take a look. Qin Yun agreed. They immediately rushed to the first town. The first town was located at the intersection of the Tianqi Empire and the Tianshao Empire. It was also near the Cloud Dragon River. The entire town spanned hundreds of thousands of meters and was extremely large. It was also very messy. Fugitives from various countries were gathered here. They were all criminals or some clans that had failed to seize power in the empire. There were also many powers inside. After the appearance of the magical beasts, many people in the first town thought that they could deal with the magical beasts if they joined forces. However, they did not expect that the magical beasts would be so powerful that tens of thousands of people would become food for the magical beasts. After 2 days of traveling, Qin Yun and company arrived at the top of a bare mountain and looked at the first town in the distance. At a glance, there were countless houses arranged in a dense and messy manner, as far as the eye could see. Black smoke and flames rose from many parts of the first town. And a large number of houses collapsed. The sky was shrouded in a thick baleful aura and the town was filled with waves of death aura. This first town had completely fallen. When we came here, we encountered a few magical beast hordes. Fortunately, we didn't enter the core of their territory. Otherwise, we wouldn't have been able to safely arrive here. Brotherly looked at the first town and said, in this first town, there must be many territories of magical beasts. We must be especially careful when we enter. Qin Yun and company nodded. He recalled the time he had passed through the territory of the magical beasts and felt a lingering fear. Once he stepped into the territory, he would be able to sense a terrifying aura. It was a warning from a spirit beast. If they did not leave the territory, a large number of powerful magical beasts would appear. Qin Yun and company had been chased by a horde of magical beasts before. Thankfully, they were very fast and were able to successfully escape their pursuit. Pack of demon wolves, however, Xianxia and company were not the only ones who wanted to enter the first town. The students of the other martial academies could also do the same. In addition, there were also teams sent by the various major powers to hunt magical beasts and obtain their magic cores. Right now, everyone said that they did not know the uses of the magic cores. Xianxia felt that the old man from the Star Shen Wu Academy definitely knew a little. Otherwise, they would not have collected a large number of magic cores. Sister-in-law Li had a worried look on her face as she watched the extremely fast team enter the city. She said in a low voice, "It looks like we'll not only have to face powerful magical beasts inside, but we'll also have to face other hunting teams." The various Xian-level martial academies were all retrieving the magic cores. A single magic core could be exchanged for a large number of Xian points. If they could directly snatch it from others, those greedy people would definitely make a move. For greedy people, they could do anything. Let's not worry about it for now. Let's go in first. We're not vegetarians. Unless we meet someone at the 9th level martial body realm, we won't be that easy to deal with. Brotherly was very clear about the strength of his team. In order to obtain Xian points, he had to take risks. After resting, they immediately entered the first town. As soon as they entered, a strong smell of magical beasts pounced on them. This smell was unique to magical beasts. It wasn't a stench but a very special smell. It was similar to the smell of wet mud. Many houses have been destroyed. Some places have been through a great battle and there aren't even any ruins left. As Brotherly walked, he looked at the beautiful houses that had been destroyed. Because there were a lot of people here, all kinds of houses were built very high, with more than a few floors. Meng Feiling said, "This is the outer area. Although this area is far from the bustling central area, it is also the easiest place to evacuate. There shouldn't be many magical beasts outside." There were many feces or furs left behind by magical beasts on the ground. This meant that a large number of magical beasts had once entered the first town. Xianxia and company moved very slowly. They did not rush inside like the previous team. If they walked slowly, they would be able to clearly sense the situation around them and avoid ambushes. After all, these magical beasts had a certain level of intelligence. If they were to encounter a group of ambushes, it was very likely that they would die here. Half a day later, they had already entered an even deeper place. If they wanted to pass through the first town, they would have to walk a very long way. There are a few magical beasts up ahead. They're all rank 8. Should we make a move? Big Brotherly suddenly said. It was unknown how he had sensed it. Xianxia released his mental energy to probe. Indeed, he could vaguely sense the aura of the 5 magical beasts. However, it was extremely thin. If he did not specifically probe, he would not be able to discover it. While he was amazed at Brotherly's perception ability, he was also shocked at the magical beast's concealment ability, which could be said to be very superb. His spiritual force was so powerful that he could not sense it. If 5 Class 8 magical beasts were to attack together, we might not be able to hold them off. Why don't we give it a try and see if we can split them up and attack them one by one? Xianxia said. My wife, when I rush over, immediately float in the air and shoot 5 arrows consecutively. You must hit those 5 magical beasts. This way, I can take advantage of the moment the magic beasts are hit and ruthlessly attack them. Failing, Xianxia, the 2 of you act according to the situation. Be careful and attack those magical beasts that are scurrying around. Brotherly told them the battle plan he had in mind. Xianxia and Meng Feiling nodded. Everyone, you have to believe in me. If there's anything wrong, remember to run. There are a lot of magical beasts here, so there's no need to be afraid that this operation will fail. As long as we don't get hurt, then we'll make a profit. Brotherly sternly warned Xianxia and Meng Feiling. He was worried that the 2 youngsters would not let go of this opportunity and escape. Got it, I will definitely remember Brotherly's words. Xianxia said. Brotherly, don't worry. Meng Feiling smiled. Brotherly smiled at them and nodded. Then, he rushed towards the tall buildings in front of him. Sister-in-law Li immediately soared into the air. Xianxia and Meng Feiling flew over as well. Sister-in-law Li, who was floating in the air, suddenly saw a few black demonic wolves that were 2 to 3 meters long jump out. She hurriedly pulled her bowstring and shot out 5 arrows in just 2 seconds. The arrows that were shot out were all condensed from the Vajra inner strength. The power was extremely tyrannical and they were all able to accurately hit the wolf's head. The 5 black demonic wolves that had rushed out were instantly beaten to the point of howling as they rolled on the ground. Xianxia secretly admired sister-in-law Li's strength. She was a good archer. He suspected that sister-in-law Li's martial spirit was a bow and arrow martial spirit. Otherwise, she would not have been able to reach such a superb realm. Brother Li, Xianxia and Meng Failing each dealt with a demonic wolf. The moment they went over, the demonic wolf was struck by their thunderous attacks the moment it stood up. Especially Xianxia. He held the giant king spirit hammer that was close to a high-grade spirit artifact. He executed the 6-style forging dragon and ruthlessly hammered the wolf's head. In just 2 or 3 strikes, the wolf's head exploded. Sister-in-law Li, who was in the air, shot arrows at the 2 demonic wolves that no one attacked. Her arrows were very fast and accurate. Although she could not blow up the wolf's head, she could make the magical beasts unable to attack for a short period of time. After the head was severely injured, all aspects would be greatly reduced. Brother Li was the fastest to kill the demonic wolves. After dealing with one demonic wolf, he would attack the other. Meng Failing wasn't bad either. The whip in her hand lashed out and sent the demonic wolf flying. Under the cooperation of the 4 of them, the 5 Class 8 demon wolves were annihilated in an instant. Be careful. Brother Li suddenly sensed something and shouted at sister-in-law Li who was in the air. Xianxia also sensed a force flying over from afar and striking sister-in-law Li. Sister-in-law Li. Meng Failing cried out in alarm. A strong beam of light shot over from afar. With a single glance, one could tell that it was not the attack of a magical beast but a human. The moment Yun saw the beam of light, he hurriedly used his powerful mental energy to envelop sister-in-law Li. He forcefully dragged her down and narrowly dodged the beam of light. The beam of light hit a building that was more than 10 stories tall in the distance, causing it to explode into pieces. Many rubble and bricks flew everywhere. Thank you, Xiaoyun. That was close. Sister-in-law Li landed on the ground with lingering fear in her heart. You're welcome. Xianxia hurriedly looked in the direction of the beam of light as he felt infuriated. Brother Li said to Xiaoyun, go and collect the corpses of the demonic wolves first. Let me deal with those fellows. Xianxia went over to store the corpse of the demonic wolf into his storage spirit artifact and came behind Brother Li. Brother Li's face was cold and filled with anger. That was because the attack just now had almost seriously injured his wife. The people who attacked sister-in-law Li also appeared. They were 6 middle-aged men dressed in black armor. The middle-aged man in the lead looked rather old. His hair was somewhat white and there were wrinkles at the corners of his eyes. This middle-aged man was 2 meters tall and strong. His face was filled with disdain. The tall middle-aged man sneered at Brother Li and said, "Your luck is not bad. You actually managed to dodge my attack. Where are you from?" Brother Li said coldly, "Star Xianwu Academy." What did you mean by that? You almost hurt my wife, you must give me an explanation. Star Xianwu Academy? The tall middle-aged man swept his gaze across Xianxia and company before his gaze landed on the seductive Meng Failing. We are warning you. We are here. Hurry up and leave. This is our hunting territory. The tall middle-aged man looked at the place where the demonic wolf had been killed and said angrily, "What did you kill? Take it out, it's ours." He didn't know why they were so angry, but it could be seen that they were all very arrogant people. They were all at the 8th level martial body realm and there were 6 of them. Xianxia and company only had 4 people. Why should I give it to you? Brother Li was also extremely angry as he shouted coldly. The tall middle-aged man sneered, "You think you can be so arrogant in front of us with just a few small fries? Do you know who we are? We are from the Tianling Empire and we are all from the Ling Xianwu Academy. Our empire has the support of the Ling Xianwu Academy's vice principal. We even drank with the vice principal a while ago. Let me tell you, my name is Yin Xing, I am the great general of the Tianling Empire." Xianxia was puzzled. Those who dared to call themselves an empire were all countries with a certain level of strength. He had never heard of this Tianling Empire. Meng Feiling and the others were the same. However, they knew that this Tianling Empire was supported by the Ling Xianwu Academy. You know fear. Our Tianling Empire is a new empire. Hurry up and hand over the magical beasts you just hunted and we can let you scram back to the Star Xianwu Academy. Yinxing sneered. His words were filled with contempt for the Star Xianwu Academy. Although the relationship between the Star Xianwu Academy and the other two Xianwu Academies was not good, it was not bad either. Brotherly gritted his teeth. If not for the fact that Qin Yun and Meng Feiling, the two juniors, were here, he would have fought with the 6 middle-aged men to the death. The 6 of them were all at the 8th level martial body realm. They all had storage spirit artifacts on them and they definitely carried spirit artifacts. Furthermore, they did not want the magical beasts to be so easy to deal with. If they really fought, neither side would have a good outcome. Not good, there's a large group of magical beasts coming. This is the territory of the wolf pack. The spirit beast level wolf king is coming. Qin Yun suddenly shouted in alarm, his face filled with fear. Spirit beasts could only be dealt with by martial Dao cultivators. When Yinxing and company heard this, their faces were filled with shock. Brat, are you lying to us? Yinxing sneered, in front of me, you still, woo. Suddenly, a wolf's howl was heard as a terrifying aura enveloped them. Yinxing's expression changed drastically. Without saying a word, he turned around and ran. His subordinates also had faces filled with fear as they ran away. Let's go. Brother Li's voice was also very anxious. He could sense that a large group of magical beasts was approaching. However, he was very sure that the area they were in was not the territory of the magical beasts. I was the one who attracted the pack of wolves just now. As Qin Yun ran, he said, a wise man does not fight when the odds are against him. The 4 of us are not their match but they do not know our names. We only know that guy's name is Yinxing. We'll go find him later. Late night assassination. Brother Li and his wife did not say anything. They knew better than Qin Yun that if Yinxing and company were to make a move, they would definitely suffer. They might even be seriously injured. When we get back, we'll investigate their situation. We can't let them off easily. Qin Yun said coldly. These fellows are too arrogant. Brother Li nodded. Soon, they were far away from the pack of wolves. They did not go deep into the city. Instead, they continued to linger outside the first town, searching for the magical beasts that had gone out to search. The 5 demon wolves from before had come out to patrol. Therefore, Qin Yun determined that there was a pack of wolves nearby. He released his mental energy and alarmed the nearby pack of wolves. Furthermore, when they killed the 5 demon wolves, the commotion was not small and it had alarmed the pack of wolves. Qin Yun was only speeding up the arrival of the pack of wolves. In the evening, they hid in a spacious room on the 10th floor of a tall building. Brother Li took out the flag array and inserted it into the 4 walls of the room. This could conceal their auras. Today's harvest was not bad. He had obtained 5 Class 8 magic cores, which was 5 million Xian points. It was a very long process to gather 200 million Xian points. Even if Qin Yun was in a hurry, it was useless. From time to time, Meng Feiling would fly out to patrol her surroundings. At night, it was safer for her to fly high in the sky. The higher she was, the further she could see. The pack of wolves we encountered before should be relatively weak. After Meng Feiling returned, she said, I just went out and flew around. There are no other magical beasts in the area outside. Qin Yun and Brother Li understood what she meant. There were very few magical beasts outside, which meant that the magical beasts were concentrated in the deeper parts of the first town. The pack of wolves must have been injured after losing in the battle for territory, which was why they ran out. Brother Li frowned and said, after that General Yinxing reports back, maybe the Tianling Empire will send powerful warriors to deal with the pack of wolves. They will definitely be able to think that the pack of demon wolves are very weak. Sister-in-law Li sighed, what a pity. If there was a martial Dao realm cultivator among us, we might not need to be afraid of that pack of demon wolves. Why don't we wait for daybreak and sneak back? Assassinate the demon wolves inside and get as many as you can, Xianxia said. He was very confident in his stealth ability, especially at night. With their strength, entering the first town's densely packed magical beasts would only result in death. In the first town center, there must have been many people who died tragically and were hoarded as food. That was why there were so many magical beasts hiding there. Alright, we will approach it carefully tomorrow. Our concealment abilities aren't bad, so we shouldn't be discovered by the wolves. Brotherly agreed with Xianxia's thoughts. Sister-in-law, next time, just hide in the building and shoot arrows. With your superb archery skills as cover, we will be very safe. Meng Failing smiled and said, I also want to learn this archery skill from you. Great. I was just worried that no one would practice archery with me. Sister-in-law Li laughed, you have the Platinum Eagle martial spirit, it allows you to have very good eyesight, it allows you to shoot more accurately from farther places. They chatted and did not need to rest. As long as they relaxed their bodies, they could recover from their fatigue. It was very dangerous to sleep and rest in such a dangerous place. At daybreak, Xianxia and company immediately set off and returned to the area where the wolves roamed. The buildings in this area were very densely packed. They were all several stories tall. They carefully climbed over the roofs of the buildings and slowly approached the territory of the wolves. If the demon wolf lord is really injured and can take down a spirit beast level demon wolf, that would be 50 million Xian points. Meng Failing said in a low voice. Then, with a light leap, she jumped from the top of an 8-story building to the top of a 10-story building. Brotherly smiled and said, it's not bad to think about it, but it won't be that easy to fight. Unless we can clearly investigate the strength of the entire pack of wolves, if there are still a few class 9 demon wolves in the pack, then don't even think about it. They felt that if they cooperated well, they would be able to kill a class 9 demon wolf, but they would not be able to deal with a group of them. After half a day, they finally returned to the area where the wolves roamed. They were on top of a 20-story building and through the window, they looked into the distance. Did you see that? Those wolves are all in the building. They only enter the shops on the first floor to hide. There shouldn't be any upstairs. Brotherly said as he pointed to a circular 10-story building in the distance. Xianxia hurriedly nodded. After a period of observation, they discovered that there was a demon wolf hidden on the first floor of the building in that area. Its exact strength was unknown. The buildings are separated by some distance and their distribution is rather sparse. If we can kill them in one strike and not let the demon wolf make any movements, we might be able to launch a sneak attack. Brotherly said. Xianxia thought for a moment and said, Brotherly, I'll go over tonight. I should be able to make the demon wolf faint in an instant if I use my mental energy attack. I'm not sure about the specifics, I haven't tried it on magical beasts yet. But I feel that magical beasts are about the same as humans. Brotherly nodded and said, alright. Wife, you and Failing are in charge of hiding in the building. If anything happens, you will be in charge of providing support. If our actions alarm the pack of beasts, wife, you will shoot arrows to repel the wolves that are surrounding us. Failing will fly in the air and attract the attention of the other wolves to reduce the pressure on us. Following that, they carefully discussed various tactics. If other situations were to occur, they would discuss how to deal with them. At night, the sky turned dark. There were a lot of clouds in the sky and from time to time, a large patch of clouds would float by, causing the world to flicker between darkness and light. Xianxia and Brotherly began to move. They took 2 separate routes to a building a few hundred meters away and entered through the window. Through the stairs inside the building, they carefully walked down the first floor of the building. Xianxia let Brotherly stay up there while he used the shadow power of the Nether Sun martial spirit to hide himself in the darkness. He smoothly arrived at the first floor. From this aura, it should be a class 9 demon wolf. Should we make a move? When Xianxia approached, he realized that the sleeping demon wolf had an extremely terrifying aura. It was even stronger than the class 8 magical beasts he had encountered before, even though their bodies were only about 2 to 3 meters long. Therefore, he determined that this was a class 9 demon wolf. While he was hesitating, he suddenly saw that there were many scratches on the demon wolf's body. It must have fought with other magical beasts and was already severely injured. Alright, let's do it. Qin Yin used the spirit concentration kill and condensed a powerful mental energy to strike the Class 9 demon wolf's head. The demon wolf's body trembled. It knew that it had been attacked. However, its mind had been severely injured, causing it to fall into a coma. It was unable to control its body or make a sound. When Brotherly saw that Qin Yin had succeeded, he immediately rushed down and shot out a transparent powder that enveloped the destroyed shop. Then, he took out a knife and very quickly cut off the wolf's head. The transparent powder he sprinkled could eliminate the smell of blood and at the same time, produce a kind of life force. Otherwise, if this demon wolf died, the nearby demon wolves would definitely be able to sense its life force disappear and know that something was wrong. Brotherly took out a transparent and pure magic core. He was secretly surprised because this magic core was heavier than the magic core of the Class 8 magical beast. Qin Yin did not take away the corpse of the magical beast. He left it here to imitate the aura of life and not be discovered by the other demon wolves. This way, they could continue assassinating the other demon wolves. Qin Yin rested for a moment. After recovering his mental energy, he continued to move with Brotherly. He had to maintain an abundant amount of mental energy at all times. This was also to leave himself a backup plan. Their plan was very successful, and they easily obtained another 8th grade magic core. The powder that Brotherly scattered was very useful. Not only could it eliminate the smell of blood, it could also maintain the vitality of the magical beast's corpse for a period of time. It could be seen that he had often assassinated beasts in the past and his techniques were very experienced. If not for that powder, they would have been discovered as long as they killed a demon wolf. These demon wolves were very sensitive to the smell of blood. As long as a drop of blood appeared, they would immediately wake up. In more than 2 hours, they had killed 10 Class 8 demon wolves and 2 Class 9 demon wolves. To be able to obtain such a huge harvest in such a short period of time, it could be said that their luck was pretty good. If they hadn't met a defeated pack of wolves, they wouldn't have had such a chance. What shocked them was that the demon wolves they killed all had shocking scratches on their bodies. It was obvious that the pack of wolves had encountered a pack of beasts that was even more terrifying than them, which was why they had been beaten to the point of fleeing. He had been in the wolf territory for 4 hours and had killed 4 Class 9 demon wolves and 20 Class 8 demon wolves. What made Qin Yin and company depressed was that the powder had been used up. Otherwise, they could have continued killing. Qin Yin and Brotherly were on the roof. Just as they were about to leave, they suddenly sensed a gust of air sweeping past them. It was a person flying in the air. There were only Meng Feiling and sister-in-law Li nearby and they would not come over. Qin Yin and company were all dressed in black and had concealed their auras. The world was incomparably dark, so the person flying in the sky did not notice them. Brotherly pulled Qin Yin back into the building because there were a few gusts of wind that appeared. It should be Xianxia and the others. Are they planning to ambush the pack of wolves as well? Qin Yin said with a sneer. Then, he took out a lightning talisman from his storage space and pasted it on the wall. He injected a strand of his mind into it. This allowed him to activate the lightning talisman from afar. Let's go. Brotherly also knew that Qin Yin wanted to destroy Xianxia's group's infiltration. Qin Yin and Brotherly carefully returned from the rooftop in the middle of the night. Soon, they arrived at the tall building where Meng Feiling and company were. Sister-in-law Li and Meng Feiling had been staring at the rooftop the entire time, watching for the whereabouts of Qin Yin and Brotherly. If there was any movement, they would immediately take action. Meng Feiling said in a low voice, "We saw others enter. There's even a martial Dao realm cultivator among them." Sister-in-law Li nodded. "There are a total of 10 people. There are people at the 9th or 8th level martial body realm. They should be from that Tianling Empire. Alright, let's retreat now." Qin Yin smiled mischievously. "It's time for us to wake up the wolves." Armored giant crocodile Xianxia had already known that there was a pack of wolves here. Just like Qin Yin and company, he guessed that the pack of wolves had been repelled. Therefore, he immediately returned to report. At that time, he had even been praised by a martial Dao realm expert. Now, he had also followed those seniors here. They were all very strong and their sneak attacks and concealment techniques were much more brilliant than Qin Yin's. However, they discovered that many of the Class 8 demon wolves were dead and their magic cores had been taken out. It's life force powder. Damn it, there are still others here. We have to be careful of this person. The old man was extremely angry as he transmitted his voice to the others. It should be those bastards from the Star Xianwu Academy. However, they are not strong, so they definitely won't dare to touch the Wolf King. Let's go kill the Wolf King directly. The 8th and 9th stage demon wolves here have probably been killed by them. Xianxia said with a voice transmission. He was extremely angry in his heart. All right. The old man in the martial Dao realm nodded. Just as they were about to set off, there was a sudden boom. A building shot out lightning in all directions, emitting waves of strong lightning aura before slowly collapsing. Such a huge commotion had alarmed the entire pack of wolves. Aooo, an earth-shattering wolf howl resounded through the dark night sky. A strong killing intent from a magical beast instantly spread out in all directions, enveloping a radius of several thousand meters. This was the roar of the Wolf King. Those bastards from the Star Xianwu Academy, they must have done it. Let's quickly retreat. Xianxia shouted angrily. You clashed with that group of people? Why didn't you tell us about this? Otherwise, we would definitely be on guard. The old man was also extremely angry as he shouted at Xianxia sternly before leaping up. Just as they leaped up, a demon wolf leaped into the air. As it roared, it spat out a purple beam of light that struck a black-clothed middle-aged man and blasted him into several pieces. Awoo, the wolf howled incessantly as it crazily attacked the people flying in the air. The enraged Wolf King released waves of terrifying pressure and used its aura to lock onto the people in the air. A purple beam of light shot out from its eyes and struck the 3 middle-aged men. The 3 middle-aged men were instantly torn apart by the purple beam of light. When Xianxia saw this, he felt incomparable fear. He increased his speed and distanced himself from the Wolf King's sensing range. Qin and company also saw this scene from afar. They are very happy. These bastards, who told them to be so arrogant and even attack sister-in-law? Meng Failing laughed. This debt is not over yet. Qin said with a sneer, unless this Xianxia guy dies. Big Brotherly nodded. They had already reaped a bountiful harvest tonight. Now that they saw Xianxia and the others fleeing, they were all incomparably happy. Let's go. Let's leave the wolf pack's territory first, Brotherly said with a smile. Then, he began to retreat from the roof. Xianxia and the others had more than 10 people, but in the end, only 6 people successfully retreated. They were in a forest, and their expressions were very ugly. Xianxia, it's all your fault. You didn't even tell us when you became enemies with others. Otherwise, we wouldn't have lost 3 9th level martial body and 3 8th level martial body. Not only did we not kill the Wolf King, we even lost so many experts and suffered heavy losses. The old man of the martial Dao realm looked at Xianxia and said angrily. Xianxia was also filled with anger. If everything had gone smoothly, he would have been able to obtain the appreciation of this martial Dao realm senior. But now, because of him, he had suffered such heavy losses. He gritted his teeth and said, Senior, this is all this junior's fault. I will definitely chop off the heads of those 4 fellows and bring them back to the Tianling Empire. This is a must. The specific reason for the death of our 6 companions is not to be spread out. Just say that we were attacked by a few magical beasts and they sacrificed themselves. The old man said. Half of the people he had let out had died. If he were to reveal the real reason, his reputation would not be good. At daybreak, Qin and company also went to a safe area. They hid in a stone building built with thick stone bricks. For Class 9 magic cores, 5 million Xian points each. This can be exchanged for 20 million Xian points. 26 Class 8 magic cores could be exchanged for 26 million Xian points each, a total of 46 million. After these magical beasts appeared, the speed at which we earned Xian points became faster and faster. Brotherly sighed. The couple did not want these cores because they had promised Qin that they would help him obtain 100 million Xian points. Of course, Meng Failing did not want it either. She had promised Qin that she would devote her life to him. Let's take a stroll outside first. If we can't meet any magical beasts, we'll go deeper. Brotherly said. Xianxia nodded. With the help of a small team, it would be much easier and faster to hunt magical beasts. Otherwise, he did not know how long it would take for him to obtain so many magic cores. Those 2 storage bags were something he had casually refined when he was bored. Now that he could exchange them for so many Xian points, he felt that it was worth it. In the future, when I find a good channel, I'll use a storage spirit artifact to exchange for magic cores. Xianxia suddenly had a strange thought. If that was really the case, he only needed to use a few inferior storage bags to exchange for a lot of magic cores. Right now, he did not know how to carry it out. Furthermore, he did not wish for his storage spirit artifact to fall into the hands of some evil people. He needed to find a good buyer. In the next few days, Xianxia's team of 4 got very annoyed from wandering around the area outside. They did not find any traces of magical beasts, so they decided to go deeper. The closer they got to the center of the first town, the more exquisitely built stone buildings there were. The streets were also much wider and the buildings were arranged neatly. However, this originally bustling street was now empty. The exquisite stone buildings were all tattered by the magical beasts. Only a few of them were intact. We're only in the 4th district of the first town. The area we were in before was the 5th district and the center is the 1st district. Brotherly said, if there are no magical beasts in the 4th district, let's leave. It'll be dangerous if we go in again. Sister-in-law Li said, I heard that in the 1st and 2nd districts, there is an extremely dense amount of spiritual energy. Many people want to stay there. Those who have settled down in these 2 areas definitely don't want to leave. There might even be living people dealing with the magical beasts inside. The first town was very big and it was also a good place for many vicious people to hide from pursuit. The stronger the person, the more likely they would be in the middle area. Therefore, there might be quite a few martial Dao realm experts inside. If humans joined forces, they would be able to fight against the magical beasts. If possible, I would like to enter the 1st district to see if there are really humans inside. Brotherly said with a smile, if there are, I want to join them and fight against the magical beasts with them. Meng Failing laughed, Big Brotherly, even if there are, they will definitely have to hide. This kind of life is not easy. After she finished speaking, she flew high into the sky and hid in the clouds. Meng Failing's eagle martial spirit allowed her to fly very fast, faster than Xianxia, Brotherly, and company. Furthermore, it consumed less internal energy. Furthermore, her eyes were as sharp as an eagle's. Flying high in the sky, she could discover prey on the ground. As long as the magical beasts weren't hiding in the house, she would be able to see them. A moment later, Meng Failing landed with a face full of joy. She said, I found a lone armored giant alligator. It's most likely a Class 9 magical beast. Its body is more than 10 meters long and its entire body is emitting a metallic luster. It should be a magical beast with an extremely strong defense. Sister Failing, you're really amazing. You can still see so clearly even after flying so high. Xianxia praised with a smile. Of course. If we were to compete in flying ability, even a martial artist at the 9th level martial body realm might not be able to fly as nimbly as me. Meng Failing was extremely confident as she smiled. Flying in the air was also very risky. If she encountered a powerful magical beast that could fly, it would be very dangerous. After Brotherly obtained the detailed location from Meng Failing, he immediately set off. A moment later, they discovered that the huge armored giant alligator was covered in black steel armor. Its claws were covered in blood and there were human clothes on the edge of its teeth. It looked like it had just eaten a person and had a full meal. It was swaggering around, breaking through the walls of many houses. This aura is indeed a Class 9 magical beast. I just don't know this guy's attack methods. Brotherly said in a low voice as he looked at the armored giant alligator a few hundred meters away from him from a tall tower. Magical beasts had many methods of attack. Some of them could attack from afar. For example, the demonic wolf from before could spit out purple beams of light from its mouth. After being hit, its body would be torn apart. There should be other magical beasts in the surroundings but they aren't strong, so they are all hiding in the houses. They are worried that they will be eaten by this Class 9 magical beast. Brotherly said, let's wait a moment. We must be careful. He nodded to sister-in-law Li, indicating that she could make her move. Their method of battle was for sister-in-law Li to shoot an arrow from afar. Brother Li and Qin Yun would immediately run over. As they ran, the magical beast would be shot with 1 or 2 arrows. When that time came, it would be much easier for Qin Yun and Brother Li to go to the side of the magical beast. Meng Feiling was in charge of staying by sister-in-law Li's side and observing her surroundings. At the same time, she was protecting sister-in-law Li, a godly archer, to prevent her from being attacked. Sister-in-law Li's arrows were not real arrows and she wasn't worried that they would be blocked by the armored giant alligator's steel armor. The arrows she condensed from the Vajra inner strength had a special kind of power. When they hit the target, they would produce a very violent explosion. If a magical beast was hit in the head, it would feel dizzy from the shock. Bang! The armored giant alligator was hit by 3 arrows in a row and rolled on the ground in pain. Qin Yun and Brother Li arrived in time and gave the giant alligator a good beating. The armored giant alligator's armor was extremely strong and it was also a Class 9 magical beast. Qin Yun struck the giant alligator's head with the 6-style forging dragon but was unable to penetrate the steel armor. Brother Li's 3-sectioned rod struck the steel armor fiercely, creating a burst of sparks. The giant alligator swung its tail vigorously and released a terrifying force. Qin Yun and Brother Li dodged in fear as the force swept through the surrounding buildings like a gust of wind. Boom! Boom, boom. Dozens of buildings instantly collapsed as smoke and dust billowed. Qin Yun and Brother Li attacked fiercely from within the smoke and dust. They cooperated with each other. They were secretly anxious because attacking this giant alligator had caused too much of a commotion. End of chapter 208. Don't forget to subscribe, like, and share the video to support the channel.